A fraudulent phone call reached Chen Xiong, who was informed that he could choose an anime character to enter a realm of cultivation. Which anime character is truly the strongest? Upon crossing over, Chen Xiong was taken aback to discover that the promised character was merely a red clay egg. Months later, after successfully summoning, a multitude of frustrations surged within him. Life resembles the tumultuous waves of the sea, filled with endless twists and turns. Magnifying lamps, time-worn burdens, a doctor's briefcase, bamboo copters, interdimensional doors, demonic passports, Momotaro rice balls, beast-taming gloves, culinary tablecloths. A plethora of wondrous artifacts emerged in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 1. The Fraudulent Call. On New Year's Eve in 2025, in Lake City, Room 1301, Building 13 of Longyue Community, the town lay desolate during the Spring Festival, as if the entire world had been muted, leaving only the neon lights to flicker silently in the cold night. Chen Xiong slowly stepped out onto the balcony, his left arm casually hanging over the railing while he took a few sips from a can of cola. He gazed into the distance. Bang! In the far-off night sky, beams of light ascended, culminating in a dazzling display of fireworks on this New Year's Eve. While others gathered for reunion dinners and watched the Spring Festival Gala on television, Chen Xiong remained alone at home, for he had lost all his family in this world. That a hint of sorrow crept onto his face as he leaned against the cold railing of the balcony, silently watching the colorful fireworks sparkle in the distant night sky. Uncertain how long he had been watching, Chen Xiong eventually returned indoors as the countryside grew quiet. The small apartment, measuring 80 square meters, was dimly lit and cluttered with takeout boxes, instant noodle cups, and empty beverage bottles strewn about. This apartment was purchased by his parents with their life savings during the peak of the housing market 5 years ago. Now, with property prices plummeting and both parents having passed away, he had been holed up at home for over 2 years. Fizz. A new can of cola was opened. Chen Xiong lazily sank into the sofa, tilting his head back for a hearty gulp. The carbonation burst in his mouth, and he sighed contentedly. $3 for cola, the first sip worth $2.90. I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Regardless of the storms, I will always be with you. I miss you. I think of you. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying the caller ID, Chen Daxiong. Chen Xiong glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. Who is Chen Daxiong? There was no such name in his phone's memo. After a brief hesitation, he set down the cola, picked up the phone, and swiped right to answer the call. Hey, young man, Happy New Year. Are you lonely? Who are you? I am Chen Daxiong. I don't know you. You must have dialed the wrong number. Don't hang up. I need your help. What do you need? Help me venture into the realm of cultivation to accomplish a task, and I'll let you choose. Beep. Chen Xiong abruptly hung up the phone and tossed it onto the sofa, muttering softly, scam calls these days. Absurd. You want me to enter a cultivation world? Who do you think you are, God? I love you, just like a mouse loves rice, regardless of the storms. The phone rang again, displaying Chen Daxiong. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiong picked up the phone, swiped right, and hung up again. Moments later, he retrieved the phone, found the number that had just called, and blocked it. In the next instant, the phone rang again, still showing Chen Daxiong. What the heck? How is this possible? I blocked the number, and yet it still gets through? Surprised, Chen Xiong felt a sense of caution wash over him at this unusual occurrence. After considering for a moment, he ultimately answered the call from the mysterious Chen Daxiong once more. Who are you really? I'm just an old man, young fellow. The realm of cultivation is truly fascinating. I can let you choose an anime character to accompany you. Chen Xiong chuckled, internally confirming his suspicion that Chen Daxiong was merely a fraud. However, he didn't hang up this time. Having been alone in this world for so long without speaking to anyone, he was indeed somewhat bored and decided to indulge in some idle chatter. Old man, what anime characters do you have? Uchiha Sasuke, Monkey D, Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, Ichigo Kurosaki, Sosuke Aizen, Super Saiyan Son Goku, One Punch Man, Lelouch Lamperouge, Doraemon. You can choose one. Let me pick one. Wait, old man, you only have these few characters? You should add more, like Tsunade from Naruto, Ranjiku Matsumoto from Bleach, Hancock from One Piece. Those characters would be much more appealing. TSK. If you had those 3, I would definitely choose all of them. Oh, and how about you throw in a chopper too? After all, in the realm of cultivation, the long nights can be daunting, and health is crucial. Young fellow, it's still up to you, but you can only choose one from those 9 characters. TSK. Old man, your service skills are lacking. You can't even meet such a small demand from your customer. Fine, if I must choose, I'll take the strongest one. Let's go with that character. Are you sure, young man? What if I am sure? What if I'm not? Do you really plan to send me to the realm of cultivation? Before Chen Xiong could finish, the room suddenly began to shake violently. A wave of alarm surged within him. Was there an earthquake? Without a second thought, Chen Xiong dashed for the exit. As he opened the door, a blinding white light flooded in, and he instantly lost consciousness. Pain. His head throbbed intensely. It felt as if someone had struck him at the back of his head with a heavy object, and he winced as he slowly opened his eyes, a faint light filtering through his half-closed eyelids. Earthen walls, a bamboo ceiling, a wooden table, an earthen Kong, and a straw bed. He found himself in an extremely simple earthen dwelling, reminiscent of an old house in the countryside that had long been uninhabited. The interior contained some farming tools, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, as if something was being cooked. Where is this? Chen Xiong shook his head, slowly rising, still dazed. Just then, a tender voice exclaimed, "Brother, you're awake." Looking towards the sound, he saw a little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, her cheeks flushed and hair tied in twin ponytails, wearing thin clothing. With bright, curious eyes, she gazed at him. "Here's some meat porridge for you." The little girl looked up, hands cradling a bowl of steaming meat porridge, which she extended towards Chen Xiong. Instinctively, he accepted the bowl, nearly dropping it as he realized how hot it was. Surprised, he remarked, "Aren't your hands burning?" His gaze fell on the little girl's hands, noticing the thick calluses on her small palms, and he surmised she must be a farmer's daughter. "It's not hot. I'm used to it," the girl replied with a smile. "Hurry and drink it. Grandpa says the hotter the porridge, the better it tastes." Holding the bowl of porridge, Chen Xiong felt a pang of hunger. He blew on it to cool it down and immediately took a sip. The little girl's eyes occasionally darted toward the bowl, and she instinctively swallowed it in a short while. The bowl was empty, and Chen Xiong let out a satisfied sigh, feeling a bit more restored. A single bowl of porridge seemed insufficient to satiate his hunger. Chen Xiong glanced at the little girl and inquired, "Is there more?" "No, there isn't any left." "Nothing left." Chen Xiong licked his lips, and, inadvertently catching sight of the little girl's chapped lips, felt a pang of concern rise within him. He lowered his head and asked, "Little girl, have you eaten?" At that moment, an elderly voice called from outside, "Has the immortal awakened?" Following this, 2 figures entered through the door, an old man and a young man. Chen Xiong regarded them with a puzzled expression, as he did not recognize either of them. Their attire was peculiar, both dressed in long robes, with long hair, neatly tied up. The old man, in particular, wore a gray robe riddled with patches, and his black cloth shoes were torn in several places, an uncommon sight in today's society. "Who are you?" Chen Xiong inquired. "I am Yang Yun," the young man replied, stepping closer to Chen Xiong, his face betraying a hint of concern. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten even me? 3 years ago, we joined the Yunling sect together." Yang Yun. Yunling sect. Chen Xiong pondered, gradually recalling the earthquake that had occurred before his unconsciousness, as well as the phone call from that old man. His gaze swept across the humble dwelling, finally settling on the 3 unfamiliar faces before him, scrutinizing them closely. Could it be that I have truly traversed to another realm? A realm of cultivation? Was that old man not a fraud, and his words indeed true? If so, then where was the anime character I chose, a Super Saiyan? Noticing Chen Xiong's silence, Yang Yun's expression turned strange, and he asked with concern, "Daxiong, what's the matter? Just now, Yibo came looking for me, having found you unconscious in the woods. I hurried here to find you, and now you don't even recognize me. What did you call me? Who am I?" "You are Chen Daxiong, a registered disciple of the Yunling sect. For the past 3 years, you and I have been training at the Danling Peak's miscellaneous office. My heavens, you haven't forgotten everything, have you?" "I am called Chen Daxiong," Chen Xiong murmured. Isn't that the name of that fraudulent old man? A wave of speculation washed over him. Had he somehow soul-transferred into the body of this old man? Yet he possessed no memories in those tales of transmigration. Wasn't it customary for the newly transported individual to inherit the memories of the original owner, instantly grasping the world's dynamics? And their surroundings? Why was his mind a blank slate, without a system, devoid of memories? What had become of the anime character Super Saiyan he was promised to traverse with? With this thought, Chen Xiong began to search his body, hoping to discover some unique trait or tool. Moments later, he felt something round and bulging within his bosom. Chapter 2. I am little girl. Daxiong, are you alright? I am fine, Chen Xiong replied. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from revealing the object in his possession, as he could not yet trust Yang Yun. Instead, he fabricated an excuse. Yang Yun, I feel as though someone struck my head with a club. I can't remember anything. You don't recall anything? Yang Yun observed Chen Xiong closely, softly sighing. You seem indeed different. Your eyes once held a hint of worldly wisdom, as if you could see through the vicissitudes of life. Now, your gaze is clear yet tinged with confusion, as if you are truly a different person. Are you really? Chen Daxiong. I truly am. Chen Xiong decided to accept the identity of Chen Daxiong for the moment, seeking to understand the situation before formulating a plan. Yang Yun, though somewhat skeptical, chose not to press the issue further, replying, well, as long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. Yang Yun, who are these two? Chen Xiong gestured towards the old man and the little girl. Yang Yun explained, oh, He is Yi Bo from the stone village at the foot of the mountain. Today, Yi Bo came up to gather firewood and found you unconscious in the forest. He carried you back home and came to inform me of your whereabouts. This little girl is I am Grandpa's granddaughter. My name is Little Girl. The little girl eagerly interrupted, waving her hands towards Chen Xiong, her bright eyes blinking animatedly while Yi Bo extended his weathered right hand to stroke the little girl's head affectionately. Esteemed immortals, little girl's parents passed away when she was young, and I never had the means to name her. Being illiterate, I have always called her Little Girl, so she believes this to be her name. Little Girl, did you serve the porridge to the esteemed immortal? Yes. The porridge was very delicious. Chen Xiong glanced at the empty bowl beside him and couldn't help but inquire. Yi Bo, the meat porridge smells wonderful. You've had some too, haven't you? Though Yi Bo was uneducated, he understood human sentiments and recognized Chen Xiong's inquiry as an indication that he and the little girl had not eaten. That he immediately replied, Little Girl and I have both had the porridge. There's plenty left in the pot, esteemed immortal. Please, do not hesitate. Chen Xiong's gaze fell upon the earthen stove, where wisps of steam were rising from the pot. Daxiong, now is not the time for such discussions. We must leave here quickly. Li Jun is nearby, and if he follows us. Yang Yun's voice trailed off as he glanced at the little girl, worry clouding his eyes. Things could become very troublesome. Chen Xiong had no knowledge of who Li Jun was, but he sensed Yang Yun's unease. After a moment of reflection, he promptly rose from the bed, intending to leave with Yang Yun, planning to gradually inquire about the mysteries of this world. Brother, are you leaving? The little girl tugged at the hem of Chen Xiong's garment, her eyes filled with reluctance. Summoning her courage, she asked, Can you take Little Girl with you to cultivate? Yi Bo chimed in, Esteemed immortal, I lack the means to care for Little Girl, who has been starving beside me. I may not have many years left. Could you please look after her? Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open. A young man clad in fine attire strode in with confident strides. That he was tall and robust, his face marked by a brutish demeanor, and his squinty eyes roamed over the group, landing on the little girl, whereupon a smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yang Yun, Chen Daxiong, you two good-for-nothings are here as well? Li Jun, senior brother. Yang Yun immediately bowed his head slightly in a gesture of respect. Li Jun cast a disinterested glance at Yang Yun and Chen Xiong, sneering as he approached the little girl, squatting down to gently caress her cheek. Little sister, do you wish to cultivate? The little girl blinked her big eyes, her expression filled with longing as she nodded. Yes. Little girl wants to become an immortal. When I grow up, I want to see the world that my parents spoke of. They told me this world is vast and beautiful, filled with kind people. I hope to survive and explore this grand and beautiful world. Haha. Little sister, this world is indeed vast and beautiful, but you are still young. Do not be deceived by these two. They are merely registered disciples who have yet to enter the fold. Two good-for-nothings, certainly not immortals. Li Jun laughed as he produced a palm-sized jade token, flaunting it before the little girl. Only by obtaining such a token can one be considered a true disciple of the Yunling sect, worthy of cultivation. Disciple identity token. Yang Yun gasped in astonishment, a flicker of desire crossing his eyes. Chen Xiong remained silent. While he was not fond of the sudden interruption by Li Jun, he acknowledged that he was indeed a disciple of cultivation, and taking the little girl under his wing could be beneficial. Little sister, if you wish to cultivate, I can teach you, Li Jun said, narrowing his eyes with a sly grin. Would you like to learn? The little girl's face lit up with hope as she nodded vigorously. Yes. Little girl wants to learn. Esteemed brother, will you truly teach me the ways of the immortals? Grandpa has said that immortals can traverse the heavens and the earth, living forever and conjuring many things. Little girl wants to become an immortal and conjure a steaming bowl of meat porridge for Grandpa every day to ha. Little sister, as long as you obey, I shall impart all my learned mystical arts to you, and each day you shall enjoy a bowl of savory meat porridge. Li Jun laughed heartily, his small eyes glinting as they roamed over the little girl. But you must be obedient, understand? Yea. The little sister will be very obedient, she exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with hope for the future. All she wished for was to wake each day to a steaming bowl of meat porridge for both her and her grandfather, sparing them from hunger. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for agreeing to teach the little sister your mystical arts, Yi Bo said, suddenly kneeling in gratitude. He felt immense appreciation for Li Jun. If the little girl could follow the immortal in her cultivation, their lives would surely improve, and they would no longer have to endure hunger and cold. Yang Yun's face darkened as he clenched his teeth. Li Jun, the sect has rules against disciples teaching in private. Silence. Li Jun slowly turned his head, a cold smile on his face. He approached Yang Yun, raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap to Yang Yun's left cheek. Yang Yun, you worthless mutt, how dare you meddle in my affairs? Li Jun then patted Yang Yun's face, spitting on the ground with a chuckle. I just remembered, Yang Yun, you also have a lovely younger sister in your countryside. Tomorrow, I'll join you to visit her. She can cultivate with us too. What do you think? Haha. As you say, senior brother Li Jun, it shall be as you wish, haha. Chen Xiong observed Yang Yun's body trembling slightly. His face forced into a laugh as he nodded and bowed repeatedly. Li Jun, filled with pride, said, haha. Yang Yun, you truly are a compliant mutt. Since I'm in a good mood today, I won't trouble you. You may leave now, go on. Haha. I'll leave right away, right away. Haha. Yang Yun kept laughing as he pulled Chen Xiong, making their way out of the earthen house. Yang Yun closed the door. Li Jun's voice floated from behind. Yang Yun paused at the entrance, his dark expression morphing back into a smile as he turned to close the door with his own hands. Once the door was shut, his face fell again, and he and Chen Xiong headed up the mountain. Yang Yun, you seem troubled, Chen Xiong inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Although I'm not fond of Li Jun's character, his teaching the little sister to cultivate is a good thing. Why do you seem so pained? Yang Yun shot a glance at Chen Xiong, gritting his teeth as he replied, Daxiong, Li Jun will not teach the little sister to cultivate, and why pain stems from my own helplessness, from my own inadequacy. I have a sister too, of a similar age to the little girl. The thought of such a sweet child being sullied by Li Jun sullied, Chen Xiong exclaimed, a surge of unease flooding through him. He immediately demanded, clarify yourself. What does Li Jun intend to do to the little sister? Daxiong, you seem to have forgotten certain things, including the nature of Li Jun. Let me enlighten you. Li Jun is notorious within the sect for his lecherous ways, particularly his fondness for corrupting young girls. The moment he entered, his gaze never left the little sister. Telling us to leave was merely a pretext for his vile intentions. Bang. Chen Xiong, consumed by rage, struck Yang Yun across the face. Why didn't you speak up sooner? You knew Li Jun would tarnish the little sister, yet you still casually helped him close the door. Without another word, Chen Xiong turned and sprinted back toward the earthen house. Images of the little girl's innocent smile flooded his mind. Brother, you're awake? Grandfather says the hotter the porridge, the better it tastes. I'm grandfather's granddaughter. My name is. Little sister. Brother, are you leaving? When I grow up, I can see the world that father and mother spoke of. They told me it is vast and beautiful. Scenes flashed through Chen Xiong's mind. The thought of the little girl being defiled by Li Jun ignited a furious flame within him. Chen Xiong acted on his heart's desire, unburdened by guilt. He could not bear to shut the door as Yang Yun did, knowing the fate that awaited the little sister. Minutes later, Chen Xiong finally returned to the earthen house, kicking the door open. As he beheld the scene inside, his eyes widened, and a wave of anger surged within him. Chapter 3. Fury. The room lay in disarray, clutter strewn across the floor as if it had just endured a fierce struggle. In one corner, Yi Bo lay in a pool of blood, his body marred by gruesome stains. His head appeared to have been brutally smashed. Brain matter and blood mingling and splattering in every direction. At this moment, Yi Bo had drawn his last breath, his eyes wide open, fixed with a malevolent glare in one direction, refusing to close even in death. In that very direction stood a small girl, her tattered garments barely concealing her form. Her delicate skin marred by horrific scratches, blood trickling down from her wounds. Her large, expressive eyes brimmed with tears, cascading uncontrollably as she gazed in terror at the man pressing down upon her, Li Jun. She cried out in desperation, please, don't. I don't want to cultivate anymore. I just want my grandfather. Please, it hurts. Don't. The girl's voice, laced with boundless despair and fear, echoed in the dimly lit earthen dwelling. Li Jun, looming over her, wore a repulsive grimace of desire, his hands greedily tearing at her clothing, intent on committing unspeakable acts. With a lewd laugh, he taunted, little sister, today I shall teach you the ways of dual cultivation. Haha, you must cooperate with me to enjoy this pleasure. Please, don't tear my clothes. I don't want to cultivate anymore. I just want my grandfather. Please, little sister, you promised you would be obedient. If you don't comply, Li Jun's voice turned menacing, I will kill your grandfather. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately pleaded, I'll do whatever you say. Please don't kill my grandfather. Li Jun's expression twisted into a cruel smile. Now that's a good little sister. Come, take off your clothes yourself. Meanwhile, Chen Xiong's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot fury. Grabbing a nearby iron shovel, he charged at Li Jun's head with the ferocity of a wild beast. Bang! The sound resonated as the shovel struck Li Jun's head, akin to hitting an unyielding slab of iron. Slowly, Li Jun turned his head, his gaze icy and piercing. A flicker of murderous intent flashing within. Chen Daxiong, do you think you can escape after being told to leave? Chen Xiong had no desire to engage in idle conversation. He swung the shovel once more, aiming fiercely at Li Jun's head. Li Jun snorted coldly, his body emanating a faint glow, shifting like rippling water, evading the incoming blow with a swift motion. He then retaliated with a powerful kick aimed squarely at Chen Xiong's abdomen. Caught off guard, Chen Xiong was struck with immense force, his body hurtling backward like a severed kite. With a thunderous crash, he smashed through the decrepit wooden door, splintering it into countless shards. Yet he continued to tumble several meters before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Foolish waste. You overestimate yourself. Li Jun's piercing ridicule echoed within the room. Please, it hurts. I beg you soon after. The room was once again filled with the heart-wrenching cries of the young girl, each anguished wail piercing Chen Xiong's heart, an instant surge of rage flooding his being. A furious roar erupted from Chen Xiong as a flush of crimson gradually appeared on his skin. A surge of power coursed through him, propelling him to his feet like a wild beast. Upon entering the house, he seized Li Jun by the arm, bellowing as he lifted him effortlessly into the air, casting him ruthlessly outside. Li Jun soared through the air, crashing through the roof and landing heavily on the muddy ground below. What kind of strength is this? Chen Xiong mused, glancing at his reddened hands, astonished by his own actions. Hurling an adult with bare hands was an extraordinary feat outside. Li Jun rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He growled, Chen Daxiong, you aspire to be a hero, do you? Very well, I shall first cripple you, forcing you to kneel before me and watch as I take this little chick. With that, Li Jun's body shimmered with radiant light as he charged at Chen Xiong. Unfazed, Chen Xiong met him head-on. The two collided instantly, exchanging brutal blows. One glimmered with ethereal light, while the other glowed crimson. Li Jun's body radiated a pearly glow akin to a sturdy armor, absorbing much of Chen Xiong's strikes, while his own punches, enhanced by the luminous energy, carried greater force. Chen Xiong pondered, could this ethereal glow be the spiritual energy of a cultivator? Li Jun, astonished, realized that despite having entered the first level of the Qi gathering stage and possessing the ability of spiritual empowerment, he was unable to defeat a mere registered disciple who had yet to condense their Qi. The sight of Chen Xiong's flushed skin sparked a suspicion within him. Could this be the power of blood and Qi? Chen Daxiong, I know not why you possess this blood Qi, but it changes nothing. Even if you withstand me today, I will still claim this little chick tomorrow, or the day after, if need be. You cannot stop me. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong's fury surged anew, his head tilted back in a primal roar. An invisible force erupting from within, sending ripples of unseen energy radiating outward. Li Jun was struck as if by lightning, momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiong delivered a punch to his forehead, sending him crashing to the ground. The image of Uncle Yi lying in a pool of blood and the helpless gaze of the little girl reignited Chen Xiong's rage. He raised his fists high, raining down blow after blow upon Li Jun's forehead until his body lay still. Daxiong, calm down. Yang Yun rushed in, stunned to witness Chen Xiong's relentless assault. Gradually, Chen Xiong regained his composure. The flush on his skin receded as thoughts of the little girl inside surged to the forefront of his mind. He turned swiftly and hastened back into the house. Inside, the little girl cowered in a corner, her face pale with terror as she saw Chen Xiong approach. Please, don't come closer. Don't kill Grandpa. I'll listen to you. I promise, just don't kill him, she pleaded repeatedly. Chen Xiong's heart ached profoundly as he glanced at Uncle Yi, still unaware that the little girl had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Little one, fear not. I shall not harm you, Chen Xiong said gently as he approached, removing his long robe and draping it over the young girl to shield her fragile form. Sensing the kindness emanating from him, the girl leaped into his embrace, her body trembling as she cried out, Brother, I am so scared. I want Grandpa. I want Grandpa. Chen Xiong cast a glance at Yi Bo, lying lifeless in a pool of blood, and slowly turned his back to the little girl, shielding her gaze from the grim sight. With a tender motion, he closed Yi Bo's staring eyes. Just then, Yang Yun rushed into the room, her voice filled with urgency. Daxiong, Li Jun's brother's men have arrived. Upon seeing Li Jun dead, they will surely seek to kill you. We must leave at once. Sighing inwardly, Chen Xiong realized that in this unfamiliar realm of cultivation, he had no allies and could only place his trust in Yang Yun. He lowered his head slightly and asked the girl in his arms, Do you have any relatives left? Yes, I have an aunt, she replied. Good. Seek her out and do not return here. Forget this place entirely. The little girl clung tightly to Chen Xiong's garment, a reluctant expression on her face, perhaps unable to easily trust anyone again. With another sigh, Chen Xiong lifted the girl and resolved to leave. Before departing, he confirmed one thing by hastening to the earthen stove and lifting the pot's lid. Just as he suspected, it was empty except for boiling water. Perhaps the bowl of meat porridge he had consumed was their only remaining sustenance. Yang Yun urged him from the doorway. Daxiong, what are you doing? Hurry. If we delay, it will be too late. Stepping outside, Chen Xiong's brow furrowed in confusion as he noticed Li Jun's absence. Yang Yun, where is Li Jun? Dead. I disposed of him in the forest, Yang Yun replied calmly. This will buy us some time to escape. We must move quickly. Where to now? Chen Xiong inquired. To Wu Yu, back to the Yunling sect. Yang Yun paused before adding, Daxiong, remember, we were never here, and nothing has happened. Chen Xiong offered no response, simply holding the little girl as he followed Yang Yun. After they had walked a while, the girl suddenly pointed to an area below the mountain. Brother, over there is Stone Village. Chen Xiong halted, his gaze drawn to the distant village where a few lights flickered softly. After a moment's contemplation, he set the girl down and gently ruffled her hair, advising, Little one, go find your aunt. Brother, where has Grandpa gone? Chen Xiong's eyes flickered, uncertain how to answer. He contemplated fabricating a gentle lie but feared that even the slightest glimmer of hope might lead to despair when the girl realized the truth. I know, brother, she murmured, lowering her head and biting her lip, her small frame trembling slightly. Grandpa must have gone to a faraway place. Silently, Chen Xiong rose, following Yang Yun as they turned to leave. Brother, the little girl's voice called from behind, causing Chen Xiong to pause momentarily. Can you help the little girl choose a name? Daxiong urged. Forget it, quickly follow me. Yang Yun, standing nearby, pressed on. If we do not leave soon, it will be too late. Chen Xiong turned around and noticed the dark road, leaving the little girl standing all alone. After a moment's contemplation, he called out loudly, Wu Yu, Wu Yu. The young girl stood at the crossroads, softly murmuring the name twice. When she looked up again, the figures of her two brothers had vanished from sight. In the humble abode at the foot of the mountain, mere minutes later, four elegantly dressed young men entered the house. Upon encountering Yi Bo lying in a pool of blood, they merely cast a cursory glance before stepping outside to investigate. 3 minutes later, they discovered the lifeless body of Li Jun in the forest. Li Lin crouched down to examine him, placing his right hand near Li Jun's nose to confirm the absence of breath, exclaiming, Li Jun is dead. Who has killed him? Li Lei was the first to spot Li Jun's corpse, stating, it remains unclear. Judging by the wound on his neck, Li Jun must have had his throat slit by some sharp instrument, leading to his demise. Hearing this, Li Lin scrutinized the deep gash on Li Jun's neck, where the flesh was turned outward, with blood still trickling and emanating faint warmth. The assailant had struck with force and swiftness, showing no hesitation in delivering the fatal blow. Li Lin's expression reflected surprise as he reached this conclusion. Li Lei inhaled deeply and remarked, Li Jun died here. We are in trouble. His elder brother is not one to be trifled with and may seek retribution against us. Brother Li Lin, I noticed 2 named disciples departing from this direction. Could it be connected to them? Zhang Shun interjected, pointing in a certain direction. Named disciples? They likely lack the capability to kill Li Jun, Li Lin replied, raising his gaze towards the direction Zhang Shun indicated. However, since they left from here, they might possess some knowledge. Let us apprehend them first. What do you intend to do, Brother Li Lei? Li Lei inquired. Li Lin's eyes glimmered with cold determination. Once we catch them, we must ascertain the cause of Li Jun's death. If his demise is unrelated to them, we will execute them and hand the bodies over to Li Ying. If they are involved, we will spare their lives and leave it to Li Ying to deal with them. Li Lei chuckled darkly. If they have no connection, you would simply seek 2 scapegoats to present to Li Ying. Humph, I do not wish to waste time. It is merely their misfortune. Li Lin's demeanor remained icy. They should not have gone far. Let us proceed. With that, the 4 swiftly took flight, transforming into shadows as they pursued the direction of Chen Xiong and Yang Yun. In the desolate mountains of Yunling sect, under the cloak of night, Chen Xiong and Yang Yun ran swiftly. Daxiong, upon returning to the sect's chores area, you must bathe immediately. The stench of blood clings to you too heavily. Furthermore, we must act as though nothing has transpired today. If anyone inquires, insist that you have not seen Li Jun tonight, Yang Yun reiterated. Chen Xiong caught a whiff and sensed that the scent of blood emanating from Yang Yun seemed even stronger. Just as they neared the chores area, 4 figures descended around them, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Clad in elegant garments, their expressions were cold and unyielding. After a brief moment of distraction, Yang Yun quickly replaced it with a smile. For senior brothers, so late at night, where are you headed? Li Lin scanned the 2 coldly and inquired. Have you 2 seen Li Jun? Chen Xiong remained silent. Yang Yun feigned surprise. Li Jun? We haven't seen him, haha. I believe he went down the mountain for some fun. Why are you looking for him so late? Li Lei sneered. Oh, so you haven't seen him? Yang Yun nodded with determination. We haven't seen senior brother Li Jun, ha. What are you doing out here at this hour? Taking a stroll? Li Lei continued to sneer. Indeed, I enjoy running at midnight. Haha, night runs are good for health, and one can admire the moonlight. The evening breeze is quite refreshing. You can be quiet now, Li Lin said with a mocking expression, his gaze landing on the still silent Chen Xiong. You speak. Have you seen Li Jun tonight? For senior brothers, he was out walking with me. We truly haven't seen senior brother Li Jun. Yang Yun raised his voice, subtly tugging at Chen Xiong's clothing, signaling him to remain silent. If you keep babbling, I will ensure you can never speak again. Li Lin frowned and stated coldly, then turned his gaze back to Chen Xiong. Think carefully about how you will respond to my question. Chen Xiong surveyed the four individuals. Their expressions were cold and mocking, and he comprehended that no matter how Yang Yun explained or defended, they would not be spared. Daxiong, do not be afraid. Just clarify with the four senior brothers. We are merely out for our nightly run, haha. We have always had this habit, right? Yang Yun whispered beside him, maintaining a smile. Li Lei, appearing somewhat impatient, asked, have you thought it through? Chen Xiong calmly replied, I have seen him. With those two brief words, Yang Yun's smile faltered, panic flashing in his eyes. He immediately exclaimed, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? We have never seen senior brother Li Jun. For senior brothers, do not listen to his ramblings. He must be confused and talking nonsense. Yang Yun, do not deceive yourself. Regardless of my answer, they will not spare us. Chen Xiong slowly scanned the four. For senior brothers, am I right? Li Lin chuckled softly. One is very composed, the other quite clever. Their temperament far exceeds that of ordinary registered disciples. You are correct. No matter your answer, they will indeed not let you go. Li Jun's demise requires a scapegoat. Tonight, another must die. At these words, Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes. Yang Yun slightly lowered his head, obscuring his expression. I will give you an opportunity. Answer my next question. Answer correctly, and you live. Answer incorrectly, and you die. Li Lin paused, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Which of you two will answer first? You ask first, Chen Xiong stated directly. Very well, Li Lin replied. A sinister smile creeping onto his face. Did you kill Li Jun? At this question, both Chen Xiong and Yang Yun fell into a brief silence. Li Lin's expression was one of mockery as he pointed at Yang Yun. Stop with the nonsense, junior brother. Answer me. Yes or no? Yang Yun chuckled lightly. We have never met Li Jun. At that moment, Chen Xiong boldly declared, I was the one who killed him. What a brave lad. A glimmer of admiration appeared in Li Lin's eyes. To act with such audacity, you are indeed a man of substance. I require a scapegoat for Li Jun's death. And tonight, another must perish to provide a satisfactory explanation. It seems I must impose upon you, junior brother. With that, Li Lin waved his right hand, signaling the three onlookers to take action. Li Lei and the others wore sinister smiles as they slowly approached Yang Yun from three directions. Yang Yun gritted his teeth in silence, a dagger subtly revealing itself from his sleeve. His voice grew hoarse. Brother, if another dies tonight, we can settle matters, right? Li Lin remained unresponsive, his expression cold. To him, Yang Yun was already as good as dead. Yang Yun's face darkened as he stepped towards Chen Xiong. Unperturbed, Chen Xiong moved forward, blocking Yang Yun's path, whispering, wait to act. You escape first. Yang Yun was taken aback, lowering his head slightly, his expression obscured. Noticing Chen Xiong's obstruction, Li Lin's gaze turned icy. Move aside, or you shall perish alongside him. Yang Yun stepped forward, standing beside Chen Xiong, clenching his teeth and bellowing. Daxiong, do not concern yourself with me. Even if I, Yang Yun, must face death, I will drag one or two down with me. Daxiong? Li Lin momentarily faltered, seemingly recalling something, and his gaze shifted slowly to Chen Xiong. What is your surname, boy? Chen, came the reply. Chen Daxiong. Li Lin murmured to himself, a flicker of barely perceptible panic surfacing in his eyes, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. Could it be that the recent rumors within the sect pertained to him? The peculiar change in Li Lin's demeanor puzzled Chen Xiong. What was the significance of the name Chen Daxiong? Moments later, a ruthless glint appeared in Li Lin's eyes. Kill them. Eliminate them all. Li Lei, Zhang Shan, Qian Zhong, both must die, not a single one spared. Upon hearing this, Li Lei and the others wasted no time. Their bodies glimmered with ethereal light as they charged towards the two. One aimed at Chen Xiong, while another targeted Yang Yun. Chen Xiong faced his adversaries as if confronting a formidable foe, fighting valiantly. However, the surge of blood energy did not return. In a brief exchange, he was struck by two heavy punches, sent sprawling to the ground. Yang Yun revealed a fierce countenance, swiftly maneuvering the dagger in his hand. With a few precise and rapid strikes, he nearly turned the tables on the overconfident Li Lei, leaving a bloody mark on his right cheek. Damn it! This kid is cunning. Li Lei touched the wound on his face, now regarding Yang Yun with newfound caution. He approached cautiously, launching a series of heavy blows. In mere moments, Yang Yun was sent flying by a kick, tumbling through the air before crashing against a tree trunk and sliding down slowly. That was a close call. Brotherly, Li Jun must have been killed by this treacherous fellow. Li Lei could not suppress his expletives, having underestimated Yang Yun initially. He now felt the surge of murderous intent welling within him. He closed in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Yang Yun. Yang Yun, unable to resist, curled up and did not utter a sound. It seemed that Li Lei had grown weary from his exertions and finally ceased his assault. At this moment, Yang Yun lay on the ground, bruised and half-conscious. You scoundrel, I shall send you on your way now, Li Lei proclaimed as he approached Yang Yun, bringing his foot down forcefully upon his right cheek, embedding it into the muddy earth. With his right hand, he slowly drew a knife, raising it high, prepared to strike at Yang Yun's neck. Stop! Chen Xiong's furious shout echoed through the air. The surge of intense emotion caused a splitting headache to return, and an imperceptible ripple of energy spread rapidly outward. Li Lei bore the brunt of it, letting out a muffled groan as he was propelled backward several steps. His complexion ashen, a mouthful of blood escaping him. Psychic energy. Li Lin's expression turned to one of shock as he gazed at Chen Xiong, as if he had seen a ghost. How could a mere named disciple possess psychic energy? It's impossible. Brother Li Lin, what should we do? Should we still kill them? Zhang Shun and Qian Zheng simultaneously turned their eyes toward Li Lin, seeking his counsel. Li Lei spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and coldly declared, I don't care. This scoundrel must die today. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lin made up his mind and instructed Zhang Shun and Qian Zheng. He must have unconsciously unleashed his psychic energy. We must not provoke his emotions. Strike him down in an instant. Remember, a single lethal blow. Show no mercy. Understood, brother, Zhang Shun and Qian Zheng acknowledged, slowly advancing toward Chen Xiong once more. Chapter 6. Lin Qian Pain. My head feels as though it will split open. Chen Xiong clasped his hands around his head. The two involuntary uses of psychic energy causing his mind to feel as if it would explode, leaving him in agony, his consciousness beginning to blur. He glanced up slightly to see Zhang Shun and Qian Zheng each raising their blades, advancing towards him. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xiong suppressed the pain, attempting to rise, but stumbled and fell back to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. Am I to die? A bitter smile crept across his lips as he murmured to himself. Just as I have traversed into the realm of cultivation, without understanding anything, I am to perish here. Perhaps I shall break the record for the greatest fear of death among travelers. How utterly ridiculous. Zhang Shun and Qian Zheng had reached either side of Chen Xiong. Their gazes fierce as they simultaneously launched their assault, raising their weapons to cleave towards his head. Brother, in the moment of life and death, a melodious voice rang out from the distance. A yellow butterfly appeared unexpectedly in the dark forest, dancing gracefully. Simultaneously, an eerie chill swept through the previously calm night, the air turning frigid. In an instant, the moisture in the atmosphere crystallized into ice, and strange ice crystals began to appear all around. A gust of cold wind rushed through the forest, causing the trees to sway slightly. In the next moment, Zhang Shun and Qian Zheng widened their eyes, helplessly witnessing their bodies being enveloped by a wave of cold, transforming them into two ice sculptures in an instant. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Lin and Li Lei were overtaken by a sense of dread, realizing the gravity of the situation. Their bodies shimmered with intense light as they turned to flee, desperately seeking an escape. However, the biting cold was too swift. In an instant, they were engulfed by a chilling aura, transforming them into two lifeless ice sculptures. Frozen in place. Who was it? Chen Xiong, clinging to a thread of will, lifted his gaze to see a blue figure descending from the heavens, a yellow butterfly gently landing upon her shoulder. She stood with her back to him, her tall and slender silhouette accentuated by an elegant light blue gown. Her long black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, swaying softly in the breeze. Sister Lin Qian. Yang Yun's face registered surprise upon seeing the lady. His eyes shifting back to Chen Xiong, his mind racing with thoughts. Could the outrageous rumors from the sect truly be accurate? Lin Qian swiftly approached Chen Xiong, kneeling down gracefully, her clear eyes blinking with delight. Brother Daxiong, it really is you. You have returned. With a swift motion of her right hand, she produced a small red vial, pouring forth a pill and personally administering it to Chen Xiong. As the pill slid down his throat, a warm sensation unfurled within his stomach, alleviating the acute pain in his head significantly. Chen Xiong exhaled deeply, once again scrutinizing the woman before him. Her skin was as pristine as snow, smooth and delicate, her facial features exquisitely defined with soft lines. Most captivating were her gentle eyes, bright and clear, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. A delicate red sword adorned her snowy neck, and as Chen Xiong's gaze involuntarily drifted downward, he squinted slightly, pondering. Though it is not large, it is not insignificant either. Lin Qian lifted her gaze slightly, catching the intensity of Chen Xiong's stare. A faint blush gracing her cheeks. Brother, where are you looking? Chen Xiong, feeling a surge of embarrassment, quickly diverted his gaze, his expression tinged with awkwardness. After a brief moment, he pretended to cough. Ahem, do we know each other? Brother Daxiong, you do not remember me? It is Xiao Qian, Lin Qian replied, her brows knitting together in mild reproach, her eyes reflecting a hint of complaint. After 10 years, have you forgotten Xiao Qian? Am I truly so unimportant? Chen Xiong found himself momentarily speechless. In the next instant, the familiar pain surged back, fatigue washing over him, and he could no longer maintain consciousness as his body gradually succumbed to the ground. Lin Qian, witnessing this, swiftly supported him. Young man, how are you feeling? In his dazed state, Chen Xiong seemed to hear the voice of the scheming old man. Old man, who are you? Have I truly traversed into the realm of immortality? What is the significance of the egg I possess? I chose to become a Super Saiyan. How can a Saiyan emerge from an egg? Could you be a bit more reliable? Moreover, why have you brought me to the immortal realm? What is it that you require of me? And is my current identity? Chen Daxiong, truly you? Young man, my time is limited, so I shall impart 3 pieces of wisdom. Listen closely. First, do not fall in love with the woman you deem the most beautiful. Second, seek the fallen star, for within it lies your path home. Third, above all, do not perish. The most beautiful woman? The fallen star? Old man, your words are a jumble of nonsense. Spare me the riddles and speak plainly. Young man, it appears you are just like me, with the same tone. I must take my leave now. Alas, I wonder if you will emerge victorious. If you do, perhaps we shall meet again. The frail voice gradually faded into silence. Hey, old man, scamming elder, you still Haven T told me how the Scion will emerge. Must it truly break free from an egg? Hello, scamming elder, are you still there? Are you still there? Chapter 7. The heavenly continent, a faint aroma of medicine wafted through the air. Chen Xiong sniffed the air and slowly opened his eyes. The ceiling was constructed of hay and bamboo, with sunlight filtering through the gaps, illuminating the room. Chen Xiong propped himself up with his right hand, half sitting, and shook his head, feeling a lingering pain. After a moment, he gradually raised his head and began to survey his surroundings. This was a stone dwelling. The walls were assembled from weathered stones, and in the left corner stood a solitary table, littered with wood shavings. In the right corner, a rustic clay stove emitted steam from a large pot, which appeared to hold something simmering within. You're awake? Yang Yin said, picking up a pot of herbal medicine nearby and pouring a bowl of concoction. I brewed some herbs. They will aid your recovery. You know about medicine? Chen Xiong inquired. Just a bit. My sister was frail from a young age, so I self-studied pharmacology and often foraged for herbs on the mountain. Over time, I became acquainted with most of them. Yang Yun approached Chen Xiong's bedside and offered him the bowl of medicine. Hurry, drink it while it's warm. Chen Xiong accepted the bowl and downed the contents in one gulp. The liquid slid down his throat, and a warm sensation gradually spread from his stomach throughout his body, alleviating much of his fatigue and dulling his headache. We survived, but what of the 4 others? Chen Xiong asked. They perished, Yang Yun replied calmly. Sister Lin Qian froze them into 4 popsicles, shattering them into countless ice shards. None survived. Ah, it's fortunate they are gone. Chen Xiong fell silent, astonished. The 4 individuals were no weaklings in their cultivation, yet they met such an end. The image of the blue figure descending from the heavens flickered in his mind as he murmured, Sister Lin Qian? Indeed, it was Sister Lin Qian who saved us. Yang Yun observed Chen Xiong's expression intently. Noticing his confusion, Yang Yun's countenance dimmed slightly. Daxiong, do you not know Sister Lin Qian? Have you forgotten? I have lost my memories. Everything from before is a blank. Yang Yun's expression reflected disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong said, Yang Yun, tell me about the Yunling sect. With my memory lost, everything feels foreign. Yang Yun glanced at Chen Xiong and nodded slightly. Today, since there is nothing pressing, I shall share some information regarding our sect. The land we inhabit is known as the Tiangang continent, divided into 4 regions: East Sea, South Mountain, Western Region, and Northern Plain. In ancient times, celestial meteors fell from the sky, and both of us are registered disciples of the Yunling sect. Having joined the sect 3 years ago, with clarity of thought, Yang Yun spoke comprehensively. From the vast realm of cultivation he was aware of, to the mundane habits of the 2, he recounted everything in meticulous detail. Chen Xiong remained silent, listening intently. After an hour, his thoughts began to crystallize, and he felt assured that he had traversed into another world. This was indeed a cultivation realm named the Tiangang continent, divided into the East Sea, South Mountain, Western Region, and Northern Plain. Cultivation practices flourished across the continent, with numerous sects, the most powerful being the beast-taming sect, sword sect, and artifact sect, collectively known as the 3 great cultivation sects. The art of cultivation is profound and intricate, encompassing various systems of practice. The most prevalent among them are the spiritual energy cultivators, categorized into 6 major realms: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit severing, and tribulation passing. The Qi condensation realm is unique, comprising 9 minor stages, from the 1st to the 9th transformation. Upon entering the foundation establishment realm, each major realm is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. The sect to which both of them belong is the Yunling sect of the South Mountain region, which boasts 7 spiritual peaks: Beast Spirit Peak, Artifact Spirit Peak, Great Bamboo Peak, Pill Spirit Peak, Sword Spirit Peak, 5 Spirit Peak, and Thought Spirit Peak. As mere registered disciples at the foot of the mountain, they do not belong to any specific spiritual peak. Only upon condensing a thread of spiritual rotation in their dantians and entering the Qi condensation realm can they obtain a disciple identity token, thereby becoming official disciples of the Yunling sect. Ding ding. At that moment, the distant mountain echoed with the sound of 2 chimes. Chen Xiong raised his head and gazed outside. It was the bell from Thought Spirit Peak. Most disciples of the sect were in seclusion for cultivation, often losing track of time. The bell serves as a reminder, ringing once at dawn and twice at noon. This practice has been in place since 3 years ago, as Yang Yin explained. Unable to contain himself, Chen Xiong interjected, "Is there not a clock?" Yang Yin looked puzzled. "A clock? What is that?" "It is a tool for telling time," Chen Xiong replied, pausing momentarily before asking, "How do we ascertain the exact time, such as the current hour and minute?" "The current hour and minute?" Yang Yin hesitated, uncertain, and asked, "Are you referring to the time of day?" "Yes, something along those lines," Chen Xiong affirmed. Yang Yin pointed outside, indicating a tall stone standing outside the door. As sunlight illuminated it, the stone cast a long shadow pointing eastward. "This is a shadow stone for timekeeping. I rely on the shadow cast by the sunlight to determine the time. When the sun rises, the shadow is long and points west, indicating the hour of the rabbit. At noon, the shadow is shortest, marking the hour of the horse. In the afternoon, the shadow gradually lengthens and shifts eastward, and at sunset, the shadow is longest, pointing east, indicating the hour of the rooster. And on rainy days, what shall we do?" Yang Yin pointed to the hourglass beside him. "On rainy days, we can only rely on the hourglass to keep track of time. The markings on it indicate the passage of time, and the level of sand signifies the hour. However, the hourglass may occasionally yield discrepancies, necessitating manual adjustments on clear days." Chen Xiong silently marveled at this ancient method of timekeeping, reminiscent of those he had only encountered in history books. After hearing Yang Yin's explanation, Chen Xiong fell into a contemplative silence, realizing he had indeed entered a realm of cultivation where such practices were commonplace, yet technology remained primitive. As a mere apprentice of a sect, he possessed no status, no system, no golden finger. Golden finger? A sudden realization struck Chen Xiong as he slapped his forehead. "My egg." He rose hurriedly, searching his person meticulously, yet found no trace of it. Where could it have gone? He distinctly remembered placing it near his chest. And panic began to well within him as he scoured the room. Observing Chen Xiong's frantic search, Yang Yin inquired, "Are you hungry?" "The servants' quarters have little to offer. Merely some dry rations. Given your injuries, you require nourishment, so I have boiled an egg for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong glanced towards the steaming stove, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Chapter 8. The method of hatching the egg. Where did the egg come from? "The one on your person? I reckon it has been boiling for a few hours by now. It should be nearly ready." Chen Xiong's mouth fell slightly agape as he hurried to the stove and swiftly lifted the pot's lid. Instantly, a wave of scalding steam enveloped him, revealing a red egg nestled amidst the violently boiling water. Is a scion being boiled? Chen Xiong instinctively reached in, only to retract his hand in pain from the scalding water. Ignoring the throbbing ache, he swiftly wrapped his hand in his sleeve and reached back into the pot, forcefully retrieving the red egg and blowing on it to cool it down. Spotting a nearby tub of cold water, he promptly placed the egg in it. Yang Yin looked on in confusion. "Why are you so agitated over a single egg? This is no ordinary egg. It is a Super Saiyan," Chen Xiong growled, feeling a profound frustration. If this red egg were to hatch, it should yield the animated character, Super Saiyan Goku. But now that it was cooked, could it still be hatched? After 3 minutes of cooling, Chen Xiong retrieved the red egg from the cold water and cradled it in his palms, examining it closely. Yang Yin approached him. "Daxiong, could this possibly be a spirit beast egg?" Chen Xiong remained silent. Yang Yin continued. "The shell of a spirit beast egg possesses protective properties, rendering it impervious to boiling water. What exactly is this egg? Just consider it a spirit beast egg." Chen Xiong replied. "Is it truly a spirit beast egg?" Yang Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "Daxiong, to hatch a spirit beast egg, you must immerse it in spiritual liquid for at least 7 days to nurture a young spirit beast." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong fell into a deep reverie. The elderly man, shrouded in mystery, failed to elucidate how to incubate the egg. "Perhaps I could experiment with spiritual liquid." "Yang Yin, do you possess any spiritual liquid?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong inquired. Yang Yin scrutinized the crimson egg and retorted, "Do you have any notion of the quantity of spiritual liquid required to hatch a spirit beast?" Chen Xiong shook his head slightly. "As far as I am aware, even the most elementary spirit beast egg necessitates 100 bottles of spiritual liquid for incubation. Indeed, that amounts to 100 bottles. Is 100 bottles of spiritual liquid a considerable sum?" Chen Xiong asked. Yang Yin sighed. "Quite so. A formal disciple of the Yunling sect receives merely 1 bottle of spiritual liquid each month. If we require 100 bottles, do the math, it will take quite some time. Moreover, as mere registered disciples, we lack even the eligibility to obtain a single bottle. Chen Xiong felt a wave of frustration. Even if he were to become a formal disciple of the Yunling sect, he would only be entitled to 1 bottle per month, translating to over 8 years. Thus, he asked, is there any way to swiftly acquire 100 bottles of spiritual liquid? Yang Yun shook his head slightly, a hint of bitterness gracing his lips. Not only 100 bottles, but even a single bottle is beyond our reach. Is there truly no solution? Suddenly, Yang Yun had a thought. I might have an idea, but it may require you to make a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Chen Xiong raised his head. What kind of sacrifice? Yang Yun's expression danced between amusement and seriousness. You would need to sacrifice your good looks and resort to living off someone else's means. Chen Xiong was taken aback. Living off whom? Ah, of course, you would be living off senior sister Lin Qian. He chuckled. Recently, rumors have circulated in the sect that senior sister Lin Qian is your concubine. It is essential to note that she is a prodigy of the sect, having already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. If you were to sacrifice a bit of your charm, you might just procure 100 bottles of spiritual liquid from her. Yang Yun paused momentarily and continued. Daxiong, a man ought to be adaptable. Living off another is not disgraceful. You have an opportunity, unlike me, who lacks even such a chance. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, followed by a melodious voice. Brother Daxiong, are you awake? Yang Yun immediately turned to Chen Xiong and whispered, it is senior sister Lin Qian. After saying this, Yang Yun opened the door with a bow. Senior sister, you have come to seek Daxiong, haven't you? Chen Xiong turned his gaze toward the door. Lin Qian appeared in a delicate lavender flowing dress, a fine white ribbon cinched at her waist, her long hair cascading like a dark waterfall over her shoulders. As enchanting as ever. Daxiong is inside. Please, senior sister, come in. Yang Yun bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful, inviting Lin Qian into the room. Lin Qian hesitated, her gaze flickering toward the interior, and upon meeting Chen Xiong's eyes, a flush crept across her cheeks. She immediately lowered her gaze. Their eyes locked, and Chen Xiong couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this girl truly harbors feelings for me? Why would that be? Lin Qian, merely a registered disciple of the sect, possessed not only a peak cultivation level in the foundation establishment stage, but also extraordinary beauty, rendering her the object of many admirers' dreams. The two seemed ill-matched. Lin Qian hesitated, refraining from entering the room. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong inquired, Senior sister, will you not come in for a while? I have matters to attend to and must return promptly. Lin Qian replied, her demeanor betraying unease as she fumbled for an excuse, her hands clasped before her, fingers rubbing nervously against one another. Observing her discomfort, Chen Xiong pondered briefly before suggesting, Senior sister Lin Qian, may I accompany you? Lin Qian lowered her gaze, fiddling with the hem of her garment, her voice barely audible as she replied, all right, let us go. With that, the pair departed from the stone hut. Standing at the doorway, Yang Yun watched them leave for an extended moment. On an autumn afternoon, the sky was as blue as a sapphire, unblemished and pure, while fluffy white clouds drifted like cotton candy. Gentle rays of warm sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the earth. Chen Xiong and Lin Qian strolled leisurely along the lakeside, a beautiful yellow butterfly flitting gracefully around them before finally alighting upon Lin Qian's shoulder. Lin Qian remained silent, prompting Chen Xiong to break the stillness. Senior sister Lin Qian, do you harbor feelings for me? Startled, Lin Qian's cheeks flushed slightly. Brother, why are you so direct in questioning a girl? Chen Xiong scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile, realizing his approach had indeed been rather abrupt. Although an adult, he had secluded himself since his parents' passing and seldom interacted with girls, making his inquiry feel somewhat intrusive. A brief silence ensued before Chen Xiong, unable to contain his curiosity, asked again, Senior sister, I truly wonder, what is our relationship? Lin Qian leaned closer, gently brushing her fingers across Chen Xiong's forehead. Daxiong, did you forget intentionally, or have you genuinely lost your memory? They stood nearly touching, causing Chen Xiong's heart to race, his palms slick with sweat, as it was the first time he was this close to a girl. Brother, are you all right? You seem a bit stiff, Lin Qian noted, her brow furrowing. Chen Xiong discreetly glanced between his legs, feeling an unusual warmth, which made him somewhat self-conscious. Senior sister, I assure you, I am fine. I just need a moment to gather myself. Lin Qian pouted slightly. Brother, you used to call me Xiao Qian. Now you refer to me as senior sister, which feels rather distant. Could you not call me Xiao Qian like you did 10 years ago? All right, Xiao Qian. I sincerely apologize. I seem to have lost my memory. Could you enlighten me on our relationship? Why do you call me brother? Pausing, Chen Xiong recalled Yang Yun's words and continued. I've also heard some outrageous rumors circulating within the sect, claiming that you are my concubine, which is utterly ridiculous. Lin Qian, confused, asked, what does outrageous mean? It means something is preposterous to the highest degree, he replied. Preposterous to the highest degree. Is this rumor truly that absurd? After Lin Qian's retort, She leaned closer to Chen Xiong, her expression earnest as she said, "But this is the truth. Xiao Qian is merely my brother's concubine." Chen Xiong murmured softly, "Is this true?" "Indeed, it is," Lin Qian replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. The rumors circulating within the sect were actually spread by Xiao Qian herself. Why did you do that? Chapter 9, Events from a Decade Ago. Because Xiao Qian wished to find her brother swiftly. Lin Qian beamed with pride, recounting, 10 years ago. My brother suddenly vanished, leaving me terrified and helpless. Later, I stumbled upon a note he had penned. When the bell tolls, everything begins anew. I shall return to Yunling's sect. Thus, I joined the sect in anticipation of his return. Yet, for 5 long years, I could not locate him. So I deliberately spread these rumors to prompt others to search for him. Clever, isn't it? I even enlisted Brother Wu Yang to disseminate the information quickly within the sect. 10 years ago, I vanished, and we knew each other then? Chen Xiong pondered for a moment before asking, Xiao Qian, could you share our past? Of course. Allow me to tell you a story, she replied. Lin Qian settled on a large stone by the lake, brushing off the dust with her sleeve, and beckoned Chen Xiong to join her. He took no hesitation in seating himself beside her. A hint of nostalgia flickered across Lin Qian's face as she began. In the western regions of the continent, there lies a small town named Bus City, home to a sect known as Wanyue Sect, situated by Crescent Moon Lake. Her tone oscillated between wistfulness and sorrow as she narrated the tale. Chen Xiong nodded several times, occasionally frowning. According to Lin Qian, she hailed from the western regions. Having grown up in Bus City within Wanyue Sect, her father, Lin Yue, was the sect leader, having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Merely a step away from the nascent soul realm. Lin Qian's life was once carefree and joyous, until an unforeseen calamity struck one fateful night. On a moonless night, a force of confinement descended from the heavens, instantaneously sealing off Bus City, trapping its inhabitants like fish in a barrel, rendering all attempts to escape futile. Soon after, a group clad in red stormed in, unleashing an indiscriminate massacre throughout the city. That night, rivers of blood flowed, and countless bodies littered the streets. As many fell victim to a horrific fate, the red-clad figures acted as merciless executioners, ruthlessly reaping lives without distinction, be they the elderly, children, men, or women. Even livestock were not spared. Within the span of an incense stick's burn, nearly all inhabitants of the city lay dead. Young Lin Qian hid in a shadowy corner. Witnessing her father, mother, brother, and sister perish one by one, collapsing into pools of blood, their breaths extinguished. She beheld the anguish in each loved one's eyes as they took their last breaths, their gazes wide with disbelief, as if confronted with the incomprehensible. Xiao Linqian beheld an individual with crimson eyes, fiery hair, and clad in red garments, wielding a long sword that dripped with fresh blood, advancing towards her step by step. At that moment, a sigh echoed through the air as a middle-aged man intervened, rescuing Xiao Linqian with a single move that unleashed a force akin to a tempest, swiftly annihilating all the red-clad figures in the city that night, leaving only a desolate ruin behind. Was it you who saved me a decade ago? Chen Xiong questioned, pointing to himself, his expression one of bewilderment. 10 years ago, I was merely a child. How could I possibly resemble a middle-aged man or possess such formidable power? Xiao Linqian recounted how the man who had rescued her back then was indeed the present Chen Daxiong, a fact that defied reason. Xiao Qian, you must be mistaken. It was impossible for me to have saved you 10 years prior. Your Daxiong brother is someone else entirely. I would never mistake him. Xiao Qian will forever remember her brother's visage. With her eyes shimmering with emotion, Xiao Linqian lunged at Chen Xiong, tugging insistently at his trousers. Chen Xiong, flustered, exclaimed, Xiao Qian, what are you doing? Stop, please stop. Xiao Qian recalled vividly a red birthmark on her brother's left hip. Chen Xiong's expression shifted as he realized he indeed bore such a mark. Without further contemplation, he rushed to the lakeside, leaning slightly over the water's surface to gaze into the reflection. The surface revealed the image of a youth with dark skin, pronounced features, a broad forehead, and disheveled hair casually falling across his brow, with bright eyes that held a hint of allure. It is I, Chen Xiong murmured, recognizing that the reflection was indeed his earthly visage. Could it be that he had not merely transmigrated, but had actually embodied a figure in the realm of cultivation? Yet, the reactions of Yang Yun and others suggested they were unperturbed by his appearance, implying that this world housed an individual who resembled him exactly. With this realization, Chen Xiong's eyes widened in horror at the prospect of encountering a doppelganger. I am Chen Xiong, residing in the lake city of Earth, a reclusive man, while he is Chen Daxiong, living in this realm of cultivation as a registered disciple of the Yunling sect. Chen Xiong suddenly comprehended that his transition into the world of cultivation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Brother, are you all right? Xiao Linqian inquired with concern. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment, seeking a breakthrough through other questions. Xiao Qian, How did you come to be my concubine? In truth, Xiao Linxian aspired to be her brother's wife. Her gaze lingered on the lake's surface, tinged with melancholy. But a decade ago, you told me yourself that you were married and could not forget her. Which is why I took it upon myself to declare to others that I was merely your concubine. Chen Xiong remained silent for a spell before asking once more. Are you absolutely certain that the person from 10 years ago was me? Without a doubt, it was you, brother, Xiao Linxian affirmed. Chen Xiong contemplated deeply, realizing 3 points with certainty at that moment. Once, the esteemed disciple of the Yunling sect, Chen Daxiong, bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. A decade prior, a middle-aged man named Chen Daxiong, strikingly similar in appearance, had intervened to rescue Lin Xian, bearing an identical birthmark on his posterior. Furthermore, the elderly voice on the phone also belonged to a man named Chen Daxiong. These 3 occurrences were interwoven, yet Chen Xiong remained perplexed regarding certain pivotal aspects. Lin Xian nearly forgot. Suddenly, she appeared to recall something, flipping her right hand to produce a rectangular jade token from seemingly nowhere, which she presented to Chen Xiong. Brother, this is a sect identity token. Upon receiving the token, he felt its substantial weight and coolness. The front bore the elegant inscription of a single character, Yun. Turning it over, he discovered a carving of a towering bamboo mountain reaching into the clouds. Bamboo mountain? Could it be the disciple token of Daju Peak? Lin Xian nodded affirmatively, explaining, each of the 7 spiritual peaks of the Yunling sect possesses its own distinct identity token. This one belongs to Daju Peak. To activate it, you must travel there and undergo a test. Chen Xiong slightly nodded, recalling Yang Yun's account that a registered disciple must not only obtain a spiritual peak identity token, but also pass a talent test to activate it, thus officially becoming a disciple eligible to receive a vial of spiritual liquid each month. Wait, spiritual liquid? Chen Xiong remembered the red egg in his possession, which required spiritual liquid for hatching. He immediately glanced at Lin Xian, contemplating whether he should make a small sacrifice and request a bit of assistance. With a hint of hesitation, he decided to voice his request. Lin Xian, I'm a bit short on resources lately. Could you lend me some spiritual liquid? I have an urgent need for it. Brother, how much do you require? She inquired. I'm not entirely certain of the exact amount, Chen Xiong admitted. I have an egg that needs hatching, and it is quite important to me. A spirit beast egg? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. She knew that hatching such an egg demanded a substantial quantity of spiritual liquid, which she did not possess. After a brief contemplation, she replied, I don't have sufficient spiritual liquid on hand, but could you grant me a day to seek some from my master? That would be greatly appreciated. No trouble at all. I'll go find my master right away, Lin Xian chirped, her right hand waving as a glimmer of spiritual light surrounded her. A spiritual sword materialized and floated in midair. With a gentle leap, she stood atop the flying sword, waving goodbye to Chen Xiong before vanishing into the horizon like a shooting star. Surely, this could not be deemed as taking advantage of her. He was merely borrowing a small amount, which he would repay later. Chen Xiong murmured to himself, gradually rising and making his way towards the stone house, a butterfly flitting gracefully around him. As he approached the wooden dwelling, a cacophony of voices emanated from within, causing him to halt, his brow furrowing slightly. A chilling voice echoed from inside. Is it true that you killed my biological brother? Chapter 10. Ice Element Spirit Beast. After contemplating for a brief moment, Chen Xiong hastened his pace and pushed open the door. The room was in disarray, and a man resembling Li Jun lounged lazily against a chair, one foot firmly planted atop Yang Yun's head. Yang Yun lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, devoid of any semblance of anger, he continued to chuckle softly, repeatedly asserting, Senior Brother Li Ying. Everyone knows that I, Yang Yun, am but an inept and useless dog. How could I ever dare to harm Senior Brother Li Jun? I demand the truth, not your evasive arguments. Li Ying retorted, lifting his other foot to deliver a brutal kick to Yang Yun's head, forcing half of it into the mud. Every word I utter is the absolute truth. I truly have not laid eyes on your brother, nor do I know his whereabouts, Yang Yun insisted, mud splattering with every syllable, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor, incessantly explaining himself. Chen Xiong's gaze swept across the room. Aside from Li Ying, 3 others stood by, their expressions cold and sardonic as they regarded the subdued Yang Yun. What a useless dog. Half his head is buried in the ground, yet he remains unperturbed. Do you think he resembles a waste of space, or more like a dog? A worthless and obedient mutt. Release him, Chen Xiong directed at Li Ying. Li Jun was killed by me. Yang Yun suddenly raised his head, shouting, Daxiong, we have never seen Li Jun. Why should we confess? They will truly kill you. Hurry and leave. With a sharp crack, Li Ying slapped Yang Yun across the face. Silence. Yang Yun clenched his teeth, but uttered not a sound. Li Ying slowly rose from his chair and approached Chen Xiong. You claim you killed my younger brother Li Jun? Indeed, Chen Xiong replied. and no sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind surged towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to dodge, but it was too late. A sharp pain seared through his abdomen, and he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud that left a deep dent. Do you truly believe that two worthless individuals could have slain my brother? Li Ying scoffed, his disbelief evident. Now tell me, who really killed him? Chen Xiong straightened, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was I who killed him. Your brother was a beast, and his death was nothing but the consequence of his own actions. I am well aware of my brother's nature, yet regardless of how despicable he may be, he remains my flesh and blood. Last night, he had his throat slit and was discarded in the forest. As his elder brother, should it not be my duty to avenge him? A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Xiong's mind. He had killed Li Jun with his fists. How could he have been slain by a knife? His gaze fell upon Yang Yun, and he paused, pondering. Could there be another reason for Li Jun's demise? You boy, daring to admit to killing my brother must know something. Oddly enough, the four of Lin Qian have also gone missing. They are dead. Dead? How did they die? Li Ying's laughter turned cold, his expression mocking. Do you intend to claim that you are responsible for their demise as well? They were killed by senior sister Lin Qian. Senior sister Lin Qian, Li Ying retorted, his laughter laced with derision. How absurd. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Yang Yun shouted from the side. He is not lying, for he is Chen Daxiong. Chen Daxiong? Li Ying recalled some outrageous rumors circulating within the sect, and a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Chen Daxiong, Lin Qian, could they possibly be referring to him? This is impossible. I have received reliable information that senior sister Lin Qian from Daju Peak has already broken through to the Golden Core stage and is now an elder of the sect. How could she be a mere concubine of a registered disciple? It cannot be. You two must be deceiving me. Gradually regaining her composure, Li Ying cast a scornful glance at Chen Xiong and Yang Yun, sneering, I almost fell for your trickery. It is undoubtedly this useless dog who fears for his life, claiming to be Chen Daxiong. It must be so. I despise deception above all else. Today, neither of you will leave here alive. When you descend into the underworld, do not blame me. Blame your ill fate. You cannot kill us, Chen Xiong retorted slowly. Producing the sect disciple token. I am already a disciple of the sect. If you make a move, it will be an act of fratricide among disciples. The sect disciple token. Li Ying's expression turned astonished. How could a mere registered disciple, without any energy condensation, possess a disciple token? Who granted it to you? Chen Xiong met her gaze coldly, remaining silent. So, you dare to claim you have killed my younger brother, emboldened by this disciple token? Li Ying scoffed, how absurd. If I kill you, no one will know. With that, she gestured for the three companions beside her to attack. The trio wore cold smiles, their murderous intent unabashed. Their bodies shimmering with spiritual energy as they swiftly approached Chen Xiong from three directions. Chen Xiong let out a low growl, little chrysanthemum. As his words fell, a chilling wind inexplicably surged, and the surrounding moisture instantly condensed into tiny ice flowers, causing the temperature in the room to plummet by several degrees. In an instant, the three were engulfed by an icy aura, transforming into three human-shaped ice sticks. Ice spiritual power. Li Ying's pupils constricted, a wave of life and death crisis surged in her heart. She emanated spiritual light, stepping heavily to evade the bizarre cold. A yellow butterfly fluttered in midair, dancing gracefully. This butterfly was roughly the size of a palm. With a golden base and orange-red outlines, its wings spread wide, resembling a chrysanthemum heart, with wisps of faint cold mist emanating from it. The ice chrysanthemum spiritual butterfly. Li Ying's expression shifted in shock as she recognized the fluttering yellow butterfly. It was a spiritual beast of the beast element realm. Its strength comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Had she not reacted swiftly, she too could have become an ice stick. Why would a spiritual butterfly protect a registered disciple? Li Ying, puzzled, pondered for a moment before exclaiming, could it be that the rumors are true? Elder Lin Qian is truly his concubine? At this moment, doubts began to creep into Li Ying's heart as she turned to leave. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. Did I permit you to leave? Chen Xiong's gaze flickered with a hint of murderous intent as he pointed. Little chrysanthemum. Freeze him into an ice stick. Li Ying's expression dramatically altered, her heart racing in alarm. 10 seconds passed, yet nothing occurred. Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixated on the yellow spirit butterfly perched on his shoulder, and he called out once more, Xiao Jihua, attack. Eliminate him. 30 seconds elapsed, yet nothing transpired. Li Ying gradually relaxed, realizing that the opponent could not control the butterfly. At this moment, the previously dissipated murderous intent surged forth again, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he moved with the agility of a cheetah, lunging towards Chen Xiong with his right hand clawed like an eagle, aiming directly for Chen Xiong's throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. As Li Ying advanced halfway, the butterfly fluttered its wings slightly, and a chill enveloped the air, akin to several silver-gray spirit serpents entwining around Li Ying's right hand, instantly freezing it solid. Ah! Li Ying exclaimed, retreating rapidly. Although the spirit butterfly did not initiate attacks, it would continuously guard Chen Xiong. Li Ying, having completely abandoned his intention to kill Chen Xiong, immediately turned and fled the scene in a frenzy. Watching Li Ying vanish into the night, Chen Xiong sighed quietly. Although the spirit beast left by Lin Qian would provide him protection, he could not command it, allowing Li Ying to escape. Li Ying was a ruthless character. Realizing he could not control the spirit butterfly, he acted in an instant, displaying such insight and ferocity that keeping him alive would pose endless peril. Upon returning indoors, Chen Xiong noticed 3 ice pops had toppled to the ground, shattered into a heap of icy fragments, as if struck by some heavy object. His gaze slowly settled on Yang Yun in the corner, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 11. Invoking Spirits into the Body at Daju Peak of the Yunling Sect. Qingfeng Academy. Lin Qian gracefully descended at the entrance of the academy, calling out loudly, "Is Master here?" No response came from the study. "Is Master here?" Lin Qian called again, still met with silence. "Master has been gone for months. Why hasn't he returned?" "Never mind, I'll just take a little," Lin Qian murmured to herself, grinning. "No, I mean borrow a bit of spirit liquid." She pushed open the door and entered the study. In the center of the study hung a grand painting. The artwork depicted a majestic beast, the black Qilin, with its eyes wide open, its form strong and powerful, standing upon auspicious clouds, as if galloping forth from a misty realm. In the middle of the room stood an ancient wooden table, covered with a soft silk cloth, adorned with various scholarly implements, and an open book titled 100 Ways to Grow Hair. Lin Qian, familiar with the surroundings, crossed the wooden table and approached the incense burner, rummaging through its contents. After searching for a while, without finding what she sought, she placed her hands on her hips, frowning slightly. "How strange. Where has Master put the spirit liquid? I remember it was in a small white bottle. How could it be missing?" Glancing around the study, Lin Qian's brows furrowed in frustration as she kicked the ground in annoyance. Clink! A crisp sound echoed. Lin Qian slowly crouched down, her gaze shifting to beneath the wooden table, where numerous wine gourds were haphazardly placed. "This drunkard has hidden so much spirit wine here." Lin Qian pouted, knowing well that her master was a wine connoisseur, who cherished fine liquor and often concealed a great deal of it in private. Glancing casually around, I suddenly spotted a familiar jade bottle, a smile gracing my face. So the spirit liquid was hidden here all along. I retrieved the jade bottle and gave it a gentle shake. Indeed, it was full, more than sufficient to hatch a spirit beast. With the jade bottle in hand, Lin Qian exited the study, closing the door behind her, a look of joy illuminating her features. "Brother's affairs are settled. Mother, you are back?" A youthful voice exclaimed in surprise. In the miscellaneous affairs office, within the stone house, spirit butterflies fluttered about, emanating a chilling aura, causing the temperature to plummet to below -10 degrees. "Achoo!" Chen Xiong sneezed, curling up and trembling. "Yang Yun, do you have any blankets here?" "Blankets? You mean quilts, right?" "I don't possess such things," Yang Yun replied, shaking his head slightly, then continued. "In the eastern sea, southern mountains, and western regions of the continent, the climate is temperate, with spring-like seasons year-round. Not to mention cultivators, even ordinary folks do not require quilts for sleeping. Haha, only in the northern plains, where snow and rain persist year-round, do mortals need quilts for warmth. Are you very cold, Daxiong?" "Indeed, I am cold." Chen Xiong shivered from the chill. Noticing Yang Yun appeared completely unfazed, his expression tinged with confusion. "Aren't you cold?" Yang Yun examined himself, feeling no trace of coldness, his expression equally puzzled, muttering, "Strange. Why am I not cold at all?" Chen Xiong's gaze shifted to the water tank in the room, where the water had frozen into ice, indicating the room's low temperature. While he trembled from the cold, Yang Yun remained unaffected. What could be the reason? Chen Xiong's expression remained calm. Yet a hint of wariness began to brew within him towards Yang Yun. His behavior was far too unusual, raising suspicions akin to the death of Li Jun, who had met his end with a knife slashed across his throat, most likely at Yang Yun's hands, as he always carried a dagger. Furthermore, Li Lin and his companions had merely been frozen into ice sculptures, yet upon his return, those sculptures had been shattered by some heavy object, leaving only ice fragments scattered about. Yang Yun remained oblivious to the shift in Chen Xiong's gaze. Feeling no coldness, he contemplated a potential reason and suggested, "Daxiong, why not try meditative cultivation? With a focused mind, you might not feel the cold at all." "Meditative cultivation?" A glimmer of interest sparked in Chen Xiong's eyes. "What should I do?" "Forget that you have amnesia. Every registered disciple possesses a manual on qi condensation, which instructs them on how to meditate and gather spirit energy." Yang Yun pointed to the head of Chen Xiong's bed. "Your manual has always been there. Take a look." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong began to rummage through the items on his bedside. After a moment, he unearthed a weathered book, inscribed with the title Qi Condensation, Drawing Spirits into the Body. Filled with excitement, he immediately opened the book, which contained numerous illustrations and textual instructions. After a cursory glance, Chen Xiong grasped the method of cultivating the Qi Condensation realm. The Qi Condensation realm involves absorbing ethereal spirit energy and integrating it into one's path. It is the initial step in cultivation and the gateway to spiritual awakening. Cultivators must close their eyes and meditate, drawing the ambient spirit energy into their meridians, converging it in the dantian to form a spiritual vortex, thus officially entering the Qi Condensation realm. In a single breath, the vital energy circulates through the 8 meridians, completing one cycle, which is referred to as the one cycle of the heavens, signifying that the cultivator has entered the first stage of the Qi Condensation realm. With another breath, if the vital energy traverses the meridians for 2 cycles, it denotes the second stage of Qi Condensation. This pattern continues accordingly. When the vital energy completes 9 cycles within a single breath, it indicates the 9th stage of Qi Condensation, at which point one can condense the spirit within the dantian, attempting to break through to the foundation establishment realm. After perusing several texts, Chen Xiong committed to memory the incantations for Qi Condensation and the methods of meditative breathing. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and endeavored to draw the vital energy into his body. After a few minutes of silent meditation, Chen Xiong slowly opened his eyes, his expression one of confusion, for he felt nothing but a profound darkness. Pondering with his hand on his chin, he eventually turned to Yang Yun beside him and inquired, "Yang Yun, during your meditation, are you able to sense the wandering vital energy in the world?" Yang Yun opened his eyes, replying, "I can." Chen Xiong, perplexed, asked, "You can sense the vital energy? Why then have you been unable to successfully condense it?" With a wry smile, Yang Yun responded, "Indeed, I can perceive the wandering vital energy, but each time I attempt to draw it into my body, it dissipates within me, and I can never form a vortex in my dantian. It has been 3 long years, 3 entire years, and no matter what methods I employ, my body acts like an insulator, unable to harbor any vital energy. Each attempt ends in failure, and I have become the subject of ridicule among the other disciples." Yang Yun paused, lifting his gaze to Chen Xiong. "Daxiong, do I still have a chance at Qi Condensation?" "Yes," Chen Xiong replied immediately. "Do not give up until the very end. Abandoning hope now would seal your fate, rendering you forever a jest in their eyes." "Thank you," Yang Yun expressed sincerely. "I will not easily relinquish my ambitions. I have reasons to persist. By the way, I wanted to ask, during meditation and the attempt to draw in vital energy, why is it that I cannot perceive any presence of vital energy, only an expanse of darkness?" Chen Xiong voiced his inner turmoil. "Daxiong," Yang Yun said, "the path of cultivation cannot be rushed. It is entirely normal for you to feel nothing during your first meditation. Even the most gifted disciples of our sect require days of sitting in meditation before they can discern the vital energy in the world. And this is intricately linked to the hidden roots of one's spirit." He continued, "There are 3 grades of spiritual roots, classified into upper, middle, and lower tiers, as well as 5 elemental types. I once witnessed a disciple with an upper-tier fire spiritual root who, after merely 3 days of cultivation, could sense the presence of vital energy. Just 3 days later, he successfully drew the energy into his body, forming a vortex and stepping into the Qi Condensation realm. I envied him greatly. Conversely, I have seen disciples with lower-tier roots who needed months of cultivation to perceive the vital energy, and even after a year, they barely succeeded in condensing their Qi. Life is indeed unfair, varying for each individual. Ultimately, one must remain patient. Meditation requires focus and tranquility. The journey of cultivation demands steady, deliberate steps, forging ahead to reach the pinnacle." Chen Xiong nodded slightly, realizing that perhaps he had been too hasty. "Daxiong, meditation is, in essence, a sensation, an ethereal feeling, if you will." After some contemplation, Yang Yun articulated his insights on meditation. "It is a state of being devoid of external distractions and intangible thoughts, a profound sense of emptiness." He encouraged you to seek this sensation, suggesting it may prove beneficial. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Xiong took several deep breaths, gradually calming his restless emotions before gently closing his eyes once more. This time, he allowed his body to relax and his mind to empty, as if he had entered an extraordinarily serene inner realm. Time slipped away, and he gradually forgot the chill in his body, the passage of time, and even the reality of his surroundings. His consciousness began to diffuse and wander, as if enveloped in a void. In this darkness, there was neither light nor sound. The world was an abyss of cold silence. After an unknown duration, countless specks of starlight began to emerge within this dark expanse, flitting about like fireflies on a summer night. Is this spiritual energy? I can perceive it. The faint glimmers in the darkness resembled the spiritual essence described in books. This must be it. A surge of excitement welled up within Chen Xiong as he gradually adjusted his breathing rhythm, envisioning himself as the center of a magnetic field, attempting to draw in the wandering spiritual energy surrounding him. The ethereal essence, compelled by some unseen force, transformed into points of starlight that gently merged into Chen Xiong's being, forming a milky white dragon coursing through his meridians. It traversed the Run, Chong, Dai, Yin Xiao, Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei meridians, ultimately returning to the Du meridian. With this cycle complete, a faint trace of milky spiritual power lingered in his dantian, creating a subtle vortex. Chen Xiong suddenly opened his eyes, astonished. Has the vortex manifested? Glancing at the hourglass within the room, he realized that merely 3 hours had elapsed since he entered meditation and formed the vortex. 3 hours, successfully condensing energy. What is my spiritual root? Turning slightly, he regarded Yang Yun, who was still in meditation, contemplating whether to share the news of his successful advancement into the energy condensation realm. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head and gently closed his eyes again, sinking back into meditation. Meanwhile, Yang Yun opened his eyes and observed a faint glow emanating from Chen Xiong's body, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. As expected, I lack talent, while you are disinclined to cultivate. Chapter 12. The spiritual liquid. The night swiftly passed. When Chen Xiong opened his eyes again, dawn was breaking, and he immediately sensed that the room was no longer so cold. Rising, he searched for the yellow spiritual butterfly, only to find it transformed into a yellow ice cocoon. Quietly resting on the bed, a look of confusion crossed his face. What has happened to it? Daxiong, do not worry, Yang Yun reassured him with a chuckle. I've heard some senior brothers mention that butterfly spiritual beasts cocoon themselves either to evolve or to self-repair. It should be fine. A rumble in his stomach reminded Chen Xiong of his hunger. Yang Yun, having consumed some rations, handed Chen Xiong a red fruit. This is a zhu fruit, rich in pulp. If you eat one, you won't feel hungry all day. Upon receiving the zhu fruit, he gently took a bite. The initial taste was slightly tart, soon followed by a delightful sweetness that danced upon his tongue. Moments later, Chen Xiong no longer felt hunger. Instead, he was filled with vigor. Observing Yang Yun shouldering various tools from the room, Chen Xiong inquired with a smile, You are headed to the spirit fruit orchard, are you not? Today, I shall accompany you. Yang Yun had previously mentioned that registered disciples of the Yunling sect sought to obtain certain resources for cultivation, and one way to achieve this was by completing various menial tasks assigned by the sect. These tasks included tending to the medicinal gardens, laundering garments, cleaning the library, and loosening the soil in the orchards, all managed by 1 or 2 sect stewards. Upon completion of these duties, the disciples could claim a modest reward. Yang Yun usually performed these tasks in the spirit fruit orchard, which fell under the jurisdiction of Damling Peak, where thousands of spirit source fruit trees thrived. A registered disciple needed to loosen the soil of 30 spirit trees within a day to earn a single spirit rice grain. You are going to the spirit fruit orchard? You have never been there before, Yang Yun exclaimed in surprise. I shall work there as well, and perhaps. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Big Brother Xiong. Chen Xiong's heart leaped with joy as he rushed out. There, he beheld Lin Qian, adorned in a delicate blue gown, perched upon a branch. Her long black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her slender legs swinging playfully. Little Qian, come down, it's dangerous up in the tree. Upon uttering these words, Chen Xiong felt somewhat foolish, realizing that Lin Qian could fly with her sword. Surely, there was little danger for her in such a position. I'm coming down. Hee. Lin Qian giggled, gracefully leaping down to the ground and immediately handing a jade bottle to Chen Xiong. This is spirit liquid. Little Qian has brought it for you. Initially, Chen Xiong's expression was one of delight, but upon noticing it was merely a single small bottle, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Just one bottle? Lin Qian explained with a smile. It's not just one bottle. The jade bottle is a magical artifact, containing a vast expanse within. There are approximately 1,000 bottles of spirit liquid inside, which should be sufficient for hatching a spirit beast. 1,000 bottles of spirit liquid? Chen Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Qian nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am unsure what spirit beast you intend to hatch, but it's wise to be prepared. Please accept it, brother. Clutching the jade bottle, Chen Xiong felt a surge of excitement. With this spirit liquid, he could attempt to hatch the red egg cradled in his arms. Yang Yun emerged from the house, glancing at the jade bottle in Chen Xiong's hands, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Lin Qian looked around, her expression turning puzzled. Brother, where is little chrysanthemum? Inside the house. It seemed to have transformed into an icy silkworm cocoon. Lin Qian's expression shifted slightly as she hurried inside. Chen Xiong followed closely behind. Within the house, Lin Qian gently cradled the icy cocoon, her brow furrowing slightly. Strange. Why is little chrysanthemum so weak? Chen Xiong asked with concern. Is it all right? Little chrysanthemum is not in grave danger. Rather, I find it peculiar that it appears to have exhausted an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Lin Qian surveyed her surroundings, filled with perplexity. It should not be this way. Even if the cold spirit barrier were maintained throughout the night, Xiao Juhua would not be this weak, unless it had been engaged in a continuous struggle against a certain domain's power. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong pondered for a moment, reflecting inwardly. Is the cold air released by the spirit butterfly a form of spiritual barrier? Chen Xiong, being an astute individual, recognized that Lin Qian had instructed the spirit butterfly to protect her discreetly while also unleashing a spiritual barrier for her benefit, which brought a warmth to his heart. After observing for a considerable time, Lin Qian found no trace of suspicion. With a flick of her right hand, waves of spiritual energy cascaded outward, as if unveiling a unique domain. Moments later, her gaze shifted towards Yang Yun, her expression contemplative. Yang Yun appeared frightened, bowing his head slightly. Brother, Xiao Qian needs to take Xiao Juhua to heal. You must be careful these next few days. Lin Qian's gaze lingered on Yang Yun, both intentional and unintentional. Chen Xiong understood her unspoken words. I am fine. You should take Xiao Juhua to recover. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qian produced an object resembling a jade pendant and handed it to Chen Xiong. This is a jade slip. It can be activated with a trace of spiritual energy, containing some information. If anyone dares to harm my brother, I will personally ensure their demise. Lin Qian declared this loudly, her eyes seemingly sweeping over Yang Yun. With a wave of her hand, she summoned her sword, transforming into a streak of luminous light as she departed the stone house. Yang Yun kept his head down, remaining silent throughout. Chen Xiong examined the jade slip in his hand. Yang Yun had previously mentioned that jade slips were a common artifact in the cultivation world, capable of storing images, techniques, texts, voices, and various other information. He then took out the sect disciple token, comparing the two. He sensed they were made of the same material, leading him to speculate. Could it be that the sect disciple token is also a jade slip? Yang Yun nodded slightly, his gaze fixating on the items in Chen Xiong's hand, a fleeting glimmer of emotion crossing his eyes before vanishing. Chen Xiong seemed to notice, turning to meet Yang Yun's gaze. Yang Yun wore a cheerful expression, smiling as he said, Daxiong, aren't you coming to the spirit fruit orchard with me? Chen Xiong tucked the jade bottle and jade slip into his bosom. Yes, let us go. Good, then follow me. Yang Yun hoisted some tools onto his shoulder and led the way ahead. Chen Xiong followed closely behind. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, the two arrived at the foot of a low hill. Before them lay an open orchard, with an ancient, sturdy stone tablet standing at the entrance. Inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Spirit Source Orchard. Once again, traditional characters. Chen Xiong mused internally, discovering an intriguing phenomenon. The written language in this cultivation world employs the exceedingly ancient traditional characters from Earth. His gaze swept past the stone tablet, focusing on the orchard area, where towering spirit source fruit trees stood majestically, their stout trunks adorned with deep brown bark, branches extending outward like immense umbrellas. Each tree is adorned with hundreds of plump, crimson linguan fruits, exuding a peculiar fragrance. In the heart of the orchard, a spiritual spring flows gently, its crystal-clear waters revealing a hint of visible spiritual energy, forming a delicate veil of ethereal mist. At this moment, in the early morning, several dozen disciples clad in simple garments are tilling the soil. Daxiong, follow me, Yang Yun beckoned, leading Chen Xiong to the spring. There, seated cross-legged was a young man in red attire, eyes closed in meditation, exuding a faint red glow, reminiscent of flames dancing and flickering. Chapter 13. Attributes of Spiritual Arts. Chen Xiong appeared somewhat taken aback, his gaze repeatedly drawn to the meditating youth in red. Li Jun and Li Ying, among others, radiated a milky white light, making it his first encounter with a cultivator emanating red spiritual energy. Don't stare, Yang Yun gently tugged at Chen Xiong's sleeve, whispering, that is Elder Huang Li, a steward of the sect with foundational cultivation. The Lingyuan orchard is under his care, and after completing our basic tasks, we will receive a grain of spiritual rice from him. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong averted his gaze. As someone approached, Huang Li opened his eyes, scanning Yang Yun before resting his gaze on Chen Xiong, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Who are you? Elder Huang. This is my fellow disciple, Chen Daxiong. Yang Yun immediately bowed in respect. Chen Daxiong, Huang Li murmured, his brow furrowing deeper as the name struck a familiar chord, though he could not place it. After a moment's contemplation, he still found Chen Daxiong unfamiliar and merely said, you may go. Yang Yun led Chen Xiong to a corner of the orchard, briefly introducing the menial tasks of the Lingyuan orchard. Daxiong, we need to aerate the soil around 30 spirit trees to receive a grain of spiritual rice. In truth, you already possess over 1,000 bottles of spiritual liquid and need not waste time on such trivialities. I have my own plans. Chen Xiong glanced again at Elder Huang and inquired, Yang Yun, what is the red glow that Elder Huang emanates? That is fire spiritual energy. And how does it differ from milky white spiritual energy? It is certainly different. At the beginning of one's cultivation journey, during the qi condensation stage, the energy drawn into the body is the foundational spiritual energy, which is milky white in color. At this stage, the spiritual energy has yet to undergo attribute transformation. Attribute transformation? Indeed. To alter one's spiritual energy attributes, one must attain foundational cultivation. At this level, the energy transitions from ethereal to tangible, allowing cultivators to select a foundational technique that facilitates this transformation. Yang Yun explained while tilling the soil. The common foundational attributes are the 5 elemental spiritual energies: water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth, with their respective colors being blue, red, green, purple, and yellow, each element nurturing and countering the others. Elder Huang, as a disciple of the Danling Peak, has long entered the foundational stage, and the red spiritual energy he emits while meditating is the fire element among the 5. In the sect, disciples at the qi condensation stage hold no official positions or rights, addressing one another as brothers. Only upon advancing to the foundation establishment stage can they become sect stewards, responsible for managing certain areas. And only upon reaching the golden core stage can they ascend to the rank of elder. Yang Yun meticulously elucidated this to Chen Xiong, who had gained a certain understanding of the foundation establishment realm and the associated sect positions. Reflecting on the yellow spiritual butterfly he had encountered the previous night, he inquired, what is the nature of the ice spiritual energy? It seems to lie outside the 5 elements. Ice spiritual energy. Yang Yun pondered briefly before shaking his head slightly. I am not particularly well versed in this. I have only heard some senior brothers mention that special attributes like ice, wood, and poison appear to be variations resulting from the amalgamation of multiple spiritual energies. They refer to these as derived spiritual energies or mutated spiritual energies. Could it be that the ice attribute is a result of the combination of the fundamental energies of wind and water? Chen Xiong speculated, recalling a particular anime setting. He then asked, Yang Yun, have you ever heard of chakra? Chakra? Yang Yun seemed to contemplate, but suddenly a sharp pain struck his head. He lowered it. And after a moment, his expression became inscrutable. I have not heard of chakra. The name feels somewhat familiar, almost as if I have encountered it in a dream. What exactly is chakra, Daxiong? Chen Xiong did not respond immediately, lost in thought. The spiritual energy attributes of this cultivation world bore a striking resemblance to the chakra attributes in the anime Naruto. He also recalled the 9 anime characters the swindling old man could choose from, including Naruto Uzumaki. A bold conjecture surfaced in his mind. Could the spiritual energy in this cultivation world be akin to chakra? Yang Yun's reaction was peculiar. He mentioned hearing about it in a dream. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong decided to answer Yang Yun's question, probing for his reaction. Chakra is a unique energy generated by the combination of mental and physical energy controlled by the human body. Some individuals possess chakra, enabling them to perform ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. We refer to these individuals as ninjas. A look of astonishment crossed Yang Yun's face, as if he had truly never heard of it. He countered, Daxiong, how do you know so much? Weren't you supposed to have amnesia? Yang Yun's gaze flickered, fixated on Chen Xiong. At that moment, Chen Xiong realized that Yang Yun had likely noticed some of his peculiarities. With a smile, he replied, I genuinely have amnesia. I learned about these matters in a dream as well. Ah, so you also encountered it in a dream, Yang Yun observed, scrutinizing Chen Xiong with a playful grin. I find your amnesia increasingly mysterious and elusive. It feels as though you are not merely suffering from amnesia, but rather, what do you mean? Chen Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting that you believe I am possessed by another soul? Yang Yun offered no response, merely wielding his hoe to turn the soil beside the fruit trees. Chen Xiong chuckled and refrained from pressing further, joining him in tilling the earth. As time flowed steadily, noon approached. After a morning of laboriously tilling the land, Chen Xiong felt a modicum of fatigue. He stretched his back slightly and cast his gaze around the spirit fruit orchard, noticing several disciples sitting cross-legged in meditation. The orchard housed a spiritual spring, its concentration of spiritual energy exceeding that of other areas. Many registered disciples opted to perform menial tasks here, with some hoping to draw spiritual energy into their bodies. Approaching Yang Yun, Chen Xiong inquired, is there only one sect steward in the spirit fruit orchard? Yang Yun nodded, responding, indeed, there is but one steward here. However, I have heard whispers of a hidden elder at the golden core stage, whose spiritual sense can penetrate everything in this vicinity. An elder at the golden core stage? Where might he be? Chen Xiong asked. I am merely a registered disciple. How could I possibly know of an elder's whereabouts? Yang Yun replied, closing his eyes to resume his meditation. Choosing not to meditate, Chen Xiong wandered aimlessly near the orchard, observing his surroundings. At that moment, a plain-clothed disciple who had been meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them wide, revealing blood-red irises with two black crescents forming at the edges of his pupils. He appeared entranced as he slowly approached a spirit fruit tree and plucked a spirit fruit. It was not until 2 hours later that Chen Xiong leisurely returned to the spirit fruit orchard. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling sensation wash over him and instinctively tightened his grip on the items he held, warily surveying his surroundings. Was it a mere illusion, or something more? For an instant, it felt as though unseen eyes were upon him, spiritual perception. Observing Chen Xiong's expression, Yang Yun explained, "Don't be alarmed, Daxiong. That was likely the spiritual sense of the Golden Core Elder sweeping through this area. Such perception can sense and probe within a certain range. We are not in danger." Chen Xiong nodded slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Spiritual sense is a phenomenon that only cultivators who have reached the Golden Core stage can manifest. Generally, lower-tier cultivators find it difficult to sense the probing of higher-tier spiritual consciousness. Why, then, could he perceive the Elder's spiritual sense? Moreover, how could Yang Yun also sense its presence? Yang Yun, can you truly feel the Elder's spiritual sense? Chen Xiong asked. Yang Yun shook his head. I cannot. Chen Xiong's confusion deepened. Then how do you know that the Elder's spiritual sense passed by? It's a guess, Yang Yun clarified. I heard from another disciple that around noon, the Elder's spiritual sense tends to scan the orchard. I've noticed an unusual feeling at noon, as though being watched from behind, leading me to suspect it might be the Elder's spiritual sense. At that moment, piercing screams erupted from a distance. He is dead. He is dead. His head just exploded. Chen Xiong and Yang Yun exchanged alarmed glances and hurried toward the commotion. They found a crowd of disciples gathered around a headless corpse lying on the ground. Judging by the physique, it appeared to be a male body. The head having burst apart, blood splattering everywhere, gushing from the severed neck and pooling beneath in a dark crimson puddle, emanating faint wisps of warmth. Deacon Huang Li approached slowly, and the numerous disciples instinctively parted to make way. Upon seeing the headless corpse, Huang Li merely cast a cold glance. And with a flick of his wrist, a spirit fruit gently emerged from the corpse's embrace, landing in his palm. He scoffed. To steal a spirit fruit is truly foolish. With a pointed finger, a flame materialized from thin air and engulfed the headless body, roaring into a blaze. In mere moments, the corpse was reduced to ashes, leaving only a small patch of scorched earth. Chen Xiong was taken aback. The cultivators he had encountered before merely radiated spiritual light, enhancing their physical prowess. This was the first time he had witnessed spiritual energy manifesting as flames, separating from the body. Huang Li surveyed the crowd and commanded, "Disperse." The onlookers gradually scattered. At that moment, Huang Li slightly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon Chen Xiong. "You stay." Chen Xiong paused, maintaining his composure, and bowed slightly. "Deacon Huang, is there something you need? Produce the items you have on you." Chen Xiong's expression shifted subtly. He was aware that he possessed spirit liquid, jade slips, and a red egg. Gritting his teeth internally, he replied, "Deacon Huang, I did not steal the spirit fruit." Huang Li's expression darkened with anger as he approached Chen Xiong step by step. "Do you not understand human speech? I command you to bring forth your belongings." A surge of intense flames ignited in Huang Li's palm. Chapter 14. The prestige of Deju Peak. Chen Xiong took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. He never anticipated that his visit to the spirit orchard would lead to such a precarious situation, leaving him caught between a rock and a hard place. Yang Yun, aware of what Chen Xiong possessed, stepped forward, gritting his teeth. "Deacon Huang, he did not steal the spirit fruit. Did I ask you to speak?" Huang Li waved his hand, sending a force that knocked Yang Yun several meters away. Turning back to Chen Xiong, Huang Li's tone grew impatient. "This is your final opportunity. Hand over your items willingly, or I shall take them by force, and your life will be forfeit." A chill crept into Chen Xiong's heart. Without Lin Qian by his side and no spiritual butterfly to protect him, he felt utterly vulnerable. Huang Li's brow furrowed as he lost patience. With a flick of his hand, crimson spiritual power left his body, instantaneously transforming into a blazing fire serpent that charged toward Chen Xiong's chest. Caught off guard, Chen Xiong let out a muffled groan as he was hurled several meters back, the powerful fire energy detonating against his chest, leaving extensive burns. At that moment, parts of his robe were incinerated, causing his belongings to spill forth. The red egg, jade slips, identity token, and a jade bottle. Huang Li's gaze flickered with surprise. He did not strike again. Chen Xiong's skin flushed with a hint of crimson, clearly indicative of his blood vitality. He is a body refinement disciple? Huang Li pondered, perplexed, as such disciples were exceedingly rare in the Yunling sect. It seemed that the individual before him did not know how to wield this blood vitality, merely passively guarding and releasing it. His gaze slowly swept over the fallen items on the ground, and Huang Li's expression shifted, the disciple token. With a swift grasp of his right hand, an invisible force seized the token and jade slipped from the ground, bringing them into his palm. Upon closer inspection of the token, he discovered it was a disciple's token from the esteemed Daju Peak, and a flicker of panic crossed his gaze. Daju Peak. How could you possess this token? Who are you? Chen Xiong half sat up and replied, it was given to me by senior sister Lin Qian. Senior sister Lin Qian, Huang Li exclaimed, as though recalling certain rumors circulating within the sect. Chen Daxiong, you are the one, the infamous Chen Daxiong that the sect has been talking about? A chill of fear gripped Huang Li's heart. It seemed he had inadvertently crossed paths with someone formidable. He harbored a deep-seated dread of the people from Daju Peak, each of whom possessed immense strength and were fiercely protective of their own. While most disciples in the Qi condensation realm were unaware of Daju Peak's realities, Huang Li had first-hand experience. To offend those from Daju Peak was akin to inviting a fate worse than death. Ah, so it is junior brother Chen. I truly apologize. Huang Li quickly altered his demeanor, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached to assist the seated Chen Xiong, returning the token and jade slip to him. Junior brother Chen, it was all a misunderstanding indeed. Please, forgive me. Chen Xiong was taken aback. Huang Li's shift in attitude seemed rather abrupt. While he was still contemplating how to navigate this crisis, his adversary had undergone a complete transformation. Noticing Chen Xiong's silence, Huang Li forced a wry smile and continued. Junior brother Chen, you wouldn't hold a grudge against your senior brother, would you? Alas, my duties compelled my actions. Do not take it to heart. Chen Xiong regarded Huang Li quietly, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the continued silence, Huang Li pondered for a moment, then resolutely produced a small blue vial. Personally handing it to Chen Xiong. I was in the wrong earlier. This vial contains 10 Qi condensation pills, a token of my apology. Please, do not disclose this to the senior brothers and sisters of Daju Peak. I implore you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong grasped the situation. Huang Li appeared to harbor a considerable fear of Daju Peak, which accounted for his sudden change in demeanor. His gaze fell upon the identity token in his hand. The Qi condensation realm S. Li Ying would dismiss it, yet the Foundation establishment realm's Huang Li displayed such trepidation. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Xiong refrained from accepting the blue vial, realizing that as merely a registered disciple, he could not afford to confront Huang Li directly. He thus donned a smile, saying, Brother Huang, I cannot accept these Qi condensation pills. Let us consider that nothing occurred just now, shall we? Huang Li's eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. His gaze filled with admiration. Yes, indeed. Nothing transpired. Nothing at all. Haha. Brother Chen, may I now attend to my duties? Certainly, junior brother Chen, please do. The two exchanged smiles, each harboring their own concerns. Chen Xiong slowly approached and assisted Yang Yun, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he resumed tilling the soil in the orchard. Huang Li exhaled a heavy breath, returning to the spirit spring to rest, occasionally opening his eyes to discreetly observe Chen Xiong's every move. As time passed, the sun gradually sank in the west. Many registered disciples had completed their tasks for the day, gathering their tools and collecting a spirit rice grain from Huang Li before departing the spirit fruit orchard. Yang Yun, having sustained injuries, was unable to meet the required quota for tilling, his expression one of dejection. Come, allow me to offer you this spiritual rice, Chen Xiong said as he stepped forward. Moments ago, Yang Yun had also attempted to intercede on his behalf, only to be met with Huang Li's rebuke. Thus, presenting him with a grain of spiritual rice was a form of recompense. The two approached the spiritual spring together. Upon seeing Chen Xiong, Huang Li felt a twinge of astonishment but concealed his emotions entirely. Chen Xiong bowed respectfully, addressing him, Senior brother Huang, I have completed today's tasks. Huang Li, puzzled, regarded Chen Xiong with uncertainty, his mind racing with conjectures. Chen Xiong continued, Senior brother Huang, having finished my work, I have a grain of spiritual rice to offer. Oh, yes, indeed, Huang Li replied promptly, waving his right hand as a grain of spiritual rice gracefully descended into Chen Xiong's palm. Thank you, Senior brother Huang. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Xiong departed the spiritual fruit orchard alongside Yang Yun. As he watched them leave, Huang Li found himself perplexed, musing to himself. Disciples of Daju Peak are truly peculiar. They refuse 10 condensation pills yet demand a single grain of spiritual rice, utterly inscrutable. On the return journey, Chen Xiong came to a halt, presenting the grain of spiritual rice to Yang Yun. For the time being, I intend to avoid Li Ying, so I shall not return to the stone cottage. Yang Yun nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and began to depart. Halfway through her exit, she turned back to glance at Chen Xiong but ultimately chose to leave alone. Chen Xiong promptly rose and made his way towards a low mountain in the southeast, where he had discovered a concealed cave during a leisurely afternoon stroll. After approximately half an hour, Chen Xiong arrived at the foot of the low mountain. parting dense vines with a look of delight illuminating his face. This was an uninhabited natural cave, entirely devoid of signs of human presence, and its location was exceedingly discreet, making it difficult to uncover. As Chen Xiong stepped inside, a cool breeze greeted him. The surrounding rocks were composed of rubble, with a few minor fissures allowing faint beams of light to filter in, barely illuminating the cave's interior. Within the cave lay a spacious area, adorned with peculiarly shaped stones. The environment pristine and serene, with a clear pool of water at its center. This shall suffice. There is light and water, my luck holds, Chen Xiong mused. He settled beside a large boulder, assuming a meditative posture and closing his eyes. Time flowed gently until the following afternoon when Chen Xiong opened his eyes. The spiritual consciousness had not manifested. For now, he was safe. He then retrieved a red egg and a jade bottle from his robes, holding the jade bottle with a slight tilt, allowing a stream of clear, transparent spiritual liquid to flow into a stone basin, filling it to the brim. A peculiar fragrance wafted through the cave, prompting Chen Xiong's curiosity. This aroma resembles that of fine spirits. Could it be that this is not spiritual liquid? Chapter 15. The Spiritual Technique. Chen Xiong had never encountered spiritual liquid before, unaware of its color or scent. But he sensed that the liquid pouring from the jade bottle exuded a delightful aroma, akin to that of premium alcohol found on Earth. Leaning down to inhale once more, he detected a hint of spirit-like fragrance, pondering, surely, it cannot be true alcohol. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing such unfounded thoughts. Lin Qian would not deceive him. With that, he immersed the red egg in the basin filled with the spiritual liquid. Minutes passed, yet the crimson egg remained unchanged. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiong noticed a slight decline in the liquid's level within the stone basin, a glimmer of joy crossing his face, indicating that the egg was gradually absorbing the essence. If it successfully hatched, it would be a Super Saiyan, endowed with formidable combat power, capable of traversing this realm of cultivation with ease. At this rate, the basin's liquid would be entirely consumed by the following day. The wait was interminable. At noon on the second day, the essence in the stone basin had nearly depleted, and the crimson egg finally exhibited a subtle transformation. Faint, peculiar patterns emerged upon its smooth shell. Chen Xiong stroked his chin, observing for a while before remarking, "This pattern resembles a cartoonish clock. How could such a change occur?" After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the jade bottle and filled the stone basin with the essence once more, submerging the crimson egg anew. Time passed languidly. By noon on the third day, Chen Xiong tilted his head slightly, noting that the crimson egg had completely absorbed the essence for a second time. At this moment, the egg had expanded significantly, now akin to the size of a basin. Cradling the egg gently in his hands, he felt its shell had become soft to the touch, reminiscent of supple fabric with a hint of genuine leather. Despite absorbing the essence twice, there were no signs of hatching. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xiong once again took out the jade bottle, filled the stone basin for a third time, and immersed the crimson egg once more. Another day passed. Chen Xiong opened his eyes to find that the essence in the basin still remained plentiful, yet the crimson egg had shown little change. Observing for a moment, he noted that the egg's rate of absorption had slowed considerably. At this pace, it would take approximately 15 days for the egg to fully absorb the essence. I ought to occupy myself with other pursuits. 15 days is an excruciating wait. Chen Xiong, eagerly anticipating the eggs hatching, felt an overwhelming excitement. Watching the eggs changes every moment, each second dragging on painfully. After a brief contemplation, he shook the jade bottle, discovering some essence still remained. Pouring a portion into a stone bowl, he raised it to his lips and swallowed the liquid in one swift motion. As the essence coursed down his throat, it instantly transformed into a pure surge of energy, rapidly spreading throughout his body like a rushing river, nourishing every sinew. Concurrently, Chen Xiong felt as though his mind were enveloped in a gentle yet tenacious fog, his thoughts growing sluggish, as if ensnared in a viscous mire. This sensation felt akin to intoxication. Could it truly be the essence? In the next moment, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted violently, causing a series of throbbing pains throughout his meridians as the energy rampaged within him. This flow of energy was not liquor, but rather the essence. Chen Xiong promptly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Before long, a faint glow of spiritual energy enveloped his body, and the turbulent energy within his meridians was gradually guided, slowly converging towards his Dantian's vortex. 7 days later, Chen Xiong slowly opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face. For at that moment, his Dantian's vortex had expanded considerably. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, allowing his spiritual energy to circulate through his meridians for 2 cycles. In this moment of tranquility, Chen Xiong couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the spiritual liquid. Under normal conditions, He would require at least a month of meditation to attain the second transformation of the Qi condensation realm, yet, with the aid of the spiritual liquid, he achieved this in merely 7 days. The distinction between cultivating with resources and without them was indeed immense. As he contemplated the crimson egg before him, which still required another 7 or 8 days, he recalled the jade slip belonging to Lin Qian. He promptly retrieved it, cradling it in his palm for a closer inspection. The jade was a warm, rectangular stone. Its semi-transparent quality revealed countless tiny runes flowing gently within, a sight most enchanting. With a mere thought, Chen Xiong directed a thread of spiritual energy from his dantian, releasing it from his fingertips onto the jade slip. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Vivid images flashing before him like a cinematic reel. How astonishing, he marveled. The activation of the jade slip through spiritual energy unveiled numerous scenes and textual information, an ability that current earthly technology could scarcely fathom, likely belonging to an unknown realm of mental prowess. After a span of half a stick of incense, Chen Xiong fully assimilated the information inscribed within the slip, which detailed a spiritual technique known as curse seal. The practitioner utilizes spiritual energy to draw in surrounding energy, harnessing it for personal use, thereby temporarily amplifying their strength by twofold or even greater. Upon execution, black curse seals materialize at the heart, spreading throughout the body, divided into 9 stages. Reaching the 9th stage would envelop the entire body in black seals, bestowing a strength exceeding 100 times that of the original. However, this technique demanded not only a robust physique, but also risked draining one's life essence. Recklessly employing higher stage curse seals could result in ruptured meridians and bodily collapse, leaving one a mere shell of their former self. Chen Xiong whispered softly, pondering whether his body could withstand the strain to unleash such multiplied power. And he wondered about the grade of this spiritual technique. Established martial arts and spiritual techniques typically possess ranks, generally categorized into 6 tiers: low, mid, high, superior, exceptional, and supreme. Casting a glance at the crimson egg in the stone basin, and with the cave relatively serene and time ample, Chen Xiong resolved to cultivate this spiritual technique within its confines. Drawing in a deep breath, he attuned his senses to the surrounding energy, inhaling invisible strands of azure power into his being, emanating a faint glow. Gradually, black curse seals began to manifest around his heart, piercing him with a sensation akin to countless needles pricking at every pore. At a certain moment, he felt as though he had reached his limit. With a roar of exertion, he struck a nearby boulder with a swift palm. The colossal stone quivered slightly, and soon after, deep fissures began to mar its surface. With a resounding crash, the boulder succumbed to the force, shattering into countless fragments. Chen Xiong had merely tapped into the second phase of the curse seal, and his body began to buckle under the strain. Nevertheless, he had acquired strength exceeding his own base by more than double. He pressed on with his training, the sound of shattering boulders echoing within the cave. After 2 days had passed, an object in Chen Xiong's embrace suddenly began to tremble violently, emanating a faint glow. Upon retrieving it, he recognized it as the identity token bestowed upon him by Lin Qian. Grasping the quivering token, which seemed to convey some form of message, Chen Xiong pondered, could it be that Lin Qian is in peril? After a moment's reflection, he concealed the red egg beneath some rubble, then promptly rose and made his way out of the cave. Chapter 16. Hope is a friend. Emerging from the cave, Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, for he had no inkling where to seek Lin Qian. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to first visit the stone house in search of Yang Yun, who should be aware of the token's tremors. After several minutes, Chen Xiong arrived at the stone house. As he pushed the door open, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. He frowned slightly and gazed inside, where he found Yang Yun lying on the bed, his body curled up, clothing tattered and stained with blood. "You've returned," Yang Yun wheezed, attempting to sit up but collapsing back onto the bed due to his severe injuries, coughing incessantly. Chen Xiong rushed to support him, helping him catch his breath, and inquired, "Was it Liang?" Yang Yun nodded. "The malevolent spirit lingers. Daxiong, you need not concern yourself with me," he said, waving his hand with a sigh. "I am simply unfortunate, having crossed paths with those wretches. Why do you not leave this place and hide for a while? Liang clearly will not spare you. Where could I possibly go?" Yang Yun's expression turned bitter. "I have been here for nearly 3 years. I cannot hide nor escape. Cultivating is my only hope, and hers as well. I cannot abandon the sect." Chen Xiong had not meant that. Yang Yun could likewise seek a secluded refuge to temporarily evade Liang. After a moment, he added, "Yang Yun, have you considered that after 3 whole years, you have yet to successfully condense your qi? The path of cultivation may not be suited for you." Yang Yun trembled slightly, seemingly struggling to contain his emotions. "I am aware of my lack of talent. I know you succeeded in condensing your qi overnight. Yet, I find myself at a loss. Daxiong, I see no path before me, no way forward. Unable to restrain his emotions any longer, Yang Yun suddenly broke into tears. Chen Xiong was taken aback, astonished at the depth of Yang Yun's turmoil. Recent events had revealed that he was far from the simple facade he presented, the type to conceal his emotions beneath a cheerful exterior, even when subjected to scorn. What had transpired to trigger such a profound emotional collapse? I am neither worthless nor a useless stray dog. We are all human. Why does fate seem so unjust? Some are born into wealth, while others must endure hunger and the torment of illness. Throughout my life, everything I cherished was snatched away from me. All I desire is to live. Why must I bear such burdens? I am utterly exhausted. Yang Yun appeared to have suppressed her emotions for far too long. Venting her feelings, Chen Xiong quietly listened beside her. Daxiong, she began, I hail from a peaceful village on the sacred mountain of the north. I have a younger sister named Yang Fei. She is a delightful little angel, yet she suffers from a congenital disease, her heart weak and frail. I have sought numerous physicians to treat her, but all have declared she will not live past 10. Once, she innocently asked me, brother, why can others live for many years while I can only live for 10? Xiao Fei does not wish to die. She wishes to live for another 10 years. I yearn to save my sister. Earthly medicine is insufficient. Only celestial arts can help. I have consulted many ancient texts and learned of a spiritual herb called the Heavenly Heart Grass, which can save her life. This herb is found nowhere else but in the affiliated sect of the Yunling sect, known as the Qingling Valley. To obtain it, one must first become an official disciple of the Danling Peak. Daxiong, I envy you. Senior sister Lin Qian favors you, gifting you 1,000 bottles of spiritual liquid, luxuries others dare not covet. I must confess, I once entertained thoughts of seizing that liquid. If I possessed it, even a small amount could suffice, granting me the chance to enter the Qi condensation realm. Yang Yun paused, looking at Chen Xiong. Daxiong, would you be willing to help me? Chen Xiong did not respond immediately, instead gazing at Yang Yun with an increasingly sharp expression. Yang Yun, you contemplated theft. Why did you not act on it? Theft? Huh. Yang Yun let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head slightly. You have already entered the Qi condensation realm. I am no match for you. Moreover, you have saved my life and are my friend. I would never do such a thing. Gradually, Yang Yun's emotions stabilized, her voice becoming calm. I apologize for my earlier outburst. It's all right. It is not shameful for a man to cry. However, after shedding tears, you must gather your strength once more. Reflect on the path you wish to take, Chen Xiong replied, pausing to look earnestly at Yang Yun. There are many roads in life. The path you choose depends on your heart. Yang Yun, I truly hope we can be friends, not foes. Daxiong, I hope we can be friends too. After a moment, Yang Yun added with a chuckle, sometimes, I ponder whether you are not truly amnesiac, but rather have been possessed. Daxiong, can you reveal the truth to me now? Chen Xiong fell silent in an instant. Yang Yun, astute in her thoughts, had already deduced that her amnesia was a fade, a result of another soul's possession. Chen Xiong squinted slightly, leaning forward with a smile. Haha, I indeed do not remember my past, but I can tell you this, the former Chen Daxiong is no longer alive. Dead. Haha, Yang Yun responded, not at all surprised, her own smile emerging. Perhaps that is for the best. Truth be told, I did not particularly like the old Chen Daxiong, silent and distant. Conversely, I much prefer the person you are now. Ah, you possess both joy and anger. Upon witnessing Li Jun's mistreatment of the young girl, your fury ignites. And even in the face of defeat, you charge forth without hesitation. Ah, you are both brave and cunning. Daring to confess to Li Ying that you have slain Li Jun, while secretly orchestrating the demise of Li Ying and his companions through Ling Dai. Oh, your sincerity towards others is evident. As I crumble emotionally, you offer me solace. Though our time together has been brief, I yearn for us to forge a genuine friendship. Haha, with joy and anger, courage and wisdom, and sincerity towards others? Chen Xiong pondered Yang Yun's assessment, chuckling. Haha, Yang Yun, is this truly how you perceive me? I had not anticipated such lofty praise. According to Zhou Xingxing's words, it must be as high as 3 or 4 stories. Ha ha ha, ha ha, Daxiong, and what is your evaluation of me? Yang Yun inquired earnestly. Your evaluation? Chen Xiong leaned slightly forward, scrutinizing Yang Yun for a moment before responding. To be frank, Yang Yun, I find you inscrutable. A brief silence enveloped them, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, Yang Yun seemed to recall something, exclaiming, oh, by the way, senior sister Lin Qian was looking for you earlier. I haven't seen you in a while, so I relayed the situation to her. Upon seeing my severe injuries, she assumed Li Ying had harmed you as well. I only saw senior sister Lin Qian storm out in anger, seemingly headed to Beast Spirit Peak to confront Li Ying. Daxiong, do you wish to accompany her? To Beast Spirit Peak? Chen Xiong was taken aback, remembering the unusual tremor of the identity token. Indeed, Li Ying is a beast master and a formal disciple of Beast Spirit Peak. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong inquired about the specific location of Beast Spirit Peak from Yang Yun. promptly rising and making his way outside. As he was about to leave, Chen Xiong paused, retrieving the medicinal bowl that Yang Yun had once handed him, pouring a full bowl of spiritual liquid from the jade bottle. This is the spiritual liquid. May you successfully condense your qi. After placing the bowl down, Chen Xiong turned and departed the stone hut, wishing to convey his sentiments to Yang Yun, uncertain if he would grasp his meaning. Yang Yun's gaze shimmered with a spark of brilliance as he approached the bowl of spiritual liquid on the table. He lifted it, bowed his head in contemplation for a long while, and ultimately raised his gaze towards the direction in which Chen Xiong had disappeared, murmuring, "Friend." Chapter 17. Zhou Yueyao. Chen Xiong journeyed westward. After nearly an hour of travel, he spotted a mountain shrouded in blue mist in the distance. Almost there. After walking for several more minutes, Chen Xiong arrived, panting, at the foot of Spirit Beast Peak, only to be halted by two gatekeeping disciples. "Who goes there?" Chen Xiong observed the two, both clad in matching deep blue garments, the edges intricately embroidered with silver thread depicting exquisite Spirit Beast patterns. A black belt adorned their waists, from which hung an identity jade token. Beside them squatted a fierce Spirit Beast resembling a leopard, massive in size, its fur as dark as ink, with robust limbs and eyes that sparkled like precious gems, radiating a sharp light. With a stern expression, Pang Wei demanded, "I am asking you a question. Are you deaf?" "Senior brothers," Chen Xiong replied, "I am disciple Chen Daxiong of the sect. May I inquire if senior sister Lin Qian is present at Spirit Beast Peak?" Chen Xiong slightly bowed and produced the disciple token that represented his identity. Pang Mu and his companion stared at the token for a considerable time before exchanging a glance, their expressions growing peculiar. The token belonged to Dezhu Peak. "Are you a disciple of Dezhu Peak?" Chen Xiong nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am a disciple of Dezhu Peak." "This is quite strange. The entrance examination for Dezhu Peak is exceedingly peculiar, requiring the acknowledgement of a beast for qualification. Over the years, only 7 disciples have passed the test, all of whom I know, yet I have never seen you before. Where did you obtain this token? Which elder bestowed it upon you? Brother, could he be an impostor? I have heard that many spies have infiltrated the sect." Pang Wei's gaze grew progressively colder as he demanded, "Speak quickly. From whom did you receive this token?" At that moment, 2 black panthers beside them emitted low growls, revealing their sharp fangs. "I truly am a disciple of Dezhu Peak," Chen Xiong clarified. "This token was given to me by senior sister Lin Qian." "Senior sister Lin Qian? You are called Chen Daxiong." Pang Mu scrutinized Chen Xiong once more, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Could it be that you are the infamous soft rice man Chen Daxiong?" Chen Xiong wore an expression of disbelief, questioning when he had ever become known as such. "I am Chen Daxiong, not a soft rice man." "Indeed, it is the very soft rice man." Pang Mu's expression turned to one of surprise, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Pang Wei's lips curled into a slight sneer, revealing a touch of derision as he remarked, "You certainly possess a fair complexion, fitting the role of a pretty boy. A grown man living off others. You might just be the foremost in the sect." Chen Xiong, unwilling to engage in such trivial banter, grew somewhat impatient. "I have urgent matters to attend to. May I enter? Senior sister Lin Qian has breached the Spirit Beast Peak, and we cannot stop her. But you." Pang Mu stepped forward, radiating a crimson aura of spiritual energy. "What right does a soft rice man have?" A powerful pressure surged forth, crashing over him like a tidal wave. Chen Xiong was taken aback, feeling as if he were plunging into the depths of the ocean, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage and beyond can unleash their spiritual pressure. Lower-tier cultivators facing such might, if lacking in skill or willpower, might faint from the overwhelming force. "Oh, it is not that dire." Pang Mu's expression shifted slightly. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Typically, those of the Qi gathering stage would find it nearly impossible to stand upright under his spiritual pressure, reduced to bowing submissively. "Brother, I detest such pretty boys. Let me vent my frustration on him." Pang Wei cracked his knuckles, exuding a fierce crimson glow as he advanced toward Chen Xiong. Just as Pang Wei was about to strike, a voice, cool yet tinged with a hint of dominance, resonated from a distance. "You are Chen Daxiong." A tall and imposing golden lion approached slowly. Its golden mane shimmered in the sunlight like flowing gold. Its vast and robust body, with muscles flowing seamlessly, radiated explosive power. "Senior sister Zhou Yueyao." "Elder Zhou Yueyao." Pang Mu and Pang Wei both bowed respectfully, their faces reflecting reverence. Chen Xiong gazed upon a woman seated atop the golden lion. Her visage was exquisitely sculpted, adorned with a charming beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, and her mesmerizing gray-blue eyes hinted at a trace of aloofness. Cascading waves of golden hair danced freely in the wind, while she donned an electrifying black bodysuit that clung to her curvaceous form. Her ample bosom, tantalizingly accentuated by the tight fabric, exuded an irresistible allure. Chen Xiong's unabashed gaze prompted Zhou Yueyao to furrow her delicate brows slightly. A flicker of disdain appearing in her eyes, and she instinctively pressed her legs together. The golden lion beneath her let out a low growl, causing Chen Xiong to immediately cover his ears, overwhelmed by dizziness. Zhou Yueyao extended her graceful hand, pointing at Chen Xiong. You, come with me. Her voice was icily resolute, laced with an undeniable tone of command. Senior Sister Yueyao, his identity has yet to be confirmed. Pang Wei interjected cautiously. Zhou Yueyao's gaze turned icy as she summoned a whip into her right hand, swinging it with force to strike Pang Wei's face, leaving a faint red mark. If you wish to speak to me, engage your brain first. Both Pang Wei and Pang Mu lowered their heads, refraining from looking up again. Zhou Yueyao's attention shifted back to Chen Xiong as she commanded once more. You, ascend. Chen Xiong was taken aback. He glanced at the whip mark on Pang Wei's face. After a moment's hesitation, he gingerly propelled himself onto the lion's back. A wise man does not court immediate disaster. Unable to resist, he chose to acquiesce, hoping to avoid any corporeal punishment. Golden Mane, forward. The golden lion let out a roar, its form darting forward like a streak of lightning towards the summit of the Spirit Beast Peak. The rushing wind howled in his ears, akin to tumultuous waves battering against his eardrums, as the scenery around him whizzed past, trees, rocks, and brush fleeting by in an instant. The lion's speed surpassed 200 yards, and as Chen Xiong bounced on its back, he clung tightly to the lion's mane, fearful of being flung off at any moment. Beautiful lady, where are we headed? He inquired. To the mountaintop. She replied. Could we possibly slow down? Falling off is no trifling matter. Zhou Yueyao coldly snorted, cracking the whip in her hand. Yet the lion's pace only quickened. Chen Xiong, jostled on the lion's back, cast his gaze toward Zhou Yueyao ahead, her alluring figure undulating with movement, her slender waist swaying gracefully, igniting a provocative spark in his visual senses. A thought flickered in his mind. Should he embrace her waist? Unconsciously, he reached out to encircle her waist, but a sudden chill coursed through him as he recalled the firm whip mark on Pang Wei's face, causing his hands to retract swiftly. With a silent sigh, he gripped the lion's mane once more to prevent falling. Zhou Yueyao shot a cold glance at Chen Xiong. Should he entertain any improper intentions, she would unceremoniously cast him off the cliff, indifferent to his fate. Time passed unmeasured. As they neared the mountaintop, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed through the air. Whoever obstructs me shall perish. Today, none shall prevent me from bloodshed. Chapter 18. The choice at the Beast Spirit Peak. Within the Spirit Beast martial arena, the atmosphere was laden with tension and gravity. Dozens of disciples encircled Lin Xian, their expressions a mixture of shock and dread, their bodies radiating with spiritual energy. Numerous spirit beasts, from agile azure birds to towering bears and serpentine pythons, surrounded them. Li Ying trembled slightly, his countenance pale with fear as he faced Lin Xian, whose aura brimmed with murderous intent, inching backward in trepidation. All of you, step aside. Lin Xian's cold gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Li Ying. Today, I only seek his life. Senior Sister Lin Xian. Li Ying has no knowledge of Chen Daxiong's whereabouts. Why must you press him so? If a life is taken, our Beast Spirit Peak will ensure you receive an explanation. A disciple ventured, attempting to dissuade her. An explanation? Lin Xian scoffed. Then I shall take his life first, and afterwards, provide you all with an explanation. How does that sound? As she spoke, an overwhelming force surged through the arena, accompanied by a thunderous resonance of the laws, sending shockwaves outward. Several disciples caught in the tumult spat blood and were hurled backward. Only 4 remained standing. The domain of the Tao, at the golden elixir realm. One disciple gasped in astonishment. Senior Sister, you have broken through? The spiritual pressure emanating from Lin Xian now contained a hint of Taoist power. A hallmark of the golden elixir stage, capable of forming a Taoist domain centered around oneself, imposing formidable suppression on adversaries. Elder Lin, I truly do not know where Chen Daxiong is, Li Ying pleaded, his face a mask of terror. I sought him out, yet he was unharmed. I even injured my hand. Lin Xian's expression soured in disgust, unwilling to hear further excuses as she advanced toward Li Jun. Great Bamboo Peak, what an imposing presence. A cold voice echoed through the air, and a colossal golden figure descended into the center, stirring up dust. The flowing gold battle lion. It is Senior Sister Zhou Yueyao's spirit beast. Now it is Elder Zhou Yueyao. Many disciples gazed up at Zhou Yueyao atop the golden lion, their eyes reflecting admiration and infatuation. Lin Xian's murderous intent remained undiminished. Bring forth someone capable. Her piercing gray-blue eyes met the clear, bright black eyes of Zhou Yueyao, and an invisible current seemed to pulse in the air between them. Xiao Qian. A familiar voice unexpectedly broke the tension. Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically, her heart racing as she scanned the surroundings. ultimately spotting Chen Xiong waving excitedly behind Zhou Yueyao. My brother and her. A tumult of emotions surged within Lin Qian, confusion, disappointment, jealousy, and a hint of danger. She subtly raised her gaze to the golden-haired woman clad in black, biting her lip as a flicker of panic crossed her features. If it were any other woman, Lin Qian would remain indifferent, but the other was Zhou Yueyao of the Beast Spirit Peak. Zhou Yueyao's beauty was hardly inferior to her own. In some aspects, she might even surpass Lin Qian. Instinctively, Lin Qian glanced down at herself and mused. Certainly not as ample as hers. Xiaoqian, what are you contemplating? Chen Xiong had leapt down from the lion's back and swiftly approached Lin Qian, only to find her in a state of dazed bewilderment. Why did her brother come with her? Lin Qian's voice was tinged with melancholy, her eyes devoid of luster. I learned from Yang Yun that you had arrived at Beast Spirit Peak, so I came directly to find you, but was halted at the mountain gate. It was she who brought me up with her. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment and added an explanation. I am not acquainted with her. This is our first meeting. This statement seemed to lift Lin Qian's spirits, her gloomy demeanor brightening with a faint smile. Chen Xiong cast an inadvertent glance at Zhou Yueyao, subconsciously comparing her with Lin Qian, one exuding a pure gentleness, the other a cool and commanding presence, their essences strikingly distinct. Xiaoqian, what brings you here? Brother. Today I must eliminate him, otherwise I will be perpetually anxious for your safety. Lin Qian's gaze fixed upon the trembling Li Ying, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in her eyes. Chen Xiong sighed inwardly. Indeed, Lin Qian sought revenge on Li Ying on his behalf. Yet, to forcibly slay another disciple within the domain of Beast Spirit Peak would lead to grave complications. The elders and the Peak Master would not overlook such a matter, for it would be a question of honor. Let him go today, Chen Xiong urged. Brother, he will not. You mean he will not spare me? No worries. I shall not spare him either. Chen Xiong's voice faltered. Xiaoqian, you have already done so much for me. Allow me to handle this nuisance myself. But enough. Today you shall heed my words. Lin Qian hesitated, but after a moment, she obediently nodded. Chen Xiong cast a calm glance at the cornered Li Ying. Let us depart. At that moment, a cold snort pierced the air. Humph, you think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly regard Beast Spirit Peak as your personal playground? The golden lion slowly approached the two, Zhou Yueyao's expression as frigid as ever. Lin Qian pointed her sword at Zhou Yueyao. What? Do you wish to engage in battle? The tension between them escalated, both sides on the brink of confrontation. Chen Xiong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Elder Zhou, what must we do to be allowed to leave? Zhou Yueyao pondered briefly. Very well, if you wish to depart. I shall grant you two choices. First, Lin Qian, having trespassed upon Spirit Beast Peak, you shall engage in a duel with me. Upon hearing this, many disciples displayed expressions of shock. A duel between elders of the Golden Core realm carries immense ramifications, should one elder perish. It could easily escalate into a mortal feud between the two spirit peaks. Chen Xiong felt a headache coming on, should the two sects duel, regardless of the outcome. It would provoke a series of repercussions, rendering him unable to find peace. Lin Qian, however, was undeterred, a spark of competitiveness igniting in her eyes. What is the other option? Chen Xiong queried hastily, fearing that if he hesitated, Lin Qian might act impulsively. The other choice. Zhou Yueyao's gaze swept over Chen Xiong and Li Ying. You two must resolve your grievances yourselves in a sect duel, with life and death at stake. Which option do you choose? Chapter 19, The Dilemma? I will. Lin Qian stepped forward, her aura expanding instantaneously. No. Chen Xiong spoke up immediately, stopping Lin Qian. Xiaoqian, allow me to handle this. Lin Qian, with a worried expression, replied. Brother, please listen to me. This matter arose because of me. Let me be the one to conclude it. However, as Lin Qian attempted to persuade him further, Chen Xiong grasped her hand. Be obedient. I do not wish for your hands to be stained with blood because of me. Lin Qian's gaze flickered. Her left hand instinctively grasped her right wrist. After a moment, she nodded slightly. Xiaoqian will listen to her brother. Chen Xiong secretly exhaled in relief. Fearing that Lin Qian's stubbornness would lead her to engage in a sect duel with Zhou Yueyao, complicating matters further. Zhou Yueyao coldly inquired. Have you made your choice? Chen Xiong stepped into the center of the arena. The second option. I shall take it. Zhou Yueyao waved her right hand. Disciples, heed my command. Activate the arena's barrier. Yes, for disciples echoed in unison, forming hand seals. Instantly, a veil of white light rose around the arena, enveloping Chen Xiong and Li Ying within. Chen Xiong observed the barrier that had risen around him. The outside world was rendered invisible and inaudible. He marveled. This is the barrier, a shield constructed from spiritual energy, capable of isolating a realm. Chen Daxiong, you are truly courting death, Li Ying sneered, malice glimmering in his eyes as he laughed loudly. I have long sought an opportunity to kill you, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. I cannot decide whether you are brave or simply foolish. Chen Xiong shot a cold glance at Li Ying. What is the matter? Afraid to speak? Li Jun mocked. This time, with the barrier set, no one can assist you. Everything relies solely on true skill, and at last, I can avenge my brother. Li Ying, with a triumphant expression, continued his incessant prattle. Chen Xiong, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, sought a response from his adversary. Li Ying, I wish to pose a question. A question? Li Ying appeared somewhat taken aback, then smirked. What do you wish to ask? I will answer. After all, you are but a dying man. After that night, did you seek out Yang Yun? Chen Xiong finally posed the question that had long tormented him, yearning for genuine friendship with Yang Yun, hoping for sincerity rather than deception. Li Ying's expression turned quizzical. Oh, is that your question? Yes, that is my question. Please reveal the answer. Li Ying scoffed. Haha. I suddenly find myself disinclined to share the answer, leaving you in eternal ignorance of the truth. What will you do about it? With that, Li Ying emanated a faint glow of spiritual energy, his feet propelling him forward with the swiftness of a leopard, charging fiercely at Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong sighed inwardly, his dantian swirling with energy as strands of spiritual power coursed through his meridians. His body shimmered with a soft luminescence, and his fists, like the wind, met Li Ying's assault in an instant. Outside the barrier, second transformation of the Qi condensation realm. Zhou Yueyao's eyes flickered with surprise. Many disciples displayed astonishment. Just a month prior, Chen Daxiong had not even entered the Qi condensation stage, and now he had not only achieved it, but had also reached the second transformation. Such rapid advancement in cultivation surpassed that of ordinary disciples, elevating him to the ranks of prodigies. Within the barrier, Chen Xiong and Li Ying engaged in a fierce battle, their spiritual powers clashing with increasing intensity. Li Ying's attacks were exceedingly vicious, akin to a venomous serpent, each strike aimed with precision at Chen Xiong's throat. While his eyes sought out various vital points, intent on annihilating him, Chen Xiong found himself in a precarious position, overwhelmed by Li Ying's relentless onslaught. This was largely due to his lack of technique. He fought purely on instinct, relying solely on speed and brute force, flailing his fists like a street brawler. To Li Ying's astonishment, Chen Xiong had managed to reach the second level of the Qi condensation stage within a mere month of training. What a peculiar anomaly. Her initial smugness gradually morphed into a flicker of fear, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. She could not allow Chen Daxiong to leave alive today. With each collision of their spiritual powers, Chen Xiong began to acclimate to the unique abilities granted by the Qi condensation stage, his body emanating a faint spiritual glow that augmented his strength. This was his first true combat experience after entering the Qi condensation stage, and as time passed, he grew increasingly adept at harnessing the spirit empowerment ability, gradually tipping the scales in his favor. After several dozen exchanges, Chen Xiong landed a punch that sent Li Ying staggering backward, beginning to turn the tide of the battle. A few rounds later, as Li Ying's stamina and spiritual energy waned, she momentarily lost focus, allowing Chen Xiong to deliver a powerful blow that sent her flying, blood spurting from her mouth. Without hesitation, Chen Xiong surged forward, intent on finishing off this troublesome opponent once and for all. Chen Daxiong, you have forced my hand. Li Ying's face twisted in rage as she seemed to make a resolute decision. Taking a deep breath, she bit into her fingertip, crimson blood gushing forth and coalescing into a vibrant droplet at her fingertip. She swiftly smeared her bloodied finger across her palm, imprinting a blood handprint onto the ground. Spirit summoning technique, nine-fanged ghost serpent. Li Ying's shout echoed as a white mist materialized before her. Chen Xiong's expression turned dazed. The technique she invoked bore an uncanny resemblance to the summoning jutsu he had seen in Naruto. As the mist dissipated, a massive purple-blue serpent emerged, approximately 3 meters in length, its head raised as it flicked its forked tongue, revealing 9 glistening black fangs. Drops of venom dripped from the fangs, sizzling as they struck the ground, creating small craters. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes. It was poisonous. Kill. At Li Ying's command, the 9-fanged ghost serpent writhed and advanced, its scales scraping against the ground with a rustling sound, its tongue flicking as it rushed toward him. Outside the barrier, the expressions of the beast's spirit-peaked disciples shifted to one of disgust, their voices rising in curses. Zhou Yueyao's gaze grew increasingly cold, a poisonous spirit beast. The disciples of Beast Spirit Peak were all beast tamers, practicing the heart of 10,000 beasts, a unique technique that bound their souls to various spirit beasts, fostering mutual assistance. The beast tamer possesses the ability to invoke the spirit blood seal, summoning their contracted spirit beasts to their side to aid in battle. However, every disciple practicing the heart of all beasts technique harbors a profound aversion to toxic spirit beasts and demon creatures. This stems from the soul-binding contract established between the spirit beast and the tamer, wherein their souls become interconnected. and their inherent traits and personalities may be subtly influenced by the spirit beast. For instance, the nine-fanged venomous snake would gradually instill a sense of malice and darkness within Li Ying's soul and character, even causing his body to become tainted with a hint of poison, endangering both himself and others. Within the confines of the barrier, the nine-fanged ghost snake slithered forward, its serpent eyes glimmering with a sinister green light, launching sudden attacks from Chen Xiong's visual blind spots. In mere moments, Chen Xiong's body bore numerous snake marks, the wounds darkening as a creeping sensation of paralysis spread from them, akin to countless tiny ants gnawing at his nerves. Waves of dizziness assailed him. Although this venom would not claim Chen Xiong's life, his body slowly succumbed to paralysis. Li Ying, with a cold smirk, stepped forward, attacking Chen Xiong from an exceptionally cunning angle, joining the fray. Outnumbered, Chen Xiong found himself at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. "You are doomed," Li Jun bellowed, his voice frenzied. "Huh? This is all you're doing? Hiding behind a woman and living off her, isn't that splendid? Yet you insist on showing off and seeking your own demise. How foolish." Chen Xiong maintained a stoic expression, recalling the two spirit peak attendants at the entrance. "Soft rice man. Are these words yours?" "What? Did I speak incorrectly?" "Soft rice man." Li Ying mocked. "Li Ying, look at me. I am on the brink of death." A trace of pain flickered across Chen Xiong's face, as if he were nearing his end. "Can you tell me the answer to the question I asked earlier?" Chapter 20. "No answer, I will not tell you," Li Ying scoffed, intensifying his assault as Chen Xiong continued to retreat. "Just tell me." Chen Xiong's face exhibited exaggerated terror, dark curse marks slowly materializing around his heart, and power began to coalesce around him. "You wish to know?" Li Ying said, his expression gleeful. "Then you must plead with me, kneel and beg. If you bow down and knock your head 100 times, I will grant you the answer." "Ha ha ha." Li Ying erupted into laughter. In that instant, his throat lay exposed before Chen Xiong, utterly defenseless. Chen Xiong's gaze sharpened. In the state of curse marks, his power surged exponentially, and spiritual energy surged within him, rapidly converging at the tips of his two fingers. With a slight bend, he launched a lethal strike towards Li Ying's throat. Swift as lightning, his attack was precise, seizing Li Ying's throat with two fingers transforming into an iron clamp, tightening abruptly. Crack! The sound of Li Ying's throat bone fracturing echoed softly, his eyes widening in shock, yet no sound escaped him. Mere seconds later, Li Ying's neck tilted at an unnatural angle, his body crumpling to the ground, still clinging to life, his gaze fiercely fixed on Chen Xiong. As if he could not accept this fate, Chen Xiong approached Li Ying and remarked, "Alas, your flaw is too conspicuous. You couldn't hold back and acted impulsively. Now, your throat lies shattered, and I yearn for the answer you can no longer articulate." Li Ying grasped at Chen Xiong with both hands, seemingly intent on dragging him into the netherworld, but ultimately could not draw a breath and perished. The barrier of spiritual mist gradually dissipated. The spectators at the Spirit Beast Arena exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some were astonished, others apprehensive, while many revealed a trace of admiration. Lin Qian rushed over, producing a crimson elixir. "Brother, this is a rejuvenating pill. Swallow it swiftly." Accepting the red pill, Chen Xiong consumed it without hesitation. The elixir dissolved in his throat, and a surge of pure energy instantly coursed through his body. A slight tremor of vitality surged through Chen Xiong, alleviating much of the pain from his injuries. Zhou Yueyao cast a glance at Chen Xiong, her gray-blue eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "You may leave now." Chen Xiong inwardly sighed with relief. Li Ying had finally been dealt with, yet regrettably, his question remained unanswered. Had Li Ying indeed sought out Yang Yan? If Li Ying claimed he had not, then from where did Yang Yan's injuries originate? Was it self-inflicted, merely to deceive him into providing his spiritual essence? In truth, Chen Xiong had already surmised a portion of the truth. His decisive action in crushing Li Ying's throat perhaps stemmed from a desire to avoid the answer altogether. As Chen Xiong and Lin Qian prepared to depart from the Beast Spirit Peak, Zhou Yueyao's voice rang out once more. "Wait. What? Have you changed your mind?" Lin Qian's face darkened, her sword pointed at Zhou Yueyao. "Or do you wish to engage in a duel with me?" "I stand by my word." Zhou Yueyao coldly scrutinized Lin Qian before her gaze settled on Chen Xiong. "Here is the identity token. Take it." With a flick of her right hand, a jade token gracefully floated into Chen Xiong's grasp. The front of the token bore a single character, Cloud, while the reverse was intricately engraved with various spirit beasts, at the center of which stood a majestic black Qilin. Chen Xiong expressed his astonishment. "Another sect disciple's token." Lin Qian glared at Zhou Yueyao, visibly displeased with her actions. "Xiao Qian, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Xiong asked, perplexed. "Can I possess yet another identity token?" "Brother, the cultivation methods of the 7 spirit peaks differ significantly. As long as one passes the entrance examination, they can obtain an identity token from that peak. This is not singular. A disciple may hold multiple identity tokens and explore various immortal techniques, thus discovering the path that best suits them. Lin Xian's tone paused momentarily. Moreover, each Spirit Peak's Golden Core elders possess the authority to accept disciples, bestowing identity tokens upon those with potential to become their guiding mentors. Chen Xiong produced the identity token from the Great Bamboo Peak and inquired with a smile. So, is this token yours? Yes, however. The identity tokens granted by the Spirit Peak elders are yet to be activated. You still need to test your aptitude at the Great Bamboo Peak. A faint blush graced Lin Xian's face. As long as her brother entered the Deju Peak, she would serve as his guiding master. Chen Xiong held an identity token in each hand, lost in contemplation. Choosing Deju Peak meant Lin Xian would be his master. Choosing Beast Spirit Peak meant Zhou Yueyao would take that role. Many disciples observed enviously, for those like Chen Xiong, who possessed multiple identity tokens, were typically the pride of the sect. Ordinary disciples felt immense pride with just one token. I'll be waiting for you. Zhou Yueyao glanced at Chen Xiong once more. Her whip snapping through the air, prompting the golden lion to leap away gracefully. Chen Xiong tucked the 2 tokens away. Let us return. Brother, let us go directly to Deju Peak. I will lead you. Lin Xian interjected eagerly, sensing a strong wave of unease when Zhou Yueyao handed out an identity token. I need to return to the miscellaneous work division first. Ah, brother, Lin Xian expressed her worry. You don't truly wish to join Beast Spirit Peak first, do you? Before Chen Xiong could respond, Lin Xian naturally leaned closer, her delicate hands gently wrapping around his right arm, resembling a soft kitten. Her sweet voice chimed. You will definitely join Deju Peak, won't you? Her clear eyes gazed up at him, filled with a hint of grievance and pleading. Chen Xiong swallowed hard. I will certainly join Deju Peak, but I must attend to an important matter first. You promised me, right? Hee. Then I shall take you back. Lin Xian said with a bright smile. With a flick of her left hand, spiritual energy shimmered at her fingertips, and a long azure sword emanated a faint glow, rising and hovering before them. With a gentle leap, Lin Xian soared onto the sword's blade, extending her right hand to Chen Xiong. Brother, come up quickly. Chen Xiong grasped her hand and leaped lightly, landing steadily on the sword. Lin Xian turned back to look at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. If you feel a bit scared, you can hold on to me. Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his lips as he wrapped his arms around Lin Xian's slender waist. The sword began to ascend slowly. Amidst the envious gazes of numerous male disciples, Chen Xiong and Lin Xian flew together on the sword, departing from the Spirit Beast Peak. The wind howled past their ears. As they soared, their flight was not a straight line. With each slight tilt, Chen Xiong could feel Lin Xian's waist twisting, his breath quickening, and his body growing unusually warm. Their bodies were almost pressed together. Lin Xian felt an unusual sensation at her rear, her face turning crimson, and her breath becoming slightly hurried. Chen Xiong sensed Lin Xian's unusual reaction and couldn't help but murmur to himself, Lin Xian, you can't blame me. I am a normal man, a physiologically healthy man. It's a natural response, so I hope you can understand. Yet, he soon questioned himself. Why was he feeling shy? She is merely his concubine. The embrace between husband and wife is natural and justifiable, not an act of lewdness. With this thought, Chen Xiong leaned in closer, drawing near once more. Lin Xian's body quivered slightly, her breath quickening. Brother, what's wrong? She whispered. Don't press against me, we have arrived. Ah, where have we arrived? Chapter 21, Magical Tools? Divine Artifacts? The flying sword had landed steadily. Chen Xiong immediately released his hands, scratching his head awkwardly with a chuckle. Haha, I didn't notice. Brother wasn't he paying attention, haha. Lin Xian lowered her head slightly, her voice soft and barely audible. If brother likes it. Next time I'll take you flying on a sword. Chen Xiong felt a surge of delight and, after a moment, inquired, Lin Xian. How can one fly on a sword by oneself? Brother, for a cultivator to fly on a magical tool, 2 conditions must be fulfilled. First, one needs a flying spirit tool. Second, one must possess the golden core cultivation level to sustain the necessary spiritual energy for prolonged flight. Lin Xian paused, then continued. Of course, there are other methods. For instance, disciples of Beast Spirit Peak can gain flying abilities by forming a contract with a flying spirit beast. Disciples of Thought Spirit Peak can also manipulate objects to fly. There are many ways, and my knowledge is not exhaustive. I even once saw a peculiar item as a child, a pair of wind leaves worn atop the head, allowing ordinary people to fly without any spiritual energy. Chen Xiong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Cultivators truly possess diverse talents, each system showcasing its unique characteristics and methods. Brother, shall we go to Deju Peak? Lin Xian urged again. Not now. I have something urgent to attend to. If successful, I will rise like a phoenix, soaring to great heights. Very well. Lin Xian ceased to persuade him, pondering briefly before extending her right hand, revealing a translucent white paper crane in her palm. This is a spirit crane for delivering messages. Brother can use it to contact me. Curiously, Chen Xiong took the crane, examining it in his palm. It was 1,000 paper cranes folded from special jade paper, radiating a faint glow. He then asked, how does one use this? By infusing it with a strand of spiritual energy, brother will understand. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong released a wisp of spiritual energy from his fingertips, and the paper crane began to rise gently, floating in the air as a surge of information filled his mind. Moments later, he comprehended the usage of the spirit crane by silently voicing the message in his heart. The crane would automatically preserve it, and upon release, it would return to the intended recipient. This method of communication resembled the ancient practice of sending messages via carrier pigeons, prompting Chen Xiong to exclaim, "It still can't compare to WeChat for convenience. Just a gentle tap sends a message, and in the next moment, you receive a reply from brother." WeChat? Lin Qian inquired, her expression one of confusion. What is that? WeChat is a form of instant communication, and it also offers a feature called Shake. Chen Xiong began to elaborate but abruptly ceased his explanation. WeChat, Lin Qian murmured softly, her face etched with confusion, as she had never encountered such terminology. Curiously, she inquired, is WeChat some kind of magical artifact? WeChat is a technological tool. In my hometown, it not only allows for messaging but also facilitates video calls, red envelope exchanges, food deliveries, and even offers interest on money stored within it. My favorite feature of WeChat is the ability to make video calls for free. No matter how far apart we are, WeChat can create an image, akin to conversing face-to-face. Initially, Lin Qian found the information somewhat perplexing, but soon her expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Oh, I understand now. Brother, are you referring to a Dao artifact? There are certain powerful Dao artifacts that can transmit sound over vast distances and can instantaneously convey images. So, this Dao artifact you speak of is called WeChat? What is a Dao artifact? Lin Qian elaborated, brother, all weapons in the world can generally be categorized into 3 types: spiritual artifacts, elemental artifacts, and Dao artifacts. Among them, spiritual artifacts are the most abundant. They include various offensive and amplifying spiritual tools, classified into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and supreme. Elemental artifacts are special types of spiritual artifacts, such as the message-sending spirit crane, the Qian Kuan bag, storage rings, and jade slips, which possess numerous intricate functions but lack offensive capabilities. Beyond spiritual and elemental artifacts, the most formidable are the Dao artifacts. These weapons embody the principles of heaven and earth, wielding immense power that can transcend cultivation levels and environmental conditions to exert their influence. Some potent Dao artifacts can even affect the laws governing the universe, earning them the title of divine weapons, and thus, each powerful Dao artifact is revered as a sacred relic. Chen Xiong was slightly taken aback and asked, have you ever seen a Dao artifact? Lin Qian furtively glanced at Chen Xiong. I saw one 10 years ago. Chen Xiong, intrigued, inquired, what kind of Dao artifact was it, and what abilities did it possess? It was a peculiar Dao artifact shaped like a hen, with just a glance. It could replicate anything. I even covertly duplicated many items in the past, Lin Qian revealed. Chen Xiong's expression was one of astonishment, as he had anticipated that Lin Qian might have encountered a destructive divine artifact, akin to the legendary bows of Ho-Yi, the Donghuang Bell, or the Tower of the Wasteland. A hen as a Dao artifact truly is unconventional. Chen Xiong found it quite unique and whimsical, prompting him to ask, where did you come across this hen Dao artifact? It was inside a wooden cabin, Lin Qian began, her pupils slightly reddening. She lifted her gaze, noticing that Chen Xiong had not perceived her change, and quickly lowered her head, stating, brother, it is getting late, and I must return. Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback, sensing Lin Qian's abruptness, as if she intended to depart mid-conversation. He asked, are you all right? I'm fine, just need to head back, she replied. Chen Xiong nodded slightly. All right then. With a flicker of brilliance from her hands, Lin Qian summoned her long sword, leaping gracefully to stand upon it. If you need anything, brother, just contact me through the spirit crane. Having spoken, Lin Qian soared into the wind, transforming into a streak of sword light, departing the scene in an instant. At this moment, the sun had gradually descended, and Chen glanced upward, muttering to himself, indeed, the day is drawing to a close. Returning to the cave, he noted that nothing had changed over the course of a day. Chen Xiong shifted aside some rubble and retrieved the concealed red egg. His gaze fell upon the basin, where more than half of the spiritual liquid remained. The red egg, having absorbed the essence, had swollen considerably, now reaching a height comparable to that of a person, with the clock-like patterns on its surface becoming increasingly distinct. With everything in order, Chen Xiong felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Gazing at the red egg immersed in the spiritual liquid, he was filled with excitement, his thoughts beginning to wander. What would it be like for a Super Saiyan to arrive in the realm of cultivation? According to the power dynamics of Dragon Ball, a single Kamehameha wave could obliterate the Earth, but possessing the strength to destroy stars. How formidable would the power of a Super Saiyan be? It should be capable of overwhelming the nascent soul and divination stages of the cultivation world, one would presume. Time passed slowly. 3 more days went by, and the spiritual liquid in the stone basin was entirely absorbed. The red egg emitted subtle vibrations, as if something were about to break free. Chen Xiong, filled with exhilaration, shouted, "Come forth, Super Saiyan." It seemed that the red egg responded to his summons, trembling slightly as a straight crack appeared at the top of the shell, revealing a large, blue head emerging from within. Chapter 22. Unceasing twists and turns in an unknown realm. The surrounding space shattered, dividing into multiple small worlds. In a dimly lit room, the interior was obscured, but the sound of a breath escaping could be heard, as if someone were drinking something. Moments later, a voice drifted out. Haha, what a scam artist of an old man. Selecting from anime characters, I directly chose the outcome. This has been quite a hassle. I recall the last character that appeared was from Naruto, wasn't he it? In the hidden cave of the Yunling sect, the red egg cracked open, revealing a large blue head first. Chen Xiong stood in astonishment, pondering, isn't this blue head a bit too round? Is a Super Saiyan born with a blue bald head? He fixed his gaze intently on the red egg as it slowly split apart, revealing a blue creature emerging from within. What on earth is this? Chen Xiong's mouth hung agape, his lips twitching uncontrollably, his mind in disarray as if he could no longer manage his own expression. Before him stood an odd, cat-like creature. It resembled 2 blue spheres, its head and body nearly merged into one, with large, bell-like eyes occupying a third of its face, sparkling with curiosity, kindness, and a hint of foolishness. A bright yellow bell adorned its neck, seemingly crafted from pure gold, producing a delightful ringing sound. Its limbs were short, stout, and rounded, resembling 4 blue pillars supporting its considerable bulk, each hand clad in pristine white gloves, devoid of any wrinkles, immaculate and flawless. A white pocket adorned his chest, reminiscent of a robotic feline. Chen Xiong stood frozen, pondering the perplexing appearance of this mechanical cat emerging from the red egg. He had clearly informed the old man of his choice, the Super Saiyan Son Goku. The robotic cat's mouth opened and closed rhythmically, emitting a series of cheerful beeps as if celebrating its own existence, its large eyes darting about with a mischievous glimmer. Daxiong, the mechanical cat exclaimed upon spotting Chen Xiong, joyfully waving its short, stout blue arms and eagerly approaching him, the bell around its neck jingling melodically. With a sudden thud, the cat stumbled, its body and limbs seemingly misaligned. It tripped over a stone and fell, its large blue head striking another rock, swelling into a comical bump. Shaking off the daze, the mechanical cat quickly rose and continued its charge toward Chen Xiong. However, it soon lost its balance once more, tumbling sideways and rolling about. Its frame now dusted with dirt and small pebbles, a picture of dishevelment. Chen Xiong's eyes widened, his lips twitching in bemusement as he mused inwardly. This robotic cat seems rather foolish. Undeterred by its repeated falls, the mechanical cat stood up again, its spirits unbroken, and joyfully dashed toward Chen Xiong, arms outstretched in a hug. Chen Xiong hesitated, initially inclined to evade, yet ultimately remained rooted in place, allowing the cat to embrace him tightly, its large face nuzzling against him. As he regarded the whimsical creature before him, a torrent of questions flooded Chen Xiong's mind. Where was his Super Saiyan? How had he transformed into this robotic cat? After a prolonged embrace, Chen Xiong reluctantly accepted the bizarre reality, rubbing his throbbing temples, and attempted to communicate. Ding dong. Can you retrieve some gadgets from your pocket? The mechanical cat blinked its wide eyes. Daxiong. Ding dong. Can you pull out some items from your pocket? Chen Xiong repeated. Daxiong. The cat raised its hands, exclaiming joyfully. A sense of foreboding welled up within Chen Xiong as he quietly asked, Can you understand my words? Daxiong. Do you know who I am? Daxiong. Wait, that is not right. Chen Xiong shook his head vigorously, then smacked his forehead in exasperation, realizing his thoughts were muddled. He muttered, It's not that my name is incorrect. Rather, your response is. No, let me pose another question. Who are you? Daxiong. Ding dong, what color is this? He pointed to his own attire. Daxiong. Chen Xiong stood in a daze, the ominous feeling intensifying within him. You are a foolish cat, a silly mechanical cat. Daxiong. Ding dong, Darami has come to see you. Daxiong. With a deep sigh, Chen Xiong exhaled the weight of his frustrations, massaging his throbbing temples. The situation was spiraling beyond his control. The Super Saiyan he had envisioned had inexplicably morphed into a robotic cat. What was truly bewildering was that this mechanical feline might just be a simpleton. Life, it seemed, was akin to tumultuous waves, fraught with incessant setbacks. Ding dong. I implore you, utter something else. Chen Xiong's voice carried a note of desperation, unwilling to relinquish hope. Doraemon, he murmured. A few lines of vexation etching his face as he exhaled slowly, mustering his resolve to try once more. Ding dong, there are dorayakis to eat. This time, the robotic cat refrained from calling out Nobita. Its large eyes darted about, and it instinctively licked its lips, a rumble emanating from its belly. Well, at least it knows hunger, Chen Xiong thought, smacking his forehead, at a loss for words. His emotions were akin to a stampede of chaos within him. The robotic cat's stomach growled once more, echoing within the cavern. Chen Xiong found himself disinclined to engage with the mechanical creature. With each rumble, the robotic feline gazed at him with a look of forlorn innocence, its head drooping as it quietly caressed its belly. Then, unexpectedly, Chen Xiong's own stomach echoed its grievances. Goodness, hunger really is contagious, he lamented. Despite having successfully cultivated his energy and entering a phase of abstaining from food, only requiring a bit of fresh water, he found himself feeling the pangs of hunger as the mechanical cat's cries resonated in the air. Seeing the robotic cat's dejected demeanor, Chen Xiong sighed inwardly. He recalled that the creature indeed required sustenance, and neglecting it could lead to its demise. After a moment's contemplation, he rose slowly and ventured outside the cave. The robotic cat watched Chen Xiong's retreating figure, glancing back at a corner where a square cloth of red and blue lay, its large eyes blinking with uncertainty. Nobita, it called out as it staggered after him, leaving behind the solitary red and blue square cloth in the cave. Chapter 23. The choice outside the cavern. Chen Xiong surveyed his surroundings. Where could I possibly find food for it? He had already scoured the nearby areas and found them nearly barren of edibles, which filled him with dread. After a moment's thought, he resolved to seek out Yang Yun for advice. As he journeyed, he continuously smacked his forehead in exasperation. For the robotic cat trailing behind him kept tripping over stones, tumbling, and getting itself dirty. A journey that should have taken merely a few minutes stretched into over an hour, with the pair stumbling along in a comical fashion. Chen Xiong paused, lost in contemplation. Was the robotic cat temporarily foolish, or would it remain this way eternally? Chen Xiong was beset by two questions. If he continued to be so foolish and naive, how would he navigate his choices? He felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of parting with the robotic cat. Yet, to retain it seemed impractical, for it offered him no assistance. What should he ultimately do? His gaze drifted to the pocket on the cat's chest. He was still hesitant to give up easily. He crouched slightly and softly inquired, Doraemon, could you retrieve some gadgets from your pocket? As he spoke, Chen Xiong mimicked the action, extending his right hand into his own chest, pretending to search for a moment before dramatically pulling it out. Dora, Dora, he exclaimed, imitating the sound effects of the robotic cat producing its tools. The robotic cat, wobbling to its feet, stared blankly at Chen Xiong's antics, its large, round eyes blinking in disbelief, as though it were observing a fool. That gaze made Chen Xiong feel like the real fool. Frustration surged within him, but he took a deep breath to regain his composure. He reminded himself, whether he was a fool was inconsequential. What mattered was whether the robotic cat could produce various magical gadgets from its pocket. After a moment, Chen Xiong suppressed his incredulity and repeated the gesture of retrieving a gadget, adding the sound effects once more. Dora, Dora. The robotic cat continued to stare at him, unmoved. Dora, 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 Dora. Chen Xiong earnestly repeated the action several times. This time, the robotic cat slowly raised its short, stout blue arm, pausing in midair. Chen Xiong inhaled sharply, excitement coursing through him, as he anticipated the robotic cat extending its arm into its pocket of alternate dimensions. However, he was once again met with disappointment as the robotic cat scratched its head, seemingly embarrassed. In that instant, Chen Xiong's face flushed with heat, his chest rising and falling as he struggled to find words. For a full 2 minutes, silence enveloped him until he gradually calmed down and recognized a silver lining. The robotic cat exhibited a hint of embarrassment, indicating a basic awareness of its surroundings and a semblance of independent thought. It simply did not comprehend his intentions. Perhaps, with further communication, the robotic cat would grasp his meaning and attempt to retrieve some gadgets from its pocket. With renewed determination, Chen Xiong demonstrated the gadget retrieval once more, exclaiming, Dora, Dora. The robotic cat blinked again, still perplexed by Chen Xiong's actions. Observing the comical performance, it scratched its head in embarrassment once more, as Chen Xiong continued his antics. Repeating the gesture for the third, fourth, and up to dozens of times, the robotic cat joyfully called out Daxiong, beginning to find Chen Xiong's actions quite amusing, and started imitating him in earnest. Its short, stout blue arm gradually extended into the dimensional pocket on its chest. At this moment, Chen Xiong held his breath, internally exclaiming, Oh heavens, this foolish cat has finally grasped my intent. Quickly, produce some magical artifacts. Chen Xiong, filled with excitement, felt his heart racing. His eyes fixated on the robotic cat's hand. In the next instant, however, his mind short-circuited. his mood plummeting from euphoria to despair as he beheld the robotic cat's right hand, which was utterly empty. What on earth are you doing? I instructed you to mimic my actions, and when I produced nothing, you should not have followed suit. Chen Xiong's face flushed crimson, unable to suppress a low growl laced with irritation. The robotic cat crouched on the ground, cradling its head in its hands, appearing somewhat fearful, as if it had committed a grave error, too intimidated to meet Chen Xiong's gaze. As Chen Xiong's frustration mounted, he became increasingly infuriated, despite his numerous demonstrations. The robotic cat had only managed to produce nothingness from its pocket. His patience was waning. An expression of impatience crossed Chen Xiong's face as he took a few steps forward, his right hand forcefully plunging into the robotic cat's chest pocket, rummaging through it indiscriminately. The pocket was devoid of any contents. Chen Xiong's brow furrowed slightly. Was the four-dimensional pocket of the robotic cat truly empty? Or was it that only the robotic cat could retrieve the artifacts? This was utterly infuriating. Chen Xiong muttered a curse under his breath, feeling disheartened after toiling for so long without any reward. Casting another glance at the dazed robotic cat, a surge of frustration welled up within him. He could no longer bear to address the robotic cat and turned away in anger. Daxiong. The robotic cat murmured, its large, round eyes reflecting disappointment as it glanced at its empty right hand and then at its chest pocket, repeatedly mulling over thoughts of inadequacy. Did I err somewhere, causing Daxiong to be upset? Am I not good enough, leading to Daxiong's displeasure? Am I too useless, prompting Daxiong to disdain me? The robotic cat possessed its own consciousness and awareness. Witnessing Daxiong's wrathful departure, it incessantly berated itself, feeling unworthy and inadequate, believing it had caused Daxiong's anger. I am truly too foolish. No one could possibly like me. The robotic cat stood still for a moment before hastily pursuing Daxiong's retreating figure, yearning to catch up. It stumbled numerous times along the way but persistently rose again, determined to chase after Daxiong. However, it could not close the distance. Gradually, the robotic cat lost sight of Daxiong altogether. Daxiong no longer wants me. It is because I am too foolish. The thought bubbled up within the robotic cat, which squatted down in despair, its head drooping, unsure of where to go next. Surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings, it slowly began to feel fear. Daxiong. The robotic cat called out once more, its nose quivering, tears welling in its eyes. With a heart-wrenching sob, the robotic cat trembled violently, its round, pudgy form shaking as its mouth gaped open wide, tears cascading down like a string of pearls, and it burst into tears. Curling up, the robotic cat clutched its head tightly, its cries growing louder, tears flowing like a river. A figure slowly crouched down. Come on, let's find something to eat. Chapter 24. Yang Yun becomes Nobita. The robotic cat, filled with joy, opened its short, stout arms and leaped into Chen Xiong's embrace. With a faint sigh, Chen Xiong reflected on how he had nearly exploded with frustration moments before. Having traversed into the realm of cultivation, he had long fantasized about becoming a Super Saiyan, envisioning himself effortlessly dominating the world of cultivation, his heart brimming with delight. Yet, the reality was a foolish robotic cat. What was most disheartening was that the robotic cat could not produce any useful items. All his dreams shattered in an instant. Just moments ago, Chen Xiong had intended to shake off the robotic cat, but after walking a considerable distance, he turned around and found it missing. A profound sense of loss surged within him, as if something crucial was absent from his life. Ultimately, he returned. Come on, let's find something to eat. Chen Xiong lifted the robotic cat, placing it on his shoulder, ensuring it would not fall and end up dirted again. As they journeyed, the robotic cat's round belly gurgled incessantly. With the robotic cat in his arms, their pace quickened significantly, and soon, Chen Xiong spotted a stone house not far ahead. He gently pushed the door open, discovering Yang Yun seated at the edge of the bed, hands resting on his legs, eyes slightly closed, his expression twisted and contorted. The aura of spiritual energy pulsating erratically around him. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, sensing that Yang Yun's condition was highly unusual. When successfully drawing in spiritual energy, one's body would emit a faint glow, while failure would result in no visible abnormalities. However, Yang Yun's aura flickered, as if the spiritual energy within him was dissipating and coalescing in an endless cycle. What was happening to him? Chen Xiong, perplexed, felt as though Yang Yun was succumbing to madness, his demeanor wavering as he deliberated whether to interrupt Yang Yun's meditative practice. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. He gently set the robotic cat down and walked slowly to Yang Yun's side. With his right hand forming a sword gesture, he directed a thread of spiritual energy toward Yang Yun, forcefully interrupting his attempt to draw in spiritual energy. As his fingertips made contact with Yang Yun, Chen Xiong's expression shifted. Yang Yun's body resembled a vortex of spiritual energy, and he felt his own energy being drawn away, inexorably flowing into Yang Yun. The situation was incredibly strange. Yang Yun's body seemed like a bottomless pit, welcoming all incoming spiritual energy. This could not continue, otherwise, Chen Xiong risked being completely drained. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiong silently invoked a spiritual spell, a black sigil gradually appearing over his heart. In an instant, his spiritual energy erupted from his fingertips, transforming from a point into a palm, which he then brought down forcefully upon Yang Yun's shoulder. With a sudden gasp, Yang Yun expelled a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets splattering forth. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Chen Xiong before him, a mixture of surprise and joy washed over his face. Daxiong, is that you? Just as Chen Xiong was about to inquire about the situation, Yang Yun, with a sudden surge of excitement, exclaimed, the Qi vortex has formed. Haha, Daxiong, I believe I have successfully condensed my Qi. As he spoke, Yang Yun focused his energy, his body emanating faint glimmers of spiritual power, a hallmark of the Qi condensation realm. Chen Xiong nodded inwardly. Indeed, Yang Yun had achieved his goal. 3 long years it had taken. Yang Yun, in a frenzy of emotion, pounded his chest, a hint of madness in his expression. I have finally made it. Haha. I, Yang Yun, am now a true cultivator. I am no longer a worthless wretch. Chen Xiong too broke into a smile, genuinely delighted for Yang Yun in that moment. After the initial outburst, Yang Yun's emotions gradually settled, and he turned his gaze to Chen Xiong. Daxiong, I must thank you for the bowl of spirit wine you left behind. It granted me my final glimmer of hope. Wait, Chen Xiong queried uncertainly. Did you just say spirit wine? Not spirit liquid? Yes, spirit wine. The last time you left behind was not ordinary spirit liquid, but a brew crafted by a certain powerful figure in the cultivation realm. It is far more precious than spirit liquid. A single drop is equivalent to 100 drops of spirit liquid. Are you certain it is spirit wine? Chen Xiong asked again. Absolutely, it must be spirit wine. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiong glanced at the silly robotic cat beside him, pondering. Did I inadvertently use spirit wine to hatch this foolish creature? Could that be the reason for its foolishness? The robotic cat seemed to sense Chen Xiong's emotional shift. Its large eyes fixed upon him, blinking as if to reassure him. Daxiong, do not worry. Isn't Xiao Dingdang perfectly healthy? At that moment, Yang Yun also noticed the presence of the robotic cat, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the cat-like being, before asking, Daxiong, is this your spirit beast? Chen Xiong nodded slightly. To think it truly is a spirit beast egg. Yang Yun lowered his head, his expression concealed. Daxiong, the robotic cat called out, seemingly a bit frightened. Yang Yun's pupils contracted as he took a step back. It can speak human language. Chen Xiong, puzzled, asked, is that a problem? Daxiong, a spirit beast that can articulate human speech. Do you realize what that signifies? Chen Xiong shook his head slightly. You may not fully comprehend. In this world, spirit beasts are categorized into 4 types: spirit beasts, demon beasts, exotic beasts, and savage beasts. My knowledge extends only to spirit beasts and exotic beasts. The most common are spirit beasts, which evolve from wild animals through various means, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, incidentally consuming potent spiritual herbs, or through artificial cultivation. Exotic beasts, on the other hand, are birthed from the natural elements of the world, belonging to the bloodline of ancient legendary creatures, such as the fabled Qinglong of the spirit abyss, the Xuesha Baihu, and the dual-headed Xiongqi, among others. Yang Yun cast a glance at the robotic cat, his voice momentarily faltering. Regardless of whether it is a beast of otherworldly origin or a spirit beast, although they possess a modicum of intelligence to attain human form, human wisdom, and the ability to articulate human speech, one must condense a strand of beast soul and reach the transformation realm, Yuaning stage, to evolve into human shape and articulate words. Thus, do you comprehend what it signifies when a spirit beast can speak? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong began to grasp the origins of the spirit beast and understood the source of Yang Yun's trepidation. He inquired with a smile. What if this spirit beast can only utter this one phrase? Only one phrase. Yang Yun's expression gradually relaxed. It was not uncommon for a spirit beast to possess the ability to utter a single human phrase. Many spirit beasts could mimic human sounds and articulate 1 or 2 sentences. He scrutinized the robotic cat once more and asked, what manner of spirit beast is this? Recalling Yang Yun's peculiar reaction upon hearing Chakra, Chen Xiong chuckled and said, his name is Xiaodingdang, a robotic cat. Have you heard of him? As he mentioned the names Xiaodingdang and robotic cat, Chen Xiong deliberately paused and emphasized his words, keenly observing Yang Yun. Chapter 25. A killing intent. Xiaodingdang, the robotic cat. Haha. Yang Yun slightly lowered his head, concealing his expression. Haha. I have not heard of him. Haha. Chen Xiong fell into a brief silence. With Yang Yun bowing his head, neither continued the conversation. After a moment, Chen Xiong shifted the topic, asking, Yang Yun, is there anything to eat nearby? Yang Yun looked up. Food. Are you hungry? Chen Xiong pointed at the robotic cat. Well, to be precise, he is the one who is hungry. Yang Yun appeared contemplative. If it is food for spirit beasts, I can think of a place, but it lies within the territory of Beast Spirit Peak, and one requires the identity token of Beast Spirit Peak to enter. As fortune would have it, Yang Yun possessed the identity token of Beast Spirit Peak. Chen Xiong inquired directly, "What place do you speak of with the disciple token of Beast Spirit Peak? You possess the disciple token of Beast Spirit Peak?" Yang Yun expressed mild surprise, but quickly regained his composure, speaking slowly. "It is the illusory source spirit pool, a hidden realm beneath the fractured world of Spirit Beast Island at Beast Spirit Peak. The spirit pool nurtures numerous spirit fish, which are an exquisite delicacy for spirit beasts. The spirit beast rations, known as fish spirit pills, possessed by every disciple of Beast Spirit Peak, are crafted from these spirit fish." After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiong replied with a smile, "Yang Yun, you have successfully condensed your qi and can choose a spirit peak for a talent test. Would you like to go to Beast Spirit Peak together?" "I shall not accompany you." Yang Yun gently shook his head. "I have my own path. I aspire to join the Yunling sect and become a formal disciple of Danling Peak. For only then will I have the opportunity to access the heavenly heart grass. Everything I do is for my sister and my family." "Indeed, I understand." Yang Yun let out a long breath, his gaze fixed on Chen Xiong, and suddenly declared, "Daxiong, it was I who killed Li Jun." Chen Xiong turned his gaze toward Yang Yun, remaining silent. Yang Yun continued, "I admit to having killed Li Jun, and I acknowledge that I shattered the ice sculptures of Li Lin and the others." "Ha, Daxiong, you seem unsurprised. You have known about these matters all along, haven't you?" Chen Xiong nodded slightly. Yang Yun fell silent for a moment before continuing. 3 years ago, I entered the sect, yet I have never succeeded in condensing qi. Many of my peers have already become senior brothers, while I have become a laughingstock within the sect, referred to as a useless dog by some disciples. Over the years, I have often been summoned by Li Jun and a group of disciples. Daxiong, I have endured humiliation and refrained from anger, not because I, Yang Yun, lack temper, but because I profoundly understand that a moment of fury only leads to loss of reason, resulting in erroneous actions and exacerbating the situation. Yang Yun's voice paused, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. "If I strike, I shall ensure it is a decisive blow, leaving no opportunity for others. In combat, one cannot maintain an advantage indefinitely. Failing to deliver a lethal blow when ahead is akin to offering one's opponent a second chance, potentially sealing one's own fate." Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes. "Why do you share this with me?" "Because of your sincerity, you truly regard me as a friend." Yang Yun's voice paused again, his eyes sweeping over the medicine bowl left by Chen Xiong, filled with spiritual liquid. "I genuinely wish to consider you a friend, Daxiong. I want to convey that I have never intended to harm you." Chen Xiong nodded inwardly, recognizing this as a reason for his willingness to engage with Yang Yun. Thus far, despite his ulterior motives and subtle maneuvers, Yang Yun had not caused him any harm. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiong slowly rose and turned to leave, intending to take the robotic cat to the illusory source spirit pool to resolve his hunger issues. Upon reaching the doorway, Chen Xiong paused and turned back. "Oh, by the way, Yang Yun, I forgot to tell you, my name is Chen Xiong." With that, he departed from the stone chamber. Once Chen Xiong was gone, Yang Yun immediately clasped his head with both hands as a piercing pain surged through his mind, his expression contorting into a grimace. His dark eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, and 3 black crescents began to swirl at the edges of his pupils, radiating an immensely powerful ripple outward. At Sword Spirit Peak, deep in the night, there lay a sword valley, situated at the fissure of Sword Mountain, resembling a sacred place long forgotten by the world. The wind howled through the valley, echoing like an ancient sword spirit's lament. Within the valley, numerous swords of varying shapes were embedded in the ground, intertwining densely, creating a breathtaking sight of thousands of blades. Some swords were slender and graceful, akin to agile serpents. Others were broad and hefty, resembling the mighty shields wielded by loyal guardians. There were even pairs of swords resonating together, exuding an essence of yin and yang. This place was not merely a valley of swords, but also a tomb of spirit swords. At the end of the valley stood a green stone sword monument, soaring into the sky like a majestic peak piercing the clouds. The surface of the monument was smooth and radiant, emanating a faint glow imbued with the essence of swordsmanship. Inscribed upon the monument were 3 grand characters, sword without end. Beneath the monument, Lin Qian sat in serene meditation, clad in a simple blue robe, surrounded by ethereal sword energy that resembled vibrant red threads, intricately entwining around her. With every breath she took, a phantom sword of red light subtly emerged behind her. Beyond the sword valley, there stands an ancient pavilion where 2 men sit facing each other. One is clad in white garments, his eyes sharp as an eagle, strikingly handsome. The other wears a robe adorned with swords, his deep-set gaze seemingly infused with the essence of yin and yang. On a stone table rests a stone plate, emanating subtle waves of spiritual energy. Within the plate, two ethereal figures engage in a fierce duel. One, a manifestation of sword energy, radiates a chilling brilliance, while the other, resembling neither bird nor beast, emits a kaleidoscope of colors. The beastly figure's attacks are ferociously potent, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain's summit. In contrast, the sword's illusion moves with an indomitable spirit, each thrust accompanied by a howling wind, harmonizing the duality of strength and gentleness. The man in white, his eyes alight with intensity, chuckles softly. Power reigns supreme. To shatter myriad laws with sheer force is the ultimate truth. If your sword technique could concentrate power into a singular point and unleash it with full might, I would surely be defeated. Brother Tianhao, your assertion is misguided. All things in the world possess their own paths. The harmonious blend of rigidity and flexibility is the true way. The understanding of the Tao, as I perceive it, lies in the balance of strength and softness, each complementing the other, allowing one to stand proudly amidst the cosmos, replies the man in the sword robe with a smile. Articulating his comprehension of the Tao, the man in white responds with a faint smile, choosing not to engage further. After the passage of approximately half a stick of incense, the sword figure within the stone plate blazes forth with brilliance akin to a blazing sun, striking with a tender yet forceful momentum, landing a decisive blow on the beastly silhouette. The latter suffers grievous harm, gradually dissipating into the ether. With a light sigh, the man in white remarks, "You have triumphed once more." "Merely a stroke of luck," the sword-robed man replies, maintaining his composure. "Luck? Is it merely luck that you have bested me time and again?" "Humph," Dragon Tianhao scoffs. "Jianfan, speak plainly. What brings you to seek my counsel?" "Indeed, there is a matter that requires your assistance, Brother Tianhao." "Oh, pray tell," Dragon Tianhao responds. Intrigued, Jianfan raises his head and begins. "Recently, rumors have been circulating within the sect. Initially, I paid them little heed, but now they have escalated, affecting her daily practice and resolve. The path of cultivation demands a tranquil mind, free from distractions. All else is but an illusion, a fleeting reflection. I would not wish for anyone to disturb junior sister Lin Qian." "Humph, your words are convoluted. I too have heard whispers of these rumors. That individual, if I recall correctly, goes by the name Chen Daxiong." Dragon Tianhao retorts with a cold smirk. "You wish for me to intervene and eliminate him?" Jianfan shakes his head slightly. "Brother Tianhao, every situation possesses dual aspects, strength and gentleness, much like the interplay of heaven and earth, sun and moon. Where there is extreme yang, yin is born. Where yin reaches its peak, yang emerges. This cycle is the essence of yin and yang. One must not pursue extremes, for such endeavors cannot endure. Only by integrating yin within yang and vice versa can one persist in this world. The balance of this matter is for you to determine. Whether to eliminate or spare is your decision." "Jianfan, your speech is always so ornate. I have no time to decipher your philosophy. To eliminate Chen Daxiong is to fear that this woman may harbor resentment against you, leading to an untimely eruption of the power she suppresses within. If allowed to grow freely, you would then bemoan the passage of time and seek my intervention." The man in white chuckled coldly a few times. "Very well. Today I concede to you in the discourse on spiritual shadows. I shall handle this matter myself. I would appreciate your assistance, Brother Tianhao." Chapter 26. The Unsealing of the Five Spirits. Chen Xiong journeyed westward with the mechanical cat. After 2 hours, he arrived once more at the foot of the Spirit Beast Peak, where he encountered Pang Mu and Pang Wei. "Chen Daxiong, it's that pretty boy again." The expressions of Pang Mu and Pang Wei varied upon seeing Chen Xiong once more. Chen Xiong held a rather unfavorable impression of the two, and, without further ado, produced his identity token for the Beast Spirit Peak. "I have business and require entry to the Beast Spirit Peak." Pang Wei was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Chen Xiong had previously presented the identity token for the Great Bamboo Peak. Now, only days later, he was brandishing a token for the Beast Spirit Peak. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Where did you obtain this token?" Chen Xiong frowned slightly. "It was given to me by Elder Zhou Yueyao." "Elder Zhou, Junior Sister Zhou." The two exchanged glances, their eyes scrutinizing Chen Xiong, pondering what charm he possessed that two of the sect's most esteemed maidens would bestow upon him such a token. Feeling their gaze upon him, Chen Xiong uneasily bowed again. "Brothers, may I enter?" "Yes, yes, you may enter," Pang Mu replied immediately, his previously stern demeanor shifting to a genial smile. "Junior Brother Daxiong, you have come to report to the Beast Spirit Peak, yes? Proceed along this path, ascend the mountain, and the Blackstone Valley to your right leads to the Beast Spirit Soul appraisal platform." Not wishing to maintain a cold front towards Pang Mu, Chen Xiong slightly bowed. "Brother, I am not going for the talent assessment. I seek the illusory source spirit pool. Could you kindly direct me?" "Ah," Pang Wei exclaimed, eager to speak. but was abruptly pulled back by Pang Mu, who subtly urged him to remain silent. After a moment, Pang Mu pointed to the left front and smiled. Ah, you wish to go to the illusory source spirit pool. Follow the left path straight ahead, and after you cross a peak, you shall see the illusory source spirit pool. Chen Xiong expressed his gratitude and proceeded toward the illusory source spirit pool with the mechanical cat. Once Chen Xiong departed, Pang Wei voiced his confusion. Brother, why did you not let me speak? The area around the illusory source spirit pool is warded, and junior sister Zhou is in seclusion there. Why not prevent him? ISNT the whip you received enough. Pang Mu glared at his younger brother and retorted, Brother, think for a moment. ISNT it's strange. Why does this fellow possess yet another identity token for the beast spirit peak? He stated it was given by junior sister Zhou. Pang Mu continued, Let me ask you again, what kind of person is Elder Zhou Yueyao? If it were any other elder gifting an identity token, I wouldn't find it remarkable. But this is Elder Zhou Yueyao we speak of. After being in the sect for so long, have you ever heard of her interacting with any man? Pang Wei fell silent, recalling that Elder Zhou Yueyao had never been seen in the company of any man, remaining solitary. Brother, that doesn't necessarily imply anything, My dear younger brother, you remain quite naive. Allow me to share a matter with you. Elder Zhou Yueyao exhibits a profound aversion to the opposite sex, even her mount. The Golden Lion is a female, yet, what could compel her to bestow an identity token upon Chen Daxiong? Pang Mu paused, drawing a deep breath. For the past few days, I have been contemplating what unique talent Chen Daxiong possesses that would enable Elder Lin Qian of Deju Peak to venture alone to the Spirit Beast Peak. And what could possibly inspire Elder Zhou Yueyao to relinquish an identity token? Today, upon his arrival, he inquired about the location of the illusory source spirit pool. And in that instant, enlightenment struck me. I discerned the truth behind all these events. Pang Wei, puzzled, asked, Brother, what have you come to understand? Pang Mu revealed a sly grin. Chen Daxiong must possess a particular talent. A talent? Pang Wei was taken aback. What kind of talent? It must be a talent of a man. Pang Mu's eyes narrowed, his gaze lewdly drifting between Pang Wei's legs. Pang Mu shook his head in disbelief. Akin to a rattle drum. That is utterly impossible. Elder Zhou Yueyao could never be such a person. Brother, you still remain too young. Whether Elder Zhou Yueyao is such a person will soon be revealed. If I am mistaken, Chen Daxiong will surely be crippled for daring to trespass the illusory source spirit pool. If I am right, he will emerge unscathed alongside Elder Zhou Yueyao. Brother, you are certainly mistaken. Pang Mu chuckled coldly. If Chen Daxiong dares to approach the spirit pool, he is doomed. Brother, shall we make a wager? A wager on what? Pang Mu replied with a smile. A wager on the badge from this spiritual realm training. In a few months, the sect will open the spirit realm. If you obtain a spirit realm badge, you must give it to me. Pang Wei's expression wavered. You hesitate, do you not? Pang Wei gritted his teeth. Very well. I accept your wager. I bet that Chen Daxiong will be crippled and cast out by Elder Zhou Yueyao. I wager they will emerge together, and in a disheveled state. At the illusory source spirit pool, within the cavernous hot springs, mist swirled like delicate veils. Elder Zhou Yueyao was half submerged in the warm water, her alabaster shoulders exposed. Her golden locks cascading casually over her back. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes gently closed, her hands resting languidly on the edge of the pool. With a unique physique, she required an annual retreat to a tranquil sanctuary to dispel her distractions and solidify her pure heart. Suddenly, the surrounding space rippled, and a white figure abruptly appeared beside the spirit pool. Sensing something amiss, Zhou Yueyao's eyes flew open. A fleeting look of alarm crossing her face as she coldly demanded, "Who are you?" The man in white was tall and slender, his features obscured by the mist, rendering his visage indistinct. "Who I am is of little consequence. What I intend to do is what truly matters, Elder Zhou. Are you not curious?" Zhou Yueyao's gaze turned frigid as she attempted to rise, only to find herself ensnared by an inexplicable force, unable to move. Her eyes widened as she noticed crimson droplets of blood swiftly spreading across the water, forming an eerie blood-red sigil. The blood symbols spread to a portion of Zhou Yueyao's body, binding her physically and sealing her spiritual energy, rendering her momentarily immobile. Blood confinement, a technique of body-refining cultivators. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Yueyao exclaimed, "Are you a cultivator from the northern plains?" The man in white offered no reply, instead crouching down to skillfully arrange variously sized spirit stones upon the ground, his movements fluid and practiced, as if he were setting up a particularly intricate formation. The 5 spirits unsealing formation. Zhou Yueyao recognized the array he was crafting, her eyes betraying a hint of alarm. "Who on earth are you?" After a prolonged silence, the man in white rose slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The formation is finally complete. It was no easy feat." "What are you planning to do?" Zhou Yueyao pressed. The man inspected the formation and addressed her. Elder Zhou, before I activate this array, may I inquire if the seals are completely lifted? Will those fallen ones come? Zhou Yuiao's pupils constricted, a flicker of panic crossing her features. For he seemed to know her origins and was aware of the existence of the fallen ones. The man in white chose not to pursue further questions, his smile unwavering as he said, "Never mind, I already know the answer. I shall now activate the formation. Do enjoy yourself, Elder Zhou. Please, no?" Panic flashed across Zhou Yuiao's face. Chapter 27, Fishing Beast Spirit Peak. Continuing straight ahead on the left, Chen Xiong traversed over a mountain peak. Standing atop the summit, he gazed into the distance and beheld a lake shrouded in mist, its shape circular, with a mountain island obscured by fog at its center. The Misty Island. That must be the illusory source spirit pool, Chen Xiong murmured, his gaze repeatedly drawn to the central island. He had heard Yang Yun mention that this island was a unique secret realm known as Spirit Beast Island, rumored to be home to numerous spirit beasts of varying tiers. Gurgle, gurgle. Once more, the mechanical cat's stomach rumbled. Chen Xiong affectionately patted the mechanical cat's head. After their journey, he was utterly famished, and the cat drooped its head, appearing listless. Continuing onward, Chen Xiong walked for approximately 10 minutes, traversing a thin layer of mist, and finally stepped into the illusory source spirit pool. A refreshing mist enveloped him. Before him lay a spirit pool, its waters crystal clear, resembling a natural circular mirror, home to a myriad of vibrant fish swimming joyously. Chen Xiong squinted, spotting a cylindrical fish with a flattened head, its mouth arched, scales a yellowish green, with a darker back and a lighter belly. A grass carp? It looks remarkably similar, he recognized, noting that this fish was nearly identical to the grass carp on Earth, the only distinction being the color of its scales. Observing closely, he spotted various other fish within the pool: Christian carp, grass carp, mandarin fish, bass, and carp. After a brief examination, Chen Xiong set the mechanical cat down from his shoulder, instructing it to stay by the shore. He then removed his long robe, leaving on only a pair of form-fitting trousers, and with a splash, he leaped into the water. Holding his breath, Chen Xiong's gaze was fixated on a swimming spirit fish nearby. At a certain moment, he suddenly exerted force, swiftly bringing his hands together. Instantly, water splashed in every direction. In the next moment, Chen Xiong raised his hands high, triumphantly grasping a spirit fish the size of his arm. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through him as he embraced the fish, hastily making his way to the shore. He shook off the water from his body, pondering whether to prepare a steamed spirit fish or a barbecued one. "Where's Dang?" Chen Xiong glanced around, realizing the robotic cat, which had been perched at the water's edge, was nowhere to be found. A gurgling sound emanated from the lake not far away. Alarmed, Chen Xiong turned to see a blue spherical figure struggling in the water, its short limbs flailing haphazardly. Could this foolish cat not swim? Panic surged within him, and he immediately leaped into the pool, swimming swiftly toward the robotic cat. Moments later, he grasped it in his arms and dragged it to shore. On the bank, Chen Xiong seized the robotic cat by its legs, lifting it upside down and shaking it vigorously, causing water to cascade from its mouth. Coughing violently, the robotic cat expelled a torrent of water, gradually regaining its senses as it squatted on the ground, gasping for breath, its body trembling uncontrollably. "Dang, what on earth are you doing?" Chen Xiong initially intended to scold it, but upon seeing the cat's innocent eyes, his reprimand faded, replaced instead by a deep sigh. As he dried the robotic cat, he realized that the spirit fish he had caught was now gone. In that moment, Chen Xiong's expression turned conflicted, grappling with the dilemma. He had caught a fish, but now the robotic cat had jumped into the pool. What to do? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him, reminiscent of an intriguing experiment on Earth known as the cat circle effect. This experiment had gained significant attention online, with many netizens conducting their own tests. The premise was simple: draw a circle on the ground, and cats would curiously step inside and remain there quietly. Experts explained that the cat circle effect provides cats with a sense of security akin to a barrier. It was worth a try. If he wanted to do it, he would. Without hesitation, Chen Xiong grabbed a branch and drew a modest circle around the robotic cat. The robotic cat hung its head, appearing listless, staring blankly, motionless. Once the circle was completed, Chen Xiong observed silently for a considerable time, noting that the robotic cat remained with its head drooping, not stepping outside the circle for over 30 minutes. Chen Xiong pondered, uncertain whether the cat circle effect was genuinely effective or if the robotic cat was simply too famished to muster any energy to move. Regardless of the reason, at least the robotic cat would not wander off. After a moment of thought, with a splash, Chen Xiong plunged back into the water. This time, the fish in the pool were much more abundant. He glanced back at the robotic cat, which still hung its head, remaining in place, and after a brief reflection, he swam deeper into the spirit pool to see if any spirit fish awaited him there. After traversing a considerable distance, Chen Xiong encountered two extraordinarily beautiful spirit fish gracefully swimming in the water. Their scales shimmered with vibrant colors, interspersed with delicate silver threads flowing between the scales. The two spirit fish circled around Chen Xiong, and from a higher vantage point, one could discern a vague pattern resembling the bagua forming on the water's surface, all moving in a singular direction. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiong decided to follow them. Before long, he arrived at a natural cave at the island's center, where a thin veil of mist permeated the air. The two peculiar spirit fish swam into the cave and abruptly vanished from sight. Chen Xiong surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a natural hot spring cavern, well hidden and rich in spiritual energy. Scattered along the hot spring's edge were some fragmented stones, glimmering faintly. Driven by curiosity, Chen Xiong picked up a piece of stone for closer inspection, but as soon as it rested in his hand, it disintegrated into dust. A soft glow flickered around him, as if a barrier was slowly dissipating. Suddenly, Chen Xiong turned his head slowly, his gaze drawn to a figure not far away. He swallowed hard, his throat parched. Before him stood a golden-haired woman, reclining against the edge of the hot spring, her eyes gently closed and her cheeks adorned with a faint blush. Her head tilted back against a smooth stone, her hands languidly resting at the water's edge. A pair of voluptuous curves emerged from the water, round and full. Between the woman's bosom and collarbone was a peculiar tattoo, resembling a pair of colorful angel wings, with delicate silver lines subtly flowing along the wings' contours, while other parts of her body bore faint blood markings. Chen Xiong's gaze drifted downward, and he couldn't help but murmur, so large and round, smooth and flawless. Suddenly, warmth surged in his nostrils, as if some liquid was slowly seeping forth. Zhou Yuyao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she gradually opened her striking gray-blue eyes, locking onto Chen Xiong's gaze. In that moment, their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. Chapter 28. An unexpected encounter. Zhou Yuyao? Chen Xiong recognized the golden-haired woman before him. She was none other than Zhou Yuyao, whom he had encountered recently at Beast Spirit Peak. Initially taken aback, Zhou Yuyao's expression quickly shifted to one of frostiness upon noticing the blood streaming from Chen Xiong's nose, her gray-blue eyes filling with a fierce killing intent. Elder Zhou, I swear I saw nothing. I've simply been consuming too many nourishing tonics lately, hence the nosebleed, Chen Xiong hastily explained. Zhou Yuyao, being a Golden Core Realm Elder, warranted an immediate clarification to avoid any dire consequences. I merely came to catch fish. I had no intention of spying on you while bathing. This is a misunderstanding. Consider it as though I have never set foot here, and I assure you, I will not speak of it outside. There are no rumors about me within the sect. Upon recalling the recent gossip surrounding himself and Lin Qian, Chen Xiong quickly fell silent, realizing his words may have been ill-chosen. Zhou Yuyao's gaze became increasingly piercing. Elder Zhou, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I truly came only for fishing and have seen nothing, he continued to explain. Gradually, he perceived something unusual about Zhou Yuyao. She seemed unable to move or speak. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong mustered a bit of courage and cautiously approached Zhou Yuyao, intent on observing her more closely. A flicker of unease crossed Zhou Yuyao's eyes as her chest rose and fell slightly. Both her spiritual energy and body were sealed, rendering her immobile. Are you all right? Chen Xiong approached her, inquiring softly. Are you unable to move or speak? I can speak, Zhou Yuyao replied. Then you truly wish for me to explain myself? I merely came to fish. Encountering you was purely accidental, a misunderstanding orchestrated by fate. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiong turned to depart. Wait, Zhou Yuyao suddenly called out. Hearing this, Chen Xiong halted, slowly turning back. Elder Zhou, do you have any instructions? Zhou Yuyao fell silent, her expression a whirlpool of conflict. The man in white had set up the Five Spirits unsealing formation. Yet he had been struck by an unknown force due to the multiple seals within him. Consequently, he had to flee. But the spiritual formation and the blood restrictions he had established remained intact, leaving her still unable to move. Ignoring the situation could result in the seals within her loosening, with dire consequences. Elder Zhou, I need to fish. If there is nothing else, I shall withdraw. Zhou Yuyao bit her lip lightly. I require your assistance. How may I assist you? I need you to dispel these blood restrictions with your spiritual energy, Zhou Yuyao said, her words tinged with urgency. Breaking the blood restrictions was not inherently difficult. It required external force to erase that power. With her body constrained and spiritual energy sealed, she could only seek help from Chen Xiong. Blood restrictions? Are those the peculiar blood markings on your body? Chen Xiong's gaze swept over Zhou Yuyao's figure. Indeed, she possessed a remarkable physique. Her skin was delicate and fair, her collarbone elegantly defined, and her alluring curves tantalizingly half-submerged in the water. As she breathed lightly, gentle ripples danced around her, exuding an irresistible allure. As he observed her, Chen Xiong felt a warmth in his nostrils, a trickle of blood seeping forth. Upon noticing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Yuyao's eyes, and she spoke icily. Have you seen enough? Chen Xiong wiped away the blood with his sleeve, his tone defiant. Elder Zhou, if you require my help, I must clearly understand the nature of that help and how I might assist. You simply need to use your spiritual energy to disperse those blood marks, correct? Zhou Yueyao replied, biting her silver teeth. Indeed, Chen Xiong said after a moment of contemplation. Elder Zhou, I am willing to assist you, but after my help, you must not seek vengeance against me. You cannot kill me for this. If you agree, I shall help you. Otherwise, I will leave immediately. Zhou Yueyao silently gritted her teeth, offering no response. Observing her expression and gaze, Chen Xiong realized she would not let him go easily. With that, he turned decisively to leave. I promise you, I will not kill you afterward. Zhou Yueyao's soft voice reached him from behind. Chen Xiong paused, turning slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly approached Zhou Yueyao, having resolved to assist her in dispelling the blood marks, seeing it as a means to atone for his unintended intrusion and secure her promise of mercy. Remember your promise, do not kill me afterward. Zhou Yueyao nodded slightly. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xiong slightly leaned forward, once again scrutinizing the faint traces of blood on Zhou Yueyao's body. He then raised his hands, with spiritual energy swirling around his palms, preparing to advance and dispel the blood seals. Wait, Zhou Yueyao gritted her teeth and called out. Chen Xiong paused. What is it now? Close your eyes, do not look. Zhou Yueyao said, her heart racing at the sight of Chen Xiong's slightly squinted eyes. Unable to contain herself, she insisted, if I close my eyes, I want to be able to see. How can I help you disperse those blood seals? Better keep them open, it's more efficient. And we can finish sooner and ease our burdens. No, close your eyes, or else. Zhou Yueyao hesitated, her voice turning icy. I will still kill you. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and with a silent sigh, he acquiesced to Zhou Yueyao's demand, slowly closing his eyes and reaching forward with his hands. The moment his fingertips touched her body, he distinctly felt Zhou Yueyao tremble, her breathing becoming rapid. A flicker of panic crossed her face. Perhaps she did not wish to witness what was unfolding, or perhaps she sought to evade it, as she too slowly closed her eyes. Following the memory of the blood mark's location, Chen Xiong's hands glided over Zhou Yueyao's body, employing his spiritual energy to dispel the seals. The sensation of his fingertips brushing against her skin sent shivers through her, causing a blush to rise on her cheeks, and she involuntarily gasped. Where are you touching? I do not know, I cannot see. Oh, this area is so soft. Chen Xiong's hands inadvertently found a particularly soft spot, and instinctively, he grasped it, squeezing slightly, which made Zhou Yueyao's body tremble even more. You let go of me. An angry and trembling voice rang out, startling Chen Xiong, who suddenly realized where his hands had wandered. He opened his eyes, only to find himself gripping Zhou Yueyao's prominent bosom, having squeezed it somewhat indiscreetly. Let me explain. It was an accident. Zhou Yueyao's face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched. You still do not let go. Chen Xiong lowered his head slightly, noticing that his hands were still on her bosom, and he quickly withdrew them, his expression filled with embarrassment. It was my hand that touched you, not me. Zhou Yueyao, upon hearing this, felt as if she were confronted by a rogue. Her face instantly turned frostbitten, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I will kill you. The blood seals had been largely dispelled, and a faint glow of spiritual light began to emanate from her body as she slowly moved. Elder Zhou, you promised me not to kill me, Chen Xiong said, his expression shifting. The icy glare in Zhou Yueyao's eyes conveyed her inner thoughts. Without hesitation, Chen Xiong turned and fled, not daring to look back, his voice echoing throughout the hot spring cavern. I shall not disturb Elder Zhou's bath any longer. Farewell, no? Never to meet again. In the hot spring, a complex expression flickered in Zhou Yueyao's eyes as she tilted her head slightly, appearing lost in thought. Chapter 29. The scoundrel back on the shore. Chen Xiong was filled with trepidation. What had just transpired was purely out of necessity. The last thing he wished to do was gamble with another's promises and conscience. Although Zhou Yueyao promised not to take his life, who could tell if she would uphold her vow? With a swift motion, Chen Xiong scooped up the lethargic mechanical cat by the shore and dashed towards the cave. Disregarding his attire, his survival took precedence. Uncertain of when Zhou Yueyao would regain her mobility or how she might confront him, he felt an urgent need to leave this place without delay. Along the way, a sense of insecurity gnawed at him. He retrieved a spirit crane from his pocket, conveyed a few words of information, and set it free. After traversing a mountain, the piercing cry of an eagle resonated through the air. Chen Xiong looked up to see a colossal eagle soaring towards him, with a golden-haired woman clad in tight black attire standing proudly upon its back. Her gray-blue eyes exuded a chilling aura. So soon, Chen Xiong's expression shifted slightly as he cradled the mechanical cat and lowered himself, concealing his presence amidst the foliage. Remaining utterly still, the approaching spirit beast, the extreme eye eagle, possessed vision far superior to ordinary creatures. And no rustle of leaves or whisper of wind could escape its keen gaze. It had already detected Chen Xiong's presence in the woods, letting out a sharp cry before diving directly towards him with tremendous speed. It has found me. In the underbrush, Chen Xiong's countenance darkened, no longer willing to hide. He bolted forward, fleeing with fervor. The eagle descended from the heavens, landing before him with a cloud of dust swirling around. On its back, Zhou Yueyao slightly lifted her gaze, her expression revealing a complex blend of emotions. With a forced smile, Chen Xiong addressed her. Elder Zhou, I have assisted you. And you promised not to kill me. What is the meaning of this? Are you truly contemplating breaking your word? I have vowed not to take your life. And I shall not go back on that, Zhou Yueyao replied, her voice momentarily faltering before continuing. However, I never stated that I would allow you to go free. Chen Xiong's expression turned to one of incredulity as he confronted her sharp words, his voice tinged with anger. What do you mean by not letting me go? What do you intend to do? Zhou Yueyao remained silent for a moment before stating, You shall return with me, remaining by my side, unable to move an inch, until I devise a solution to your predicament. Only then will I permit your departure. Have you truly not thought of a solution yet? Chen Xiong retorted. You cannot leave, she declared. A bitter laugh escaped Chen Xiong. You are effectively restraining my freedom, confining me. In truth, you are unwilling to let me go. How can a venerable elder of your sect speak so dishonorably, making promises only to renege? It is utterly shameless. Zhou Yueyao's gaze hardened. Have you finished? Not yet. You promised not to kill me, yet now you refuse to let me go. Your words are as empty as a fool's ramblings, he replied. Zhou Yueyao's eyes flickered with hesitation and struggle. After a brief moment, she clenched her teeth, as if steeling her resolve, her gaze growing firmer. Enough. Today, you must come with me. I will not go, Chen Xiong stated resolutely. Zhou Yueyao ceased her verbal sparring, lightly leaping to the ground. With a swift gesture, the eagle emitted a low call, instantly spreading its massive wings and swooping down towards him. In the blink of an eye, the majestic eagle swooped down before him. Chen Xiong gritted his teeth in resolve. He would not succumb to fate. He forcefully invoked the third stage of his incantation, dark runes emerging at his heart, spreading throughout his chest. His Dantian's spiritual energy spiraled violently, meridians pulsating with unleashed power, as he hurled a punch at the eagle, roaring, Kill. The eagle merely flicked its wing. In that instant, Chen Xiong felt as though a colossal mountain had collided with his chest. His blood surged violently, bones cracking. And darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness and collapsed. Zhou Yueyao slowly approached Chen Xiong's side, noticing the flush of his body gradually fading. She murmured softly, The power of blood vitality. No wonder he could easily break the blood seal. After a moment's contemplation, a black whip materialized in her right hand. With a gentle flick, the whip coiled around Chen Xiong's body like an awakened spiritual serpent, binding him securely. Her gaze shifted to the nearby machine cat, which lay in an uncertain slumber, and curiosity flickered in her eyes as she cradled it in her arms and leapt onto the eagle's back. The eagle unfurled its enormous wings and soared gracefully into the sky, racing towards Beast Spirit Peak. As the eagle flew over Beast Spirit Peak, numerous disciples looked up in awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they rubbed their eyes, questioning the reality before them. Pang Mu raised his head. Astonishment and admiration etched across his face, exclaiming, He didn't even have time to wear clothes. This is utterly wild. Brother, look up quickly. Pang Wei, puzzled, asked. What are we looking at? Pang Mu responded loudly. Look up now. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Pang Wei, still bemused, lifted his gaze to the sky, where a giant eagle spirit flew past, upon which stood a golden-haired figure alongside a bare man bound by a whip. Sister Zhou Yueyao and Chen Daxiong. Pang Wei's expression turned blank as he muttered, Why isn't he wearing clothes? Pang Mu sighed in admiration. Incredible. Chen Daxiong is truly formidable. With that face, even Elder Zhou Yueyao is captivated. Unbelievable. Pang Wei remained in a daze, murmuring, I never imagined Sister Zhou Yueyao was that kind of person. Pang Mu sought to console him, saying, What kind of person? Brother, you must understand, men and women in this world are equally desirous. It's merely a matter of some being reserved while others are more liberated. Pang Wei fell silent, his heart heavy with despair. Pang Mu chuckled, Haha, my dear brother, I have won this wager. If you lose the beast battle at Spirit Peak, the Spirit Realm badge shall belong to me. At that moment, many disciples of Beast Spirit Peak witnessed Zhou Yueyao returning to her quarters with a bare man, and instantaneously, rumors began to spread like wildfire throughout the Spirit Peak. At Sword Spirit Peak, beneath the sword tablet, Lin Qian sat in tranquil meditation. With each breath, a flickering red sword shadow emerged behind her. emanating an aura of lethal ferocity. Just then, a messenger spirit crane flew into Sword Valley, gliding gracefully towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian opened her eyes, revealing a pair of enchanting orbs that glimmered with an otherworldly crimson hue. Moments later, the blood-red tint gradually faded, restoring her gaze to its usual clarity and vivacity. With a joyful expression, she extended her hand, as pure and white as jade, and a spirit crane alighted gracefully upon her palm. A flash of spiritual light illuminated the moment, and the information from the crane surged into Lin Qian's mind. Instantly, her countenance shifted dramatically, filled with urgency. She sprang to her feet and leapt onto her azure sword, soaring through the air like the wind, racing towards the horizon. At an ancient pavilion outside the Sword Valley, a man clad in white slowly opened his eyes, departing from the scene with a deliberate calmness. Chapter 30, Spirit Armor Beast Spirit Peak, Tranquil Meditation Pavilion. Chen Xiong felt as though all his bones had shattered, waves of pain coursing through him as he struggled to open his eyes. Before him loomed a colossal feline face, with large, round eyes filled with concern. Daxiong, the robotic cat, exclaimed with delight upon seeing Chen Xiong awake, its plump body leaping into his embrace as if to cling to him, refusing to let go. This silly cat, Chen Xiong thought, warmth flooding his heart as he lifted it up, noticing that the robotic cat had regained its vigor, no longer drooping but wearing a puzzled expression. Hey, Ziding-dang, aren't you hungry? Have you eaten something? The robotic cat beamed back at him with a silly grin. Chen Xiong felt a twinge of helplessness. Communication with the robotic cat remained a challenge. He propped himself up slightly, surveying his surroundings. The room was modestly sized, its floor laid with smooth jade stone. To his right stood a jade table and stool, books neatly arranged atop the table, pristine and unblemished. In the center of the room, a small incense burner sent tendrils of smoke curling into the air, akin to ethereal threads, wafting gently. Breathing in the fragrant aroma invigorated his senses. To his left lay a white jade bed, upon which Zhou Yueyao sat in a meditative pose, her eyes lightly closed in serene contemplation. A faint barrier of white light surrounded the room, and as Chen Xiong approached to touch it, he discovered he could not penetrate it, realizing he was confined within this chamber. Noticing that Chen Xiong had awakened, Zhou Yueyao slowly opened her gray-blue eyes, casting a brief glance before closing them again. Choosing to ignore him, so aloof, Chen Xiong mused quietly. She saw me wake up, yet chose not to speak. What could she possibly want? Confused by Zhou Yueyao's intentions, he pondered their predicament, trapped together within this barrier, yet she remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong resolved to engage her verbally, appealing to her reason and emotions. Elder Zhou, might you be a Virgo? Zhou Yueyao remained unmoved by his words. We are both innocent in this matter. You are hastily confining me, a dashing and charming gentleman, to a room alone with you, which could tarnish your reputation should word get out. I am merely considering your best interests. Allow me to clarify, I am but a fisherman, and I did not anticipate encountering you bathing in such a location during the day. I feel utterly wronged. If blame must be assigned, let it be directed at those two wretched fish. Moreover, if you desired privacy while bathing, it would have been prudent to summon a few dogs or wolves to guard your sanctuary. I would never have ventured into such a place. Chen Xiong continued his protestations. Aside from the peculiar tattoo on your chest, I assure you, I witnessed nothing else. Silence. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhou Yueyao's icy gaze as she gritted her teeth. Chen Xiong was taken aback. Despite his lengthy explanations, Zhou Yueyao had remained unresponsive. Except for her apparent overreaction regarding the tattoo. Was there something particularly significant about it? After a brief moment, Chen Xiong cautiously inquired, Elder Zhou, this is all a misunderstanding. I was merely aiding you in dispelling the blood mark. When you instructed me to close my eyes, I inadvertently touched it. It was indeed soft and ample. Zhou Yueyao's brow furrowed slightly, ignoring his remarks. You have apprehended me, yet you say nothing and offer no care. If you believe I have seen that tattoo, I can choose to forget it selectively. If you do not cease your chatter, I shall ensure your silence. Zhou Yueyao's expression suddenly grew cold, radiating a deadly aura. Let me remind you once more, I have merely promised not to kill you, not that I will refrain from causing you harm. Chen Xiong immediately fell silent. Through their brief exchange, he had discerned that Zhou Yueyao was far more concerned about him seeing her tattoo than about him having touched her. Elder Zhou. Chen Xiong initially intended to probe further, but upon meeting Zhou Yueyao's icy gaze, he noticed her slightly raising her right hand, her palm shimmering with a mystical light, suggesting she was ready to take action at the slightest provocation. With a resigned sigh, he abandoned the pretense of conversation and began to survey his surroundings. At that moment, he realized he was not bare-chested but had donned a black bodysuit. Upon glancing at Zhou Yueyao's similar black attire, he noted the two outfits were nearly identical, one male, one female. Turning to Zhou Yueyao, he asked, Elder Zhou, May I inquire if you assisted me in putting on this garment? Zhou Yueyao nodded slightly in response. Chen Xiong examined the snug black outfit, then glanced at Zhou Yueyao, struggling to fathom how she could have helped him don such a form-fitting suit. Zhou Yueyao offered no explanation. Instead, she extended her right hand, grasping the air as if in a spell. The bodysuit enveloping Chen Xiong began to dissipate into strands of black thread, coalescing into a black bracelet that gathered in her palm. A chill coursed through him as he looked down to find himself clad only in a simple pair of shorts. The snug black bodysuit had vanished. This is the spirit armor, Zhou Yueyao declared, and with a wave of her hand, the black bracelet swiftly disintegrated into strands that descended upon Chen Xiong. Reconstructing the black bodysuit he had just lost, Chen Xiong was slightly taken aback. He had never encountered such a method of dressing before. Can I control this spirit armor? He inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Without hesitation, Chen Xiong attempted to replicate Zhou Yueyao's movements, placing his right hand on the chest of the fitted garment, fingers curled, unleashing his spiritual energy to grasp the air. Instantly, the spirit armor was drawn by an unseen force, gradually dissipating into strands of black, which coalesced into a dark bracelet resting in his palm. With a mere thought, Chen Xiong waved his right hand, and the black bracelet vanished. The black spirit armor reappearing on his body. This is quite intriguing, he mused, finding this mode of dressing remarkably unique. With fingers outstretched, he once again summoned the spirit armor, which formed into a black bracelet. Another thought, and the armor adorned him once more. This cycle continued, a man clad in nothing but his skin, repeatedly donning and shedding garments. Zhou Yueyao observed this spectacle, her beautiful eyes glimmering slightly, as she coldly remarked, "Could you possibly be quiet?" Chen Xiong promptly donned the spirit armor, his expression slightly embarrassed. "My apologies, I didn't realize there was a woman present." Ha. He scratched his head and chuckled, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. Zhou Yueyao cast a glance at Chen Xiong, but chose not to comment further. After a brief silence, Chen Xiong directly addressed her. "Elder Zhou, confining me like this is not a viable solution. Since you have chosen not to kill me, when will you release me? I have devised a plan, but it requires patience." Chen Xiong immediately inquired, "How long must we wait?" "Uncertain," was her response. Chen Xiong pressed on. "What exactly is this plan? Share it with me. Perhaps together we can find a solution." Zhou Yueyao's right hand shimmered with spiritual light, producing a jade pill bottle from which she poured out a green pill. This is a Qingxin Wangchen pill, crafted by Damling Peak. Consuming it can temporarily dispel one's desires and distractions. Hence, I thought of another pill from Damling Peak called the 7-Day Mingpa Pill. Chapter 31. 7-Day Mingpa Pill. The 7-Day Mingpa Pill? Chen Xiong queried, perplexed. What sort of elixir is that? It is a forgetfulness pill, Zhou Yueyao explained. Consuming this pill will cause you to lose certain memories. Absolutely not. Chen Xiong immediately shook his head in refusal. The thought of forgetting his own memories was something he would never entertain. He had pondered this matter deeply before. If a person were to lose their memories, would they still be themselves? Chen Xiong believed that one's thoughts and memories comprise the entirety of their life experiences. Losing one's memories would mean losing oneself. A fate more tragic than death. A body devoid of one's memories and thoughts, giving rise to new memories and thoughts. Would that still be considered oneself? Was this not a form of alternative possession? Zhou Yueyao's brow furrowed, her voice tinged with a hint of menace. If you refuse, I shall kill you. Even if you were to kill me, I would still refuse, Chen Xiong declared, meeting Zhou Yueyao's gaze with unwavering resolve. For me to lose my memories is out of the question. It is utterly impossible. Their eyes locked in the air, neither willing to concede. After a minute, Zhou Yueyao withdrew her gaze and added, "This 7-Day Mingpa Pill will only cause you to lose memories from the past 7 days, not all of your memories." Chen Xiong lowered his head, his expression reflecting contemplation. The loss of merely 7 days of memory would not impair his cognition. It was akin to being reborn 7 days prior, with his consciousness intact. He remained himself. After a brief moment, Chen Xiong gritted his teeth and conceded. "I can agree to losing just 7 days of memory, but why must we wait? The alchemist capable of crafting the 7-Day Mingpa Pill has departed, and it is uncertain when he shall return. Is there a formula available?" "Yes, there is," Zhou replied. "If we possess the formula, why not share it with another alchemist of equal caliber to assist in the creation of the pill? Why the necessity to await the return of the original alchemist? Your formula has not been patented by the state." "Patented by the state?" Zhou Yueyao questioned, perplexed. "What is that?" "It is a form of intellectual property." Chen Xiong replied dismissively, eager to resolve the matter swiftly. "We could find a similarly ranked alchemist, provide them with the formula for the 7-Day Mingpa Pill, and have them concoct it for us. No one would accuse him of infringement." Zhou Yueyao retorted coldly. "Do you truly believe that crafting a finished medicinal pill merely requires possession of the formula? Is it not so?" Chen Xiong countered. "An alchemist needs only to obtain a formula, gather the requisite materials, and they can effortlessly concoct the pill as described. This was Chen Xiong's understanding, gleaned from the numerous novels he had read, where the protagonists often achieved success in alchemy simply by having the necessary formula and sufficient rank. Even the most popular novel about breaking off engagements featured a protagonist who effortlessly created pills, provided the alchemist possessed the right rank and formulas. Have you ever seen a prescription? Zhou Yueyao inquired. Yes, I have. The prescription lists various herbs, which are then brewed into a medicinal decoction. Then tell me, how long does it take to brew a prescription? At what intervals should the herbs be boiled? And what degree of heat is required to maximize the efficacy of the medicine? Those who brew the medicine would know. Chen Xiong shrugged. They understand when to brew and at what heat to ensure optimal potency. You ask me, but how would I know? Simple-minded creature, Zhou Yueyao remarked coldly. Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback. How had he become simple-minded? Was the art of alchemy and brewing truly so intricate? Zhou Yueyao continued. Every registered disciple possesses a foundational technique for refining qi, which details the cultivation methods. May I ask, does every disciple successfully condense qi? Upon hearing her words, Chen Xiong instantly grasped the implication. Knowing the steps was one thing. Executing them was a different matter altogether. Each alchemist specializes in particular pills, honed through countless trials and failures. Even if another alchemist follows the formula precisely, the quality and efficacy of the resulting pill may vary significantly. Zhou Yueyao's voice faltered momentarily as her gaze locked onto Chen Xiong. Would you dare consume such a pill? At that moment, Chen Xiong found himself persuaded by Zhou Yueyao. Yet he was reluctant to remain idle. He inquired, is it true that only that alchemist can craft the 7-day Mingpa pill? If not, perhaps we should journey to Danling Peak together to seek out other alchemists. Very well, Zhou Yueyao pondered briefly before acquiescing. Just then, a slight furrow appeared on her brow as she cast her gaze outside, her voice turning icy. Before we head to Danling Peak, you must first address your own troubles. My troubles? Chen Xiong questioned, perplexed. Zhou Yueyao slowly rose, a trace of frost settling upon her features. Your little admirer has arrived once more. Chen Xiong immediately recalled that during his escape from the illusory source spirit pool, he had dispatched a spirit crane with a message seeking Lin Qian's assistance. An enraged voice echoed from outside. Zhou Yueyao, come out here. Zhou Yueyao's eyes glinted with cold fire as she wielded her whip, leading Chen Xiong and the mechanical cat outside. Chapter 32. Rumors at Beast Spirit Peak. Within the Spirit Beast Martial Arena, Lin Qian's voice resonated, imbued with a hint of spiritual power, rippling outward like water, clearly reverberating in every corner of the arena. Countless disciples of Beast Spirit Peak turned to gaze in her direction. Once again, its senior sister Lin Qian. Some disciples expressed anger upon seeing her, while others wore expressions of resignation, and many were filled with confusion, unsure of the unfolding events. The crowd began to gather, buzzing with speculation. Why has Goddess Lin Qian come to Beast Spirit Peak? Senior sister Lin Qian is truly stunning. I wish she were the concubine of my grandson Ma. Do you think you are Chen Daxiong? Dream on and step aside. Goddess Lin Qian seeks our elder Zhou. With such a demeanor, her intentions appear far from benign. What has transpired? Does anyone know? Oh no, Elder Lin has come again. A disciple shook his head, his expression one of exasperation. It must be about that Chen Daxiong again. I truly do not understand what charm this pretty boy possesses, with the two goddesses of our sect revolving around him. Chen Daxiong? Who is that? Zhang San. You have been in seclusion and surely are unaware of recent events. Elder Lin has stormed into Beast Spirit Peak before. This is not her first occurrence. Not her first? A few days ago, Elder Lin came to Beast Spirit Peak to confront Li Ying. It seems that after a brief lull, she has returned to demand someone again. Elder Lin is not seeking Elder Zhou. Why would it concern Chen Daxiong? You are unaware of the whispers. I shall share a secret with you. Just yesterday, Elder Zhou Yueyao and Chen Daxiong arrived together, disheveled and breathless. The scene was quite revealing. That is impossible. Peng Mu, do not speak such nonsense. Nonsense. I witnessed it with my own eyes. This is no mere rumor. I, Peng Mu, would stake my life on it. Peng, you have changed shifts. Where is your brother? Ah, my ineffectual younger brother. Having witnessed sights he ought not to have seen, now wanders through his days in a daze, his mind in turmoil. I must share with you all that I am aware of Chen Daxiong's connection to Elder Zhou. What is it? Peng Mu, spare us the suspense. Enlighten me with your knowledge. A throng of disciples, curiosity etched upon their faces, gathered around Peng Mu, eager to hear the latest gossip from the sect, especially concerning its two revered goddesses. Peng Mu, observing the increasing crowd, smiled gently and slowly uttered two words. Male concubine. A male concubine? Chen Daxiong is the male concubine of Elder Zhou Yueyao? Many disciples shook their heads in disbelief, scoffing at the notion. In their minds, Elder Zhou Yueyao was a figure of cold indifference, imperious and taciturn, disinclined to even glance at any man. How could such a frigid goddess possibly keep a male concubine? Peng Mu, you speak nonsense. Elder Zhou is not that kind of person. Indeed, it is impossible. I have never seen Elder Zhou interact with any man. How could she secretly harbor a male concubine? Peng Mu, should you continue with these wild claims, I shall tear your tongue from your mouth. A multitude of disciples began to voice their objections, some fervently accusing Peng Mu of slandering their goddess, while others appeared astonished, quietly speculating on the truth. You are all mistaken. Sister Yueyao is not like that. Sun Yan, do you know something? Sun Yan interjected that Sister Yueyao has no affection for men, preferring the company of women. Your information is even more absurd. I would sooner believe that Elder Zhou has a male concubine hidden away than accept that. This is true. Sun Yan replied timidly. Sun Yan, are you perhaps Elder Zhou's favored little flower? Many disciples shook their heads, as rumors about Zhou Yueyao proliferated, growing increasingly outrageous, with some becoming utterly scandalous. Elder Zhou returned to her quarters with a naked man. This I, Peng Mu, witnessed with my own eyes, believe it or not. Peng Mu declared once more with fervor. What Peng Mu says is indeed true. I saw Chen Daxiong in a disheveled state, led by Elder Zhou into her chamber. Just yesterday, I too witnessed this, initially thinking it a trick of the eye, only to realize it was indeed true. Could Chen Daxiong truly be Elder Zhou Yueyao's male concubine? Or perhaps a male servant? A dozen disciples stepped forward, rallying behind Peng Mu's assertions. An unsettling thought arose in many minds. Could it be that Elder Zhou truly harbors a male concubine within her chambers? A resounding roar echoed through the air. The crowd parted to make way for a majestic golden lion, striding forth with two individuals and a cat atop its back. The sight provoked a new wave of speculation among the assembled disciples. The golden battle lion, Elder Zhou Yueyao, has arrived. Is that Chen Daxiong? Surely not. Chen Daxiong emerged from the room alongside Elder Zhou. Could he genuinely be her male concubine? My heavens, they had spent the entire day together in that room. A lone man and a solitary woman for an entire day. Do not tell me they engaged in no activities. Suddenly, a female disciple let out a piercing scream. Neural, Sun Yan, why are you calling out like that? You startled me. Sun Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, what an adorable little blue raccoon. What kind of spirit beast is that? It's so round and chubby, simply delightful. Oh wait, it seems this raccoon doesn't have ears. Truly a Na'vi perspective. Making a fuss over a mere spirit beast, another remarked. Sun Yan, I too find this blue raccoon charming. But I have never encountered such a spirit beast on Spirit Beast Island. Round, what brings you here? I came to find you, Sun Yan. I discovered an intriguing place. Would you like to join me? Some female disciples expressed surprise, captivated by the machine cat's adorable demeanor, and began to gossip discreetly. Look closely. Elder Zhou and Chen Daxiong are both wearing matching outfits. What matching outfits? You lack basic knowledge. Those are spirit armor garments. An exceedingly rare defensive spirit artifact that can form a protective barrier in accordance with one's physique. It offers physical defense, spiritual protection, vitality restoration, and amplification of spiritual power. How can there be such ignorance? Is ignorance a crime? You can't even communicate properly. The two entered a room in disarray, remaining inside for an entire day. Now, emerging together in matching outfits and riding the flowing golden battle lion, the connection between Chen Daxiong and Elder Zhou Yueyao is non-existent. No matter what you say, I refuse to believe it. Chen Daxiong not only depends on others, but aspires to be a kept man. It's utterly disgraceful and devoid of moral integrity. As Zhou Yueyao and Chen Daxiong appeared simultaneously, the crowd grew tumultuous. Various strange rumors circulated, reaching the ears of Zhou Yueyao and Chen Daxiong, eliciting different reactions from them. Chen Daxiong immediately clutched his chest, nearly choking on his indignation. As a dignified man, to be labeled as a soft rice man or a pretty boy is already absurd, and now he is further burdened with the ridiculous label of a kept man. It is utterly nonsensical and outrageous. If these rumors continue to fester, who knows what they will eventually morph into? Brother Daxiong, a concerned voice broke through the chaos. Upon seeing Chen Daxiong safe and sound, Lin Qian exhaled in relief. However, she soon noticed the matching black bodysuits worn by both Chen Daxiong and Zhou Yueyao. Her expression faltering, her gaze dimmed, and she bit her lip, unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Xiao Qian. Chen Daxiong waved at Lin Qian. Zhou Yueyao spoke coldly. Go and clarify things with your little lover. Remember, do not mention anything about us. Otherwise, should you breach this promise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Chen Daxiong softly complied, gently leaping from the lion's back while cradling the machine cat, and swiftly approached Lin Qian, only to find her with a sullen expression, her gaze dim and her lower lip marked with deep teeth impressions, oozing a hint of blood, as if she was struggling to contain her emotions. He immediately inquired, Xiao Qian, what troubles you? Brother, are you and her? Lin Qian lifted her gaze slightly. her clear eyes seemingly veiled by a mist. Are you together? Chapter 33. Explanation. Chen Xiong promptly clarified. Xiaoqian, you have misunderstood. The situation is not as you perceive it, nor as they have conveyed. I have encountered some troubles. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qian bit her lip and asked, did you really stay together last night? Yes, we were together last night, but not in the way you think. Lin Qian tightened her grip on her clothing, her voice heavy with emotion. Brother, where are your clothes? Clothes? Chen Xiong replied without hesitation. I took them off myself yesterday. This armor I am wearing, she helped me put it on. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted his words, realizing they might only deepen the misunderstanding. He quickly added, the entire situation is rather intricate. Ultimately, the fault lies with me, as I was the one who intruded upon her space. His 3 statements pierced Lin Qian's heart like needles, causing her to tremble slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson. It's not as complicated as it seems, nor as simple. Allow me to explain, he began. But Lin Qian placed a delicate hand over Chen Xiong's lips, forcing a strained smile. Brother, there is no need for you to explain anything to Xiaoqian, regardless of what you do. Whether you fancy several girls or have a particular preference, Xiaoqian does not mind. I only wish to ask you for one thing. Her voice faltered, and she managed a strained smile. Please don't leave Xiaoqian alone again. Can you promise me that? Chen Xiong's expression grew complex, a wave of guilt surging within him. A girl who deeply loves a man would make such a humble plea, seeking no explanations, only wishing for him not to abandon her. Brother, do you not want to? Lin Qian lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly from her emotions. I promise you. Chen Xiong said earnestly, no matter what happens in the future, I will never leave you alone. Thank you, brother. Yet he insisted, but truly, there is nothing between her and me. Chen Xiong attempted to continue explaining. This was merely an accident. It's all right. There is no need for explanations, Lin Qian smiled. Interrupting him, Chen Xiong sighed. All right, Xiaoqian, I still need to resolve some matters with Elder Zhou. You don't need to worry about me. Lin Qian looked surprised. Brother, you still intend to go with her? Chen Xiong nodded slightly. Yes, there are still matters to settle with her. Brother, do you wish to go with her? Certainly not, Chen Xiong replied immediately. It's just, if you don't want to, that is enough. With Xiaoqian here today, no one can take you away. With that, Lin Qian radiated a brilliant light, an immensely powerful aura swiftly expanding in all directions, transforming into a sharp beam of sword-like energy aimed directly at Zhou Yueyao. Xiaoqian. Chen Xiong attempted to stop her, but it was too late. Zhou Yueyao looked speechless, her gray-blue eyes fixed on Chen Xiong, seemingly questioning. What on earth are you doing? Chen Xiong felt somewhat helpless. His attempt to explain the matter to Lin Qian had backfired, resulting in Lin Qian directly confronting Zhou Yueyao. In the martial arts arena, the clash of spiritual energies between Lin Qian and Zhou Yueyao unleashed a powerful shockwave that rippled through the venue, causing many disciples to stagger backward. Those standing nearby were thrown into disarray, falling in a chaotic tumble. Quickly, activate the arena's barrier. For disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, their bodies shimmering with various spiritual hues, positioned themselves at the 4 corners of the arena and promptly activated the protective barrier. For beams of light gradually ascended, intertwining to form a luminous screen that enveloped Lin Qian and Zhou Yueyao, shielding all energy diffusion from view. Chen Xiong gazed at the rising barrier, only to be met with a veil of white mist. Why can't we see anything? Many disciples shared the same confusion and began to inquire. A disciple at the Foundation establishment stage elucidated, the Golden Core Elders can deploy domain techniques. The collision and interference between domains create a chaotic atmosphere, rendering the space unstable. Our cultivation levels are insufficient to perceive such a high-level battle. Elder Lin or Elder Zhou, who do you think will prevail? It must be Elder Zhou. I also believe Elder Zhou will win. Certainly, Elder Zhou will triumph. Numerous disciples echoed this sentiment, as most of them belonged to the Beast Spirit Peak, where Zhou Yueyao was an elder, thus their hearts leaned towards her victory. I believe Elder Lin will win. A dissenting voice emerged, drawing curious glances from the crowd. Huangli, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind? Elder Zhou stepped into the Golden Core stage months ago, while Elder Lin only did so a month ago. Not to mention, Elder Zhou is a beast tamer. How could she possibly lose? Silence. Huangli growled. His mention of riding a sow being a painful memory he wished to avoid. What do you know? You have no understanding of Daju Peak. Those few are extraordinary. Brother Huangli, shall we wager again today? A gentle voice resonated from behind. Huangli turned to see a young man in yellow, his expression one of alarm. Why you? What are you doing here? I merely came to observe the excitement. Brother Huangli, care for another bet? This time, I'll wager 100 chi condensation pills against you. If you lose, you must disrobe and dance in the center of the arena. How does that sound? Huangli hesitated. Aye. The young man in yellow smiled. Brother Huangli, think carefully. This is 100 chi condensation pills. 100. In life, One must take risks to attain wealth, gamble a little, and you might transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. After much contemplation, Huang Li grit his teeth and declared, I bet that Elder Zhou Yueyao will win. Boom, boom, boom. Vibrations emanated from within the barrier as the battle intensified. Minutes later, the barrier's brilliance began to fade. The onlookers craned their necks, anxious not to miss any thrilling moments. Sister Yueyao. Lin Xian's voice rang out first, cheerful yet tinged with softness. Chen Xiong's gaze immediately turned, his mouth slightly agape, and his expression one of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the two would conclude their encounter in such a manner. Chapter 34. Long Tianhao in the heart of the barrier, the two stood side by side. Lin Xian wore a radiant smile, her left arm casually encircling Zhou Yueyao's waist. Zhou Yueyao, with affectionate familiarity, rested her arm on Lin Xian's shoulder, her fingers gently squeezing her upper arm. The two leaned against each other like sisters. Chen Xiong had envisioned numerous possible outcomes, yet he had never imagined that they would end in such a way. Mere moments ago, they were adversaries. Now, they appeared as close as siblings. This development was utterly perplexing. Lin Xian whispered a few words to Zhou Yueyao, her face beaming as she approached Chen Xiong. Xiao Qian, are you all right? Chen Xiong inquired immediately. What have you two been doing inside the barrier? Lin Xian wrinkled her nose playfully. We did nothing at all. I only came to know Elder Yueyao better. I had misunderstood her before. Misunderstood? What exactly transpired? Just then, the crowd erupted with fervent shouts. A magnificent red bird soared in from the south, its feathers of brilliant crimson, each plume shimmering with a mysterious aura, as if imbued with spiritual energy. It is Elder Long Tianhao. Is Elder Long Tianhao one of our Beast Spirit Peak's elders? Do you not recognize him? He is the true prodigy of our Beast Spirit Peak, the foremost figure under the Peak Master. 6 years ago, he had already attained the Golden Core stage. He is not only our esteemed elder, but also a paragon of masculinity. Elder Long Tianhao is also a god of slaughter. A god of slaughter? Drenched in blood. The harbinger of death, Elder Long single-handedly annihilated a city of evil cultivators. That scene was nothing short of a hellish battlefield. Elder Long is so handsome. Elder Long. I adore you. I love you too. Many female disciples displayed starry-eyed admiration, their eyes sparkling with affection as they shouted in unison. Chen Xiong gazed skyward. Upon the red bird stood a man of striking elegance. Clad in a resplendent white robe woven from precious spiritual silk, the sunlight illuminated his attire, making it appear as if flowing with starlight, akin to a radiant dawn. His brows were sharp and slanted, his eyes deep as abysses, while his long hair was secured at the back of his head with a white ribbon, a few strands dancing in the wind, exuding an air of freedom and nonchalance. Truly handsome, Chen Xiong marveled. He bears a resemblance to Yi Guqing from the battle at the peak of the Forbidden City. Long Tianhao's gaze slowly swept over the crowd before settling on Zhou Yueyao. Yueyao, what is the situation? Zhou Yueyao gave a slight bow. Senior brother Long, I was merely sparring with Elder Lin. I hope I did not disturb your cultivation. Sparring? Long Tianhao scoffed. I have heard that you two were vying for the affection of a disciple. Senior brother, you know Yueyao's nature. She is accustomed to freedom and leisure. The notion of competing for a man is something she would shy away from, not seek out. Yueyao, your circumstances are quite unique. Your presence in the Yunling sect is due to the Peak Master's goodwill, and you must not entertain any frivolous thoughts. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Zhou Yueyao responded softly. Yueyao understands. Long Tianhao cast a casual glance at Lin Xian before his gaze settled on Chen Xiong. Are you Chen Daxiong? He inquired. Chen Xiong slightly bowed. Elder Long, I am. Recently, there has been an abundance of wild rumors circulating within the sect, attributed to you. I have grown weary of listening to them and wish for a period of tranquility. Consequently, Long Tianhao's tone gradually turned icy, laced with an undercurrent of menace. I wish for you to vanish. Chen Xiong's countenance shifted subtly, as the murderous intent in Long Tianhao's eyes was unmistakable. Did he intend to kill me? Lin Xian stepped forward, shielding Chen Xiong behind her. Those rumors were instigated by me. If you seek trouble, we of Daju Peak are ever ready to engage. Long Tianhao narrowed his eyes, offering no further words. He stepped forward, a formidable force radiating outward like rippling water, expanding to envelop the entire spirit beast arena. Each step he took created visible ripples in the air, subtly undulating. The surrounding disciples felt the atmosphere being drawn away, their chests tightening, making it hard to breathe. At the forefront, Chen Xiong felt as though an immense mountain had suddenly pressed down upon him, his blood surging, the energy within his meridians gathering and dissipating. With each step Long Tianhao took, the weight of this mountain-like pressure increased, becoming ever more oppressive. Chen Xiong let out a low growl, his skin flushing with a hint of crimson as a surge of vitality coursed through him, alleviating some of the pressure. Long Tianhao nodded slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Typically, Those of the Foundation establishment realm would succumb to this oppressive aura, their consciousness faltering. Yet here stood a Qi condensation disciple, unyielding and proud. What do you intend, Long Tianhao? Chen Xiong's veins pulsed as he ground out the words through clenched teeth. Someone had hinted that I should eliminate the sect's rumors. The situation has become too convoluted. I desire a straightforward resolution. Thus, Long Tianhao sneered, I wish to kill you. Chen Xiong's expression darkened. He had done nothing to warrant such a death sentence. Was it merely because he was perceived as weak that Long Tianhao felt no restraint? A wave of intense humiliation and resentment surged within him, nurturing a burgeoning resolve to grow stronger. Daxiong, the robotic cat, murmured softly. Sensing the potent emotions of indignation and anger emanating from Chen Xiong, alongside that indomitable spirit of a warrior, the robotic cat thought to himself, they are all bullying Daxiong. The robotic cat despised seeing Daxiong wronged and was determined to aid him in becoming a towering giant. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, the robotic cat extended his short, stout hand towards his pocket, seeking the tools that would help Daxiong become a giant. This time, however, his hand hesitated slightly, as if it had brushed against something unexpected. Chapter 35, Final Words? In a fractured world, within a modern room, a figure lounged on a sofa, legs crossed, casually pressing the remote to turn on the television. The room was cluttered with a television, a sofa, a coffee table, and a bookshelf, all strewn with various items, instant noodles, canned cola, and Sprite haphazardly piled together. The television gradually displayed a scene where a large crimson bird soared through the air. While numerous disciples in long robes scattered in all directions, their gazes fixated upon two individuals at the center, engaged in hushed discussions. One was clad in white, exuding an air of arrogance, standing proudly in midair. The other wore a form-fitting black attire, glowering with resentment, his teeth clenched in silent defiance. Just in time, they had not missed the thrilling spectacle. A figure on the sofa observed as the robotic cat on screen reached into its chest pocket, exclaiming with a hint of nostalgia. If only you could notice the actions of this little gadget. With that prop, everything would be different. What was the name of this avian figure? Oh, it slipped my mind over the years. It matters not. The impending slap was approaching. This time, when you receive it, what will you do? At the Beast Spirit Peak. Within the Beast Spirit combat arena, Chen Xiong struggled to suppress his rising fury, striving to maintain composure, refusing to let anger cloud his judgment. What should he do now? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong devised a plan, surmising that someone like Long Tianhao was typically prideful, possessing a strong sense of self-worth. He decided to employ a provocation tactic. With a hint of defiance, Chen Xiong shouted to the heavens, Long Tianhao, you foolish bird, with a mind so feeble. You blindly follow orders without discerning right from wrong. You are merely a puppet, a bird at the beck and call of others. Long Tianhao's brows twitched. His emotions visibly stirred. A smirk of derision crept across Chen Xiong's lips. You seek to slay me, not out of malice, but out of fear of my potential to one day surpass you. Long Tianhao halted, suspended in midair. Chen Xiong continued to taunt, if you kill me, you will only become a tool for another. A true strong man possesses a fearless heart. Grant me time, and I shall surely surpass you. If you fear me, then kill me. That will only prove you are a coward. A glimmer of surprise and fury flashed in Long Tianhao's eyes. Like a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by raging waves, his chest heaving slightly. You coward, come and kill me. Chen Xiong's roar reverberated throughout the Beast Spirit combat arena, igniting a renewed clamor among the crowd. Long Tianhao's gaze flickered. Provocation tactics. Humph, the tricks of the weak. You show remarkable courage. This is not mere provocation. It is a declaration of war. Chen Xiong stood tall, his expression defiant. Grant me time, and I shall surpass you, Long Tianhao. Do you dare accept my challenge? A hint of appreciation glimmered in Long Tianhao's eyes, observing Chen Xiong's ability to devise a provocation in such a short span, coupled with his fearless disposition in issuing a challenge, revealed a wisdom and courage not typical of ordinary disciples. You think you can surpass me with time? Long Tianhao's face bore a contemplative smile. Tell me, how much time do you require? Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes, pondering how to respond when Lin Qian suddenly interjected. Just 3 years? 3 years. Long Tianhao momentarily paused, then erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. You claim it will only take 3 years. Ha! His laughter was rife with disdain and mockery, echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Lin Qian blinked her eyes and said, Brother, I trust you. A hint of regret flickered in Chen Xiong's gaze. Why 3 years? You said it yourself once. Chen Xiong pointed to himself. Incredulous, I said that. Indeed, you once inscribed, in merely 3 years. I shall stand at the pinnacle of the sect. Chen Xiong quickly realized that Lin Qian was referring to some information left by that person a decade ago. 3 years, humph. A year ago, I had already advanced to the late Golden Core stage. If I make no progress in 3 years, He would also need to ascend from the Qi condensation realm to the late golden core stage within the same time frame. Do you think that is feasible? Long Tianhao's derisive laughter rang out, his eyes glinting with scorn. Let me ask you once more, is 3 years sufficient? Lin Qian replied with unwavering conviction. 3 years is ample. Long Tianhao turned his gaze toward Chen Xiong, his expression dripping with mockery. Chen Daxiong, do you require a woman to speak on your behalf? Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes, declaring, in just 3 years, I shall surpass you. How audacious, to issue a challenge to me with your Qi condensation cultivation. Is it that the youth today have grown too arrogant, or have I simply not asserted my dominance in a while? Long Tianhao chuckled self-deprecatingly, fixing his cold, murderous gaze upon Chen Xiong. 3 years. If you truly surpass me, why not kill you now while you remain weak? The last thing I desire is an entanglement of trouble, and you, Chen Daxiong, are indeed a nuisance. His aura began to swell, and a mocking smile curled at the corners of Long Tianhao's lips. Before you perish, you may utter your final words. Chen Xiong's fury surged. He had incited Long Tianhao's pride and challenged him, yet the latter still sought his demise. Why was Long Tianhao not adhering to the usual decorum? Because of his weakness. Long Tianhao wished to eliminate him and demanded a farewell. In that moment, Chen Xiong's feelings of resentment and rage erupted like a tidal wave, forcing through his clenched teeth. Long Tianhao, you wretched fool, if you wish to kill me, do so. But remember this, as long as I live. There shall come a day when I will strip you of your feathers. His voice gradually escalated into a furious roar, a desperate madness erupting from the depths of his heart, the pent-up frustration, anger, and unwillingness flooding forth like a deluge. Is this your final word? Long Tianhao dismissed further discourse, his right hand slightly open, 3-colored spiritual energy flickering between his fingers. With a swift grasp, a brilliant tricolored beam shot forth toward Chen Xiong. In the face of life and death, Chen Xiong bent down, cradling the robotic cat protectively in his arms. Chapter 36. Reasoning with you with a thunderous crash. The ground of the training field sank slightly, dust rising from the fractured earth. At the critical moment, 2 figures rushed forward, each employing their respective techniques to counter Long Tianhao's tricolored beam. The clash of 3 forms of spiritual power erupted instantaneously, unleashing a powerful force that spread outward, forcing the onlooking disciples back several dozen meters. As the dust began to settle, 2 figures stood before Chen Xiong, Lin Qian on the left and Zhou Yueyao on the right. Long Tianhao furrowed his brow, an expression of surprise crossing his face. Yueyao, are you going to stand in my way? Zhou Yueyao gently raised her head and said, Dragon Xixiang, do not blame me. I cannot bear the thought of him perishing on Beast Spirit Peak, becoming the subject of ridicule. Just the 2 of you cannot impede my path. Dragon Tianhao's aura gradually ascended. An even more formidable presence surged into the sky. Countless clouds converged at the center, swirling and tumultuous. The laws of heaven are shifting. Zhou Yueyao exclaimed in astonishment. A cultivator at the Golden Dance stage cultivates the fruit of heaven and earth, and as their mastery grows stronger, they can influence their surroundings, even causing the heavens to change hue. This is the manifestation of the laws of heaven. Anyone who dares to harm my brother must perish. I shall ensure his demise. Lin Qian's expression was one of fury, her eyes glowing with a deep crimson, her aura rising wildly, her hair dancing in an unseen wind. A fierce energy emanating from her being. Dragon Tianhao's gaze narrowed as he perceived Lin Qian's unusual transformation, and he realized he had once again fallen prey to Jian Fan's manipulation, inviting him to discuss the essence of spirit and entrusting him with a task against Chen Daxiong. Jian Fan's true objective was to incite Lin Qian's powerful emotional response through Chen Daxiong's death, awakening the latent strength within her. Jian Fan, I will settle the score with you later. First, I must deal with this troublesome individual, Dragon Tianhao murmured softly, his eyes flashing with a sharp intensity as he swept his gaze over Chen Daxiong, his figure vanishing in an instant to reappear before him, slowly raising his hand to deliver a slap to his face. Chen Daxiong's expression turned to one of terror. He attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by an unseen force, unable to move, helplessly watching as Dragon Tianhao's hand drew ever closer. The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the air. Dragon Tianhao's right hand fell slowly, while Lin Qian turned her face away. Chen Daxiong's eyes widened in horror, the blood vessels within bursting forth like wildfire. In that moment, his world fell into silence, time seeming to freeze, leaving only the crisp and piercing sound of the slap resonating in his ears, striking heavily against his heart. In an instant, Lin Qian dashed to stand before Chen Daxiong, unhesitatingly placing herself in the path of Dragon Tianhao's strike. Chen Daxiong lowered his head slightly, his expression obscured, but his body trembled faintly, fists clenched tightly, nails embedding deeply into his palms, blood flowing freely, his teeth grinding together as he uttered 3 words, Dragon. Tian, how? Lin Xian stood resolutely before Chen Daxiong. Her eyes completely transformed into a blood-red hue, an overwhelming malevolence surging forth, the power within her seemingly impossible to contain. No, stop, she cried softly. Her expression a tumult of struggle, her gaze shifting between clarity and a sinister, bloody glare, oscillating between the depths of black and crimson. At that moment, a spirit artifact began to levitate gracefully in the air, descending beams of azure light that enveloped Lin Xian, gradually calming her. The crimson glow in her eyes dissipating as clarity returned. The artifact resembled a dye, its overall hue a deep, enigmatic purple, with silver lines weaving like ethereal serpents, outlining an inscrutable pattern. Each of its 6 faces bore an inscription in traditional characters. This was the celestial fortune Qian Kuan dye. The expression on Long Tian's face shifted slightly, that gambler's belongings. Little Housie, they have issued a challenge. You may choose not to respond. Yet resorting to violence is somewhat lacking in martial ethics. A young man clad in yellow leisurely approached Lin Qian, his right hand gesturing as the Qiankuan dice gradually descended. Hovering in his palm, emanating a nebulous azure glow. Long Tianhao's pupils constricted, gambling and vice. Lin Qian's expression brightened with surprise. Senior brother, what brings you here? Just wandering aimlessly and stumbled upon your predicament. I initially intended to quietly observe from the sidelines, but the more I watched, the more infuriated I became. And I could no longer remain a mere onlooker. I had to step onto the stage as an actor. Huang Yibo slightly lifted his head, gazing at Long Tianhao suspended in midair. Little Housie, as an elder, bullying a disciple at the qi condensation stage, has your audacity grown bolder over the years? Long Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Are we to engage in combat? No brawling, it's trivial. Huang Yibo replied coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Today, I consulted the almanac and found it unsuitable for conflict. It is, however, a day for discourse. Discourse? Humph. Long Tianhao was initially taken aback, soon following with a series of cold snorts. Gambling and vice. Have you taken leave of your senses? You, of all people, wish to engage in reasoned debate? With so many disciples observing, brawling would tarnish our image. As the senior brother of the sect, we ought to set a proper example. Little Housie, shall we discuss reason today? Long Tianhao fell silent, merely casting a frosty gaze upon Huang Yibo, his heart filled with suspicion, unclear about the intentions concealed behind his words. If you refuse to engage in discourse, then one day, I shall visit your birdhouse and take your birds for a stroll. Huang Yibo regarded Long Tianhao with a semblance of a smile, his voice tinged with a hint of menace. Little Housie, how does that sound? Long Tianhao furrowed his brow. Huang Yibo, what exactly do you desire? Nothing in particular. Huang Yibo shrugged his shoulders. Today, I merely wish to engage in reasoned discussion. After a moment of silence, Long Tianhao replied coldly. Very well, I shall listen to your reasoning. Little Housie, as the senior brother of both peaks, we are well aware of the sect's regulations. When disputes arise among disciples, one may issue a challenge to another. The challenged may either accept or decline the challenge. Should the challenge be accepted, both parties must agree upon a time and place for the decisive duel, notifying the elder from the spirit peak to supervise the contest. If the challenge is evaded, the one dodging must kneel and bow 3 times to the challenger as an apology. Huang Yibo paused, looking at Long Tianhao. You haven't forgotten this regulation, have you? Long Tianhao silently gritted his teeth, offering no reply, already aware of Huang Yibo's intentions. Remaining silent indicates an evasion of the challenge. Huang Yibo pointed at the gathered disciples, a mocking smile on his face, proclaiming loudly, you shall kneel and bow 3 times to this young brother right now. I shall have nothing further to say. Proceed, do not dawdle. Is this the reasoning you wish to convey? Yes, today, I shall only present this reasoning. Very well, I accept the challenge for 3 years. Long Tianhao wore a mocking expression on his face. After a moment, his gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at Huang Yibo and said with a smile, gambling, drugs, and vice, your penchant for gaming is well known. Today, there is a game. Do you dare to wager? From your words, it seems you wish for me to place a bet? Huang Yibo replied, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What do you want me to stake? The jade from Tongtian Peak. Long Tianhao said, maintaining a faint smile as he revealed his intentions in a tone laced with sarcasm. Do you dare to gamble? How interesting. So this is what you desire. Huang Yibo's eyes glimmered. You seek this jade for the sacred master of Lingfeng, the Qilin, don't you? It is not for the sacred master, but rather for a truth, Long Tianhao replied, shaking his head gently as he gazed toward a distant, ethereal mountain peak. Among us, only you, Huang Yibo, have ventured to Tongtian Peak. I know the truths of the sect lie there, and I wish to explore them. Quite remarkable. It seems you have taken notice. Ah, you are the 4th, Huang Yibo remarked, surprise flickering in his eyes. If I procure the jade from Tongtian Peak, what will your wager be? Jade from the void. Long Tianhao seemed to have anticipated this moment, responding directly. You have indeed plotted this for a long time. Mastering my affections and knowing my preferences, Huang Yibo said with a hint of admiration, then raised his head and declared, since you were so intrigued, I shall gamble with you. Haha. Long Tianhao laughed heartily, his expression one of triumph, as though he believed his victory was assured. He cast a scornful glance at the silent Chen Xiong beside him and proclaimed, 3 years, here, I shall await you. A crimson bird descended gracefully, and Long Tianhao prepared to depart upon its back. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly called out, What are our stakes, Long Tianhao? The stakes between us? Long Tianhao's gaze returned to Chen Xiong, a hint of disdain gracing his features. You may propose. I want your right hand, Chen Xiong shouted in a hoarse, frenzied voice, filled with a hint of madness. Wager my life. Long Tianhao furrowed his brow slightly. What, are you afraid? Chen Xiong, in a state of frenzy, roared, his voice rasping. As you say. Long Tianhao left those words hanging in the air as the crimson beast soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Once Long Tianhao departed, the crowd felt a sudden lightness, and immediately, they began to chatter loudly, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Is Chen Daxiong out of his mind, wagering his life? If Elder Long loses, will he become a one-armed birdman? Truly mad. Are you now referring to Elder Long as a birdman? Elder Long is not the sort to be trifled with. If he hears you, you may not survive. What is there to fear? A man who gambles his life against a birdman's hand. Why should I not speak freely? Chen Daxiong is like a lantern in a lavatory. Simply courting death. Indeed courting death. How will he surpass Long Tianhao in 3 years? What skill does he possess? Perhaps he relies on his looks, who knows? In 3 years, he may find a few more women standing before him, while he hides behind them like a turtle. The disciples in the crowd debated fervently, each voice rising above the others, none harboring hope for Chen Daxiong, all convinced of his inevitable defeat. Disperse, everyone. Zhou Yuiao's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, clearly reverberating within the hearts of each disciple. The crowd began to disperse slowly, scattering in various directions. Moments later, only Chen Xiong, Lin Xian, Zhou Yuiao, and Huang Yibo remained in the vicinity. Thank you, senior brother, Chen Xiong said, slightly bowing his head in gratitude towards Huang Yibo. Uncertain of how best to address him, and thus opted for senior brother as well. You must be Chen Xiong. Indeed, quite the handsome figure. No wonder fifth sister has been endlessly speaking of you. Huang Yibo laughed heartily, his tone laced with playful banter. Senior brother. Today's lunar calendar, is it truly unsuitable for martial endeavors? Lin Xian blinked her eyes inquisitively. Haha, fifth sister, the lunar calendar may indicate auspicious and inauspicious activities, including market openings, groundbreaking ceremonies, burials, housewarmings, marriages, and so forth, but there is no such thing as a prohibition against martial actions. It's merely my whimsical fabrication. Huang Yibo replied, glancing in the direction where Long Tianhao had departed. You must be wondering why I chose to reason with Long Tianhao today. This is not my usual demeanor, is it? Lin Xian nodded slightly. Huang Yibo moved a step closer, advising, Fifth sister, take a good look at me. Lin Xian initially appeared perplexed, but after a moment of observation, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she uncertainly asked, Are you a doppelganger? Oh. This is merely my weakest doppelganger, possessing only mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Even if I were to sacrifice this doppelganger, I would still be unable to contend with that birdman. Huang Yibo sighed, then raised his gaze, his eyes sharp and laced with a hint of murderous intent. That birdman dares to bully you. He certainly possesses a boldness unmatched. Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall go and topple his nest. Chen Xiong, listening attentively, scrutinized Huang Yibo with keen eyes, finding no discernible difference. He appeared just as flesh and blood, exuding the same vital essence. Zhou Yuiao also observed Huang Yibo quietly, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Unfazed by the gazes of those around him, Huang Yibo addressed Lin Xian, saying, Fifth sister, the power within you has been awakened. Come with me back to Daju Peak. With our master absent, it is only at Daju Peak that we can suppress the restless energy within you. Lin Xian stole a glance at Chen Xiong, whispering, Senior brother, can I return on my own? Huang Yibo, understanding Lin Xian's unspoken thoughts as he glanced at Chen Xiong, pondered for a moment before replying, Very well, given your nature, but do not linger too long. You must reach Daju Peak today, otherwise, my methods may prove ineffective. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Huang Yibo's expression bore a hint of resignation as he turned to leave, casting a glance at the silent Zhou Yuiao. Oh, Elder Zhou Yuiao, should Beast Spirit Peak prove inhospitable, you are welcome to come to Daju Peak. We can protect you. By the way, Daju Peak also harbors what you seek. With that, Huang Yibo departed. What I seek? Zhou Yuiao murmured softly, her gaze flickering as she watched Huang Yibao's retreating figure, rendered speechless for quite some time. In the space that followed, the group fell into a brief silence. Chen Xiong rubbed his throbbing temples, lost in thought. The entire situation had become increasingly troublesome. He had initially hoped to resolve matters with Zhou Yueyao swiftly, only to be confronted unexpectedly by Long Tianhao, who sought to take his life. In a moment of desperation, he had resorted to inciting anger through words, ultimately leading to a declaration of a 3-year contest. Could he surpass Long Tianhao in 3 years? Chen Xiong pondered, letting out a resigned sigh, fully aware of his lack of confidence. Zhou Yueyao approached and inquired, "Do you have any assurance for the next 3 years?" Chen Xiong managed a bitter smile and replied honestly, "None." Zhou Yueyao frowned. "Then are you not courting death?" Chen Xiong shrugged. "Elder Zhou, could you refrain from such dire remarks? The outcome remains uncertain. We are both dark horses in this race, and in 3 years, everything remains a mystery." Zhou Yueyao crossed her arms, scrutinizing Chen Xiong. It was reckless, if not insane, for someone with mere condensing qi cultivation to challenge an elder of the Golden Core realm to a battle over the span of 3 years. Lin Qian, standing nearby, offered a comforting smile. "With me around, no one would dare to bully my brother." "Thank you, Lin Qian," Chen Xiong replied. Casting a glance at Lin Qian's slightly flushed cheeks, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, exerting a hidden strength. After a moment, Chen Xiong addressed Zhou Yueyao, "Elder Zhou, time is precious. Let us proceed to Danling Peak. We can discuss other matters later." "May I accompany you?" Lin Qian interjected. Chen Xiong hesitated, observing Zhou Yueyao's reaction. Should she object, it would only complicate matters further. "Let us go together," Zhou Yueyao replied coldly. Then with a flick of her right hand, she formed a seal, summoning a white mist that coalesced into a soaring eagle, circling gracefully in the air. Simultaneously, Lin Qian executed her own technique, summoning a long sword that hovered before her. "Get on," Lin Qian urged. "I will take you." The two spoke almost in unison, exchanging glances before their eyes shifted back to Chen Xiong, seemingly awaiting his choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiong scooped up a nearby robotic cat and leapt onto the eagle's back. At that moment, Lin Qian lowered her head slightly. Her lips pressed together, revealing a hint of disappointment. "Elder Zhou, please take care of this," Chen Xiong said, placing the robotic cat on the eagle's back. Brimming with joy as he jumped onto Lin Qian's sword, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Lin Qian beamed. "Brother, hold on tight." "I've got it. Very steady," he assured her. Zhou Yueyao, with an air of indifference, waved her hand, prompting the eagle to emit a long cry before flapping its wings and soaring into the distance. Lin Qian guided Chen Xiong on the sword, following closely behind. They ventured towards Danling Peak, one ahead and the other behind. In an unknown area, a room displayed a television showing an eagle and a sword soaring through the sky, moving away into the horizon. A button pressed on the remote silenced the screen. On the sofa, a languid figure straightened slightly, murmuring, "Something feels different this time around." Where did it all go awry? After a moment of contemplation, he seized a can of cola from the coffee table and tilted his head back, taking a swig that echoed with a hint of chill. "Birdman, I shall remain indifferent to your slap upon Chen Xiong, but striking Shao Qian, HM." Rising, he strode towards the entrance. Chapter 38. Danling Peak loomed in the distance, its towering summits piercing the heavens like colossal pillars connecting earth and sky. Mist coiled around the mountains, ethereal and creamy, not mere clouds but a dense vapor infused with rich spiritual essence, the Dan mist. Constantly, alchemists converged here, refining elixirs and releasing countless wisps of alchemical energy that gathered above, coalescing into this magnificent mist. Ahead, a majestic crimson peak stood proudly among the mountains, its apex majestically reaching for the sky. This was the main summit of Danling Peak, known as Daxiong Peak. At this moment, under a clear sky, sunlight cascaded down, penetrating the layers of Dan mist and refracting into dazzling rainbows. "How beautiful!" Chen Xiong exclaimed, unable to contain his awe atop his flying sword. In the distance, not merely 1 or 2 rainbows appeared, but dozens of vibrant arcs intertwined and overlapped, creating a dreamlike spectacle of indescribable beauty. Chen Xiong's gaze fell downward, revealing patches of colorful medicinal fields at the foot of the mountains. Each plot was meticulously square, seemingly divided according to the types of herbs, with ethereal channels of spiritual energy delineating the sections. "Brother, we have arrived." A hawk and a sword sliced through the sky, landing gracefully at the base of Danling Peak. At the entrance, 2 stewards of Danling Peak, adorned in purple alchemical robes, bore serious expressions as they meticulously scrutinized passing disciples. At this moment, dozens of disciples, clad in diverse attire from various sects, were entering and exiting Danling Peak. Upon spotting Zhou Yueyao and Lin Qian, the steward's eyes brightened. and they promptly offered a slight bow. Elder Zhou, Elder Lin. After a moment, their eyes narrowed in curiosity. Lin Xian of Dazhu Peak and Zhou Yueyao of Beast Spirit Peak were not only esteemed elders, but also revered as goddesses by many disciples. It was a rare occurrence to see them together at Damling Peak. After exchanging glances, the stewards turned their attention to the previously overlooked Chen Xiong, scrutinizing him closely. They engaged in hushed conversation, a playful smile gradually appearing on their lips as they discerned Chen Xiong's identity, their expressions tinged with disdain and silent amusement. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, aware that ludicrous rumors had infiltrated Damling Peak, musing inwardly. Who is propagating these tales? Zhou Yueyao succinctly conveyed their purpose, prompting the stewards to bow respectfully and grant them passage. The three of them proceeded smoothly into the main peak of Damling, Daxiong Peak. All around, the air was infused with a delicate fragrance of elixirs. Chen Xiong inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him, alleviating his earlier headache considerably. As Chen Xiong observed the alchemists entering the surroundings, he was reminded of someone. Wondering if that individual had successfully passed the aptitude test at Damling Peak and realized their aspiration of becoming an alchemist. Brother, these are the medicinal fields of Damling Peak, capable of nurturing numerous common spiritual herbs and materials. However, these are merely the most ordinary low-tier medicinal plants. The higher-tier ones are cultivated in areas rich in spiritual energy. Thus, Damling Peak is affiliated with several minor sects, among which the most renowned are Qingling Valley, Zhihai Peak, and Lingluyan. These affiliated sects are generally under the protection of Yunling Sect, and in exchange, they must periodically provide valuable earthly spiritual materials to Damling Peak. Brother, over there is the medicine chamber, which houses various grades of elixirs. The qi condensing pills distributed monthly by the sect are stored there, requiring collection by the stewards from each spiritual peak, who then distribute them to every disciple. There are many people today. It seems to be Damling Peak's Alchemy Day, where a master alchemist will publicly lecture on the art of alchemy, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Chen Xiong's gaze shifted to a grand pavilion nearby, where dozens of disciples sat cross-legged, their expressions focused, all their attention fixed on a figure at the center, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge and admiration. The lecturer was an elderly man with white hair, yet a youthful face, seated upon a stone bench, emanating an aura of ethereal wisdom. His voice was deep and rich, resonating clearly in the ears of the gathered disciples. The path of alchemy emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, the principles of the five elements interacting. To become an alchemist, one must cultivate a trace of fire essence and a trace of earth essence within. The fire essence refines the impurities of the elixirs, while the earth essence stabilizes their potency. Only through the combination of fierce fire and solid earth can one forge high-quality elixirs. Chen Xiong murmured softly. Fire essence and earth essence. These are hidden spiritual roots. To become an alchemist, one must possess both fire and earth as hidden roots. The entrance test at Damling Peak evaluates the disciple's spiritual roots, as long as they possess both, and their dantian forms a spiritual whirlpool. They will receive a disciple token from Damling Peak, thereby becoming an alchemical apprentice. He nodded slightly, the image of Yang Yun flashing through his mind, pondering, did you qualify? Have you smoothly become an alchemist? Brother, during your cultivation journey, be sure to forge connections with alchemists and artifact masters. They are indeed formidable and wealthy individuals. Lin Qian remarked with a smile. Chen Xiong playfully asked, Xiao Qian, are you certain they are not merely handsome and wealthy, but truly formidable and eccentric? As they traveled, Lin Qian shared everything she knew with Chen Xiong. Meanwhile, Zhou Yueyao maintained a cold demeanor, occasionally directing her gaze at Chen Xiong, subtly observing him, her eyes betraying a barely perceptible emotion. After a brief journey of several minutes, thanks to Lin Qian's explanations, Chen Xiong gained a clearer understanding of Damling Peak. Among the 7 spiritual peaks of Yunling Sect, Damling Peak and Qiling Peak stand out as particularly unique entities, their disciples being individuals of remarkable strength and eccentricity. Their might is easily comprehensible. To become an alchemist, one must attain foundation-building cultivation and undergo the transformation of both fire and earth spiritual energies. Within the same realm, alchemists invariably surpass ordinary spiritual cultivators in strength. Wealth is a concept easily grasped, yet the elixirs, rare and precious resources of spiritual power, are often in demand far exceeding their supply. Each elixir can fetch an exorbitant price, ensuring that every alchemist is financially secure. As for their peculiar temperaments, Chen Xiong can certainly empathize. To attain a certain level of mastery and achievement, alchemists must immerse themselves in their solitary worlds, year after year, engaged in the monotonous repetition of refining elixirs, which inevitably leads most of them to become reclusive and eccentric. Brother Daxiong, that towering structure is the auction house established jointly by Damling Peak and the Merchant Guild. where numerous elixirs are auctioned off. His gaze fell upon a spire-like edifice, 7 stories high, soaring toward the heavens. The pinnacle was adorned with a colossal crystal of spiritual energy, refracting a myriad of dazzling colors. Chen Xiong found himself intrigued. Auction houses in various cultivation novels are often extraordinary locales, frequently featuring rare treasures. Many protagonists, endowed with unique abilities, discern hidden gems among the treasures, stirring up the currents of fate. He cast a glance at the auction house and then at the nearby robotic cat, letting out a soft sigh. Realizing that his unique ability was merely a foolish cat. The auction house of Danling Peak comprises 7 levels, each designated for the auction of elixirs corresponding to specific cultivation stages. For instance, elixirs for the Qi gathering stage are auctioned on the 1st floor, while those for the foundation establishment stage occupy the 2nd, and so forth, as Lin Qian continued to elaborate. What kind of elixirs are auctioned on the 7th floor? Chen Xiong inquired with curiosity. Given the 6 major realms of cultivation, each level corresponds to elixirs of a certain grade. What could possibly be auctioned on the 7th floor? Is there a grade above the 6th? Brother, the 7th floor auctions poison elixirs, interjected Zhou Yueyao, who had been silent until now. Chen Xiong turned toward her, confusion lacing his features as he noticed a displeased expression crossing her normally impassive face. Chapter 39 Momotaro? Throughout their journey, Zhou Yueyao had remained taciturn, so her sudden involvement in their conversation piqued Chen Xiong's curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Lin Qian and asked, "Poison elixirs? Why are they being auctioned on the 7th floor?" "Brother, what Yueyao said was in jest. They are not poison elixirs," Lin Qian replied with a smile. Glancing at Zhou Yueyao as she explained, "Above the 6th grade elixirs, there exists a type known as Dao elixirs, which are exceptionally powerful and align with the principles of the Dao. The 7th floor auctions these elixirs, not poison." Chen Xiong pondered. Based on the name, Dao elixirs likely share similarities with Dao artifacts, both belonging to a realm of conceptual divine substances. Casting another glance at Zhou Yueyao, he wondered why she referred to them as poison elixirs. Could consuming a Dao elixir pose some form of toxicity, or was there more to the story? Lin Qian leaned closer to Chen Xiong, lowering her voice intentionally as she whispered, "Sister Yueyao is upset because of something that happened 6 years ago. I have heard that an extraordinarily peculiar Dao elixir was auctioned on the 7th floor back then. Due to this Dao elixir, the sacred beast Qilin of Beast Spirit Peak rebelled. Since Sister Yueyao is a disciple of Beast Spirit Peak, it is understandable why she feels this way." Upon overhearing the hushed conversation between the 2 individuals, Zhou Yueyao furrowed her brows slightly. A hint of intrigue mingled with discontent and a tinge of jealousy flickering in her eyes. Chen Xiong, filled with curiosity, pondered how a holy beast like the Qilin could betray its nature for a mere elixir, and inquired, what sort of elixir could compel the Qilin to turn against its own? The elixir in question was indeed peculiar. It bore no effect on humans, but rendered spirit beasts utterly submissive. No matter how powerful, even the holy beasts could not resist its allure. This was a concealed chapter from the past. Xiao Qian paused, her expression reflective, as she recounted, 7 or 8 years ago, the holy beast Qilin of Beast Spirit Peak went into a frenzy, its eyes ablaze with crimson, seemingly under someone's control, and began to slaughter all disciples. Possessing the might of a holy beast, even the peak masters were rendered powerless. Ultimately, a mysterious figure emerged, presenting this elixir at an auction, and fed it to the Qilin. Upon consumption, the Qilin instantly regained its intellect, only to be haunted by the sight of countless disciples perishing at its own hands. Overwhelmed with remorse, it fled from Beast Spirit Peak, never to be seen again. Xiao Qian mentioned that the elixir appeared rather odd, resembling a rice ball rather than a conventional pill. Chen Xiong contemplated the implications of Xiao Qian's revelations, the elixir's resemblance to a rice ball, and its bizarre characteristics, ineffective for humans, yet yielding submission in spirit beasts, sparked a name in his mind. Does this elixir have a name? No, it does not. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Qian continued. Someone had once inquired about the alchemist behind this elixir, and the auctioneer had mentioned a certain alchemist named Momotaro. Chen Xiong blurted out his earlier speculation. Momotaro rice ball? Casting a glance at the robotic cat, he fell into deep thought. While others might be unaware of the significance of the name Momotaro, Chen Xiong recognized it as the protagonist from a comic on Earth who offered rice balls to wild beasts, effortlessly taming them. This narrative from Earth's comics led Chen Xiong to contemplate a startling hypothesis. Had someone traversed to this realm of cultivation, choosing the character of Momotaro? The mere thought of such a possibility sent waves of astonishment through him. If that were the case, he was not the sole traveler. There could be other Earthlings like himself, who had adopted various comic characters to arrive in this world of cultivation. Icons such as Super Saiyan Goku, Naruto Uzumaki, and Ichigo Kurosaki might also inhabit this realm, prompting him to muse. Is this place truly a world of cultivation or a chaotic crossover of anime? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong raised his head and inquired, is the alchemist Momotaro still at Danling Peak? Xiao Qian was uncertain. No one had seen the alchemist, nor did anyone know of his whereabouts. There were speculations that the alchemist Momotaro might very well be the current master of Danling Peak. Xiao Qian hesitated before adding, however, this remains unverified. Chen Xiong's mind raced with myriad thoughts. This realm of cultivation was far from simple. He might not be the only earthling to have crossed over. And the robotic cat was not the only one of its kind. In other words, Chen Xiong may not necessarily be the protagonist of this world. He is likely to encounter some travelers from Earth, as well as animated characters akin to Doraemon. Big Xiong, Doraemon gently calls, slightly opening his arms. As if weary from walking and desiring a hug, Chen Xiong promptly lifts Doraemon, placing him upon his shoulder. Brother, is this your spirit beast? Lin Qian inquires with curiosity, having always assumed that this little blue cat belonged to Zhou Yueyao. Now, witnessing Chen Xiong cradling it on his shoulder, she feels compelled to question him. Yes, it is mine, Chen Xiong affirms with a nod, though he is not a spirit beast. Rather, he is a companion. Lin Qian, intrigued, approaches slowly and playfully teases Doraemon. Does this little blue cat have a name? Indeed, it has many names. You may call him Zidingdang. Zidingdang, Lin Qian echoes the name, shaking the yellow bell around Doraemon's neck, which emits a clear, melodious sound. She laughs. Is it because of this bell that you call him Zidingdang? It truly suits him well. Zidingdang, hello. I am Lin Qian, hee hee. Ah, that is indeed part of the reason, Chen Xiong replies with a mischievous grin. In fact, Zidingdang has an even more amusing name. What is it? Blue Fatty. Ugh, that name sounds awful, Lin Qian grimaces. Zidingdang sounds much better. Chen Xiong chuckles, remarking, the name Blue Fatty perfectly encapsulates Doraemon's appearance. How could it be deemed unpleasant? Perched on Chen Xiong's shoulder, Doraemon persistently attempts to pull something from his pocket, his stubby little hands repeatedly reaching in and out. Brother, Zidingdang is quite peculiar. What is he doing? Doraemon is retrieving something. Chen Xiong replies with a smile, inwardly sighing, aware that this silly cat cannot actually produce any gadgets. Retrieving something? Lin Qian's expression is filled with confusion as she observes Doraemon's empty hands after several attempts. What is Zidingdang trying to find? It seems there is nothing at all. Ah, he is searching for loneliness. Loneliness. Yes, loneliness. Chen Xiong glances at Doraemon, self-mockingly stating, what Doraemon is drawing forth is my solitude. As they journey onward, Lin Qian and Chen Xiong share laughter and conversation, seemingly untouched by any influence from Long Tianhao, not allowing the matter to weigh on their minds. Zhou Yueyao, however, maintains a cold demeanor, her gaze fixed on Doraemon, a flicker of emotion surfacing deep within her eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Yueyao halts, a structure appearing ahead. In a cold tone, she declares, we have arrived. Chapter 40. Dan Kutang, we have reached Dan Kutang. Lin Qian points towards a circular building ahead. Chen Xiong nods slightly, understanding that Dan Kutang is a reception area at Danling Peak, specifically designated for welcoming disciples from various spirit peaks seeking elixirs. They will first ascertain the disciples' needs before introducing and matching them with corresponding alchemists, from whom a service fee will be extracted. The three of them step into Dan Kutang. The clamor of voices filled the air, as a myriad of disciples from the Dan Hall bustled about, numbering well over 100, all queuing patiently. So many people, Chen Xiong mused, scanning the room where an abundance of disciples awaited, yet only a mere 6 from the Danling Peak were available to assist. I've never seen such a crowd, not even during the festive rush at the bank. Chen Xiong couldn't help but mutter. What is a bank, brother? A bank is a financial institution from my hometown, filled with intricate rules. The impoverished are eager to deposit their modest savings, while the affluent seek to withdraw their fortunes. Well, more accurately, to borrow. Some take loans from the bank, but repaying is an entirely different matter, Chen Xiong replied, wrinkling his nose. I harbor a disdain for banks. They are voracious entities that devour without remorse. There was a rather absurd joke that still lingers in my memory. What joke? Well, it's not exactly a joke. Rather, it's a profoundly sad reality. Chen Xiong's gaze flickered, his expression tinged with nostalgia. You must prove to the bank that my mother is indeed my mother. Lin Qian looked perplexed. Prove your mother is your mother? Zhou Yueyao scoffed. Is blood relation something that requires proof? Chen Xiong shook his head slightly. Neither of them had ever lived on Earth and would not grasp the depth of that jest or the sorrow it concealed. Nor would they comprehend the helplessness of being unable to access one's own funds. Reflecting on his own circumstances, a hint of sorrow crossed Chen Xiong's eyes. The money he desperately needed was held up by bureaucratic delays. What a lamentable system it was. Zhou Elder, Lin Elder, welcome to Danling Peak. A man clad in a violet alchemical robe emerged gracefully from the Dan Hall, bowing slightly before them. I am Chu Feng. Please follow me for a discussion inside. As Chen Xiong observed, Chu Feng appeared to be in his 30s, with a slender face and slightly pale skin. His hair was neatly tied back, with a few strands cascading down the sides of his cheeks, exuding an air of gentle elegance. Notably, he wore a red patterned bracelet on his right wrist, a rarity for men. The group traversed the main hall and arrived at a tranquil courtyard. Upon noticing Chen Xiong's presence, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. And who might this be? Lin Qian, entwining her arms with Chen Xiong's, beamed joyfully. He is my brother. Brother? Chu Feng pondered for a moment before a look of realization dawned upon him. Oh, so you are Lin Elder's sibling. It is an honor to finally meet you. Please, come in. Chen Xiong maintained his composure, feeling somewhat speechless. Although Chu Feng had quickly corrected himself, he had still caught wind of the outrageous rumors about him. How was it that everyone seemed to know? Once seated in the courtyard, Chu Feng inquired with a smile, what brings both elders here together? What elixir do you seek? The 7-day Mengpa pill, Zhou Yueyao stated directly. The 7-day Mengpa pill, you say? Chu Feng's expression shifted to one of regret. Alas, the alchemist Lin Yu, who possesses the ability to concoct the 7-day Mengpa pill, has been away on a journey of experience for over a year and has yet to return. I fear you may have to wait a while longer. When will he return? Zhou Yueyao pressed further. I am uncertain about this matter. Each alchemist has their own plans and arrangements. Based on past experiences, alchemist Lin Yu typically requires 2 to 3 years of external cultivation before considering a return. Chen Xiong's expression shifted as he realized that waiting 2 to 3 years was not an option for him. He could not help but inquire, Senior Brother Chu Feng, are there any other alchemists capable of refining the 7-day Mengpa pill? Chu Feng cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xiong, his demeanor indifferent and unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head, seemingly struck by a thought, and then raised his gaze towards Zhou Yueyao, his expression somewhat hesitant. If there is something to say, then speak it, Zhou Yueyao stated calmly. There is indeed another master alchemist who can refine the 7-day Mengpa pill. Chu Feng paused, adding, however, this master's situation is rather unique. Chen Xiong's expression brightened instantly, and he eagerly asked, what makes it so special? Chu Feng frowned slightly, contemplating whether to reprimand Chen Xiong for his impudence. However, upon noticing Lin Qian's disapproving glance, he swallowed his words. He then slightly tilted his head, directing his gaze once more at Zhou Yueyao, as if seeking her approval. Chen Xiong silently scoffed at Chu Feng's attitude. He was of lesser cultivation and often disregarded by others. In Chu Feng's eyes, he was merely a junior in the qi condensation realm, his voice weak and inconsequential. His multiple interruptions were already quite audacious. The absence of a loud reprimand was solely due to Lin Qian's presence nearby. The robotic cat, nestled beside Chen Xiong, seemed to offer him some comfort. Who is it? Zhou Yueyao inquired. It is Master Gu Fei. Chu Feng's voice hesitated momentarily before he continued. The formula for the 7-day Mengpa pill was actually created by Master Gu Fei. As for her circumstances, I believe both elders are somewhat familiar. You may consider whether to have me make arrangements. Zhou Yueyao's face displayed signs of hesitation and conflict, as if she were deep in thought. Lin Qian immediately interjected, saying, we shall not consider Master Gu Fei. Chen Xiong appeared perplexed, wondering who Gu Fei was and why Lin Qian had so swiftly dismissed the notion. Chu Feng forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. If we are not considering Master Gu Fei, then we will have to wait for alchemist Lin Yu. Chen Xiong, still curious, suggested, why don't you enlighten me about Master Gu Fei's situation? Brother, Master Gu Fei is a professor of alchemy at Danling Peak, Lin Qian explained. A professor of alchemy? Chen Xiong's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment as questions swirled in his mind. Isn't a professor a teacher of alchemy? Shouldn't the quality of the pills they produce be superior? Why would we not consider her? Brother, Master Gu Fei is somewhat special, Lin Qian elaborated. Chen Xiong began to understand the reasons behind Lin Qian's immediate dismissal. Master Gu Fei was not only a master alchemist, but also an erudite professor of alchemy. Most of the formulas at Danling Peak were conceived by her, and the quality of the pills she produced was indeed exceptional. Unfortunately, Master Gu Fei had her own peculiarities. She suffered from a rare ailment known as narcolepsy, also referred to as hypersomnia. This ailment typically remains dormant, yet during an episode, Professor Gu Fei abruptly succumbs to a state of slumber, irrespective of the setting or time, and this occurrence is beyond her control. Whether engrossed in reading, dining, alchemy, or even engaged in physical activity, Professor Gu might unexpectedly collapse and fall into a deep sleep, lasting anywhere from several minutes to half an hour, often accompanied by auditory and visual hallucinations. Professor Gu Fei, a distinguished alchemy master, produces pills of exquisite quality when her condition is stable, however, during an episode. Even she is unsure of the efficacy of the concoctions she creates. Lin Qian, visibly anxious, implored Chen Xiong to refrain from taking risks. Brother, you must not seek out Master Gu Fei. Her elixirs are not safe for consumption. Zhou Yueyao appeared conflicted, unable to reach a decision. Chen Xiong contemplated for a moment. The unpredictability of Master Gu Fei's condition could lead to either an episode or none at all. After a brief pause, he resolved to request her assistance in alchemy, reasoning that even if she were to succumb to her condition midway, he could simply choose not to ingest the pills. Thus, he proposed, "Let us first have Master Gu Fei assist with the alchemy. I have conceived a potential solution that may address part of the dilemma." The expressions of those present subtly shifted. All disciples were aware of Master Gu Fei's affliction, and both the Peak Master of Danling Peak and the sect leader of Yunling had previously examined her to no avail. Now, a mere disciple of the Qi condensation stage claimed to possess a remedy, which seemed far-fetched. Zhou Yueyao inquired, "Is there truly a solution?" Clearing his throat, Chen Xiong coughed a few times, sensing a possible misunderstanding. He clarified, "Everyone, I may not have articulated my point clearly. I lack the ability to cure narcolepsy. However, I have thought of a small method that could awaken Master Gu Fei's alchemical process. Might you escort me to meet her?" Chu Feng, with an indifferent demeanor, turned his gaze towards Zhou Yueyao, seemingly seeking her approval. Yet, Zhou Yueyao remained hesitant. "Elder Zhou, we cannot afford to delay our matters. The longer we procrastinate, the more complicated it becomes. Since we are already at Danling Peak, it would be prudent to meet her. We stand to lose nothing," Chen Xiong urged. "Moreover, our time is running short." Chu Feng was taken aback, glancing between Chen Xiong and Zhou Yueyao, silently pondering. Could there be an undisclosed connection between Elder Zhou and this man of soft disposition? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Yueyao nodded slightly and addressed Chu Feng. "Let us first meet Professor Gu Fei." "Very well," Chu Feng acquiesced. "Elder Zhou, Elder Lin. You may make your decision after meeting with Master Gu Qing. Today, I shall accompany both elders on this visit." Rising, Chu Feng gestured for everyone to follow him. Chen Xiong and the others trailed closely behind. As they exited the alchemist hall, they made their way toward the valley behind Danling Peak. Along the way, Lin Xian inquired with a smile, "Brother, do you truly have a solution?" "It can be considered a method," Chen Xiong replied, casting a glance at Chu Feng. "Little Qian, do you not think I am merely boasting? After all, many doubt my words. I would never believe you are boasting. They simply do not understand you," Lin Xian said, leaning in slightly and entwining her arms around Chen Xiong's. "I know that my brother would never exaggerate. Even if you are boasting now, you will surely make it a reality in the future." Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback. The words he heard were indeed delightful, lifting his spirits as if he were savoring fine wine. With a playful smile, he inquired, "Whom did you learn such flattery from?" Lin Xian responded with a subtle smile. "It's a secret." Chen Xiong chuckled, finding Lin Xian increasingly mischievous, playfully engaging in a game of teasing. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her nose. Lin Xian seemed to revel in this affectionate gesture, her melodic laughter ringing like a chime. Chu Feng glanced back at Chen Xiong and Lin Xian, a spark of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The revered goddess of their sect, Lin Xian, appeared so tender and submissive, reminiscent of a delicate bird. He couldn't help but murmur inwardly, "Is this what it means to enjoy the comforts of life? I, Chu Feng, would also like to partake." After about half an hour, Chen Xiong and the others arrived at a serene valley. A wave of floral fragrance enveloped them. As they gazed ahead, a stream meandered gracefully through the valley, flanked by lush greenery and a vibrant array of wildflowers. Countless butterflies and bees danced busily among the blossoms. The group followed a path along the stream, gradually revealing a quaint wooden cottage. Surrounding the cottage were fields brimming with flowers of various hues, reds as fiery as flame, pinks as gentle as dawn, and whites as pure as snow. The colorful blooms swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a captivating fragrance. Not far away in a pink flower field, a petite figure was visible, watering the flowers with a watering can. The figure resembled a small girl, approximately 4 feet tall, adorned in a charming dress of pink and white, with glossy green hair cascading over her shoulders. Upon noticing the newcomers, the little girl promptly set down her watering can, wiped her hands on her sleeve, and joyfully trotted towards them. As Chen Xiong observed, the girl's features were exquisitely delicate, her skin porcelain-like and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her green hair framed a youthful face, and her sparkling emerald eyes radiated a sense of innocence. Approaching the group, her gaze immediately fell upon the robotic cat, her face lighting up in delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, a doll." With that, she opened her arms and leaped towards the robotic cat. The robotic cat blinked its large eyes in surprise, watching the girl with a hint of confusion, yet offered no resistance as she embraced it. The little girl held the robotic cat tightly, her feet barely grazing the ground as she asked the group, "Who are you looking for?" Chen Xiong crouched down and asked, "May I inquire if Master Gu Fei is present?" The girl, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You are looking for me? What is it about?" "We seek Master Gu Fei for her alchemical expertise," Chen Xiong began. But his words trailed off as he regarded the girl with a hint of skepticism. Had she not just claimed they were looking for her? Coughing lightly, Chu Feng interjected, bowing slightly to the girl, and introduced her to the others, saying, "She is none other than Master Gu Fei." At this revelation, Chen Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. And both Zhou Yueyao and Lin Qian wore expressions of confusion. Although they had heard of Master Gu Fei, they had never laid eyes upon her. "You are Professor Gu Fei?" Chen Xiong could not help but inquire further. When Lin Qian introduced Professor Gu Fei, the image that materialized in his mind was that of a seasoned elder, a wise alchemist, or perhaps the venerable white-haired sage who imparts the art of alchemy. He never anticipated that the esteemed alchemy professor of Damling Peak would be a mere girl, a youthful maiden. Earlier, upon witnessing the girl tending to the flowers in the medicinal field, everyone assumed she was merely a young apprentice beside Professor Gu Fei. "Indeed, I am the little Gu Fei," the girl affirmed with a slight nod, turning to the assembly and asking, "Is there something you need?" "Professor, they seek a 7-day Mengpa pill," Chu Feng replied respectfully, articulating the group's intentions. "Ah, so you wish for little Gu Fei to concoct the elixir." The girl seemed delighted, waving her hands joyfully. "Thank you. I am very pleased that you require little Gu Fei." Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback. The professor had readily acquiesced, which felt rather fortuitous, almost bewildering. The girl lowered her head slightly, her fingers fidgeting nervously as she continued. "However, you are aware that little Gu Fei is unwell, right? Sometimes I make mistakes, forget things, and even overlook important individuals. If I err in the concoction, please do not scold little Gu Fei, all right?" "Professor, they are aware of your condition," someone interjected, as Chu Feng paused, glancing at Chen Xiong. "He has a solution." All eyes turned to Chen Xiong simultaneously. "Is that true?" the girl asked, her face brimming with hope. "Can it cure little Gu Fei's illness?" Cough, cough. Chen Xiong cleared his throat, realizing they had misinterpreted his meaning. "Professor, I am not a doctor and cannot heal you. I merely possess a simple method that might assist you in recalling things swiftly when you forget, which could potentially aid your alchemical endeavors." "Big brother has a method too?" Little Gu Fei exclaimed eagerly. "Can you teach little Gu Fei?" A twinge of guilt welled up within Chen Xiong. His method would not truly remedy her condition. It was merely a technique to help her quickly recall the steps of alchemy after forgetting them. "Professor, you could create a precise alchemical schedule, documenting each step as you proceed. If you experience a lapse due to your ailment, upon regaining consciousness, you could utilize the schedule to swiftly recall what you need to do." Chen Xiong recalled an Indian film he had watched titled Unknown Death, where the protagonist suffered from short-term memory loss, waking each day to consult his tattoos, photographs, and notes to quickly regain lost memories. "Is this your solution?" Lu Yueyao arched an eyebrow, skepticism evident. Chen Xiong offered an awkward smile. A schedule, the little girl Gu Fei mused, placing her finger to her mouth and gently sucking on it. A schedule is a systematic arrangement of future objectives and tasks over a specific period, ordered chronologically, clarifying resource allocation and responsibilities to guide actions and enhance efficiency, typically presented in forms such as tables, Gantt charts, or written text. Chen Xiong felt a surge of astonishment. Little Gu Fei recited her definition of a schedule as if quoting from memory. The key point is that she mentioned the Gantt chart. If one were to inquire among the others present about what a Gantt chart is, they might struggle to provide an answer, save for Chen Xiong, who knows that it is a type of chart developed by an individual named Henry Gantt. Why does Xiao Gu Fei know about the Gantt chart? Chen Xiong pondered for a moment. "Professor, how did you come to know about the Gantt chart?" "The Gantt chart?" Xiao Gu Fei tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. "Big brother, what is a Gantt chart?" Chen Xiong stroked his chin, deep in thought. It struck him as peculiar that Xiao Gu Fei, after articulately explaining the method of a schedule and inadvertently mentioning the Gantt chart, appeared to be unaware of what it actually was. Curiously, Xiao Gu Fei asked, "Big brother, can you tell me what a Gantt chart is in 5 days?" "Well, I suppose I can," Chen Xiong responded, perplexed. "But why wait 5 days?" "Because Xiao Gu Fei needs 5 days to concoct a potion." Her emerald green eyes sparkled with a lively curiosity, as if stars twinkled within them. Despite his confusion, Chen Xiong nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall see you in 5 days." The little girl reluctantly released her robotic cat and waved goodbye to Chen Xiong as she returned to her wooden hut. "Is the little professor off to brew potions?" Chen Xiong wondered aloud, turning his gaze to Chu Feng. "Is there nothing we need to do?" Typically, when seeking assistance with potion brewing, one must prepare certain materials and negotiate a fee for the alchemist's services, Chu Feng explained. "I forgot to mention that Professor Gu Fei's approach to potion brewing is rather unique. You need not provide any materials or remuneration. However, once the potion is complete, you must cooperate on a particular task." "What task?" Zhou Yueyao inquired. "A simple one." A mysterious smile graced Chu Feng's face. "You must write down something that Professor Gu Fei does not know and provide an explanation." Chen Xiong appeared somewhat perplexed and muttered, "Something?" An introduction? Indeed. A comprehensive explanation of a new concept, which could be a law, an object, or a specialized term, whatever the professor is unaware of. Chu Feng paused momentarily. The professor is quite eager to learn what a Gantt chart is, so in 5 days, you may write down your explanation of it. Is it really that simple? Yes. It is not complicated, Chu Feng replied, inclining his head slightly in farewell. Now let us return. The group nodded in unison and followed Chu Feng back to the alchemist's hall. At the entrance of the hall, Chu Feng bowed to bid farewell. As he was about to leave, he hesitated, glancing back at Chen Xiong, his eyes flickering as if he were contemplating something, yet ultimately chose not to speak before departing. Brother, let us return, Lin Qian said, tugging at Chen Xiong as they descended the mountain, with Zhou Yueyao silently trailing behind. The three of them made their way down the mountain together. Along the path, Chen Xiong continued to find Professor Xiao Gufei rather peculiar and turned to Lin Qian to inquire, Xiao Qian, have you ever met Professor Gufei before? She seems like a girl who has yet to experience the world. Xiao Qian had never met her, only hearing whispers about the professor. Brother, you must not judge by appearances. Professor Gufei has spent 30 years within the sect. She is no mere girl. Lin Qian's voice faltered, gradually lowering to a whisper. Professor Gufei is not so simple. Once, due to her, a peak master lost his life. Chen Xiong's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. She killed a peak master? No, that peak master died because of her. Back then, he covertly attacked Professor Gufei. Lin Qian's voice trailed off, her head bowed. An expression of anguish crossing her features. Her clear eyes began to glimmer with a hint of crimson, and the energy within her became restless. No. Lin Qian struggled and shouted, I beg you, do not emerge. Xiao Qian, are you all right? Chen Xiong stepped forward to assess her, only to be repelled by a surge of power emanating from Lin Qian, causing him to stagger back several steps. Lin Qian's pupils gradually turned red, her lustrous black hair shimmering with an eerie crimson hue, as if soaked in blood, dancing in the wind. No. Lin Qian's expression was one of torment. Centered around her, a powerful energy erupted, spreading like a blood rain, each drop coalescing into ethereal human figures. Observing this, Zhou Yueyao swiftly approached Lin Qian, placing a hand on her shoulder, channeling pure spiritual energy into her to help suppress the raging force. After a few breaths, the red glow in Lin Qian's eyes slowly faded, and she whispered her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yueyao. Chen Xiong appeared concerned. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Qian forced a faint smile, though a hint of reluctance shadowed her face. Brother, Xiao Qian must return to Daju Peak. Chen Xiong nodded. This spirit crane is for you. Lin Qian handed the spirit crane to Chen Xiong, then with a wave of her right hand, a sword soared into the air. She cast one last glance at Chen Xiong, her eyes glistening with a touch of sorrow, saying, Brother, Xiao Qian is leaving. With that, Lin Qian soared into the sky on her sword, departing from Danling Peak. Chen Xiong watched her ride the winds until she vanished at the horizon. Chapter 43, What Was Said? Beast Spirit Peak, Tranquility Pavilion. Zhou Yueyao sat cross-legged on a jade bed, her eyes closed in quiet meditation. Chen Xiong remained seated, lost in thought. So much had transpired recently, his mind was in disarray. Now was the perfect time to calm himself and organize his thoughts. He had hatched a mechanical cat, ventured to the illusory source spirit pool for food, and unexpectedly encountered Zhou Yueyao, who forcibly brought him back here. Through their conversation, Chen Xiong speculated that Zhou Yueyao was quite concerned about him, having seen the peculiar pattern of black and silver wings on her chest. What did this unusual wing design signify, and why was Zhou Yueyao so anxious? Then Lin Qian rushed into Beast Spirit Peak, and due to his explanations, the two directly engaged in combat. What puzzled Chen Xiong was that before entering the barrier, they acted like enemies, yet once inside, they resembled sisters. How strange. What had Zhou Yueyao and Lin Qian done within the barrier? At that moment, a figure named Long Tianhao appeared unexpectedly, seemingly compelled to confront someone, leading to an involuntary 3-year pact for self-preservation. Consequently, Lin Qian stepped in to shield him from a slap. Contemplating this, Chen Xiong's eyes glimmered with a cold light. His fists clenched tightly as he silently vowed to incapacitate Long Tianhao's right hand in 3 years' time. After a brief moment, he exhaled a breath of frustration, gradually regaining his composure. Subsequently, the trio journeyed to Danling Peak in search of elixirs, where they encountered the petite Professor Gufei, who generously offered her alchemical services without expectation of compensation. Astonishingly, she mentioned the term Gantt chart, a concept alien to this world. How could Professor Gufei have knowledge of such a term? Was there a time traveler in her midst? As they departed Danling Peak, Lin Qian's internal powers surged unexpectedly, prompting her to leave alone. What force resided within her? With her crimson eyes and hair, could this power be linked to events from a decade prior? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Chen Xiong's mind, leading to a headache as he rubbed his throbbing temples. Daxiong, The robotic cat beside him called softly. Turning slightly, Chen Xiong observed the robotic cat struggling to extract something from its pocket, its arm trembling slightly. Moments later, it was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Chen Xiong sighed. Ding dong, if you can't retrieve a gadget, perhaps it's best to let it go. Initially, he had harbored hopes of the robotic cat producing wondrous items. But now he had resigned himself to the outcome. To his surprise, the robotic cat remained persistently determined, making a valiant effort to retrieve something. Daxiong. The robotic cat called again, grinning widely as it pointed to its round belly, from which a series of gurgling sounds emanated, seemingly conveying, Daxiong, I am hungry. Chen Xiong paused, realizing that he was confined in a room by Zhou Yueyao, rendering it impossible to procure food for the robotic cat. The gurgling persisted, and Zhou Yueyao slowly opened her eyes, glancing at the robotic cat. With a flick of her right hand, a blue pouch materialized, which she tossed to Chen Xiong, saying, This is a fish spirit pill, give it to him. Chen Xiong received the knitted pouch, opening it to reveal hundreds of colorful little pills. He extracted one for closer inspection. It was a vibrant, dragon eye-sized orb, smooth and glistening with a faint silver sheen, carrying a subtle fragrance. The robotic cat's large eyes were fixed intently on the fish spirit pill in Chen Xiong's hand, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth as it eagerly licked its lips. Chen Xiong immediately understood that Zhou Yueyao must have fed the robotic cat this before. In the next instant, he presented the fish spirit pill to the robotic cat. With a swift motion, it snatched the pill and swallowed it whole, its gurgling belly falling silent as its wide, round eyes narrowed in contentment. Thank you. Chen Xiong expressed his gratitude. What manner of spirit beast was this? Zhou Yueyao inquired proactively, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. She had been observing the blue raccoon for some time. While it was labeled a spirit beast, it exhibited neither demonic aura nor fluctuations of spiritual energy. Conversely, if it were merely a wild creature, it possessed a certain degree of cognitive intelligence. Would you like to know? Chen Xiong replied with a faint smile. Let us exchange secrets. You divulge what transpired within the barrier between you and Xiao Qian, and I shall reveal the nature of Xiao Dingdang. Zhou Yueyao pondered briefly before responding. I will share 3 statements. For each, you must ask a question in return. Chen Xiong felt a surge of anticipation, eager to learn the 3 statements Zhou Yueyao had made. He immediately agreed. Very well. For the first, you shall speak. Zhou Yueyao stated plainly. The first thing I told her was that I am fond of women. A hint of surprise flickered within Chen Xiong. Zhou Yueyao has an affinity for women? He scrutinized her exquisite features, and then her alluring curves, pondering the incongruity of such a stunning beauty being attracted to her own gender. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The next moment, a thought struck him. Given Zhou Yueyao's inclination towards women and her close interactions with Lin Qian at Damling Peak, could it be that Zhou Yueyao harbored feelings for Lin Qian? Would she mentor Lin Qian, leading them both to blossom as 2 beautiful lilies? Chen Xiong inhaled sharply and immediately shook his head. Such a scenario must not unfold. Lin Qian should not be molded into a delicate lily. Raising his gaze, he felt a surge of vigilance. Noticing the subtle shift in Chen Xiong's expression, Zhou Yueyao remarked coldly, What are you contemplating? Do you truly fancy women? Chen Xiong could not restrain himself from asking. Chapter 44. Xiao Gufei's alchemy. Zhou Yueyao refrained from answering directly and simply stated, It is now your turn. Chen Xiong glanced at the robotic cat. To be precise, Xiao Dingdang is not a spirit beast of the cultivation realm. Impossible, Zhou Yueyao asserted immediately. Ordinary wild creatures cannot possess such intelligence. It can think and possesses self-awareness. It cannot merely be an ordinary beast. Chen Xiong chuckled as he clarified. It is indeed not a spirit beast. Xiao Dingdang is a robotic cat, a product of technology, belonging neither to the past nor to the present, but to future advancements. Zhou Yueyao furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend Chen Xiong's explanation. Perhaps it was too complex. Dingdang was a culmination of intricate electronic instruments, a manifestation of technological prowess. Zhou Yueyao's confusion deepened. What is technology? Technology is an immensely powerful means, Chen Xiong elaborated. In my homeland, people utilize science to understand the essence of the world, producing wondrous technological inventions to enhance their lives. Much like the path of cultivation, where one practices laws and principles to touch the world's origins. The pursuit of knowledge is also aimed at exploring the world and empowering oneself. I believe both paths are merely different directions towards the same goal. Are you suggesting, Zhou Yueyao speculated, her expression contemplative, that technology is a form of a great path? One might interpret it thus. If technology were to reach its pinnacle, it could endow mortals with abilities akin to those of celestial beings, such as the capacity for flight, the power to move mountains and fill seas, or to transmit sound across vast distances. Such technological marvels could indeed be realized, particularly in specific domains like data storage, data analysis, and artificial intelligence. where technology may surpass human capabilities. I believe that technology is a grand avenue leading to the zenith of the world. Zhou Yueyao pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat deceived by the man before her. Could a mere collection of instruments truly birth self-awareness? In her understanding, the will of life, bestowed solely by heaven and earth, could not be achieved by mere mortals. Even if one were to cultivate to the realm of the immortals, capable of devastating the world with a mere gesture, one could not create a being of intellect. What sort of technology could conjure such life? Do you seem to doubt my words? Zhou Yueyao candidly admitted, leaving Chen Xiong momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Chen Xiong's curiosity was piqued. He longed to know the other two phrases Zhou Yueyao had spoken to Lin Qian and could not help but inquire. By the way, what were the other two phrases? Zhou Yueyao slowly closed her eyes, choosing to disregard Chen Xiong, not willing to let the conversation die. Chen Xiong was taken aback by her evident disinterest and quickly added, I am not deceiving you. Everything I said is true. Xiaodingdang is truly a product of technology. An intelligent robotic cat. Zhou Yueyao remained unmoved, her eyes still closed in contemplation. Elder Zhou, do you wish to know where Xiaodingdang originates? Chen Xiong's tone softened as he sought to rekindle Zhou Yueyao's interest, saying slowly, I can reveal that to you. Zhou Yueyao's brows furrowed as she opened her eyes. Where? Xiaodingdang hails from the second dimension. Zhou Yueyao's expression shifted to one of confusion. Having never heard of such a place, she queried, where is the second dimension? The second dimension is not a place, but rather a virtual world existing on a two-dimensional plane. If one must inquire as to its location, Chen Xiong paused. Pointing to his own head, he declared, it resides within the human mind. Zhou Yueyao's face darkened with indignation. Feeling once more deceived, she closed her eyes again, unwilling to engage with Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong felt a sense of helplessness. He was merely speaking the truth. At Danling Peak, within the wooden cabin of the valley, there exists a realm of its own. A long corridor is lined with numerous doors, each leading to a distinct world, each a universe unto itself. Creaking, the third wooden door on the left of the corridor swung open, revealing a tall figure who slowly approached the second door on the right, gently pushing it open and stepping inside. Within lay a modern room, its walls adorned in shades of pink. At the center stood an adorably charming princess bed, draped with pink canopies cascading from above. A collection of plush toys, Rogue Rabbit, Duffy the Bear, Sally Chicken, Rillikuma, and the robotic cat, were neatly arranged at the head of the bed. To the left of the bed, a row of cartoon-themed bookshelves housed a smattering of books. The figure approached the bookshelf, sifting through its contents until, at last, in the third column on the left side, on the second row, a book was discovered. It was taken into hand and slowly opened, revealing, in the dim light of the room, faintly discernible words. The chime tolls. Everything begins anew. I shall return to the Yunling sect. The Birdman slapped my face, and in 3 years, I shall stand at the pinnacle of the sect. After swallowing the elixir crafted by the young Gu Fei from Danling Peak, I dreamt a peculiar dream, awakening to the realization that I would lose her. Upon arriving at Tontian Peak, I discovered the folly of my own ignorance. After perusing the pages for several moments, the figure gently closed the book, murmuring to oneself, Ah. At this juncture, I am here to seek elixirs at Danling Peak. By ingesting the pill refined by Xiao Fei, all shall gradually fall into place. In the picturesque valley, within the wooden cottage, the first door on the left led to a refining chamber. At its center stood a massive bronze Dan furnace, its lid tightly sealed, with wisps of strange smoke occasionally escaping from the seams, carrying with it a lingering aroma of medicinal herbs. Surrounding the furnace were several aged wooden tables, cluttered with countless vials and jars, some of jade, some of porcelain, and others of unknown materials, all shrouded in a thick layer of dust, indicating their long abandonment. At this moment, the flames within the furnace blazed fiercely, casting flickering shadows upon the walls. Professor Gu Fei, clad in a pink alchemical robe, her green hair styled into a high ponytail, and adorned with a pair of framed glasses, focused intently on the central furnace with her emerald green eyes. At a certain moment, as the flames began to wane, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment, she slowly extended her right hand, from which a vibrant emerald flame materialized. With a gentle flick, the flame leaped into the furnace's base, invigorating the fire once more. Adjusting her glasses, Professor Gu Fei picked up a nearby notebook and lowered her head to inscribe a series of intricate characters, detailing the alchemical steps for the 7-day Mengpa pill. After approximately several dozen minutes, a pool of crystalline blue liquid emerged at the center of the furnace, gracefully suspended amidst the flames, exuding a refreshing medicinal fragrance that permeated the entire chamber. The Hehuan dreaming grass has bloomed, she murmured softly. The 7-day Mengpa pill was an elixir she had inadvertently devised, requiring the complete refinement of 2 spiritual herbs as the primary ingredients, complemented by various auxiliary herbs to form this pill. One of them was the Hehuan dreaming grass. This herb flourished in the realm of shadows. When consumed alone, it would immerse one in a dream of He Huan, offering a sense of tranquility, transforming fleeting thoughts into wondrous reveries. The other herb was the Wangyu grass. It thrived in the land of severed emotions. When taken in isolation, it would enable one to forget painful memories, possessing the capacity to calm the heart and spirit, assisting cultivators in swiftly regaining composure and clearing their minds, entering a state of ethereal tranquility. Both primary herbs were indispensable. The absence of either would lead to unpredictable transformations of the elixir. The flames within the furnace intensified, the He Huan dreaming grass having been melted by the spiritual fire, now morphing into a crystalline green liquid, merging with the other auxiliary herbs. It is time to add the Wangyu grass, she concluded. As Xiao Gufei withdrew a vibrant red and yellow forget-me-not, poised to cast it into the furnace, an unforeseen wave of pain surged through her head. A peculiar light enveloped her form, and she was beset by waves of dizziness. Moments later, she gently bowed her head and fell into a deep slumber. At that very moment, the flames of the alchemical furnace blazed fiercely, and within, 3 red elixirs slowly took shape. A sigh echoed through the air as a tall figure opened the door and approached Xiao Gufei. Gently, he lifted the sleeping girl. A hint of reluctance etched on his face. Was this action selfish, forcing her to endure the ravages of time? Chapter 45, Senior. 5 days later, a majestic eagle descended upon Danling Peak. Chu Feng, clad in a vibrant green robe, radiated vitality as he awaited the arrival of Zhou Yueyao and Chen Xiong. Upon their arrival, he immediately bowed and greeted them with a warm smile. Elder Zhou, Senior Chen, please follow me. The trio made their way toward a wooden cabin nestled in the valley. Along the journey, Chen Xiong wore a puzzled expression. Today, Chu Feng's demeanor was markedly different. Previously, he had treated Chen with disdain, coldly ignoring him. Now, he wore a constant smile, exuding warmth and addressing him as Senior Chen, engaging him in conversation, both intentionally and inadvertently. Senior Chen, why did Elder Lin not accompany you? Senior Chen, watch your step. These are the remnants of alchemical processes. The disciples of Danling Peak are many, and not all exhibit civility. Senior Chen, I have heard that you are not only a disciple of Elder Lin, but also of Elder Zhou. Haha, someone of your exceptional talent is indeed rare. I have long admired you. Senior Chen, is this blue raccoon your spirit beast? Haha, it is truly adorable. It will surely stand out among beasts and become a king in its own right. Senior Chen, a few days ago, I took on a new alchemical apprentice with remarkable talent. Not only does he possess fire and earth as latent spiritual roots, but his mental fortitude and willpower are commendable, a promising candidate for alchemy. With each mention of Senior Chen, accompanied by gentle smiles, Chen Xiong's confusion deepened, and he remained vigilant. Frequently glancing at Chu Feng, who wore a beaming smile, his eyes glinting with fervor. What was amiss? This overwhelming enthusiasm was somewhat disconcerting. Chen Xiong mused quietly, observing Chu Feng's floral attire and the red bracelet adorning his right wrist. His unusual warmth and attention towards Chen, rather than Zhou Yueyao, led him to wonder, had he unwittingly encountered someone of a different persuasion? If so, was he the dominant or submissive one? Chu Feng exuded a refined and elegant aura, leaning towards the latter. The more he pondered, the more absurd his thoughts became. Chen Xiong shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, Chen Xiong, what are you thinking? Do not let your orientation be swayed. It absolutely must not be. Hearing Chen Xiong's murmurs, Chu Feng leaned closer, softly inquiring, Senior Chen, what are you saying? Cautiously stepped back a pace, maintaining a respectful distance from Chu Feng. Senior brother, please lead the way. I shall follow alongside Elder Zhou, he said. Noticing Chen Xiong's wariness towards him, Chu Feng contemplated saying something, but, upon glancing at Zhou Yueyao, could only sigh inwardly and proceed ahead of the two. As Chu Feng walked alone, he occasionally turned back, offering a gentle smile, which sent chills down Chen Xiong's spine, prompting him to mutter repeatedly, I'm not into that. I'm not into that. Zhou Yueyao inquired, puzzled, are you afraid? Chen Xiong glanced at Zhou Yueyao and whispered, yes, very much so. Both of you are somewhat intimidating. What are you afraid of? She pressed. Afraid of being led astray, he replied. Zhou Yueyao frowned, but chose not to respond further. Chen Xiong sighed internally, feeling that the journey to the wooden cabin was particularly lengthy today, with a homosexual in front and a lesbian beside him. Memories of the girl who had playfully laughed with him on their last journey surged within him, filling him with a profound longing as he murmured, Xiao Qian is the best. After several minutes, the trio arrived at the wooden cabin. Chu Feng approached and knocked on the door, standing respectfully to the side as he awaited a response. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing a weary Professor Gu Fei standing before them. She wore a loose rabbit-themed bathrobe and cradled a fluffy rabbit plushie, rubbing her eyes sleepily and stifling a yawn. Chen Xiong observed her with astonishment. noting that the fabric of her robe seemed unlike anything from this world, reminiscent of materials from Earth. The plushie she held bore an uncanny resemblance to a mischievous rabbit character. Professor Gufei glanced at the group, tiptoed slightly, and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Zhou Yueyao frowned at the question. Chen Xiong was taken aback. The phrase sounded eerily familiar, as it was almost identical to what Professor Gufei had asked them 5 days prior upon their first meeting. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Professor Gufei was unwell? With a puzzled expression, Professor Gufei's gaze landed on the nearby doryman, her mouth forming an adorable shape as she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you all. Gufei has finished refining the pill. I will go and fetch it now." With that, the petite Professor Gufei scurried back into the cabin. Zhou Yueyao visibly relaxed, while Chen Xiong's eyes remained fixed on her. Noticing that she was barefoot and adorned with 3 golden bangles on her right ankle, which jingled merrily as she hopped away. Bangles? Chen Xiong stole a glance at the red bracelet on Chu Feng's wrist, noting their similarity in form. Seizing the opportunity presented by Chen Xiong's gaze, Chu Feng approached him with a friendly smile and explained, "Senior Chen, these are pill bangles." Instinctively, Chen Xiong stepped back. Undeterred, Chu Feng continued, "Pill bangles are unique artifacts possessed by alchemists. They can transform into a pill furnace during the alchemical process, assisting the alchemist in refining medicines. This artifact also possesses various auxiliary functions such as storage, fire stabilization, refining of common substances, enhancement of quality, and calming the mind. Every alchemist must possess one, and the pill bangle signifies the alchemist's rank and capability, classified into 9 levels corresponding to the types of pills they can refine." Chu Feng raised his right hand, displaying the crimson bracelet adorning his wrist. This exquisite red lotus bracelet bore 2 distinct patterns, symbolizing a second-tier alchemist status. With meticulous detail, Chu Feng elucidated the significance of the alchemist's bracelet, which not only served as a vital tool in alchemy, but also represented a mark of identity. The second-tier bracelet on his wrist signified his esteemed position as a second-tier alchemist. Yet, if one wore a red bracelet without it being a matter of personal affinity, could it lead one to question Chu Feng's orientation? Chen Xiong looked up at Chu Feng, whose face radiated with a smile, but uncertainty still lingered in his heart. "Senior Chen," Chu Feng appeared poised to speak again, prompting Chen Xiong to interject. Wait, Brother Chu Feng, I wish to clarify something first. Will you answer me before you come closer?" "Senior, please ask," Chu Feng responded. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiong slowly inquired, "Brother Chu Feng, are you the dominant or the submissive? Or do you identify as a 0 or a 1? Chapter 46. The Transmission of Knowledge. A look of confusion crossed Chu Feng's face. "Senior, what do you mean by dominant and submissive?" "Oh, you do not understand." Chen Xiong paused before rephrasing his question. "Brother Chu Feng, do you prefer men or women?" Chu Feng's expression grew even more perplexed. Unable to comprehend why Senior Chen would pose such a question, he contemplated whether he had been misunderstood, then after a moment's reflection, replied, "Chu Feng is fond of women." "Oh, that is good, that is good." Chen Xiong exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After all, any normal man would feel uneasy under the gaze of someone with an alternative orientation. Chu Feng leaned slightly closer to Chen Xiong and whispered, "Senior, I actually have some inquiries I wish to pose to you. Not merely questions, but rather a humble request for guidance." Chen Xiong felt a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. What queries could a second-tier alchemist possibly have for him that warranted such humility? Now that he had confirmed Chu Feng's orientation, and recalling Lin Qian's advice to cultivate relationships with alchemists, Chen Xiong's tone softened as he responded with courtesy, patting his chest with a smile. "What questions do you have, brother? Whatever I know, I shall share without reservation." Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, casting a discreet glance at Zhou Yueyao before continuing. "I wish to learn how one might indulge in such delectable soft living, as exemplified by seniors like you." Chen Xiong was taken aback, bewildered by the nature of Chu Feng's inquiry regarding delectable soft living and his desire to learn about it. What was Chu Feng truly after? Lowering his voice, Chu Feng continued, "Since our last parting, I took the liberty of researching some of your heroic deeds, Senior. I discovered that Elder Lin is indeed your concubine, owing to the fact that Elder Zhou monopolized you, leading to a fierce confrontation on Beast Spirit Peak. Ultimately, through your persuasive words, the 2 elders became as close as sisters and decided to join me at Danling Peak. Chu Feng genuinely admires you, esteemed senior. Just 5 days ago, he witnessed your unparalleled masculine charm firsthand. Although Elder Lin is the goddess of the sect, known for her cold and volatile nature, it is surprising to see her so docile and obedient in your presence. Chu Feng's respect for you, Senior Chen, flows like an unending river." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong began to comprehend the reason behind Chu Feng's change in attitude. He couldn't help but marvel at how his reputation as a soft rice man had transformed, in Chu Feng's eyes, into tales of valor, an embodiment of resilience. He mused to himself. Indeed, the world is vast, and all kinds of individuals inhabit it. As Chu Feng continued to recount your heroic feats, Chen Xiong gently shook his head and interjected, Brother Chu Feng, what exactly do you wish to inquire about? With a gleam of joy in his eyes, Chu Feng hesitated, stuttering. Today, I wish to consult Senior Chen. I wish to learn. After several moments of struggle to articulate a complete thought, Chen Xiong could no longer contain himself. You, a grown man, pondering what? This is not a confession. So there is no need to be so bashful. Just state your query directly. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng finally spoke. Albeit still faltering. I have feelings for a girl, but am too afraid to speak to her. Whenever I see her, I blush, and when it comes time to talk, I am at a loss for words. Senior Chen, what must I do to turn my timid affection into something more substantial? Chen Xiong found it amusing. Unable to suppress a smile at such a sight, a second-grade alchemist with foundational cultivation, displaying such shyness in matters of the heart, yet yearning for boldness. He pondered, do cultivators not engage in romantic pursuits? Seeing Chu Feng's eager expression, Chen Xiong felt a twinge of helplessness. What wisdom could he impart? With a sigh, he replied, well, brother, I am not as extraordinary as you may think, nor do I possess any profound experience to share. I am merely an ordinary disciple, and I cannot answer your question. Having witnessed Elder Lin's goddess-like demeanor towards Chen Xiong, akin to a playful kitten, Chu Feng implored, your charm is evident, Senior Chen. You must share your secrets. I would dedicate my life to serving you, in pursuit of my own happiness. Chen Xiong was taken aback by Chu Feng's earnestness and began to calculate. If he helped Chu Feng win the heart of this girl, he might gain an alchemist as a loyal disciple. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiong seemed to devise a solution and said with a smile, I will share a secret to help you. Chu Feng eagerly nodded, anticipation written across his face. Chen Xiong took a deep breath and uttered a singular word, act. Act. Chu Feng's expression turned quizzical, confusion evident in his demeanor. Yes, act. Women tend to be passive. If you like someone, pursue her, confess your feelings. If that fails, go for a kiss. If that fails, lead her into a secluded grove. Once the deed is done, she will belong to you, Chen Xiong instructed. His advice was not mere folly, but rather tailored guidance, recognizing that Chu Feng exhibited a timid disposition and a tendency towards mental turmoil in matters of love. These words were spoken to encourage Chu Feng to be more courageous and proactive. Chu Feng, somewhat skeptical, replied, Senior Chen, isn't that too forceful? Chen Xiong chuckled and promptly interjected, Brother Chu Feng, do not overthink this. A friend from my hometown once said something rather amusing. If you cannot pursue, resort to coercion. If coercion fails, then employ drugs. Since you are an alchemist, surely you possess some kind of sleeping draft. When it comes to love, a man must dare to think and act boldly. But if I do that, I fear. Chu Feng's expression turned anxious. I fear I might lose her. Lose her? Chen Xiong shook his head slightly. That is merely an unnecessary monologue of yours. Let me ask you, have you ever truly had her? No, I have never been with her. Having never possessed her, how can you speak of loss? First, you must exhaust every effort to win her over before you even qualify to discuss losing her. Chu Feng lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he looked up and asked, Senior Chen, I wish to confirm something. Chapter 47. The Seal of Evil. Chen Xiong, puzzled, replied, what do you wish to confirm? Chu Feng glanced at Zhou Yueyao and softly inquired, Senior Chen, did you and Elder Zhou begin your journey from the illusory source spirit pool? Chen Xiong answered directly, indeed. Chu Feng nodded slightly, receiving the definite answer, his expression now resolute. He had heard whispers that Senior Chen Daxiong ventured into the illusory source spirit pool, and the two emerged disheveled, thereafter inseparable from Elder Zhou. His determination solidified. Upon returning, he would confess his feelings. If that failed, he would resort to a forceful kiss. And if that too faltered, he would use a drug. He must ensure that the deed was done. As for the matter of the drug, he was a second-tier alchemist. Procuring a simple love potion would be effortless. Zhou Yueyao furrowed her brow, observing the exchange of glances between Chen Xiong and Chu Feng, their whispered conversation laden with secrecy. Prompting her to speak up, what are you two discussing? Chu Feng immediately averted his gaze. Chen Xiong, with a smile, replied, I am merely imparting some life experiences. What? Does Elder Zhou have an interest as well? At that moment, the sound of clinking resonated. Chen Xiong and the others turned towards the wooden cabin, where the little girl Gu Qing was running towards them barefoot, a delicate vial in her left hand, which she presented to Chen Xiong. Brother said this is the elixir you need. There are 3 inside. Zhou Yueyao was the first to take the vial. Thank you. No need for thanks, the little girl Gu Qing said, her expression shy as she fidgeted with her hands. Gathering courage to ask, could you do a favor for little Gu Fei? Chen Xiong slowly crouched down. Do you wish to know what a Gantt chart is? Little Gu Fei nodded eagerly. The Gantt chart was created by Henry Gantt in 1917. As Chen Xiong began to explain, little Gu Fei tugged at his clothing and presented a wooden card. Can you write on this? Chen Xiong took the wooden card, feeling its peculiar texture, neither entirely wood nor entirely cloth, made of a special material, and asked, You want me to write on this? Xiao Gufei nodded thoughtfully. Just as Chen Xiong was about to write, he realized he had no pen in hand. Noticing the look of confusion on Chen Xiong's face, Chu Feng promptly reminded him, Senior Chen, spiritual energy can leave traces on certain objects. By merely releasing a wisp of spiritual power from your fingertip, you can use it as a pen to write. Chen Xiong felt a flicker of surprise in his heart. The concept of using spiritual energy as a writing instrument was indeed novel. In the next moment, a thread of spiritual energy emanated from the tip of his right finger, and he inscribed on the card, the Gantt chart, developed by Henry Gantt in 1917, is a project management tool that visually represents project progress through intuitive charts. The horizontal axis denotes time, divided by days, weeks, and months. Through the Gantt chart, one can clearly understand task scheduling and progress status, effectively coordinating resources to ensure the project advances as planned. After finishing, Chen Xiong returned the card to Xiao Gufei. Upon receiving the card, she softly recited its contents and then exclaimed in delight, So this is the Gantt chart. Today, I have learned something new and must share it with my brother. With that, Xiao Gufei skipped back to the wooden house and closed the door behind her. Chen Xiong turned slightly and inquired of Chu Feng, Does Gufei have an older brother? Dazhu Peak was surrounded by dense bamboo groves, where slender and upright bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, whispering softly. In the heart of the bamboo forest lay a vast clearing, adorned with lush green grass and scattered with wildflowers, their subtle fragrance carried by the wind. Upon the plain, several bamboo houses were arranged in an orderly fashion. One such house bore a weathered wooden sign, inscribed unevenly with the characters Caishen Xian, while a string of bamboo dice wind chimes hung beside the door. As the breeze passed, the dice clinked against each other, producing a crisp sound. Inside the house, a figure clad in blue sat cross-legged, while another tall figure crouched, seemingly drawing something on the floor. Lin Xian's eyes were slightly closed, her body radiating a peculiar glow, shifting between an enchanting red and a clear blue, as if two forces within her were in conflict. Huang Yibo slowly rose, drops of blood trickling from his fingertips. It is done, though it was not easy. At that moment, a strong metallic scent of blood filled the room. Observing from above, one could see that Lin Xian was surrounded by two blood circles, one large and one small, both inscribed with strange runes drawn in blood. Fifth sister, I am about to begin, it might hurt a bit. Lin Xian gritted her teeth and nodded slightly. Huang Yibo's expression turned grave as he placed one hand on the right side of Lin Xian's neck and bellowed, Bloodband, evil sealing spell. Instantly, the surrounding blood symbols, large and small, radiated a sinister crimson hue, as if alive, swirling and spinning rapidly, accompanied by a howling wind, converging upon the right side of Lin Xian's neck, ultimately forming a unique blood seal. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xian did not utter a single sound. At this moment, the restless energy within her was subdued. Lin Xian slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of clear black orbs. With a slight parting of her lips, her voice carried a hint of frailty and exhaustion. Senior brother, thank you. Huang Yibo's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he gasped for breath. I have merely sealed it temporarily. What resides within you is not merely a force. His voice trailed off abruptly. Lin Xian gently interjected. It is another consciousness. I understand. This consciousness must be related to you from a decade ago. Without uncovering the root cause, I am left powerless and can only seal it away. Huang Yibo sighed inwardly and cautioned. The success of this suppression hinges upon your willpower. Should your conviction waver, the seal will weaken. Remember that. Lin Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you should rest here at Caishen Pavilion while I step out for a moment. Huang Yibo turned and walked towards the exit. Senior brother, where are you going? Lin Xian inquired. Huang Yibo paused, a hint of a carefree smile gracing his lips. I am going to find someone to spar with, to vent some frustrations. In an instant, Lin Xian grasped whom her senior brother sought, her expression turning anxious. But, senior brother, you have already expended so much spiritual energy on my behalf. Huang Yibo waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. It's merely a trivial matter. I don't need to be in peak condition. With that, he strode out of the bamboo cottage, leaving the space behind. After an indeterminate span of time, a figure silently stepped into the Caishen Pavilion, spotting Lin Xian in meditation. A flicker of surprise crossed their gaze. The seal of evil is impressive indeed. Chapter 48. Memories of the Wooden House Beast Spirit Peak, Tranquility Pavilion. Chen Xiong sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the red pill in his palm, his expression conflicted and hesitant as he murmured, This pill, could it possibly be problematic? If you don't take it, I shall kill you. Zhou Yueyao stated coldly. Elder Zhou, must you resort to threats so easily? It is quite disheartening. A gentler tone would be far more appealing to men, Chen Xiong replied. Will you eat it or not? Zhou Yueyao reiterated. Do not rush me. Let us consider the time. It is still half a day away. It is merely a pill, not a rendezvous. There is no need for such urgency. I intend to jot down some matters and require a moment. 3 hours. Zhou Yueyao's voice was frigid and firm as she slowly closed her eyes. Chen Xiong sighed, feeling genuinely conflicted. He could not quite comprehend why the pattern upon Zhou Yueyao's chest held such significance. Why must he go to such lengths to erase his memory? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong procured a wooden board, using spiritual energy as ink to inscribe the essential matters he needed to remember. Fishing in the spiritual pond. The 3-year agreement, and the general proceedings of seeking pills at Dan Peak. After documenting most of the details, Chen Xiong paused momentarily and scribbled a few notes concerning Chu Feng. When departing from Danling Peak, Chu Feng stealthily pulled Chen Xiong aside, earnestly seeking guidance on numerous inquiries. How to enhance his chances of confessing, the most opportune moment to arrange a meeting, whether he should resort to using drugs if she agreed, and a multitude of other questions. With a single breath, Chu Feng posed numerous questions, to which Chen Xiong merely responded, just do it, and that's it. Gritting his teeth, Chu Feng's expression turned resolute. As he departed, he respectfully bowed to Chen Xiong in gratitude and vowed that should he succeed, he would recognize him as an elder brother and follow him for life. Chen Xiong paid little heed. His assistance to Chu Feng was merely to foster a benevolent connection for future endeavors. Time passed slowly. As night fell, Chen Xiong held the crimson pill in his hand, his heart engulfed in turmoil. Zhou Yueyao opened her eyes and coldly stated, the time has come. Gazing at the pill in his palm, Chen Xiong's eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Sighing, he prepared to swallow it when his peripheral vision caught sight of the mechanical cat nearby. Wait. Chen Xiong suddenly sat upright, his expression shifting dramatically. He noticed the mechanical cat holding an oddly shaped object, and his breath quickened. That seems like a prop? Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he observed the peculiar item, which appeared to be made of a red material, its head larger than its handle and encircled by a ring of transparent crystal glass. He murmured softly, it resembles a flashlight. Time was of the essence. A cold voice pierced the air as Zhou Yueyao's patience wore thin. If Chen Xiong did not consume the pill soon, the memories of the spirit pool would be irretrievable after 7 days. Wait. Chen Xiong's face betrayed his urgency as he implored, Elder Zhou, just a moment longer. His head throbbed with anxiety. Consuming the 7-day Mengpa pill would erase his memories of today, leaving him oblivious to the mechanical cat's actions and hindering his ability to discern the reasons behind the prop's emergence. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that the barrier had not been activated since returning from Danling Peak. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong seized the mechanical cat and cradled it in his arms, yearning to escape the confines of the place. A derisive hum echoed in response, centered around Zhou Yueyao. A force expanded outward, binding Chen Xiong in place, rendering him immobile. The domain of Tao. Chen Xiong's face turned ashen. He recognized this spatial binding ability from his encounter with Long Tianhao. It was a manifestation of a golden core realm expert's domain. Zhou Yueyao approached with an icy demeanor. Chen Xiong, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, Elder Zhou, I have something crucial to discuss. Today, I absolutely cannot consume that pill. Please release me, and we can deliberate. It is too late. Zhou Yueyao coldly replied, her right hand firmly clamping Chen Xiong's mouth, forcing the crimson pill down his throat. The pill lodged in his throat. The domain of Tao gradually dissipated, and the binding force released its hold, allowing Chen Xiong to move again. Coughing violently, he half-kneeled on the ground, his face flushed, struggling to expel the pill. Zhou Yueyao merely observed with a frigid gaze. Moments later, a wave of heat surged through Chen Xiong's body, as if a fierce fire ignited within his heart and lungs, spreading uncontrollably, searing his very insides. A wave of fatigue washed over him. In just a moment, Chen Xiong's consciousness began to dissipate, his gaze turned hazy, and his vision blurred. His body swayed, and ultimately, with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. Daxiong. The robotic cat's expression was one of acute anxiety, its hands clasped atop its head as it circled around Chen Xiong, frantic as an ant on a hot stove. Yes, fine, Zhou Yueyao softly reassured, sweeping her right hand, channeling a force towards the robotic cat. The cat staggered for a moment, akin to a drunken reveler, before it too fell beside Chen Xiong with a thud, closing its eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. A complex emotion gradually surfaced on Zhou Yueyao's previously indifferent face as she stood beside Chen Xiong for what felt like an eternity. Finally exhaling a gentle sigh, to forget is the best remedy. Returning to her jade bed, Zhou Yueyao retrieved a crimson pill, contemplating for a considerable time before ultimately swallowing it whole. A wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and she too succumbed to a profound sleep. Chen Xiong's awareness gradually coalesced, revealing a hazy world before him. He found himself suspended in a void, surrounded by countless bubbles of mist, as if he were caught in a dream. Am I awake? Where's this? His consciousness was clouded, akin to having consumed several jugs of aged liquor overnight. Though aware of himself, he felt disoriented, unclear of his surroundings or his purpose. Time slipped away, and soon, golden rays of light pierced through the murky expanse, illuminating the scene. A sudden, intense pain surged through him, as though his skull had been struck with a heavy club, and it felt as though his head might split apart. After several agonizing seconds, the pain gradually subsided, and the surrounding mist seemed to be drawn away by some unseen force, revealing a modest wooden cabin ahead. Inside, a middle-aged man sat alone on the floor, wood shavings cascading down like snow. In his right hand, he grasped an old carving knife, while his left hand held a rudimentary wooden figure that was beginning to take shape. With each precise stroke of the knife, shavings fell softly away, and the outline of the figure became increasingly distinct, faintly revealing the image of a woman. So familiar, so endearing. Who is he? Chen Xiong felt a sense of recognition towards the middle-aged man, longing to approach the cabin for a closer look. Yet, he discovered that he was not a physical entity, but rather a nebulous azure orb, quietly suspended in this realm. Unable to draw nearer to the cabin or alter anything, he could only observe in silence. The middle-aged man appeared weary, setting aside the unfinished wooden figure. He slowly rose and approached a nearby table, his fingertips deftly inscribing something upon a piece of jade-like paper. At a glance, one can faintly discern some hasty handwriting. As the bell tolls, everything begins anew. I returned to the Yunling sect, having chosen Uchiha Sasuke. Arriving at the Tiangang continent, a place rife with enigma. The entire land is imbued with peculiar Taoist artifacts, and Xiaoqian informs me that these are indeed such relics. The Birdman strikes me across the face, and I vow to trample him beneath my feet. For the next 3 years, I shall engage with you in a battle of endurance. I swallow a medicinal pill from the Danling Peak, dreaming of a strange realm. The spiritual realm awakens, and I lose her. Upon reaching the Tontian Peak, I come to realize my own foolishness. The truth has long been revealed, and I discover the existence of him. I devise a plan. Chapter 49. Wearing a mask suddenly, a myriad of golden beams illuminates this world, and a sharp pain surges through Chen Xiong's head, as though struck from behind. At this moment, the wooden cabin around him trembles incessantly, and everything vanishes in an instant, replaced by swirling mists and bubbles. Time elapses in an indeterminate haze until Chen Xiong's consciousness abruptly materializes in a spacious classroom. Neatly arranged rows of desks and chairs stand orderly, with an array of textbooks on subjects such as language and mathematics strewn across the tables. At the front looms a massive blackboard, the familiar class schedule of the academic era inscribed in its lower left corner. The classroom? Chen Xiong stares in disbelief, pondering how he arrived in such a setting. Just as he contemplates this, a fragrant aroma wafts into his nostrils, prompting him to turn slightly. There, he sees a golden-haired woman with an alluring figure, dancing with abandon. Her countenance is strikingly cold, with a delicate nose and vividly painted lips, while two small, curved horns peek out from the sides of her head. Clad in a sheer black garment, her slender waist and ample bosom are tantalizingly visible beneath the fabric. She moves with a light, rhythmic grace, approaching Chen Xiong step by step. A succubus? Chen Xiong is taken aback. The golden-haired woman before him, adorned with horns and peculiar black and silver markings, embodies the essence of a character from a Risku film. The succubus draws near, dancing intimately beside him, the atmosphere between them growing increasingly fervent. Gradually, her movements become bolder, her supple body pressing against his, as if to meld into him. A hand, as white as jade, glides across Chen Xiong's skin from head to toe, leaving a trail of searing warmth. Her breath is warm and gentle, carrying a faintly sweet fragrance that envelopes his neck. Chen Xiong swallows hard, his pulse racing, as if the very cells of his body are igniting with fervor, engulfed in an overwhelming heat. Their gazes lock. He finds himself entranced by her gray-blue eyes, brimming with emotion and tenderness. In that instant, Chen Xiong's breath quickens. He feels a flame igniting within him, his reason gradually blurring under the weight of desire. He suddenly embraces the golden-haired woman, hands exploring her form with reckless abandon. Beast Spirit Peak, Bird Spirit Garden. In the tranquil garden, 9 tall and stately phoenix trees rise majestically, arranged in an artful manner. Their lush branches intertwine, cloaking the sky in a thick canopy, with only a few rays of sunlight managing to pierce through the crevices, casting a sprinkling of light upon the ground. The bird sanctuary is home to a myriad of enchanting birds. There are splendidly colored crimson birds, agile and sharp-beaked eagles, dainty larks, and some peculiar avian species, some possessing 3 eyes, others boasting translucent wings, each exhibiting unique forms. A glance reveals that there are well over 100 such ethereal birds, now huddled in their nests, resembling startled creatures at the sound of a bowstring. As Huang Yibo entered the sanctuary, his brow furrowed, sensing an unusual stillness today. Typically, the air would be filled with the joyful cacophony of birds in flight. Huang Yibo, you have arrived, a feeble voice called out. Startled, Huang Yibo turned towards the source of the voice, his pupils constricting in shock. Beside one of the phoenix trees sat Long Tianhao, half propped up, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his right arm a mere void, blood long dried, leaving a gruesome stain on the ground. Long Tianhao managed a strained smile. You are late. Huang Yibo hurried forward, crouching beside him, his eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. Who has harmed you? Long Tianhao offered a bitter chuckle, shaking his head slightly. After cultivating for over a decade and achieving the Golden Core realm, I believed I could dictate my fate and uncover certain truths. Yet, I now realize how laughable that notion was. Who is it? Huang Yibo pressed again, his heart racing with disbelief. The ability to so easily sever Long Tianhao's arm could only belong to an exceptional individual. Within their sect, only the peak masters possessed such power. But why would a peak master target Long Tianhao? Ah, that is the most tragic irony, Long Tianhao lamented. He came, severed my arm, and I still do not know who he is. However, before leaving, he uttered a phrase. Huang Yibo, do you wish to know? What did he say? Huang Yibo inquired, a sense of trepidation creeping in. He said, this time, I do not wish to wait 3 years. Huang Yibo hesitated, his mind racing. Long Tianhao continued with a wry smile. You must have some inkling by now. After a brief contemplation, Huang Yibo raised his head and spoke. It cannot be him. If he possessed such power, he would not have endured humiliation and struck a 3-year pact with you. It must be someone else. What cultivation level does this person possess? Long Tianhao inhaled deeply. Incomprehensible. The nascent soul realm? Huang Yibo ventured cautiously. Long Tianhao shook his head slightly. Could it be the divided spirit realm? Long Tianhao touched his right sleeve with his left hand. Huang Yibo, he did not strike. This right arm, I severed myself. Huang Yibo narrowed his eyes, incredulous. You severed it yourself? How could that be possible? Long Tianhao's gaze was vacant, as if he had succumbed to a terrifying memory. He wore a mask, and with but a glance, I found myself plunged into a world awash in crimson. In that realm, I was powerless, frantically tearing at my own right arm. Yet, in the next instant, my arm reappeared unscathed. Thus, I repeated this torment, severing my right arm time and again, a pain unbearable beyond measure. I lost count of how many times I had done so until I could endure no more and fainted. It was a dreadful memory. When I awoke, my right arm had vanished, as had he. Both individuals lowered their heads, and a brief silence ensued. After a moment, Long Tianhao slowly rose and brushed the dust from his clothes, inquiring, what brings you here today? Initially intending to confront him, Huang Yibo subtly shook his head and refrained from continuing. Long Tianhao regarded Huang Yibo, realizing he had come regarding Lin Xian, and a hint of arrogance resurfaced on his face. Shall we have another bout? Huang Yibo remained silent, intending to depart from the location. Suddenly, Long Tianhao remarked, Huang Du, I suspect that person may be the sect master. The sect master? Huang Yibo's demeanor remained unchanged, but a tumult surged within him. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, what leads you to such a conjecture? Intuition, Long Tianhao replied. Huang Yibo pondered for a moment. The sect master of the Yunling sect was an exceedingly enigmatic figure, conducting affairs shrouded in mystery, his cultivation level unknown. A century ago, he established the Yun Alliance, a loose coalition of rogue cultivators, rife with chaos and conflict among various sects and cultivation systems. To develop the alliance, one night, the sect master decisively acted, slaying the 2 most powerful cultivators of the time and imprisoning their nascent souls, publicly refining them before all the cultivators. From that moment on, the cultivators of the Yun Alliance were subdued by his presence, settling down to develop their own factions, ultimately forming the present 7 spirit peaks. Throughout the century, the sect master had never appeared before his disciples, yet every significant event within the sect bore his imprint. For instance, 70 years ago, during the 9 Peaks incident, 9 major factions emerged within the sect, necessitating the establishment of the 8th and 9th spirit peaks. The sect master initiated the Heavenly Peak trial, allowing 9 individuals to engage in combat, ultimately resulting in 2 deaths and the survival of 7 peaks. Furthermore, 40 years ago, as the sect grew increasingly powerful, it sought to annex and obliterate surrounding sects, nearly leading to the annihilation of the Xianling sect, which held equal renown in the Nanshan region. At that time, the sect master intervened, forcibly sealing the 7 peak masters, allowing the Xianling sect to survive. Additionally, 20 years ago, during the Fallen Ones incident, The master of Danling Peak colluded with external sect cultivators to secretly assassinate Professor Gu Fei, seemingly at the behest of the sect master, who eliminated all involved within a single night. These rumors concerning the sect master flashed through Huang Yibao's mind, and he couldn't help but wonder, could it truly be the sect master who severed Long Tianhao's arm? After a moment of silence, Long Tianhao broke the quietude. Huang Du, you possess the jade of the celestial peak. This time, let us involve Jian Fan. The three of us shall enter together. Huang Yibao sighed. Little mouse, I deceived you. Even with the jade of Tongtian Peak, entry is not granted. Why? For reasons unknown, Tongtian Peak was sealed 3 years ago, and now no one can enter. Long Tianhao's gaze turned icy. That day, our wager, honor is paramount to me. I stand by my word, you won. And I shall bestow upon you the jade of Tongtian Peak. Whether you can enter is no longer my concern. But I cannot enter. Long Tianhao's expression darkened. What use is the jade of Tongtian Peak to me? Little mouse, do not be so hasty in your actions. You ought to learn from the Yinyang people, who know when to be patient and when to act. Tongtian Peak is merely temporarily sealed. Perhaps in 3 years, access may be restored. Long Tianhao fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze and inquiring, what did you witness at Tongtian Peak all those years ago? There exist multiple worlds there, and I saw the reflection of our world. Huang Yibao tilted his head back, gazing at the azure sky, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. I suspect this world is but an illusion. With that, Huang Yibao departed from the bird spirit garden. Long Tianhao remained rooted to the spot, memories flashing through his mind. Murmuring to himself, an illusion? Am I also a mere figment? Just as Long Tianhao returned indoors to tend to his wounds, his expression abruptly shifted, and he slowly turned his head, only to behold a figure cloaked in black, masked, with cold, indifferent eyes fixed upon him. You have returned? Long Tianhao's heart raced with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. Ah, it is already severed. You are too late. What remains for me is merely your visage. The masked figure sighed softly, advancing step by step towards Long Tianhao. Chapter 50. Back in the cave so weary my back aches. What transpired yesterday? Chen Xiong slowly regained consciousness, recalling only a wondrous dream in which a succubus danced in the classroom, and they engaged in a profound exchange. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. The dream felt so vivid, as if it all truly occurred, an experience lived firsthand. After savoring the memory, Chen Xiong reluctantly opened his eyes and gradually sat up, surveying his surroundings. He discovered himself lying on a jade bed, the room in disarray, chairs overturned, books scattered. The once pristine environment now a chaotic mess, as if a battle had unfolded. The robotic cat lay quietly by his side, soundly asleep. How did I end up here? Chen Xiong pondered, his expression one of confusion as he scanned the vicinity, noticing the absence of others. Where is Zhou Yueyao? A myriad of questions surged within him. And shaking his head, Chen Xiong's thoughts began to clarify. Suddenly, he gasped, exclaiming, I remember everything. Excitement surged within him. He had not lost a single memory. Each detail was vividly clear. Hatching the robotic cat, encountering Zhou Yueyao in the spirit pool, Long Tianhao's 3-year pact, seeking elixirs at Danling Peak. Chufeng's earnest inquiries. Every event of the past 7 days remained etched in his mind. Ah, the tools. Recalling the matter, Chen Xiong abruptly rose and approached the robotic cat in search of something. The slumbering robotic cat was startled awake by Chen Xiong's sudden movement. Rubbing its eyes, it seemed to comprehend Chen Xiong's urgency and gently retrieved a flashlight-like device from its embrace, softly calling out, Daxiong. Chen Xiong exhaled in relief, affectionately patting the robotic cat's head, and tucked the flashlight into his own clothing, deciding to vacate the premises and gradually collect his disordered thoughts. Without any delay, Chen Xiong lifted the robotic cat and swiftly exited the room. A few disciples, witnessing Chen Xiong emerge from Zhou Yueyao's chamber, began to whisper among themselves, pointing and speculating. Look, here comes Chen Daxiong. What on earth did he do to put Elder Zhou in such a state? Shoo, keep your voice down. A few disciples inquired about Elder Zhou's condition, and now they are still bedridden. I suspect something unusual occurred between Chen Daxiong and Elder Zhou. What sort of unusual occurrence? I have no idea, but it must be something quite extraordinary. Your words amount to nothing. They are mere drivel. Upon returning to the cave, Chen Xiong felt a sense of relief, but refrained from immediately examining the device. He seated himself on the ground, striving to untangle his chaotic thoughts, needing to clarify several matters. First, why had he not experienced amnesia? Second, where had Zhou Yueyao gone? Third, how was the robotic cat able to produce the device? Fourth, what was this flashlight-like object, and what purpose did it serve? Moreover, fragments of memory began to surface. Wooden houses, a man, wood carvings, and sheets of paper. Chen Xiong's mind was inundated with these disjointed recollections, the images blurred and indistinct. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him, as if his head were about to explode. Ah! He let out a low growl, cradling his head with both hands while his chest heaved and his breath quickened. After several moments, the pain gradually subsided, and his breathing steadied. What were those memories? Chen Xiong murmured softly to himself, attempting to ponder the fragmented images, only to find that many memories appeared to be concealed. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to focus on other pressing questions. First, why had he not lost his memory? Scenes flashed through his mind, and he speculated that the answer might lie within the elixir concocted by Xiao Gufei. Initially, she seemed to forget everyone while retrieving the elixir. Not experiencing amnesia was indeed fortuitous. Chen Xiong felt grateful. Then, where has Zhou Yueyao gone? Does she know that I have not forgotten? After a moment of reflection, Chen Xiong decided to avoid going out for the time being and to keep a low profile from Zhou Yueyao. Having contemplated these two concerns, he retrieved the flashlight-like device from his pocket, glancing at the slumbering robotic cat beside him, muttering, how was the robotic cat able to retrieve this device? Perhaps it was simply a matter of practice? This thought crossed Chen Xiong's mind, recalling how he had taught the robotic cat the motions of retrieving the device. After hundreds or thousands of repetitions, it had become proficient enough to produce the item. If proficiency is the measure, it seems somewhat absurd. Chen Xiong shook his head slightly. If not, then what could be the reason? Reflecting on the events of the past few days, it appeared that apart from his incessant cravings for food and the constant motion of retrieving props, the machine cat had not engaged in any particularly noteworthy activities. Wait, food? Chen Xiong speculated. Could it be the fish spirit pills given by Zhou Yueyao? With this thought, Chen Xiong promptly retrieved a bag and poured a few fish spirit pills into his palm, murmuring, does consuming this increase the probability of retrieving props? After a moment of contemplation, he set the fish spirit pills aside. It might be the reason, or it might not be. In the future, he would need to observe attentively to draw a conclusion. Next, Chen Xiong took out the prop resembling a flashlight, holding it in his hand to examine it. A glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. What miraculous tool could this be? He was eager to test it. With a surge of excitement, he grasped the flashlight, aimed it at a small stone before him, and gently pressed the red button on the handle. With a soft click, a beam of light shot forth. The small stone began to undergo a wondrous transformation, its surface textures becoming increasingly defined. Every crack and crevice was magnified countless times, as if a vast geological tapestry were slowly unfurling. In an instant, the small stone transformed into a towering boulder. Chen Xiong's expression brightened. It is a magnifying flashlight. His gaze shifted to the red and green buttons on the prop. He surmised that the red button was for magnification, while the green button would revert the object to its original state. He immediately commenced testing, pressing the green button on the handle. A beam of light illuminated the towering boulder before him. Gradually, the boulder shrank back down to a stone, just as he had conjectured. The two buttons on the magnifying flashlight functioned as expected. The red button enlarged objects, while the green button restored them to their former state. Considering this, he stroked his chin. What is the maximum limit of magnification? How long can the enlarged state be maintained? Does it also have an effect on living beings? With these questions in mind, Chen Xiong conducted various experiments within the cave, the beam of the magnifying flashlight continuously illuminating different objects. Within the cave, the deep rumbling echoed dozens of times. Chapter 51. Yet another prop inside the cave. Not only could objects be magnified, but living beings were also affected. Chen Xiong breathed heavily, his hair disheveled and his appearance somewhat disheveled. Just moments ago, he had attempted to shine the magnifying light on a cockroach. In an instant, the cockroach transformed into a colossal beast. This situation nearly cost Chen Xiong his life, but fortunately, he quickly pressed the green button, and the giant monster reverted back to a mere cockroach, allowing him to escape a dire fate. The magnifying flashlight not only enlarged living creatures, but also enhanced their strength and defense, enabling them to effortlessly crush boulders. After numerous experiments, Chen Xiong discovered that the magnifying lamp has its limitations, with a maximum enlargement of approximately 1,000 times. Each object varies, as some can only be magnified around 100 times. The magnification process can be interrupted at any moment. Simply releasing the red button halts the enlargement. Furthermore, Chen Xiong found it fascinating that by adjusting the angle and distance of the light, he could achieve selective magnification of certain areas. Just moments ago, he directed the light to cover only one leg of a cockroach, instantly transforming it into a leg the size of an elephant, while the rest of the body remained unaffected and unchanged. Regrettably, magnification cannot be compounded. Chen Xiong expressed his disappointment, lamenting that objects illuminated by the magnifying flashlight cannot be re-enlarged. Otherwise, he could achieve infinite magnification. He pondered a final question, stroking his chin as he whispered, how long will the magnification effect last? With a soft click, the magnifying lamp emitted a beam that enveloped a small stone, which was instantaneously magnified 1,000-fold. becoming a colossal boulder. Once the stone returned to its original size, he would have his answer. Meanwhile, the robotic cat had scurried to a corner of the cave, calling out to Chen Xiong, its stout hands ceasing their frantic movements. Glancing over, Chen Xiong's lips curled into a broad smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. The robotic cat held a square piece of leather, one side red and the other blue or black, adorned with countless cartoon clock patterns. Another marvelous gadget had emerged. Chen Xiong approached the robotic cat, taking the dual-colored leather from its grasp and examining it closely. He murmured, "This is a time bundle cloth. Oddly familiar, as if I've seen it before." After a brief moment, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "It's that eggshell." His mind flashed back to the scene of hatching the red egg, its surface featuring the same cartoon clock design. Initially, Chen Xiong had believed that the red egg would hatch into a Super Saiyan and had never associated it with the robotic cat's gadget, thus overlooking the unique transformation of the eggshell. The time bundle cloth was not something that was produced. It had existed from the start, but he had simply overlooked it. "Ah, how careless of me," Chen Xiong lamented. If only he had observed more attentively from the beginning, he could have utilized this extraordinary tool for numerous purposes. After this reflection, another question surfaced in Chen Xiong's mind. The robotic cat did not emerge from an egg, but rather from the time bundle cloth. Why was that? After a moment of contemplation, he could not discern the reason. "Never mind, as long as I know it is a gadget, that suffices." Slowly rising, Chen Xiong grasped the magnifying lamp in his left hand and the time bundle cloth in his right, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. "Birdman, await your fate." Without delay, Chen Xiong retrieved a jade clean bottle, pouring a few drops of spirit wine into a stone bowl. He then took the gadget magnifying lamp, gently pressed the red button, and directed a beam of light straight at the stone bowl. Before long, the stone bowl began to expand rapidly. In mere moments, it transformed into an enormous vessel, the few drops of spiritual liquid within it morphing into a vast pool of ethereal spring, coalescing at the center of the bowl. Chen Xiong's face lit up with joy. This was one of the methods he had contemplated. If he lacked a certain resource, he could acquire a small amount and then utilize the magnifying lamp, which would yield resources beyond 1,000-fold. Chen Xiong's expression radiated excitement. With this, he would no longer need to worry about resources. With a splash, Chen Xiong leapt into the colossal bowl, his body submerged in the spiritual liquid, revealing only the upper part of his chest. He sat cross-legged within, closed his eyes, and began his breath cultivation. Days slipped by like whispers. The spiritual liquid within the bowl lost all its potency, turning into a mere pool of ordinary water. Chen Xiong poured a few more drops of spiritual liquid from the jade bottle, magnified it 1,000 times, and once again immersed himself in the liquid for his training. This cycle continued, time flowing silently by. Before Chen Xiong lay a massive stone, upon which he had inscribed more than 5 characters of Xiong. After a month of relentless cultivation with the spiritual liquid, the energy vortex within his dantian had grown immensely, allowing spiritual power to circulate swiftly through his meridians in 3 complete cycles with each breath. At this moment, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd transformation of the Qi condensation stage. However, rather than feeling elated by this breakthrough, a profound sorrow settled within Chen Xiong. For an entire month, he had never allowed himself a moment of rest, aided by ample spiritual liquid for his training. Yet, the progress from the 2nd to the 3rd transformation of the Qi condensation stage, though enviable to many disciples, felt agonizingly slow to him. At this rate, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would take at least over a year. By that estimation, in 3 years, Chen Xiong could only hope to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Such a pace would render it impossible to surpass Long Tianhao. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiong had initially believed that possessing the magnifying lamp, which amplified training resources 1,000-fold, would facilitate swift breakthroughs. Now, it appeared he had underestimated the complexity of the path of cultivation. Mere resources were not sufficient, and perhaps some element of fortune was also required. Suddenly, the machine cat's stomach grumbled. Chen Xiong chuckled and shook his head, retrieving a fish spirit pill for it. For a month, the machine cat had consumed 1 fish spirit pill each day, yet it had failed to produce any additional artifacts. At that moment, a spirit crane gracefully flew into the cave. The crane landed gently in the palm of Chen Xiong, and a voice resonated in his mind. Chen Xiong's face brightened, and he picked up the machine cat, hastening towards the cave entrance. Outside the cave, Chen Xiong inhaled the fresh air, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing, allowing his mind a fleeting moment of respite. After a brief interval, he cast a sweeping glance around, his brow knitting slightly as he approached a patch of grass. Crouching down to observe closely, "Has someone been here?" he mused, noticing the wild grasses nearby lay askew, some low branches bent, and faint footprints etched in the muddy path. Instantly, his senses heightened with vigilance. Someone was lingering nearby, seemingly searching for something. which prompted a curious thought in Chen Xiong's mind. Could it be that Zhou Yueyao has come looking for me? He lowered his gaze, meticulously examining the traces left on the ground. Several footprints were broad and substantial, with wide soles and considerable spacing between them, suggesting a uniform and moderate stride. From these observations, it could be inferred that the owner of the footprints was likely a man. Chen Xiong murmured softly, whose footprints could they be? For a moment, he found himself at a loss. After a brief pause, he gradually rose and made his way toward the crescent-shaped lake, intending to meet Lin Qian first. Just as Chen Xiong departed, a man slowly approached the vicinity of the cave. His simple attire was already drenched in sweat, and upon seeing some of the footprints left by Chen Xiong, he chuckled. Ah, Daxiong, you are indeed nearby. At the lakeside, Chen Xiong picked up a branch and drew a circle on the ground, placing the robotic cat within it. He gently instructed, be good, don't wander off. I have a date soon. The robotic cat nodded obediently. After patting its head, Chen Xiong stood up and gazed out over the lake, a hint of worry surfacing in his mind. What could have happened to Xiao Qian over the past month? A month ago, when Chen Xiong returned to the cave, he had sent a message to Lin Qian via a spirit crane, yet he had received no response. It was not until today, a month later, that the spirit crane finally returned. The message indicated that they had agreed to meet by the Crescent Lake. After about half a stick of incense, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky like a meteor. Brother Daxiong, a voice filled with longing called out. Lin Qian's beautiful eyes glistened with excited tears, and before the flying sword could steady, she leaped toward Chen Xiong, resembling a delicate bird in flight. I missed you so much. Lin Qian wrapped her arms tightly around Chen Xiong's neck, burying her head deep in his embrace. The two held each other by the lakeside, wrapped in a warm embrace. After a prolonged moment of tenderness, they gradually parted, and Chen Xiong finally asked, Xiao Qian, where have you been this past month? Lin Qian, her gaze evasive, seemed reluctant to discuss the matter. After a brief moment, she noticed the robotic cat frozen within the circle and exclaimed, Ah, what happened to Xiao Dingdang? It seems dazed. Chen Xiong sighed inwardly. Lin Qian was clearly avoiding the earlier question. After a moment's thought, he decided against pressing further and simply responded with a smile. Xiao Dingdang is under a spell I cast and can only stay within that circle. A spell? Lin Qian's face brightened with curiosity. What kind of spell? Well, this spell is called Do Not Be a Third Wheel. Do not be a third wheel? Lin Qian glanced between the robotic cat and Chen Xiong, her expression growing increasingly perplexed. Brother, what is a third wheel? A third wheel is something very bright that can be quite distracting, especially in front of couples. It is simply never appropriate. But Xiao Dingdang is very obedient and doesn't he distract us? Haha, it's just a metaphor, forget about it. Let Xiao Dingdang stay quietly for a bit and not interrupt us, haha. By the way, Xiao Qian has something for you. Lin Qian seemed to recall something, extending her right hand into a fist, and smiled as she said, Brother, guess what little Qian is holding? Chen Xiong shook his head slightly. I can't guess. What is it? Lin Qian gradually opened her right hand, revealing a completely red ring nestled in her palm. The surface of the ring was adorned with intricate patterns resembling ancient spells, and at its center lay a large blood crystal, embedded with a character in crimson. Chen Xiong, puzzled, inquired, what is this? This is a spatial ring, a rare spatial artifact. Little Qian has already refined it for you. Just release a trace of spiritual energy into it, and you will be able to perceive the space within. To retrieve items from inside, simply use your spiritual intent, and they will come forth at your command. You can give it a try, Lin Qian encouraged. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Xiong's eyes. This spatial ring resembled those described in novels. He took it into his right hand, closed his eyes slightly, and released a wisp of spiritual energy into the ring. It felt as if his consciousness passed through an invisible membrane, revealing a dimly lit space of approximately 100 square meters, where various items were piled up. With a thought, Chen Xiong turned his hand, and a piece of irregularly shaped, milky white stone appeared in his palm. A look of surprise washed over Lin Qian's face. Brother, you are truly remarkable, able to use the spatial ring directly. Utilizing artifacts and spiritual tools requires immense mental strength. Typically, disciples at the Qi condensation stage have yet to form spiritual consciousness, making it difficult for them to wield such items. Lin Qian, slightly astonished, considered that her brother was no ordinary person and did not dwell on it. She pointed at the stone in Chen Xiong's hand and explained, this is a spirit stone. During cultivation, you can directly absorb the pure spiritual energy contained within it, much like the effects of spiritual liquid. In battle, you can also use spirit stones to swiftly replenish your own spiritual energy. Additionally, spirit stones serve as a form of currency. In simple terms, they can be used as money. Chen Xiong had only heard of spirit stones before and had never truly seen one. Now, holding it in his palm, he scrutinized it closely. It was a piece the size of a fingernail, irregularly shaped and milky white, as if violently torn apart by some force. with faint spiritual light flickering around its edges. Chen Xiong lowered his gaze and gently inhaled, instantly feeling the spiritual energy in his meridian surge. The energy within this spirit stone was far purer than that of spiritual liquid. With a thought, he retrieved 3 more spirit stones of different colors, red, yellow, and purple, and speculated. Spirit stones must vary in quality as well, little Qian. These 3 are Fire Spirit Stone, Earth Spirit Stone, and Thunder Spirit Stone, right? Indeed. Those 3 are attribute spirit stones, and they are of medium quality, Lin Qian explained. There are 4 grades of spirit stones, milky white for low quality, the most common, and those with various elemental attributes are medium quality. Low and medium quality spirit stones can be exchanged. 1 medium quality spirit stone of the same size can be traded for 100 low quality spirit stones, following a 100-to-1 ratio. Chen Xiong then asked, if there are 4 grades of spirit stones, are there also high and top quality spirit stones? My dear brother is indeed clever. There exist both superior and exquisite spirit stones, both of which are invaluable and exceedingly rare, not circulating as currency. Lin Qian paused momentarily before elucidating. Each superior spirit stone contains a trace of the Tao's essence, which can assist cultivators in comprehending the Tao. The superior spirit stone is also referred to as the Tao Law Stone. The exquisite spirit stone is even rarer, classified as a celestial object, with each stone containing a hint of celestial energy, also known as celestial stone. Brother, should you encounter these 2 types of spirit stones, do not squander them as currency. Their worth transcends mere money, as they aid cultivators in grasping the Tao. Chen Xiong pondered briefly, and after a moment, a smile graced his lips as he gestured with his hands to illustrate a spirit stone the size of a person, inquiring playfully, Xiao Qian, could such a large spirit stone exist? Chapter 53. The third wheel. Lin Qian appeared astonished. That large? Chen Xiong gestured again, describing a giant spirit stone comparable to a human. Yes, a spirit stone of this size. Does it exist? Lin Qian contemplated slightly. Spirit stones of such dimensions do exist, albeit extremely rarely. Should someone produce a spirit stone of this size, its origins would undoubtedly be extraordinary, likely sourced from some prestigious sects in the Eastern Sea region, where spiritual minds yield stones of such magnitude. Oh, as long as they exist, that suffices. Chen Xiong refrained from further inquiries, satisfied with the knowledge of their existence. With a thought, the spirit stone in his hand suddenly shimmered and vanished, only to be replaced by 2 exquisite small vials, one blue and the other yellow. These items are from the spatial ring. Lin Qian immediately remarked. These 2 vials contain elixirs. Each vial has approximately 100 pills. The blue one contains the qi condensing pill, which, when consumed, accelerates the gathering of spiritual energy, enhancing the cultivation speed. The yellow vial holds the qi nurturing pill, which nourishes and repairs meridians, solidifying one's cultivation level. It also serves as a healing elixir, capable of restoring injuries. A warm feeling coursed through Chen Xiong. Both the qi condensing pill and qi nurturing pill are essential for those in the qi condensation realm, holding significant value and rarity. He gazed at Lin Qian. These elixirs are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Lin Qian, hands on her hips and visibly upset, retorted, if brother refuses, Xiao Qian shall dispose of them all. With that, she feigned an attempt to seize the elixirs and cast them away. Chen Xiong sighed inwardly. Very well. I shall accept them. Lin Qian's radiant smile returned. Brother and Xiao Qian must not stand on ceremony. Constant refusals may create a sense of estrangement. Chen Xiong slightly nodded, flipping his hand to make the elixir vials disappear, and with another motion, he produced a red spiritual talisman. This is a low-tier talisman, which can be ignited with spiritual energy to create a certain explosive damage. Talismans are classified into 3 tiers, low, medium, and high, each varying in potency. The spatial ring contains a plethora of items, all essential for those in the qi condensation realm, which Lin Qian meticulously introduced to Chen Xiong. After several attempts to retrieve and place items, Chen Xiong had essentially mastered the art of accessing objects from the spatial ring. The principle was remarkably simple. Guided by spiritual energy, governed by will, and summoned by thought, the items would materialize. Following her introduction to the mystical artifacts within the spatial ring, Lin Qian incessantly reminded him. The condensation realm is the most fundamental level. Every time his brother breaks through a threshold, he must dedicate time to compress the energy vortex in his dantian, solidifying his foundation. Should that foundation be superficial, the likelihood of failure when advancing to the foundation establishment stage increases. The condensation realm further divides into 2 phases, from the 1st to the 6th turn, where the meridians possess scant spiritual energy, allowing only the application of spiritual energy empowerment to enhance physical strength and defense. Upon reaching the 7th turn and beyond, the energy vortex becomes dense, enabling certain cultivators to employ spiritual energy transformation, altering their methods of attack. When encountering higher-tier practitioners of the condensation realm, he must exercise utmost caution. As he cultivates to the 9th turn of the condensation realm, he must not hasten his breakthrough. Rather, he should continue to fortify his foundation. Listening to Lin Qian's meticulous discourse, a sly smile crept onto Chen Xiong's lips. You have done so much for your brother. How shall I reward you? Lin Qian's cheeks flushed crimson. No need for that. I willingly do this for you, brother. That one tea do. I've decided. A kiss of love shall be your reward. Chen Xiong grinned mischievously, leaning slightly towards Lin Qian's face. Come, let us share a kiss. Lin Qian's heart raced. Her face a radiant shade of red. She gently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, as the blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. Her hands instinctively clutched the hem of Chen Xiong's garment, a mix of shyness and anticipation evident in her demeanor. Chen Xiong initially intended to tease her, but upon witnessing Lin Qian's delectable visage, he felt a rush of heat. His throat tightened as he swallowed, lowering his head gradually, his face inching closer to Lin Qian's lips. Just as their lips were about to meet, an untimely sound interrupted the moment. Gurgle, gurgle, a sound that was decidedly out of place. Gurgle, gurgle, again it echoed. Lin Qian's expression shifted in astonishment, and she immediately broke free from Chen Xiong's embrace. Her cheeks aflame. Chen Xiong's brow twitched in irritation. Daxiong, the robotic cat, pointed to its own belly, seemingly conveying, Ding Dang is hungry and desires food. Chen Xiong clenched his teeth in frustration, scooping up the robotic cat and playfully kneading its large face, shaping it into various forms, sometimes flat, sometimes elongated, muttering, You spoiled my moment. I'll turn you into a big-faced cat. The robotic cat wore an innocent expression, its large eyes pleadingly gazing at Chen Xiong. Brother, is Ding Dang hungry? Lin Qian inquired. Indeed, he is hungry, but this is not the opportune moment. Most certainly not, Chen Xiong replied. Here, I have a delicacy prepared by my senior brother, Lin Qian said, producing an exquisite small box and gently opening it. A mouth-watering aroma of meat wafted forth, slowly enveloping the robotic cat and Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong gazed at the enticing box held by Lin Qian. Although diminutive, it concealed a treasure within. Neatly arranged inside were dozens of skewers, their colors vibrant and alluring. Each piece of meat was uniformly sized, expertly carved into exquisite diamond shapes, glistening with a lustrous sheen under the dim light. Is this skewered meat? Chen Xiong inquired. Lin Qian retrieved a skewer from the box and replied with a smile. Indeed, these are Xinjiang lamb skewers. Little Ding Dang will surely relish them. Xinjiang lamb skewers? Chen Xiong paused, momentarily taken aback. Where did you acquire these? Does a place called Xinjiang truly exist in this world? With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Qian explained, Brother, Xinjiang is not a place. It is the name of a person. My senior brother from Daju Peak, Xinjiang, is a remarkable chef. He and senior brother Wu Liang have opened numerous restaurants in the nearby city. The lamb skewers crafted by senior brother Xinjiang are not mere beast meat. They are made from the spirit flame sheep of Spirit Beast Island, known for their delectable taste and abundant spiritual essence. Consuming one can rapidly gather spirit and invigorate the blood, making it a rare delicacy. Before she could finish her explanation, a hand suddenly snatched the lamb skewer from Lin Qian's grasp. Chapter 54. The fall in it was the robotic cat, now voraciously devouring several skewers. Its cheeks puffed up like two small balloons, while lamb meat fragments scattered around. In mere moments, the numerous lamb skewers had vanished, leaving the mechanical feline with squinted eyes, emitting a satisfied purr as it rubbed its round belly and reclined contentedly on the ground. Chen Xiong looked on, left with only an empty box. Lin Qian appeared astonished. These skewers were imbued with formidable spiritual energy. Typically, a practitioner consuming them in such a reckless manner would find their body unable to digest the immense spiritual force, risking damage to their meridians. Yet, the robotic cat showed no adverse effects whatsoever. Xiao Qian, I wish to rapidly elevate my cultivation in the condensing qi realm. Is there any special method to achieve this? Rapid elevation? Lin Qian's expression grew slightly hesitant. I know of a method, but it carries a certain degree of peril. What method? To refine one's meridians using the blood of demon beasts. Chen Xiong pondered briefly. Demon beasts. Do they refer to spirit beasts? Demon beasts are not the same as spirit beasts. Lin Qian gently shook her head. Spirit beasts absorb the essence of the sun and moon to strengthen themselves, possessing pure souls and the ability to forge soul contracts with beast tamers. In contrast, demon beast souls are tainted by a dark force, resulting in fragmented consciousness and a bloodthirsty nature. A flicker of curiosity crossed Chen Xiong's face. What is this dark force? It is a profoundly sinister power. Xiao Qian has heard my master mention it. This dark energy is a remnant from the ancient era, feeding on the negative emotions of living beings. When spirit beasts encounter this force, they gain immense strength, but become bloodthirsty demon beasts. Should a cultivator fall victim to this dark power, they may suffer from diminished intellect and memory loss, or worse, lose their sanity entirely and become a fallen one. Chen Xiong fell into contemplation, pondering the implications of fragmented intellect and memory loss. A figure from Danling Peak flashed through his mind, igniting a flicker of suspicion. Could Xiao Gufei be a fallen one? Lin Qian's expression was one of mild surprise, her voice slightly hushed. The rumors surrounding Professor Gufei being a fallen one have circulated for over a decade. Due to this matter, a peak master lost his life back then. Chen Xiong, intrigued, inquired, what happened back then? Xiao Qian had heard snippets of the events. More than a decade ago, a peak master who harbored a deep-seated hatred for the fallen from beyond the realm secretly conspired with external sect practitioners, attempting to assassinate Professor Gufei. As fate would have it, they all perished overnight, none escaping the valley of Danling Peak. In the Flower Valley wooden cabin, the second wooden door on the right of the dark corridor led to a modern bedroom, its walls painted a soft pink. In the center lay an exquisite princess bed, where young Gufei lay with her eyes gently closed, her hands tightly clutching a mischievous rabbit. Beside her sat a man, engrossed in a book. After an indeterminate passage of time, young Gufei opened her eyes, slowly rising, her expression one of bewilderment. Upon seeing the man beside her, she softly murmured, "Brother." The man replied with a smile, "Xiao Fei, you are awake." Young Gufei appeared contemplative, seemingly striving to recall certain memories. After a moment, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes as she exclaimed, "Brother, they want to kill Xiao Gufei." The man reassured her, "Do not fear. They are dead." "Oh. They should have been dead for over 20 years now. I do not even remember their names. Why did they want to kill Xiao Gufei?" The man's tone dripped with sarcasm. "They are delusional, believing Xiao Gufei to be a fallen one. Upon witnessing certain events, they assumed it to be the truth, causing a ruckus within the sect and secretly gathering a group to meet their demise. A true calamity. Did brother kill them?" "Not I. It was he who did, leaving not a single one alive." "Who is he?" Young Gufei felt a sharp pain in her head, many things slipping from her memory. "He is also your brother. You will remember him." The man slowly closed the book and handed it to young Gufei. "Xiao Fei, this is your diary. Once again, over 1,000 entries have been written." Young Gufei took the book, curiously flipping to the first page, which read, "My name is Gufei, a person cursed by time. Each time I celebrate my 10th birthday, I will lose some memories, forgetting significant matters and important individuals in my life. One day, an elder brother taught me to write a diary, so I could record the events of each day and, when I forget, I could recall them through these entries." Young Gufei gazed at the page for what felt like an eternity, a trace of sorrow appearing on her face. Xiao Gufei has forgotten so many things and many people. "Brother, is there still bread?" Young Gufei wished to record all of these matters. The man produced a piece of off-white bread, densely inscribed with minute text, and handed it to young Gufei. "The diary's contents have all been printed onto the memory bread for you. Thank you, brother." Young Gufei accepted the bread and consumed it. After a moment, Xiao Gufei noted everything from the diary and murmured, "It has been over 30 years, brother. The interesting brother who came for the elixir in the year 1038 of the spirit calamity taught me a method called a schedule, which seems to be a form of memory technique. Which method do you prefer?" The man asked with a smile. "I prefer the diary," Xiao Gufei replied with a smile. Yet a hint of confusion crossed her face. "I can remember these events, but why does it feel like reading a book, devoid of any emotions?" The man sighed. "The memory bread can only assist you in recalling these events. It cannot allow you to relive them. They are all significant individuals in your life, and you do not wish to forget this sentiment. How can you once again empathize with these feelings? Brother, is there a way?" "Indeed. What is it?" "Dreams." A glimmer flickered in the man's eyes. In the realm of dreams, the concepts of time and space become blurred. Experiences within dreams feel as real as if you had lived them, and your memories will not merely feel like flipping through a book. The man rose and walked towards the door. "Brother, where are you going?" Xiao Gufei hurriedly inquired. "Rest well. I am stepping out to attend to some matters and to meet someone." "Who are you meeting, brother?" "Zhou. "Oh no, that's not right." The man's voice paused, as though he were recollecting. After a moment, he said, "It seems she is now called Zhou Yueyao." With that, the man stepped out of the room, into a dark corridor. Chapter 55. The Purple Gold Merchants Association. Who was it that attacked the little professor all those years ago? Chen Xiong inquired with curiosity. According to Lin Qian's account, over a decade ago, a peak master joined forces with dozens of outer sect cultivators to assault Xiao Gufei of Danling Peak. As a result, those individuals perished. Xiao Qian was uncertain. Later rumors suggested that it was the alchemist known as Mamataro who had acted, while others speculated it was the sect leader. The truth remained elusive. Following this incident, several peak masters publicly clarified, informing everyone that Professor Xiao Gufei of Danling Peak was not a fallen one, and strictly forbidding all disciples from discussing the matter again. Since then, some disciples buried their suspicions deep in their hearts, fearing to speak of it in private. Chen Xiong pondered briefly. Xiao Gufei was undoubtedly extraordinary. She mentioned Gantt charts and exhibited peculiar behaviors, indicating the potential presence of a time traveler behind her. He speculated that the one who attacked back then was likely the alchemist Momotaro. As for the sect leader, Chen Xiong deemed it improbable. The Yunling sect had been established for a century, and if the sect leader were a time traveler, there would surely be some trace left behind. What was the relationship between Xiao Gufei and Momotaro? After a moment, Chen Xiong temporarily set aside this inquiry. The pressing matter was to discover a method to swiftly enhance his cultivation. Thus he asked, Xiao Qian, can the method you mentioned for tempering meridians be used with the blood of spirit beasts? No, she replied. Lin Qian gently shook her head, stating that the traditional method of drawing spiritual energy into the body involves the gradual absorption of wandering spiritual power to improve one's constitution, a process that is slow and accumulative in nature. In contrast, the method of refining the meridians takes an opposite approach. It entails using the blood of magical beasts to temper the meridians to achieve a certain degree of strength and resilience, followed by a forceful surge of immense spiritual power to break through realms. The blood of spiritual beasts is far too mild to stimulate and refine the meridians of cultivators. Thus, only the blood of magical beasts will suffice. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment before inquiring about the source of magical beast blood. Lin Qian hesitated before responding, her expression revealing her concern. Chen Xiong sighed inwardly, recognizing her apprehension, and reassured her, do not worry, brother is confident. Lin Qian lowered her head in thought, then raised it once more, her expression resolute. Little Qian trusts her brother, but the blood of magical beasts is considered contraband, and the sect will not possess any. Not in the sect? Chen Xiong's countenance reflected his distress, as he had just conceived a method but lacked the necessary magical beast blood. He realized that relying solely on consuming spiritual liquid for cultivation would only allow him to reach the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm after 3 years. Brother, while the sect may not have it, the Zijin Chamber of Commerce in Luoxia City might possess some. We could try our luck there. Chen Xiong immediately asked, where is Luoxia City? What is the situation with the Zijin Chamber of Commerce? Luoxia City is a medium-sized city located near the Yunling sect, known for its stunning evening glow that can be witnessed every twilight. The Zijin Chamber of Commerce is an alliance formed by a group of cultivators, engaging in trade across the continent, with auction events held in cities of the East Sea, South Mountain, Western Region, and Northern Plains. As Lin Qian elaborated, Chen Xiong gradually came to understand the towns and associations within the realm of cultivation. The Tiangang continent is divided into 4 major regions, each housing numerous cities inhabited by cultivators, scattered like stars across the night sky. Luoxia City, situated in the South Mountain region, is the closest medium-sized city to the Yunling sect, bordered by the Ghost Mist Forest to the east and the 100-Horse Mountain to the west. Due to its unique geographical location, this town attracts countless cultivators who engage in trading various spiritual items such as techniques, spirit stones, spiritual beasts, elixirs, and spiritual artifacts, resulting in numerous large and small chambers of commerce. Among these, the largest is undoubtedly the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. This chamber is an enormous cultivator alliance, gathering a diverse array of practitioners, including but not limited to alchemists, artifact refiners, formation masters, talisman masters, and loose cultivators. Although the Zijin Chamber of Commerce is not a major sect, its power surpasses that of typical large cultivation sects, with rumors suggesting it may even be the 4th major sect in the realm of cultivation, highlighting the formidable nature of the Zijin Chamber. The chamber's operations are extensive, spanning the entirety of the cultivation world. In addition to trading various spiritual items, it also acquires treasures of all kinds, be it mysterious technique manuals, fragments of powerful magical artifacts, or rare, dark magical beasts. As long as a commodity holds value, the chamber is willing to offer a high price for its acquisition. Furthermore, the chamber provides information trading services, allowing for exchanges regarding various secret realm maps, treasure clues, the origins of technique secrets, and updates on the movements of major sects and experts within the cultivation community. In the esteemed Zijin Chamber of Commerce, a saying is often echoed, everything possesses its value, provided one seeks it within the Zijin Chamber. Brother, do you intend to visit the Zijin Chamber in Luoxia City? Lin Qian inquired. Chen Xiong nodded, his heart indeed contemplating a journey to the Zijin Chamber. On one hand, he required the blood of demon beasts to refine his meridians. On the other, he was genuinely curious about what kind of organization the commercial society in the realm of cultivation would be. If you venture to the Zijin Chamber, it would be prudent to conceal your identity, Lin Qian cautioned. Recently, the 3 cities near the sect, Danling Peak and Chufeng Garden, have been rather unsettled. A young man returned, slowly entering the room with a hint of remorse in his voice. Master, I am inept. I could not locate Senior Chen. As his words lingered, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. A series of dragging footsteps echoed, and soon a gaunt figure emerged from the shadows. It bore a pallid visage, skin stretched tightly over prominent cheekbones, with eyes deeply sunken and devoid of light, frail and unsteady in its movements. Yang Yun, regardless of the circumstances, you must assist the master in finding Senior Chen Daxiong. Before he could finish, a fierce wind swept outside, accompanied by a maniacal yet exhilarated laughter. The emaciated man's eyes widened in terror, filled with panic as he yearned to flee, yet his body was instantaneously ensnared and rendered immobile, only to be whisked away by a tempest into the depths of a forest within Danling Peak. His hoarse voice echoed within the room. Please, Senior, save me. At that moment, a young alchemist rushed into the room, his attire tattered and breathless. Not spotting Chufeng, he sighed and turned to leave. Senior brother, wait. Yang Yun called out to the young alchemist, smiling as he asked, I am Yang Yun, the alchemist. You have just returned from Qingling Valley, correct? Was your journey smooth? You are Yang Yun. I have heard of you. I am Xiong, merely an alchemist, not a senior brother. Xiong glanced at Yang Yun, sighing. I have indeed just returned from Qingling Valley. I intended to report to Master Zhao Chufeng, but there have been some issues that require his guidance. There are problems at Qingling Valley. Yang Yun pondered for a moment, extending a delicately crafted box with a smile. Brother Xiong, would you be so kind as to share the matters concerning Qingling Valley? What exactly transpired there? Xiong slightly opened a corner of the box, and, upon seeing a spirit herb nestled inside, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Yang Yun, you are indeed, as the rumors suggest, adept in dealing with others. I can share the details of Qingling Valley with you, but do remember, until matters are confirmed, discretion is paramount. Yang Yun replied with assurance. Certainly, brother. You need not worry. Xiong nodded slightly, accepting the box, and in a lowered voice remarked, I suspect there may be dissent brewing within Qingling Valley. Chapter 56. Luoxiao City. In the southern mountains of the continent lies Luoxiao City. With ancient walls and cobblestone streets, shops abound on either side, displaying an array of goods in splendid variety. The streets of the city were alive with a constant flow of people, bustling with the sounds of vendors calling out and conversations rising and falling like waves. Among the throng were elegant cultivators adorned in splendid robes, boisterous market traders, and weary farmers trudging along, their burdens balanced upon their shoulders. As Chen Xiong strolled through the vibrant thoroughfare, his eyes darted about, brimming with excitement. This was his inaugural visit to a city within the realm of cultivation, and he found himself utterly captivated by his surroundings. Feeling as though he had traversed back to ancient times, Chen Xiong reflected upon the lifestyle and societal structure of this cultivation world, drawing parallels to the feudal dynasties of Earth's antiquity. The sole distinction lay in the nature of the shops lining the streets. While ancient establishments may have offered inns, taverns, silk shops, tea houses, and apothecaries, the storefronts of Luoxiao City bore names such as Lingxiao Pavilion, Yubao Studio, Baichao Immortal Elixir Pavilion, Qingquan Treasure Hall, and the Marvelous Beast Spirit Merchant. Each sign was uniquely captivating, a veritable feast for the eyes. The shops along the street exclusively sold items essential for cultivation. Beside Chen Xiong perched a robotic cat, its large eyes blinking with curiosity as it surveyed the world around it, especially upon spotting various edibles. Its eyes sparkled with delight as it repeatedly called out, Daxiong, Daxiong, Daxiong. The robotic cat's insistence was unwavering, its gaze fixed upon the front. An elderly man appeared nearby, his left sleeve empty while his right hand clutched a stick adorned with dozens of candied hawthorns of various shapes. Accompanying him was a young girl of about 8 or 9, her hair styled in 2 horn-like braids, her bright eyes contrasting with her pallid complexion. Chen Xiong approached the old man, inquiring, how much for the candied hawthorn? Upon noticing the robotic cat, the old man's eyes widened with recognition, and he turned to Chen Xiong with a hint of reverence, promptly responding, esteemed immortal, it is 1 copper coin per skewer. Very well, I shall take 1. Chen Xiong replied. However, just as he finished speaking, the robotic cat seized the candied hawthorn and began to relish its sweet treat, exhibiting an expression of sheer contentment. Chen Xiong chuckled softly, intending to retrieve his coins, but hesitated, realizing he possessed no copper coins. After a moment's thought, he produced a low-grade spirit stone, asking, old man, may I settle the bill with this? The elder trembled slightly, his voice quivering, esteemed immortal, you wish to use this for payment? Chen Xiong shook his head awkwardly, assuming the stone would not suffice, and was about to retract his offer when a bony hand grasped his own. Esteemed immortal, this can be used for payment. The elder exclaimed, his expression a mix of excitement and urgency, as he swiftly handed the candied hawthorn stick to Chen Xiong. He then rummaged through his garments, producing an assortment of scattered silver and copper coins, which he eagerly offered. Chen Xiong, somewhat perplexed, was uncertain of the elder's intentions. Taking a deep breath, the elder implored, "Esteemed immortal, is this enough for you? Can this be given to the old man?" Observing the elder's earnest demeanor, Chen Xiong grasped the situation and, without hesitation, placed the spirit stone into the elder's hand, stating, "Of course, you may keep it. This is what I owe you, but please, take back the coins." The elderly man suddenly collapsed onto the ground with a thud, pulling the little girl beside him down as well. "Oh, esteemed immortal, please do not change your mind." Chen Xiong immediately helped the old man and the little girl to their feet. "Grandfather, please do not kneel before me. You are of advanced age, and I fear for your longevity. Rest assured, I have no intention of retracting my offer." The old man, trembling, stood up, refusing to accept the coins and silver. Chen Xiong sighed inwardly and placed the coins and silver into the little girl's hands. The old man quickly exclaimed, "Xiao Fei, return these to the esteemed immortal. Grandfather Yang, this silver belongs to." Chen Xiong's expression shifted slightly as he gently crouched down to ask the little girl, "What is your name, dear?" The little girl stammered, "I am Yang Fei." Yang Fei. Chen Xiong maintained a composed demeanor, though a flurry of thoughts crossed his mind. He inquired further, "How old are you this year? Do you have an older brother?" "I do not have an older brother," the little girl replied. "Esteemed immortal, I have but one granddaughter," the old man added. "Oh, it seems I was mistaken." Chen Xiong observed the elderly man and the girl once more, saying, "I thought you were related to my friend Yang Yun." At the mention of this name, the old man's expression faltered momentarily, and he quickly corrected himself. "Esteemed immortal, I just remembered, I do have a grandson, who is also this little girl's brother, and his name is Yang Yun." Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Are you certain his name is Yang Yun?" "Yes, that is indeed his name," the old man affirmed. Chen Xiong lowered his head in contemplation before raising it again to offer the silver in his hand to the old man. "Grandfather, please accept this money. It is relatively easier for me to earn, while it must be difficult for you." The old man appeared surprised and overjoyed, preparing to kneel in gratitude once more. But Chen Xiong stopped him with a firm grip. "Grandfather, do not kneel again. Your candied hawthorn is worth this price." "Thank you, esteemed immortal." The old man expressed his gratitude. Chen Xiong waved his hand dismissively, and, with a robotic cat and a stick of candied hawthorn in hand, ventured deeper into the street. Halfway through, he turned back to glance at the old man and the child, his mind swirling with thoughts and speculations. "Daxiong," the robotic cat mumbled, its mouth stuffed with sweets. Chen Xiong shook his head slightly. "Ding dang, you refuse to pass up any sweet treat." As they strolled leisurely, the robotic cat's large eyes sparkled at the sight of confections along the street, incessantly clamoring for this and that, bouncing excitedly. Chen Xiong chuckled and shook his head, purchasing the sweet delights the robotic cat desired with the silver and coins, striving to satisfy its cravings. The robotic cat was insatiable, continually munching away. The pair meandered for quite some time until the sky darkened. Chen Xiong quickened his pace toward the end of the street, where a grand and magnificent building loomed. This was the auction house of the Zijin Merchant Association. The auctions at the Zijin Merchant Association commenced in the evening, so Chen Xiong felt no urgency and leisurely wandered through the streets during the day. As Chen Xiong approached the entrance of the Zijin Chamber of Commerce, he paused momentarily in contemplation, then retraced his steps to a nearby street shop, where he procured a voluminous black robe and a horsehead mask. Subsequently, in a secluded corner, he donned the attire and masked his visage. Observing the conspicuous robotic feline by his side, he hesitated. In a venue as tumultuous as an auction house, he preferred to remain incognito. After offering a few words of reassurance to the robotic companion, he concealed it within his spatial ring. Moments later, Chen Xiong arrived at the entrance of the Zijin auction house. "Halt!" A voice laced with disdain and contempt rang out. "Who is this impoverished wretch, reeking of destitution? This door is meant for dignitaries. You should take your leave through that way." Chen Xiong's gaze fell upon a modest opening beside the door, resembling a dog door. With a cold glance, he addressed the two guards at the entrance. "That is indeed a dog door. If you wish for me to enter the auction, it would be more fitting for me to use it." "Oh, look at you, wearing a mask and trying to be mysterious? I have little patience for your kind." One of the armored sentinels sneered, as they advanced slightly, exuding an overwhelming aura. "This door welcomes only esteemed guests. For a pauper like you, the option to crawl through that entrance remains, and we shall pretend not to see you." Haha. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiong gradually regained his composure. Not solely due to their mockery, but also because of the palpable pressure emanating from their realms of power, a manifestation of the foundational stage of cultivation. Recognizing his own inferiority in strength, Chen Xiong refrained from reacting impulsively. Instead, he quietly made his way toward another side entrance, which led to the wealth verification room of the chamber. Behind him, the derisive voices continued, "Humph, a beggar attempting to partake in the auction's revelry. He must have been rendered speechless. Not a peep escaped him. Ha. The two guards, seasoned in discerning the essence of individuals, quickly assessed Chen Xiong. Clad in his oversized black robe, whose spiritual energy was feeble, marking him as a cultivator devoid of both skill and wealth. Upon entering the auction area, a fragrant breeze greeted him, invigorating his senses. As he traversed the side entrance, he arrived at a room marked by the gleaming characters for the wealth verification office. To gain entry into the auction venue, one must first acquire an identity card, which is most easily obtained by proving one's wealth within this verification room. Chen Xiong pushed the door open. The interior was spacious, with only a middle-aged man seated at a table, seemingly bored. Upon noticing Chen Xiong's arrival, the man slightly raised his head, observing the masked figure before him. A fleeting frown crossed his brow, quickly replaced by a professionally courteous smile. Sir, I am Zhang Da, the reception manager of the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. This is the wealth verification room. I presume this is your first visit to our chamber? Indeed, Chen Xiong replied. Allow me to provide you with a brief introduction. This is the branch of the Zijin Chamber of Commerce in Luoxia City. Our auctions operate on a membership basis. And here in the verification room, we will assess your wealth. Only those who meet the minimum threshold for a white card status will be permitted to enter and bid. Zhang Da paused momentarily, saying, Our Chamber of Commerce offers 4 types of distinguished guest cards: the white card, silver card, gold card, and the highest tier, the star card. You have come to the capital verification room. Shall we assess the value of spirit stones or spirit objects? Spirit stones, Chen Xiong replied, as he had a few fragmented spirit stones in his storage ring and intended to acquire a guest card merely to observe the auction. Zhang Da gestured towards the table, indicating that Chen Xiong should place the spirit stones there. Please present the spirit stones. I will first verify their value and then provide you with the corresponding guest card. Chen Xiong nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, scattered several inferior spirit stones haphazardly across the table. Zhang Da glanced at them, his lips curling in disdain. Is this all? Not sufficient. Sir, allow me to clarify. Our auction house operates on a membership basis, exclusively catering to esteemed members. I fully comprehend your eagerness to participate in the bidding. However, I regret to inform you that you do not qualify for membership. A fleeting look of disdain crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, quickly replaced by a polite smile as he replied in a neutral tone, I apologize. But please return from whence you came. Safe travels. Chen Xiong chuckled lightly. Zhang Da, is it? You are perhaps the most courteous among the various powers I have encountered. Pray tell, how many spirit stones are required to obtain a guest card and enter your auction house? Our chamber's lowest tier guest card is the white card, which necessitates over 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Should you manage to gather that amount, I can promptly assist you in obtaining a white card. Zhang Da replied with a smile, though his eyes concealed a deep-seated mockery, betraying none on his face. Very well, I shall step out for a moment. Chen Xiong waved his hand nonchalantly as he strolled towards the exit, pausing at the door to look back. Oh, Manager Zhang, do not close the door. I shall return shortly. Sir, are you off to gather spirit stones? Zhang Da inquired. Gather? Chen Xiong scoffed, dismissively stating, I am merely seeking a bit of money from my father. Once Chen Xiong exited the room, Zhang Da gradually retracted his professional smile, his countenance filled with derision. A penniless wretch attempting to save face. Seeking money from your father? In this day and age, even he would refuse you. If you manage to scrape together enough for a guest card, I, Zhang Da, shall gladly be your grandson. Chen Xiong wandered outside, discreetly making his way to a secluded area beyond the city. After ensuring no one was around, he quietly retrieved some fragmented spirit stones and placed them on the ground. Almost immediately, several lights illuminated the dark corner. A smile spread across Chen Xiong's face as he gathered the stones into his storage ring, then leisurely made his way back to the auction house. Upon entering the Chamber of Commerce through a side entrance, he heard the mocking voice behind him. Back again? Truly relentless. Is a stroll outside sufficient to amass wealth? In the capital verification room, Zhang Da lounged lazily in his chair, surprised to see Chen Xiong return. Moments ago, he had assumed the man merely spoke bravado and would not show his face again. Sir, have you managed to gather the required stones or borrowed them? Zhang Da resumed his professional smile. Chen Xiong waved his hand dismissively and inquired, Is this place safe? The middle-aged man's expression revealed a hint of confusion. Yet he politely replied, You can rest assured regarding safety. As long as you are at the Zijin auction house, your property and personal safety are absolutely guaranteed. Very well. Chen Xiong responded nonchalantly, then approached the table he had just visited. The spirit stones are too large, so I'll place them on the ground and hand them to you one by one. Zhang Da's countenance momentarily shifted, displaying a trace of disdain. As he thought to himself, how large could these spirit stones possibly be? Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the room. Zhang Da's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively covered his mouth. Chapter 58. Golden Card. Zhang Da stood there, dumbfounded, murmuring, "Is this a spirit stone?" As the manager of the merchant guild, Zhang De had seen his fair share of things: low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade attribute spirit stones, and even Taoist law stones, but he had never encountered spirit stones of such colossal size. For a moment, he questioned the validity of his own vision, suspecting he was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes vigorously and observing closely, he confirmed the existence of the enormous spirit stone. After several rounds of this, he took a deep breath and uttered, "Is this truly a spirit stone?" "Manager Zhang, are you asking me?" Chen Xiong remarked with a slight smirk. "If I say it is a spirit stone, then it is, isn't it? My sincerest apologies." "Please wait a moment." Zhang De collected himself, mentally chastising his own foolishness. This was, after all, a specialized verification room for the merchant guild, designed to authenticate the identities of clients and assess their funds, equipped with specific instruments to verify the authenticity of spirit stones. Taking out a silver wooden needle about the length of his palm, Zhang De approached the massive spirit stone with a sense of trepidation, conducting a series of tests until the silver needle emitted a brilliant light. His complexion flushed with astonishment as he declared, "Indeed, it is a spirit stone, with a purity exceeding 96%. Is it sufficient for card issuance?" Chen Xiong inquired. "Absolutely." Zhang De initially intended to assert that it was more than enough, but the question raised another doubt in his mind. Could it be that there were more than one of these spirit stones? He shifted his tone. Do you perhaps have more?" "Indeed," Chen Xiong replied calmly, flipping his right hand. With a crash, another giant spirit stone, towering as high as a person, fell heavily to the ground. "Is this sufficient? If not, I have more." As he spoke, Chen Xiong continued to produce giant spirit stones one after another. Zhang Da's face drained of color, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. His legs felt as though they had lost all strength, and he stumbled to the ground, his mind blank. Is this truly a mid-grade spirit stone? Is the world mad, or am I mad? It wasn't until Chen Xiong had retrieved the 8th gigantic attribute spirit stone that Zhang De finally snapped back to reality. He quickly rose to his feet, took a deep breath, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face. "Grandfather, that is more than enough." "More than enough?" Chen Xiong glanced at Zhang De. "Shall I put them away then?" "Grandfather, please do," Zhang De urged. As Chen Xiong stored the enormous spirit stones into his storage ring, he turned to see Zhang De still rooted in place and playfully asked, "Manager Zhang, where's the identity card? Do I need to retrieve it myself?" Zhang De, striking his forehead in realization, acknowledged that his mind was not fully alert today, always lagging a step behind. He hastily exclaimed, "Grandson will fetch it for you right away." "Please wait a moment, Grandpa." With that, he promptly turned and dashed outside. Chen Xiong, reclining in his chair, wore a smile upon his face, finding Zhang De quite amusing. Previously, he had referred to him as Sir, but now he directly called him Grandpa, which indeed showed his adaptability as a manager. The magnifying flashlight is truly a remarkable tool, Chen Xiong mused, reflecting on how those colossal spirit stones were merely ordinary stones magnified 1,000-fold by the flashlight. What identity card will I obtain? A white card, silver card, gold card, or star card? Zhang De had not been gone long, less than 2 minutes, before he returned, scampering back, accompanied by an elderly man clad in resplendent golden robes and sporting a white beard. As the old man stepped inside, his gaze scrutinized the masked Chen Xiong. An aura of formidable power emanated from him, resonating with the same Taoist fluctuations as those around Zhou Yueyao. Golden Core Realm. Chen Xiong remained composed, yet his heart was vigilant. "Grandpa, I have brought it for you. This is your identity card from the Zijin Chamber of Commerce," Zhang De said with a flattering grin, slightly bowing as he respectfully presented a resplendent golden card with both hands. Upon receiving the card, Chen Xiong cast a glance at it. It was a rectangular golden card, neither metallic nor wooden, feeling icy to the touch, likely forged from some rare spiritual crystal. The front of the card was engraved with a mist-enshrouded celestial mountain, a dragon coiling on the left, and a phoenix soaring on the right. The lower left corner bore 4 purple characters, Zijin Chamber of Commerce, while the right side displayed a number, 666666. "Oh, it's a gold card," Chen Xiong murmured softly. Zhang De, taken aback, presumed that the other was dissatisfied with receiving only a gold card. He immediately sought to explain, "Grandpa, you." However, the elderly man raised his hand, interrupting Zhang De. Stepping forward, he addressed Chen Xiong, "Esteemed guest, I am the head of this auction house. My name is Jean Xuani, commonly referred to as Old Jean. The gold card is currently the highest verification identity card we offer. As for the star card, it requires a certain condition to be met. The guest must purchase or sell an item at our auction, and the item's value must exceed 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to qualify for a star card." Chen Xiong nodded slightly, internally astonished. To obtain a star card, one must engage in transactions with the chamber, with the threshold being a trade valued at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Stowing away the gold card, Chen Xiong remarked, I recall that the auction house charges a 5% service fee. TSK. Auctioning an item valued at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones results in a deduction of 5,000 spirit stones. The auction house indeed stands as the premier business among various chambers. His tone held a mix of lamentation and jest, noting the exorbitant profits from the auction house's dual fee system. Chen Xiong's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he attempted to discern the identity of the masked figure. Yet he found himself at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed guest?" In this chaotic auction, Chen Xiong wished to keep his true identity concealed, thus he decided to adopt a pseudonym. He touched the surface of his ox-horse mask and casually declared, "Monyo." "Monyo?" Chen Xiong murmured softly. With a Dan realm expert present, Chen Xiong did not wish to linger, so he lowered his voice. "Manager Zhang Da? May I enter now?" Zhang Da, with a respectful demeanor, promptly replied, Certainly. Grandson is now escorting grandfather inside. Please follow me." With that, Zhang Da respectfully led the way, bowing and bending as he guided Chen Xiong toward the auction venue. Chen Xiong recalled the report Zhang Da had given him. During his first visit, he had only produced a few fragmented spirit stones, and on his second outing, he had sought funds from his father. He then inquired, "Esteemed guest, if I may be so bold, what is your father's name?" Chen Xiong paused, turning to respond. "His name is Ma Baba." Chapter 59. Personal service. Zhang Da led the way, bowing and bending with an air of flattery, guiding Chen Xiong through a series of opulent corridors. The cacophony of voices growing increasingly distinct. Upon entering the auction hall, Chen Xiong was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of luxury and fervor. The grand hall featured towering ceilings adorned with countless luminous night pearls, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. The stage sparkled with crystal brilliance, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the walls, resembling a dreamlike tapestry. Rows of tiered seating filled the hall, accommodating thousands, and at that moment, every seat was occupied. Navigating through the hall and corridors, they arrived at a semi-suspended private box on the second floor, numbered 666. "Grandfather, this is your box." Chen Xiong nodded slightly and entered box 666. The interior was lavishly appointed, with the floor covered in soft spirit silk carpets, akin to walking on clouds. The central furnishings, crafted from rare spirit wood, exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. The box featured 3 walls of floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a clear and comprehensive view of the entire auction scene. With an expansive vista, our trading association has a total of 9 boxes, each constructed from a blend of millennium cold iron and spirit crystal sand, forged into cold crystal steel, solid as rock and impervious. Even a Dan realm expert would find it challenging to breach the defenses of the box in a short span of time. Your safety here is assured. In addition to ensuring guest safety, the association also guarantees their privacy. Each box floor is inscribed with a concealment formation, altering sounds and scents, rendering it impossible for even your closest acquaintances to discern your identity from the outside. The door is crafted from millennium cold wood, inscribed with a spirit sealing formation. As long as you are inside, no one outside can gain entry unless you permit them. Zhang Da paused, raising his gaze with fervent intensity. "Grandfather, you may engage in whatever activities you wish within. No one will know." Many of our esteemed guests enjoy partaking in rather intriguing pursuits within their boxes. Chen Xiong, maintaining an impassive exterior, marveled inwardly at the formidable strength of the Zijin Trading Association. A private room not only boasts the exquisite millennium cold iron, but is also adorned with numerous intricate magic arrays, epitomizing the pinnacle of luxury and excellence. Zhang Da stood at the entrance, a broad smile gracing his face, showing no inclination to depart immediately. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Manager Zhang, is there anything else?" "Grandfather, our Chamber of Commerce offers an exclusive door-to-door service, which many esteemed guests have found to be exceptionally gratifying, returning time after time." Zhang Da replied with a mischievous grin. "Would you care to experience it yourself?" Chen Xiong's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Door-to-door service? Indeed, it's a bespoke service, grandfather. What type of companion would you prefer? Allow me to assist in selecting one that will surely meet your expectations. Our establishment features a diverse array of women from all walks of life, tall, slender, plump, young, and old, each possessing their own unique allure. We can even tailor and train them according to your specific desires. This program is aptly named Private Customization. Allow me to share a few enticing options: uniform temptation, role play, and master servant training." Zhang Da elaborated enthusiastically. As the manager of the Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Da not only earned commissions for providing services to esteemed guests, but also profited from the girls through dual charges. If your constitution allows, you might even indulge in more intimate encounters, such as the dual dragons playing with pearls or 3 suns opening the fortune with 9 phoenixes. Stop. Chen Xiong interjected thrice. Feeling a surge of desire within him, contemplating his own safety, he bowed his head in thought and ultimately decided to decline the door-to-door service. You may leave now. I prefer solitude. Then I shall not disturb you any further, grandfather, Zhangde replied awkwardly, forcing a laugh, though a sense of disappointment lingered as he exited the room. Left alone in the private chamber, Chen Xiong felt an inexplicable sense of loss and murmured, "What a pity, what a true pity." After a moment, he surveyed the surroundings to ensure no further threats were present, removed his mask, and summoned the robotic cat from his storage ring. Daxiong. The robotic cat exclaimed with a tone of deep grievance, immediately leaping into Chen Xiong's embrace, clinging tightly as if afraid of being returned to that dark little room. Chen Xiong gently patted the cat's head and offered it a fish spirit pill to soothe its wounded feelings. He then settled onto the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing through the glass at the auction event. At that moment, in the center of the stage, a stunning woman clad in a red gown was captivating the audience with her enchanting voice, interpreting the items in her hands. With each melodious utterance, a ring-shaped spiritual artifact was rapidly ascending in value, and part of the auction's fervor could be attributed to this beautiful woman. "Qingya, I love you. Qingya, look this way. Qingya, I wish to be your man. Will you bear my children?" Numerous calls and screams echoed throughout the venue, filled with fervent admiration for the charming Qingya. Chen Xiong's gaze fell upon the stage, where Qingya's graceful expressions brimmed with a mature allure, her every gesture exuding elegance, embodying the essence of a sophisticated woman. Qingya is hardly demure. Rather, she radiates the charm of a mature lady, Chen Xiong mused softly. Indeed, Qingya was a master of stirring the atmosphere. Her every smile and frown provoked loud gasps and heightened excitement among the audience, causing the prices of items to soar. At such moments, she would cast flirtatious glances at those bidding higher, instantly invigorating those who had hesitated at the thought of parting with their treasures. On stage, various spiritual items were auctioned off one after another. Chen Xiong stole a hurried glance, but soon lost interest, as the auctioned items comprised mostly of ordinary elixirs and peculiar trinkets devoid of practicality. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to auction a spiritual item that I believe will pique your interest," Qingya announced, clapping her hands. A female attendant approached the stage, bearing a jade plate upon which rested 3 translucent white jade vials, each containing a dark, blood-like liquid. "This is the blood of a demon beast." Qingya delicately lifted one of the vials, her enchanting voice beginning to elaborate. "This vial contains the essence of the 8-armed demon ape's own blood. Its effects, I trust, are familiar to all present. It serves not only as a material for alchemy, but also for body and meridian refinement. The blood of a demon beast." A look of astonishment flickered across Chen Xiong's face as he straightened slightly. The starting bid for the demon beast's blood was set at 200 low-grade spirit stones. However, for just 2 medium-grade spirit stones, what an exceedingly low price. Qingya said lightly, her gaze sweeping across the audience, inciting uproarious cheers from the men present. The base price required was 2 medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Xiong marveled at Qingya's cunning. Transforming 200 low-grade spirit stones into merely 2 medium-grade spirit stones created a deceptive sense of affordability. This was a psychological trick, as 2 medium-grade spirit stones were exorbitantly priced. One must remember that a formal disciple of the Yunling sect could only receive a single vial of spiritual liquid per month, equivalent to 1 low-grade spirit stone. Thus, 2 medium-grade spirit stones equated to 200 vials of spiritual liquid, a sum unattainable for the average cultivator. At that moment, bids began to emerge from the crowd. 200 low-grade spirit stones. "Qingya, I bid 220 low-grade spirit stones." "Little Qingya, I offer 230. "Beautiful Qingya, I bid 250. The auctioning voices surged, and the price for the demon beast's blood escalated rapidly, reaching 280 low-grade spirit stones in mere moments. Chen Xiong refrained from bidding, his eyes scanning the room. Noticing that many bidders seemed distracted, their focus solely on Qingya on stage. When her gaze fell upon one man, he blushed, his eyes ablaze with desire, promptly raising his bid as those beside him joined in the raucous encouragement. I had underestimated the Merchant Association, for I never anticipated the existence of agents within the auction realm of the cultivation world. These individuals should indeed be termed bidding agents. After several rounds of observation, Chen Xiong was thoroughly convinced that numerous bidding agents were present, acting in accordance with Qingya's subtle cues. "Are there any further bids for 380 low-grade spirit stones?" Qingya inquired with a smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. The estimated value of the beast's blood was around 400 low-grade spirit stones. Yet the auction price had not met her expectations. 500 low-grade spirit stones. A mechanical voice suddenly resonated, plunging the venue into silence. The crowd turned their heads slightly towards the 333 private room above. A guest from room 333 has bid 500 low-grade spirit stones, Chen Xiong exclaimed immediately. This price had surpassed the inherent value of the item, and her gaze swept across the bidding agents present, signaling that further bids were unnecessary. 500 going once. 500 going twice. Without hesitation, Chen Xiong vocally announced the bid, believing that this price was the limit for the beast's blood and wishing to expedite the transaction. 500 low-grade spirit stones, 3. Just as she was about to finalize the deal, another mechanical voice interrupted. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the venue, with all eyes turning towards room 666. Moments later, a cacophony of discussions erupted throughout the hall. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This must be the highest bid of the day. Who could be in room 666, making such a lavish bid of an additional 500 low-grade spirit stones? Which affluent young master from a cultivation family is this? How fortunate they are. While others were incrementally raising their bids by mere 10 spirit stones, the occupant of room 666 had doubled the amount with ease. Who was making the bid? Many in the audience speculated about the identity of the guest in room 666. Haha, I just inquired, and the identity of room 666 is not simple at all. It is said that they received a gold card upon their first visit to this auction. A gold card. Many faces displayed envy. The gold card of the Zhejiang Merchant Association is not merely a symbol of wealth, but also an acknowledgement of status, granting various privileges. Who could the esteemed guest in room 666 be? Indeed, who could it be? There are few with such power and generosity in the entire Luoxia city. The identities of guests are kept confidential. Unless they reveal themselves, no one can ascertain the occupant of room 666. Hee, I have a way to uncover their identity. What method is that? Purchase the information. Anything can be bought and sold at the Zhejiang Merchant Association, including news. I am aware that information can be traded. But who do we approach for it? Does anyone know the identity of room 666, and would they be willing to sell that information to us? There exists an individual whose expertise lies in the sale of certain information. It would be prudent to consult him. However, he is rather astute and adept at reading social cues, which may lead him to escalate his demands significantly, necessitating a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. It would be wise to first inquire about his asking price and the nature of the information he can provide. In room 666, Chen Xiong lounged comfortably, his legs crossed and a smirk gracing his lips as his gaze swept over the assembly. He whispered to himself, "This is the sensation of a newly affluent individual. It is quite exhilarating." His bid of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was relayed through a button, transforming his voice into an emotionless mechanical tone. A security measure that Zhangde had mentioned, designed to alter the pitch of the bidder's voice. The sudden increase in his bid was calculated. The price of the blood of the demon beast had merely risen to 380 low-grade spirit stones. The absence of further bids indicated that the value was likely hovering around that amount. Yet, an audacious bid of 500 spirit stones emerged from room 333, signaling their determination to secure the item at any cost. Chen Xiong, unwilling to leave empty-handed and disinterested in prolonged bidding wars, decided to double his offer and acquire the item in one fell swoop. As he magnified the spirit stones under a powerful flashlight, the exact extent of his wealth became obscured, leaving him numb to the reality of his affluence. Regardless of whether the spirit stones were assessed by volume or mass, Chen Xiong was undeniably wealthy, a quintessential nouveau riche, indifferent to the item's price. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Going once, the elegant auctioneer, Chen Xiong, momentarily paused, her surprise quickly morphing into a composed demeanor as she endeavored to reinvigorate the atmosphere of the auction. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Going twice. Her voice was measured and deliberately drawn out. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone willing to increase their bid? If not, the treasured blood of the demon beast will belong to the esteemed guests of room 666. Opportunities like this are fleeting. One can never predict when such rare items will appear again. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Ya's deliberate deceleration in the auction's pace starkly contrasted with her previous swift proclamations, a tactic understood by many present as an intentional attempt to provoke a bidding war between rooms 666 and 333, aimed at inflating the item's final price. Just as the gavel was about to fall, a mechanical voice resonated once more. "I am from the Xianling sect. Any further bids will be viewed as an act of enmity towards us." Upon hearing this proclamation, a brief silence enveloped the room before it erupted into a cacophony of voices. The occupant of room 333 was indeed affiliated with the Xianling sect. This declaration served as a blatant warning and threat. Should the patrons of room 666 bid again, it would be seen as a disregard for the Xianling sect's authority. Furthermore, it was explicitly emphasized, clearly intending for those in box 666 to abandon their bidding. with the mention of the Xianling sect. The ownership of the blood of the demon beasts became a foregone conclusion. Even if the individuals in box 666 possessed some strength and wealth, I assert that they would not dare to raise the bid, for who would be foolish enough to offend the Xianling sect in Luoxia City? Indeed, within Luoxia City, no sect would dare to challenge the Xianling sect. Only a fool would seek to shorten their lifespan. Other minor sects may be cowed, yet the Yunling sect certainly harbors no fear. It is entirely possible that the esteemed guests in box 666 are members of the Yunling sect. It cannot be the Yunling sect. Why are you so certain they do not belong to the Yunling sect? Your understanding of the two sects is rather limited. The Yunling sect is a sect-style organization, broadly accepting disciples, with resources dispersed among many, making it rare for any disciple to possess substantial wealth. Conversely, the Xianling sect is a clan-based sect, bonded by bloodlines, predominantly comprising clan offspring, with resources concentrated in the hands of a few individuals who control the majority of cultivation materials. Disciples of the Yunling sect typically procure resources through commercial shops and rarely participate in auctions. In other words, disciples of the Yunling sect tend to be impoverished. Amidst the clamor, Box 333 issued a new bid. The Xianling sect offers 1010 low-grade spirit stones. Humph! While the Xianling sect is not destitute, they are undeniably miserly. Box 666 had bid 1000 low-grade spirit stones, and they only raised it by 10 stones, a most stingy gesture. This falls within the permissible range of the rules, and I am now quite curious whether those in box 666 will raise their bid. Should they choose to do so, they would surely offend the Xianling sect, with a high likelihood of finding it difficult to leave Luoxia City. Difficult to leave? No one knows the identity of those in box 666. How could they possibly be unable to exit Luoxia City? You are being overly alarmist. Ah, how naive you are. In the presence of merchants, only interests exist. What cannot be sold? Friendship, love, family, what cannot be bartered? At the auction venue, nearly everyone was engaged in discussion. Most believed that the blood of the demon beasts would undoubtedly belong to box 333. On stage, Qingya's smile became somewhat rigid, her beautiful eyes seemingly glancing nonchalantly towards the direction of box 333, betraying a fleeting hint of disdain. The act of self-identifying their bid number was clearly intended to compel those in box 666 to withdraw from the auction, and their minimal increase of merely 10 low-grade spirit stones was a rather foolish maneuver. Why is the counting not commenced? The mechanical voice from box 333 resounded once more, and even through its mechanical tone, one could discern an urging tone. Qingya's disdain deepened as she lingered longer after box 666 announced their bid. While the opposing side offered no prompt, this juxtaposition made the guests of box 666 appear far more gentlemanly. Box 333 bids 1010 low-grade spirit stones for the first time. Qingya's voice resonated throughout the venue. 1010 low-grade spirit stones for the second time. She deliberately paused on the words 10 stones, and the implication was clear to all present. Many in the crowd chuckled and whispered among themselves. As Qingya prepared to announce the third count, the mechanical voice from box 666 interjected, 2000 stones. In a mere trio of words, akin to a weight of countless pounds, the venue erupted in fervor, the atmosphere reaching its zenith. Are they out of their minds? Wealth does not manifest in such a manner. The occupants of box 666, do they possess some ethereal mine at home, or what? The blood of the demon beast, valued at fewer than 400 inferior spirit stones, astonishingly fetched a staggering 2,000 inferior spirit stones today. Who are these celestial nouveau riches in box 666, with money to burn? Such extravagant wealth. If they are affluent, why flaunt it so brazenly, disregarding even the face of the Xianling sect? Do they harbor no fear of the Xianling sect? Who exactly resides in box 666? Brother, I just inquired about that individual. It is said he wears a mask resembling an ox or horse, and his true identity remains shrouded in mystery. A mask of ox or horse. Do you possess any other pertinent information? Yes, but the informant demands a price. How much? 1 medium spirit stone. Damn it, this scoundrel is taking advantage of the situation and pricing it exorbitantly. Very well, I shall pay the spirit stone, but the information must be precise and useful. After a brief interval, the informant returned. Brother, the money is spent, but this piece of information appears useful, albeit somewhat ambiguous. What do you mean by useful or not? What is the information? Speak swiftly. The individual in box 666 is named Manyo, and the spirit stones are his father's. It is speculated that they may originate from an immortal family in the East Sea, and he even mentioned his father's name. What name? Speak quickly. It is Mababa. Mababa? Who is Mababa? From an immortal family in the East Sea, and this name was exchanged for merely 1 medium spirit stone? Damn it. I cannot discern if it is a loss or a gain. Is there any other useful information? The informant also provided a small piece of insider knowledge. What insider knowledge? The guest in box 666 is not fond of the fairer sex. The masked individual, disinterested in women, is the son of Ma Baba from the East Sea's immortal family. Based on these clues, hasten to investigate. First, ascertain who Ma Baba is and what his purpose in Luoxia City might be. Once you uncover the details, report to me immediately. The auction house was abuzz with excitement, while within Luoxia City, undercurrents surged. Numerous spies from various factions were clandestinely seeking information about an individual named Ma Baba. Center stage, a graceful figure with enchanting eyes proclaimed, 2,000 stones, first call. 2,000 stones, second call. 2,000 stones, third call sold. With a decisive hammer strike, her melodious voice resonated throughout the venue, confirming the ultimate ownership of the demon beast's blood. Inside box 666, Chen Xiong leisurely played with a robotic cat, indifferent to the mention of the 5 Spirit Sect. Today, he would not miss out on the demon beast's blood. Should the bidding continue, he would not hesitate to elevate the price to astronomical heights, thus creating a scenario of supply exceeding demand, which would lead to an influx of demon beast blood for auction in Luoxia City. Such a situation would be a welcome occurrence, ensuring he would never lack for demon beast blood in his future cultivation. Within box 333, an irate voice reverberated. Who is in box 666? Hasten to procure information. I seek to uncover the identity of this individual. At the center of the stage, a refined voice resounded once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is a remarkable spiritual artifact, fortuitously acquired by a powerful being during their journey through the celestial traces. It is rumored to embody a potent and enigmatic spiritual incantation. The excitement in the auction hall surged anew, igniting fervent discussions. Celestial traces, mysterious spiritual incantations. Yet, curiously, 1/3 of the attendees wore sardonic smiles, slightly shaking their heads. As the auction reached its midpoint, the exhibition of a celestial artifact for bidding raised eyebrows. Celestial traces, said to be relics from the ancient celestial era, are believed to harbor treasures bestowed by immortals, offering glimpses into the splendor of antiquity. I have also heard that these celestial traces are akin to fallen stars, remnants of a cataclysm that occurred over a millennium ago, where countless stars plummeted to Earth, colliding with this realm and forming enigmatic spaces, reputed to contain immensely powerful divine entities. The mysterious spiritual incantation within these celestial traces is at least a grade-level incantation, perhaps even a higher tier. How could such a prestigious incantation be presented for bidding midway through an auction? Surely, there must be something amiss. Do not be deceived. This item is merely a failed auction artifact. A failed auction artifact? How many times has it been passed over? Not merely a few times, but for a full 3 years. On stage, a graceful hand waved, dimming the lights in an instant. The spotlight gradually focused, illuminating a silver platter held delicately in her grasp, upon which lay a charred fragment of a page, its edges seemingly devoured by dark flames, presenting an irregularly scorched shape. Scattered remnants of text were faintly visible. The Great Wilderness Pointer, Chapter 62, Fragment. In the VIP box 666, Chen Xiong squinted slightly. Celestial traces, mysterious spiritual incantations. He had heard Lin Xian mention that celestial traces are remnants of ancient time and space, where the fabric of reality has collapsed, giving rise to myriad paths, bearing the footprints of ancient immortals. It is a space that is both an opportunity and a perilous place. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Xiong also caught wind of another interpretation of the celestial traces. Fallen stars from antiquity, he pondered, recalling the words of that fraudulent elder who had advised him to remember 3 things, one of which was to seek a fallen star, claiming it held the key to his return home. A thought crossed his mind. Could the search for that fallen star lead him to a unique celestial trace on the continent? His gaze shifted to the center of the stage, where he discerned several characters on the fragment. The Great Wilderness Pointer, he murmured softly, unable to suppress a smirk. Could it be the Great Wilderness Prisoning Finger, that ostentatious technique? This is a fragment from the celestial traces, with a starting bid of 500 low-grade spiritual stones, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100 stones. Ladies and gentlemen, let the bidding commence, she said with a smile, her gaze lingering subtly over the crowd, particularly towards the direction of box 666. A fragment of a page requires 500 low-grade spirit stones. Is this not outright robbery? The Great Wilderness, could it possibly be a form of its mystical techniques? After all, this fragment is an artifact of celestial significance, perhaps possessing unique properties. Elder, let our Lingyue sect acquire it for research. Who knows, we might glean insights into celestial fortunes and embark upon the path of immortality. I advise against such folly. If such a boon existed, Would it be available to your Linua sect? Naive and laughable. This celestial fragment has circulated among numerous sects. Nearly all have briefly possessed it, conducting in-depth studies only to find it an indestructible remnant, utterly devoid of any utility or value. Then why is it being auctioned here? With a starting bid of 500 low-grade spirit stones? It is because a fool once purchased this page for that very sum, subsequently retreating for 2 years to study it, yet yielded nothing. In a desperate attempt to recoup his losses, he offered it again at a low price of 500 low-grade spirit stones at this auction. Who would wish to become the unfortunate buyer? The one left holding the bag? It has now gone unsold for 3 years. Now it makes sense. No one has placed a bid. If your Linua sect wishes to take the risk, feel free to acquire it for 500 spirit stones. Who would bid on an item that has languished unsold for 3 years? Boss, I believe the individual in box 666 might bid on this item. They seem indifferent to money. Perhaps they would acquire it merely for amusement, considering it is indeed a relic of celestial origin. You are overly presumptive. The person in box 666 is indeed bold, willing to contend with the Xianling sect for the blood of demonic beasts, and they are quite lavish in their expenditures. However, do not assume they are merely a fool with deep pockets. Nearly everyone is aware of the fragment's lack of value. Should they acquire it, it would likely serve as nothing more than toilet paper. The enchanting Qingya is quite astute. Having just concluded the auction for the blood of demonic beasts, she immediately showcases this item that has gone unsold for 3 years. Is she attempting to entice the individual in box 666 into purchasing it? How cunning of her. Qingya is indeed a shrewd woman, yet one burdened by misfortune. Boss, you seem quite knowledgeable about the enchanting Qingya. Have you engaged with her on a deeper level? I merely know a few details about her. She is a person who has suffered greatly. At the auction site, discussions abound, yet no one calls out a bid. Everyone is aware of the origins of this celestial fragment, leading to a swift loss of interest. Ladies and gentlemen, even if this relic of celestial origin proves useless, it would still make for a fine collectible. With graceful strides, Qingya continues to present the item to the crowd. The audience remains largely silent, with only a few murmurs exchanged and no bids are placed. Qingya, with a charming smile, lets out a silent sigh, knowing deep down that this fragment will likely go unsold once more. This outcome was anticipated. She originally had no intention of auctioning the celestial fragment, but the extravagance of the esteemed guest in box 666 prompted her to make a last-minute decision to showcase this item. Whether box 666 bids or not, it is of little consequence. As Qingya was about to showcase the next item for auction, a mechanical voice emerged from the 666 box. I bid 500 inferior spirit stones. Qingya was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon illuminated her face as she promptly announced, 500 inferior spirit stones, first call. 500 inferior spirit stones, second call. 500 inferior spirit stones, third call, sold. She swiftly confirmed the bid 3 times, sealing the deal in an instant. This item, which had gone unsold for 3 years, was initially approached with a trial and error mindset. Unexpectedly, a distinguished guest from the 666 box indeed purchased it, ensuring that she would reap a substantial commission and profit. In the 666 box, Chen Xiong's face also bore a smile. The burnt remnants of pages, valueless to others, represented a genuine spiritual technique to him. The audience at the auction secretly shook their heads, speculating which affluent young master from the 666 box had whimsically decided to acquire this item that had languished unsold for 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is an exceedingly rare elixir. The auction continued with fervor. Qingya embodied a queen commanding the stage, her alluring figure gliding gracefully as if performing a dance uniquely her own, exuding an irresistible charm. Her bright eyes sparkled, at times resembling a sly fox, revealing an exquisite temptation that encouraged the bidders to raise their offers incessantly. Countless pairs of eyes burned with fervor, voices hoarse from enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the hall remained electric. During the proceedings, Chen Xiong placed a bid of 250 inferior spirit stones for an exquisite gemstone necklace named Heart of the Ocean. This gem was indeed breathtaking, displaying a deep and rich blue hue reminiscent of the midnight ocean, serving as a tranquil, spirit-locking artifact that, when worn, could stabilize one's emotions and seal spiritual power. Chen Xiong was immediately captivated and made a direct offer. Strangely, when he announced his price, the venue fell into silence, with no one daring to outbid him. Following the auctions of the beast's blood and the remnants of celestial pages, all present understood that the 666 box represented a wealthy patron, and bidding against him was merely a matter of extravagance, akin to tossing money into the sea. The highlight of this auction was a powerful fire-based foundational cultivation technique, which was ultimately secured by the 333 box for 200 inferior spirit stones amidst a flurry of raised bids. With that, the auction came to a close, marking its conclusion. Finally, it is over, Chen Xiong murmured softly, reassuring his robotic companion as he settled it into the spatial ring. He donned his ox-faced mask once more, seated himself in the box, and awaited patiently. After a while, footsteps approached from outside. Chen Xiong pressed a button to deactivate the spiritual barrier of the private room, and soon after, two figures entered. Greetings, esteemed guest. Qingya has come uninvited. I hope you do not take offense. With a sweet, mellifluous voice, she slightly bowed in greeting. This must be your first visit to Luoxia City. In this close encounter, Chen Xiong was captivated by the mature allure of this woman. Upon the charming countenance of Qiu Yingyi, a pair of elongated, shimmering eyes seemed to perpetually exude an allure towards men. Adorned in a flowing red slip dress, her figure was exquisitely accentuated, and as she gracefully bowed, the strap of her dress subtly slipped off her shoulder, revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin. A ripple of intrigue stirred within Chen Xiong, prompting him to murmur, "Indeed, she is quite the cunning enchantress." A sense of caution arose within him. Qiu Yingyi was no ordinary woman, and such seemingly inadvertent gestures were, in truth, laden with intention. With a hint of an elusive smile, Qiu Yingyi elegantly repositioned the fallen strap, her gaze lifting to fixate intently on Chen Xiong, imbued with a subtle challenge. Chen Xiong felt a sudden parched sensation in his throat, and he began to comprehend the allure of a mature woman. Her mesmerizing eyes, tinged with seduction and provocation, radiated an electric charm that could easily ensnare a man's thoughts. Clearing his throat, he forcibly suppressed his errant musings. Ahem. It is indeed my first visit to Lu 11 City. Am I to conduct my transaction here? With a delicate hand concealing her lips, Qiu Yingyi chuckled softly. Ah, dear little brother, do wait a moment. Some formalities are still being processed. Someone will bring your items shortly. You need not concern yourself with the running around. The ZJ Merchant Association will handle everything. Just remain patient. Chen Xiong nodded in acknowledgement, diverting his gaze from her, choosing to remain silent. It was evident that Qiu Yingyi possessed a keen intellect. She had discerned his age merely from his voice and had tactfully altered her address from honored guest to little brother. This was a clear linguistic probe, should he affirm her. It would confirm his youth, while a rebuttal could lead her to extract details about his identity through dialogue. In the presence of such a mature, alluring, and potentially perilous woman, Chen Xiong resolved to speak sparingly, treating her with both respect and caution. Qiu Yingyi furrowed her delicate brows slightly, noting that her esteemed beauty had seemingly made little impact. With a resigned pout, her gaze occasionally flickered towards Chen Xiong. Moments later, 3 maidservants entered respectfully, each bearing a silver tray, upon which rested a finely crafted wooden box. With a graceful wave of her hand, Qiu Yingyi instructed the maidservants to place the items gently upon the table before they exited the private chamber. She then approached Chen Xiong, methodically opening each box and introducing its contents. Dear little brother, this is the blood of the 8-armed demon ape, with a bidding price of 2,000 spirit stones. This is a fragment of the celestial manuscript, priced at 500 spirit stones, and this is the heart of the ocean, valued at 250 spirit stones. In total, that amounts to 2,750 lower-grade spirit stones. According to the auction rules of the association, a 5% transaction fee must be deducted, meaning you will need to provide an additional 1,375 spirit stones. Thus, the total comes to 28,875 lower-grade spirit stones. Chen Xiong nodded slightly, his estimation of Qiu Yingyi rising once more. Her ability to swiftly calculate the deducted spirit stone price was impressive. Dear little brother, Qiu Yingyi proposed, I have a method to exempt you from the 5% transaction fee. Qingya gently leaned closer to Chen Xiong's ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered, Would you like your sister to assist you? A wave of warmth enveloped his neck, causing Chen Xiong to feel a delightful shiver. As he turned slightly, he was met by a pair of enchanting, expressive peach blossom eyes, their depths brimming with alluring tenderness. The moment their gazes locked, his heart raced uncontrollably. Every gesture and glance from Qingya exuded an irresistible allure, igniting a fervent heat within him, prompting him to divert his gaze elsewhere. Jin Shuani had been quietly observing the two without uttering a word. What should I do? Chen Xiong inquired. Qingya replied with a smile. The Purple Gold Chamber offers an employee benefit whereby all core members are exempt from transaction fees during purchases and trades. This means I can bid and sell within the chamber without incurring any charges. And how does that pertain to me? Chen Xiong asked, his impatience evident. Oh, my dear younger brother, I haven't finished speaking yet, Qingya said with a playful smile, her hands resting on his shoulders as she circled around him slowly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a teasing glint. This benefit is not only for employees. Their family members enjoy the same privileges. So, dear brother, would you like to become your sister's man? Her final words were sincere, her gaze earnest, conveying a sense of genuine inquiry rather than jest. Chen Xiong inhaled deeply, internally acknowledging, this woman possesses a certain finesse. Having just teased him closely, she now shifted to an earnest demeanor, skillfully balancing the transition without evoking any disdain. Have you considered it? Qingya inquired, her face alight with a smile. Sister is awaiting your response, and you mustn't take too long. Otherwise, I might become another's woman, resting in someone else's embrace. Oh dear brother, can you bear that? In just a few sentences, Chen Xiong found himself stirred by a desire to conquer Qingya. Yet, aware of his precarious situation, he quickly suppressed that yearning and replied in a joking tone, though I would love to be your man, my heart belongs to another. So I cannot accept your offer. I am willing to cover the 5% fee myself. Please assist me with the payment now. With a flick of his right hand, a massive spirit stone appeared in the room with a thud. Let us use this to settle the bill. How much would this be worth, dear sister? Qingya turned her gaze towards Jin Shuani and remarked, only he can provide an accurate assessment. Jin Shuani stepped forward, crouching slightly to examine the stone. After a moment, he smiled and said, esteemed guest, this inferior giant spirit stone, based on its quality and size, is worth approximately 3,000 inferior spirit stones. I see, Chen Xiong replied, initially intending to calculate the amount, but then shaking his head, he said, never mind, I cannot tally it. Please, let my sister keep any excess spirit stones. Haha. Dear brother, Qingya's beautiful eyes sparkled as her cheek brushed against Chen Xiong's. Are you proposing to support your sister? Chapter 64. A suggestion. Chen Xiong swallowed hard, feigning composure. Would you allow your younger brother to support you? Qingya gracefully raised her right hand, tucking a strand of long hair behind her ear, the silky locks cascading through her fingertips. A faint, elusive smile graced her lips. Little brother, sponsoring an elder sister can be quite costly, you know. Beneath the mask, Chen Xiong's face flushed crimson as he deliberately lowered his voice. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he accepted 3 boxes, his steps betraying a hint of urgency as he made for the exit. Qingya observed him with a serene smile. At that moment, Jin Xian interjected, esteemed guest. Please hold. Chen Xiong paused, turning back. I have an unrefined request, and I wonder if you would be so kind as to oblige. Old Jin, please go ahead. Chen Xiong replied. May I inquire if your esteemed father is present in Luoxia City? Jin Xian's gaze remained fixed on Chen Xiong. Would it be convenient for you to provide an introduction? Chen Xiong's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. To meet the esteemed father? In other words, to meet Ma Baba. But how could that be? That person did not exist. He was merely a figment of his imagination. Chen Xiong regarded Jin Xian, who awaited his response. If he answered poorly, it could easily arouse suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, he formulated a response. Old Jin, my father has visited once. Your father has been here? Jin Xian's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by this revelation. What kind of cultivation level could allow one to infiltrate the Zijin Chamber of Commerce undetected? My father is currently in Luoxia City, Chen Xiong remarked with a tone of regret. Unfortunately, he is unwilling to enter the auction house of the Zijin Chamber. Why is that? Chen Xiong feigned a cold laugh. Well, that is a question for your chamber. My father has a peculiar disposition, leading a life of unrestrained freedom. However, upon arriving at your establishment, he was obstructed at the entrance by 2 individuals. Although he did not dwell on it, he was utterly disappointed with your chamber, leading him to refrain from future interactions. Jin Xian's gaze flickered as he murmured softly, obstructed at the entrance. I would like to offer a suggestion to the chamber. The 2 individuals at the door lack discernment and engage in excessive chatter. My father is quite disillusioned with your establishment and unwilling to enter. If old Jin wishes for my father to return, it may require some reorganization at the entrance. I have said my piece. Please feel free to act as you see fit. With that, Chen Xiong departed the private room, exiting the chamber. At the entrance of the chamber, voices echoed. Oh, the masked boy has left. Did he hide in the asset verification room for so long? Where could he be? He wasn't seen inside the venue, nor in the verification room. Could he have been in the VIP lounge? Don't make me laugh. He could never gain entry there. Indeed, haha. The mocking voices of the 2 at the door followed him, but Chen Xiong paid them no heed. He simply retrieved his gold card, flaunting it before them, and walked away, leaving the 2 stunned behind him. Is that really a gold card? Did I see that correctly? It seems to be a gold card. He is a gold card VIP. If he were to file a complaint. Inside room 666, only Jin Xian and Qingya remained. Qingya strolled leisurely, reclining against the corner of the sofa, her long legs elegantly crossed. One arm rested casually on her thigh as she chuckled lightly. Boss Jin, did those 2 at the entrance offend my brother? Jin Shuani remained silent, contemplating as he caressed the colossal spirit stone. Qingya, lost in thought, remarked, before my brother departed. He offered a suggestion to the guild. His temperament is one of retribution, which I admire. Regardless of whether Maba has visited the guild, It is wiser to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Boss Jean, what do you intend to do? Jean Xuani's expression was indifferent. People with idle tongues abound. Let them go to the blood city of the western regions. The devil, Jean Liujiao, resides there. Qingya expressed mild astonishment. You are quite ruthless. That place is a den of chaos, filled with both men and spirits, and death is ever present. A moment's carelessness could result in being refined into a soulless corpse by malevolent entities. I wonder if those two will survive the journey back. Let them rely on their own fortune, Jean Xuani replied, his demeanor unperturbed. Qingya's gaze shifted, a smile playing at her lips as she inquired. Have our spies uncovered any details about my brother? Not yet. This masked fellow is no ordinary man. Qingya chuckled softly. You've been observing him discreetly for quite some time and have studied this colossal spirit stone thoroughly, yet you only conclude he is not simple? No other insights? Jean Xuani lifted his gaze to Qingya. Qingya, you typically concern yourself only with wealth and rarely exhibit curiosity about others. What piques your interest in this masked man? I find him indeed intriguing. He exudes an air of mystery, possesses considerable wealth, and is quite generous. Such a man is certainly to my taste. And it has been a long time since I encountered someone like him. Qingya, I advise you to temper your enthusiasm and avoid unnecessary trouble. His origins are anything but simple. Jean Xuani's voice deepened, laced with caution. I have observed him for a considerable time. His Dantian's spiritual energy is feeble, and his cultivation is unlikely to exceed the foundation establishment stage. However, he harbors an exceedingly subtle mental force within him, one that is formidable. Formidable? Qingya straightened, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Just how formidable? Jean Xuani regarded her. This force is imperceptible to you. It is not a manifestation of cultivation power, but rather a profoundly subtle mental energy. If he were to master it, he could easily annihilate us. Qingya covered her mouth, astonishment flickering across her expression. To effortlessly extinguish someone of Jean Xuani's caliber, what kind of power is that? Jean Xuani lowered his voice once more. Qingya, temper your curiosity and refrain from courting danger. Some individuals and matters are best left undisturbed, as they offer no benefits. Qingya chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Jean Xuani sighed inwardly, having imparted all the counsel he could. After a moment, Qingya rose slowly and approached the colossal spirit stone. Have you discerned anything while observing this giant spirit stone? In my contemplation of this stone, I harbor two conjectures. If my first guess regarding his identity holds true, all would be manageable. However, if it aligns with my second conjecture. Jean Xuani glanced at Qingya, a grave expression overtaking his features. The origins of this masked individual are truly terrifying, and the guild must prepare accordingly. Qingya's curiosity deepened as she recalled the masked man's hasty retreat. What terrors could such a small man harbor? What are your two conjectures? Share them with me, and I can assist in your analysis, she offered. Jean Xuani pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall disclose my thoughts to you. Chapter 65. Conjectures. The colossal spirit stone possessed a surface as smooth as a mirror, translucent and flawless, its touch chilling. Jean Xuani gazed at Qingya, his eyes profound. I can only think of one location. Qingya parted her lips slightly. The ocean floor, the Kanglin's spirit mine. Jean Xuani nodded slightly. Indeed. Only the underwater spirit mines of the East Sea can yield such a massive spirit stone. Qingya, you have presided over the auction at the East Sea's Jiaosu City and have encountered some spirit stones mined from the Kanglin spirit mine. You can make some judgments about this spirit stone. Qingya observed the colossal spirit stone with keen interest, extending her left hand to gently caress its surface. After a moment, she smiled. This is not a sea-bottom spirit crystal. It is merely a common mountain mine spirit stone. Sea-bottom spirit stones are deeply buried beneath the ocean, drawing on the essence of the sea and influenced by the sun and moon's tides. Their crystalline interiors contain a hidden current of dark energy, revealing traces of moisture. This colossal spirit stone is simply enormous. Your first conjecture is incorrect. Jean Xuani's gaze flickered, contemplating deeply. What is the second conjecture? He sighed. Alas, I am reluctant to believe the second one. If we were to further speculate on the identity of the bull-headed lad, matters could become precarious. Should we mismanage this, it may lead to unforeseen consequences for both our lives. Qingya's curiosity intensified. Is it truly that severe? What is the second conjecture? Do you truly wish to know? He inquired. Of course, do not keep me in suspense. Please tell me, she urged, her voice tinged with impatience. Jean Xuani took a deep breath, his voice momentarily faltering. The bull-headed lad may be backed by a powerful figure at the spirit separation realm, or perhaps even someone at the tribulation transcendence level. Qingya's expression shifted slightly. The tribulation transcendence realm. That cannot be true. This masked youth does not appear to possess such a formidable background. Jean Xuani raised his head slightly. I too wish this conjecture were false. Yet, you have already disproven my first conjecture, leaving only the second. Qingya shook her head, still unwilling to embrace such a notion, and asked, Master Jin, what is your basis for this? Jin Xuani remained silent for several seconds before slowly articulating, having pursued the path of cultivation for decades. I have reached the golden core stage. My heart yearns for the realms beyond the nascent soul. Although I have not ventured into these levels, I possess some understanding of them. The Qi condensation stage marks the beginning of cultivation, while the golden core stage represents the inception of true mastery. Upon entering the golden core stage, one's power can manifest a domain of Tao, initially wielding the forces of heaven and earth. As one advances to the nascent soul stage, belief becomes the path to enlightenment, and the fruit of the Tao takes form. This level can already provoke changes in the laws of heaven and earth, but only as ripples on a lake. It is only upon entering the spirit separation stage that one's spiritual intent begins to emerge, and the Tao becomes eternal, allowing any method employed to alter the operation of the heavenly rules. Jin Xian's voice faltered slightly as he gazed upon the colossal spirit stone, his hand gently caressing the crystal surface. Qingya, the old man explains the realm of cultivation to you, so you may comprehend the basis of my conjecture. Qingya nodded slightly. Boss Jin, I am not a foolish woman. Please continue. Jin Xian's gaze sharpened as he struck the colossal spirit stone with his palm. A series of cracking sounds reverberated throughout the room as countless fissures appeared on the stone's surface. In an instant, a thunderous crash ensued, shattering it into myriad fragments that scattered across the ground. Jin Xian's expression grew grave. Indeed, it is merely an ordinary mountain mineral spirit stone. Due to the operation of certain principles, it has undergone a transformation, evolving into a colossal spirit stone. Perhaps it was originally just a common stone. Or perhaps it was once a fragmented spirit stone. Qingya gradually grasped Jin Xian's speculation. Are you suggesting that the person behind the bull-headed young master possesses the ability to wield such principles, transforming an ordinary stone into a colossal spirit stone? This transformative power can only be wielded by those in the spirit-severing and tribulation-crossing realms. Jin Xian nodded slightly, at the very least. It is beyond the capabilities of the nascent soul realm. The two fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After a considerable time, Qingya turned to Jin Xian and said, if your second conjecture holds true, with such a terrifyingly powerful entity appearing in Luoxia City, do you still intend to collaborate with those individuals? Jin Xian's gaze deepened. I had hoped to take a gamble, but with this uncertain factor emerging, I must tread cautiously. Qingya pondered for a long while before finally advising, Boss Jin, our collaboration has spanned a considerable time, and it is an honor to work alongside you. Personally, I do not wish for you to be embroiled in this murky affair. If they intend to act against the Yunling sect, let them be, no matter how many promises they make to you. In the end, they amount to mere empty words. Qingya was acutely aware that in this world, promises are akin to blank paper. Whether they can be fulfilled afterward is an entirely different matter. Jin Xian's expression was contemplative, as if he were grappling with an internal decision. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Jin Xian lifted his gaze slightly. Come in. Zhangde entered cautiously, his head raised slightly to see Qingya present in the room. After bowing, he respectfully stood to the side. Jin Xian remarked nonchalantly, there is no need for formality. Qingya is not an outsider. Zhangde inclined his body slightly. Old Jin, as per your instructions, I have already conveyed the information to them. Do you believe we should send someone else? Never mind. The Zijin Chamber of Commerce will no longer involve itself in this matter. Jin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Let this matter rest. You may withdraw. Zhangde bowed slightly and respectfully exited the private room. Qingya turned to Jin Xian. You have indeed sold information about my brother, though you harbor some apprehension. You also wish to confirm the identity of the other party, do you not? Jin Xian surveyed the surroundings, a hint of lamentation in his expression. Establishing the Zijin Chamber of Commerce here has not been easy. Now, various sects and factions are stirring restlessly. Although Luoxia City appears tranquil, it is, in truth, fraught with undercurrents. I must remain vigilant. Qingya contemplated for a moment, preparing to leave. Boss Jin, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Qingya, restrain your heart. Do not go. Jin Xian's voice was stern, carrying a note of warning. Qingya knows her own limits. Qingya chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Jin Xuani shook his head slightly, realizing that further persuasion would be futile, and helplessly remarked, if you are truly curious, then follow those people. Remember, no matter what you witness or the outcome, do not provoke him lightly. Very well, Boss Jin, I shall await your news. Like a gentle breeze, Qingya departed from the private room. In the darkness of night, Qingya sped away into the distance, her lovely eyes glinting with a hint of excitement as she murmured, Dear little brother, Jin Lao says you are quite dangerous. However, I refuse to believe him. I am very curious to know whether you are a little wolf pup or merely a little lapdog. And please, do not perish. Chapter 66. Ambush on a mountain path under the cloak of night, Chen Xiong emerged from the Zijin auction house, retaining his mask and skillfully avoiding the bustling crowd as he chose a dark mountain road. He proceeded cautiously in the direction of the lively spirit sect. As he ascended halfway up the mountain, the chirping of insects gradually diminished until it was utterly silent. A frown creased Chen Xiong's brow, a flicker of unease stirring within him. At that moment, a dark cloud swept in, slowly engulfing the remaining moonlight in the night sky. A glimmer of cold light shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Chen Xiong's back. Anticipating the attack, he sidestepped just in time. The flying knife grazed his chest and embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk with tremendous force. Ah, quite impressive, he mused. From the depths of darkness, footsteps echoed, and three figures slowly materialized. The leader, a tall and robust man clad in a black robe that billowed in the night breeze, concealed his face in shadow, revealing only his fierce eyes that exuded an ominous chill. The other two stood beside him, one on each side, their expressions indifferent, resembling two loyal sentinels. Chen Xiong cast a cold glance at the trio, his mind racing with conjectures. Are they from the Zijin Merchant Association? Or perhaps the occupants of Box 333? What do you want? Chen Xiong probed. The leader smirked coldly. We, the three masters, desire nothing but your demise. Chen Xiong's eyes narrowed. The cautious demeanor of his adversaries revealed no useful information. His inquiry was a test. If they answered with the blood of demon beasts, they would undoubtedly be from Box 333. If they mentioned the giant spirit stone, they would surely be from the Zijin auction house. It was evident that the three had come for him, and the Zijin Merchant Association could not be absolved of involvement. They must have leaked information. Was it the professional manager Zhang Da, or Jin Chuani? In a low voice, Chen Xiong demanded, Who are you really? Kid, do not expect to learn anything from me. Once you are dead, the King of Hell will provide you with the answers, the leader retorted, sparing no further words. With a gesture, he signaled the two beside him to attack. Three fierce shouts erupted as the trio radiated a faint glow, advancing towards Chen Xiong from three directions. The essence condensation stage. Third, transformation. Chen Xiong's gaze flickered as he assessed the concentration of spiritual energy emanating from the three, indicating their cultivation at the third transformation of the essence condensation stage. In the next moment, Chen Xiong shouted, unleashing his own spiritual energy as he swiftly charged towards the three attackers. In an instant, four individuals clashed in fierce combat. Three assailants launched relentless and lethal strikes, while Chen Xiong valiantly defended himself against the trio, gradually retreating under their onslaught. Beneath his mask, his dark eyes remained unervingly calm, occasionally scanning his surroundings with a glimmer of vigilance. The act of murder and plunder was not uncommon. However, it was utterly irrational for merely three Qi condensation stage practitioners to dare undertake such audacious actions. Chen Xiong surmised that there must be someone orchestrating events from the shadows. The leading man displayed a moment of surprise. Despite their numerical advantage, the trio struggled to overwhelm their opponent in an instant. Swift resolution, he declared, and the three exchanged nods of understanding. Subsequently, their assault intensified, forming a tight encirclement that gradually cornered Chen Xiong, driving him towards an inevitable demise. With an impassive gaze, the leader channeled his spiritual energy, launching a powerful palm strike towards Chen Xiong's chest. In a moment of fierce determination, Chen Xiong abandoned his defense, opting instead to charge headlong into the attack, colliding his chest against the assailant's right palm. A muffled grunt escaped him as he utilized the recoil from the strike to propel himself backward, soaring several meters away and breaking free from their encirclement. As the trio stood in bewilderment, a sudden crackling sound of flames caught their attention. Glancing down, they beheld a crimson talisman igniting fiercely beneath their feet. The color drained from their faces as realization struck. It was a spirit talisman. Quick, evade! They shouted in unison. With a thunderous explosion, the talisman detonated, unleashing a tempestuous wave of spiritual energy that engulfed the three figures. They were hurled away by the force of the blast, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. You treacherous fiend, spat the leader as he spat a mixture of saliva and blood onto the ground, having underestimated his opponent and incurred a minor injury. Am I treacherous? A chilling voice echoed ominously in his ear, akin to the tolling of a death knell, causing his expression to shift drastically. A shadow emerged from the dust, its right hand morphing into a claw, seizing the leader's throat in an instant. A black mark spread across the assailant's chest as spiritual energy surged through the meridians, radiating a blinding light from Chen Xiong's palm. With a fierce grip, he crushed the throat. Crack! The sound rang clear. The man's eyes widened in shock, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. Only a faint, strangled gurgle emanated from his throat. Moments later, his head drooped heavily, breath extinguished, and life departed him. Having cleverly dispatched one adversary with the talisman, Chen Xiong turned his gaze towards the remaining two. Refraining from reckless action, he maintained a prudent distance, seeking his next opportunity. Brother Jiang, save me. The two remaining assailants, now paralyzed by fear at the sudden demise of their comrade, retreated in panic, calling into the depths of darkness. Chen Xiong looked toward the shadows. Brother Jiang? Fool. A furious voice resonated from the dark recesses. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, advancing step by step towards the two individuals. Dressed in an oversized black robe and adorned with a tiger-headed mask, only a pair of shadowy eyes were visible. Chen Xiong narrowed his gaze. The black robe. The tiger mask. Is he attempting to emulate me, concealing his identity? Brother Jiang, Sun Mu is dead. Silence. The tiger-headed man bellowed, emanating an intense aura of spiritual energy. In the astonished eyes of the two, his hands shot out like steel hooks, precisely gripping their throats. Brother Jiang, why? Brother Jiang. Their faces turned crimson. Terror and confusion filling their eyes as they frantically clawed at the merciless grip, striving to pry it away from their necks. I warned you, never expose your identity. Truly hopelessly foolish. As the words fell, a series of sharp cracks echoed, and their bodies gradually went limp, ceasing to struggle, before being unceremoniously discarded by Jiang like a tattered sack, raising a small cloud of dust. Chen Xiong's expression darkened. This Jiang was a ruthless character, showing no mercy even to his own. Two fools. The tiger-headed man muttered under his breath, his face a mask of fury beneath the mask, unable to fathom their utter stupidity. Originally, he intended to send 3 to probe the true identity of the masked figure in box 666. If the opponent possessed merely the cultivation of chi condensation, he would not hesitate to commit murder and smuggle, erasing all traces. Even if the masked figure had a trump card, he could swiftly eliminate 3, conceal himself, assess the situation, and then decide whether to flee, leaving the masked figure oblivious to his identity. Yet, he had never anticipated that, in an instant, one had perished, and in their fear, the remaining 2 had directly uttered his name, igniting his fury and compelling him to reveal himself. The tiger-headed man turned to Chen Xiong. Is your father Ma Baba? Chen Xiong's gaze remained cold, offering no response. After a moment of contemplation, the tiger-headed man continued, but the Ma Baba of the Eastern CS gold panning family? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Xiong's eyes. He had never heard of this family's name, recognizing the tiger-headed man's hesitation. The 2 questions were evidently a test of his identity, suggesting that the Eastern Sea family instilled a degree of trepidation in the tiger-headed man. The opponent was ruthless, and his cultivation unknown. It was best to avoid confrontation if possible. After a moment's reflection, Chen Xiong resolved to acknowledge this identity. Indeed, I am of the Eastern CS gold panning family. Oh, is that so? The tiger-headed man scoffed softly. Almost immediately, he unleashed a burst of intense spiritual energy, akin to a flash of white light, appearing beside Chen Xiong in an instant, his eyes beneath the mask brimming with murderous intent. You have been deceived, little brat. In the next moment, his palm coalesced into a spiritual energy spear, thrusting directly towards Chen Xiong's chest. Chen Xiong's eyes widened in horror. Spiritual energy materialization. In the realm of chi condensation, practitioners below the 6th turn can only bestow spiritual energy. Above the 6th turn, they can momentarily materialize spiritual energy, forming various manifestations, a demonstration of the ability to materialize spiritual energy in the face of a life and death crisis. Chen Xiong had no choice but to channel his spiritual energy to his chest, forcefully blocking the spear of spiritual energy wielded by the goat-headed man. The power erupted violently at his chest, propelling Chen Xiong backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The opponent's spiritual energy was exceedingly potent, and his strikes were fierce. Chen Xiong surmised that the tiger-headed man likely possessed the cultivation of the 8th or 9th transformation of the chi condensation realm. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, Chen Xiong was reluctant to engage in a reckless fight. The hesitation displayed by the tiger-headed man suggested he harbored some trepidation regarding Chen Xiong's identity, prompting him to call out loudly, "Wait. I am truly a member of a gold panning family from the Eastern Sea." The tiger-headed man responded with mocking laughter. "Huh, little brat. There's no such gold panning family in the Eastern Sea region. That was merely a fabrication of mine. I wager there is no one by the name of Ma Baba either. Otherwise, you would surely correct my error. Thus, you are merely a fortunate waste of the chi condensation realm, having stumbled upon a stroke of wealth. If I kill you, everything you possess will be mine." Chen Xiong's expression grew solemn. The tiger-headed man's initial caution, which had kept him hidden while allowing his 3 subordinates to attack, had swiftly transformed into decisive action after Chen Xiong's identity was revealed. He had eliminated 2 of them in an instant, and now, with just a couple of sentences, had managed to uncover some truths. Cautious, ruthless, and intelligent, the tiger-headed man possessed all 3 qualities, complemented by a strength that far surpassed Chen Xiong's own. Oh, beginning to feel fear? With a sneer, the tiger-headed man appeared before Chen Xiong in a flash, his palm shimmering with spiritual light, manifesting into a massive spiritual hand that struck at his chest. Chen Xiong felt an overwhelming force surging toward him, leaving him no time to react as he was once again sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his complexion growing increasingly pale. The goat-headed man, both astonished and delighted, marveled at the resilience of his opponent, who could withstand 2 full-force strikes and still rise. His heart swelled with joy as he had confirmed that Chen Xiong was merely at the 3rd transformation of the Qi condensation realm, and he coldly remarked, "Little brat, let me impart a lesson to you. To rise higher and further in this world, one must be cautious, exceedingly cautious, for arrogance can lead to death." Through gritted teeth, Chen Xiong rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Jiangge, you are correct. Being cautious is essential for greater heights and distances. Unfortunately, you still lack the requisite caution." The tiger-headed man paused, his shadowy eyes scrutinizing Chen Xiong, pondering, could he possibly have a hidden card? After a brief moment, the tiger-headed man scoffed. "Humph, trying to educate others when death is imminent. How absurd." As he spoke, he charged forward once more, his form emanating a fierce glow, akin to a ferocious beast, intent on a swift and decisive victory to avoid any unforeseen complications. Boom! Chen Xiong uttered a low shout as he noticed 2 spiritual talismans igniting in the area where the goat-headed man landed, exploding instantaneously. The force of the blast sent spiritual energy surging outward, shrouding the tiger-headed man's vision in clouds of dust. The vibrant glow of the tiger-headed man's spiritual energy deflected the damage from the explosion of the talismans, and he sneered, "Impressive talismans. Yet your spiritual energy is too feeble to unleash their full potential. If this is your trump card, you may rest easy in death." Amidst the swirling dust, a brilliant light began to shine. Transformation, the giant of light. With a thunderous roar, Chen Xiong's physique expanded at an astonishing rate, elevating him to a colossal stature that obscured the heavens. The manifestation of his power was unfathomable. How could this be? The goat-headed figure's eyes widened in terror, fixated on the giant-like masked man before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. "It is impossible. You cannot be an ancient being of the nascent soul realm." Beneath the tiger mask, a pair of eyes brimmed with dread, as if witnessing the most horrifying sight imaginable. The manifestation of one's form into a giant was a capability exclusive to those of the nascent soul realm, enabling them to trample all beneath their might. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the forest, a pair of beautiful eyes shimmered with intense emotion, exclaiming, "Little brother, you truly astonish me." Chen Xiong exhaled deeply, unleashing a tempest that uprooted countless trees. Slightly bending forward, he gazed down at the tiger-headed figure, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. In Chen Xiong's eyes, there was no trace of compassion. He raised his right foot and brought it down with tremendous force upon his adversary. "No, I cannot die." The goat-headed figure, filled with fear, summoned all his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier, desperately attempting to withstand the impending descent of the giant foot. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting such overwhelming power, merely watching in horror as the foot descended, plunging him into darkness. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, and the tiger-headed figure was instantly crushed, his form reduced to a splatter of blood that sprayed in all directions. Chen Xiong lifted his foot once more, delivering several brutal blows to ensure the tiger-headed figure was irrevocably dead before activating the enlargement lamp again, pressing the green button. A beam of light emerged, and his body gradually shrank back to its original size. At this moment, the surroundings were in disarray. Trees lay toppled, and rocks were shattered, as if a cataclysmic disaster had just transpired. Chen Xiong's gaze swiftly scanned the area ahead, where he noticed a glimmering object amidst the pool of blood. Approaching it, he discovered a bluish-gray ring. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the ring and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest, disappearing into the night. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, for beams of light streaked across the night sky, landing in the vicinity. 3 men and 1 woman surveyed their surroundings. Their expressions varied, each harboring a sense of shock and gravity. An elderly man with a beard examined the environment, his demeanor serious. The power of a giant, the manifestation of one's form. Who could it be? All nearby ancient beings of the nascent soul are under my watch. It is impossible for anyone to appear here. A middle-aged man, his left cheek marred by a gruesome scar that lent him a sinister appearance, spoke up. Could it be that he hails from elsewhere? A scholarly figure ventured a conjecture. The bearded elder turned to the scarred man. "Li Yuan, you must investigate this matter promptly. Each nascent soul warrior is an unpredictable variable. Overlooking even one could lead to our complete downfall. Do you not find this peculiar?" A woman's voice interjected. "Peculiar?" The bearded elder turned, inquiring. "Yinran, What have you discovered? Li Yanran surveyed her surroundings with her enchanting eyes and slowly remarked, an ancient being in the nascent soul realm, when invoking the Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth, would harness the forces of the cosmos to enhance oneself. Yet, there remains no trace of the Tao's fluctuations in this vicinity. Do you not find this peculiar? Li Yuan scanned the area thoughtfully before conjecturing. Could it be that he deliberately erased all traces? The other two nodded slightly in agreement. I find that unlikely. If one intended to obliterate traces of the Tao, they would ensure everything was thoroughly cleansed. Look over there. Li Yanran raised her delicate hand and pointed in a particular direction. The trio turned their gazes to see 3 indistinct puddles of flesh upon the ground. 3 young ones in the qi condensation realm might disdain to address such matters. Li Yuan replied nonchalantly, his expression unperturbed. Li Yanran smiled softly, her eyes falling upon a deep pit as she murmured, that individual employed a spiritual talisman and further enacted the Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth. Do you not perceive the contradiction? The group pondered briefly, recognizing the inherent contradiction. Low-tier spiritual talismans were typically the domain of those in the qi condensation and foundation establishment realms. It seemed implausible for an ancient being of the nascent soul realm to resort to such means against juniors of the qi condensation realm. Could it be that the 3 of them utilized the talismans? Unlikely. The detonation of the talisman was clearly initiated by another source of spiritual energy. This implies that aside from the deceased, there exists another individual in the qi condensation realm, Li Yanran stated once more. Regardless of the oddities, the ability to transform into a giant poses an unstable variable that must be identified. We have prepared for this plan for 5 years. It cannot fail. The bearded elder scanned the 3 of them and continued, there is yet another matter. A mysterious figure appeared at the purple gold auction house. Their cultivation level and origins remain unknown, save for one detail. Their father is Ma Baba. Ma Baba? Ma Baba. The group whispered this name in hushed tones. Li Yuan, you have been monitoring every movement in Luoxia City. The emergence of such a figure in the shadows must be investigated thoroughly. If Ma Baba is merely in the Golden Core realm, he can be eliminated directly. If he is of the nascent soul realm, report to me. We shall ascertain whether he is friend or foe. I will uncover Ma Baba's identity, Li Yuan replied. The bearded elder turned toward the scholar beside him. You have been infiltrating the Spirit Sect for several years. How is the restriction of the Oblivion Sword Spirit realm progressing? It requires 3 months. The scholar hesitated before continuing. Elder Zhang, there has been a complication. That woman is not as simple as she appears. Should the sealed power within her erupt, the consequences would be dire. The elder's gaze flickered thoughtfully before he replied. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall personally attend to it. You all must focus on your tasks. In 6 months, the plan will commence. This is our sole opportunity to seize control of the spirit realm. Be exceedingly cautious. Success is imperative, while failure is not an option. Should we fail, we may all perish. Li Yanran contemplated for a moment before asking, Elder Zhang, has the Purple Gold Chamber agreed to our terms? They are an exceedingly vital component of our plan. The elder's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed a faint disturbance in the forest. Is someone there? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the group. I shall eliminate them. Among the 4, the scholar exhibited an air of indifference as he swiftly made his way towards the forest. In the cave of Yunling's sect, Chen Xiong removed his bovine mask and released the robotic cat from his spatial ring. He gently patted its head, offering a few words of encouragement before consuming some spiritual liquid. He then settled onto the ground in a meditative posture, closing his eyes to heal his wounds. After several moments of stillness, Chen Xiong's complexion flushed, unable to suppress the internal injuries any longer, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. The pain surged through his body, prompting him to slightly part his black robe to reveal the black spiritual armor beneath. He murmured softly, this golden-haired armor has truly saved my life. Were it not for this armor absorbing much of the force, that blow from the tiger-headed man would have surely sent me to my demise, leaving no opportunity to wield the magnifying flashlight and transform into a giant. Daxiong, the robotic cat, called softly, its large, round eyes filled with concern. With its hands anxiously fidgeting atop its head, it paced like an ant on a hot pan, filled with worry and helplessness. Chen Xiong gently reassured, Little Ding Dang, I am all right. I merely require a tranquil environment to heal. Be good and do not cause a fuss. The robotic cat, appearing to understand, nodded slightly and gradually quieted down. With a flick of his right hand, Chen Xiong retrieved a yellow elixir bottle, pouring a pill into his mouth before closing his eyes once more to channel his spiritual energy for recovery. Meanwhile, the robotic cat sat across from him, its head drooping, unsure where to place its hands, afraid to make a sound, its large eyes brimming with worry. Little Ding Dang did not wish for Daxiong to suffer. Little Ding Dang wanted Daxiong to remain healthy, free from afflictions. Little Ding Dang yearned to heal Daxiong and restore him to wellness swiftly. The robotic cat's mind raced with these thoughts, and it instinctively reached into its fourth-dimensional pocket, rummaging through its contents. Suddenly, its eyes brightened, and it withdrew its hand, dropping a prop resembling a handbag. The robotic cat opened its mouth, extending its hand in an attempt to rouse Chen Xiong, but halted midway, recalling his instructions. Instead, it lay down beside him, falling into a deep slumber. As the days slowly passed, Chen Xiong opened his eyes, a sense of helplessness rising within him. His injuries were severe. His internal organs had sustained significant impact, and the road to full recovery seemed uncertain. He chided himself for not being cautious enough. The recent venture to Luoxiao City was fraught with danger, without the magnifying flashlight. Facing a tiger-headed adversary at the 8th or 9th level of qi condensation would have certainly resulted in his demise. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xiong glanced at the robotic cat beside him, snoring softly. A casual glance revealed the prop resembling a handbag, and he pondered with curiosity, "What is this?" Approaching for a closer inspection, he discovered it to be a medical-style handbag, predominantly silver-white, featuring a crystal screen on one side and an operation panel adorned with numerous buttons on the other. "Is this a prop?" Chen Xiong's expression brightened with joy. Did Little Ding Dang bring this out? What kind of prop could it be? The gadgets frequently utilized by the robotic feline were instantly recognizable to Chen Xiong. This particular item, resembling a handbag, appeared to be exceedingly rare, and its purpose remained elusive at first glance. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong resolved to experiment with it. The left side of the handbag housed an electronic screen, while the right featured an operational panel. Upon pressing a red button on the panel, a slender line equipped with a miniature lens sprang forth. Lifting it for observation, he discovered that the lens was precisely aimed at his head. Suddenly, the electronic screen on the opposite side illuminated, revealing the image of a skull. As Chen Xiong adjusted the position of the miniature lens, he noted that the screen displayed the skeletal outline of his body, prompting him to speculate. Is this light? After a brief pause, Chen Xiong pressed another button, causing a line with a lens to emerge from the handbag. He scanned his surroundings with the lens, observing the area illuminated by it, which the screen magnified. This is a microscope. One line serves as light, while the other serves as a microscope. Could this be the gadget in question? Chen Xiong had begun to surmise the nature of the device, and pressed a button on the side of the handbag, from which a third line ejected. Resting it upon his arm, instantly, the screen displayed a series of diagnostic messages: severe damage to internal organs, multiple ruptures in the liver, extensive internal bleeding, significant trauma to the lungs, multiple contusions in lung tissue, extensive bleeding in gastric mucosa. A smile crept across Chen Xiong's lips. The doctor's handbag has arrived at just the right moment. In his youth, he had yearned for this extraordinary gadget. Capable of curing any ailment, a diagnosis would yield an oral medication from the handbag, and upon ingestion, the ailment would vanish. Pressing a button, a syringe containing the medication emerged from the doctor's handbag. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiong seized the syringe and consumed its contents entirely. Within seconds, the fatigue and pain from his injuries dissipated, his body felt light, and his spirits soared. Chen Xiong sprang to his feet, free of ailments. How delightful! His gaze fell upon the slumbering robotic feline, and a myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind. This was the second gadget produced by the robotic cat. What prompted its emergence? Was it merely a coincidence that, upon his injury, the robotic cat produced a doctor's handbag? Could it indeed summon the extraordinary gadgets he required at will? Contemplating this, Chen Xiong felt a surge of joy. If the robotic cat could consciously retrieve gadgets, then surely, with the right approach, he could acquire numerous wondrous devices. Observing the robotic feline in its exhausted slumber, Chen Xiong refrained from disturbing it, instead retrieving 3 wooden boxes procured from an auction, placing them before him. He opened the first box to reveal 3 vials of crimson blood, the essence of the 8-armed demon beast. The second box contained a charred fragment of a page. The third box held a heart of the ocean. With a cursory glance at the 3 wooden boxes, Chen Xiong first retrieved the charred fragment of a page from one of them. Holding it in his hands, he scrutinized it closely and faintly discerned several prominent characters. Chen Xiong chuckled, exclaiming, "The Great Wilderness Finger. Do not tell me that this scorched page actually records the spell technique of the illustrious Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger." To others, this remnant of celestial lore might appear as nothing but worthless scrap paper, but to Chen Xiong, it was indeed a genuine spiritual technique. From his spatial ring, Chen Xiong produced a square piece of fabric, red and blue in hue, placing the red side facing up to cover the charred page. After a brief moment, he slowly peeled away the temporal wrapping. Astonishingly, the fragment gleamed as if newly minted, its color akin to jade, and several lines of text gradually became visible. Chen Xiong's lips twitched in disbelief. How remarkable! Chapter 69, An Unusual Spiritual Technique. The The Great Wilderness Middle Finger. Upon reading the bold characters inscribed on the page, Chen Xiong found himself both amused and perplexed, inwardly questioning, what kind of absurd name is this? The middle finger, does it imply directing one's middle finger at the Great Wilderness? Was this truly a record of a spiritual technique, or merely a form of invective? With a mix of curiosity and mirth, Chen Xiong meticulously examined the contents of the jade paper. A minute later, he lifted his gaze slightly. Indeed, it was a form of spiritual technique. The jade paper documented an ancient method of spiritual cultivation, specifically a mental-type technique characterized by its mocking nature, consisting of 5 forms, of which only one was recorded here. Aptly named the Great Wilderness Middle Finger. Upon successful cultivation of this technique, an ethereal image resembling a middle finger would manifest behind the practitioner, serving to mock and mentally unsettle the target. The recipient of such derision would experience temporary mental disarray and distraction. Moreover, once the targeted being regained their composure, fueled by indignation, their strength and combat prowess would surge exponentially for a brief period. Having grasped the essence of this technique, Chen Xiong could not help but chuckle. Whoever devised this technique truly had a unique flair. To elevate the opponent's battle prowess post-mockery is utterly ludicrous. After this moment of jest, he carefully stowed away the temporal wrapping and jade paper, then retrieved the ring left by the goat-headed man, examining it closely in his palm. This was a ring forged from mysterious iron, its entire body a grayish blue, the surface adorned with peculiar patterns, and at its center was inscribed the character for Willow. Chen Xiong observed it for a while, attempting to channel a thread of spiritual energy into the ring, only to be thwarted by a membrane of bluish-gray power that obstructed his probing, rendering him unable to discern the storage space within. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered, "This must be a spatial storage ring. My cultivation is presently too weak to break the seal that binds this ring. I shall have to wait until I reach the foundation establishment stage before I can attempt to refine it." "Brother Jiang," Chen Xiong whispered softly, though he did not personally know this so-called Brother Jiang. Based on recent events, he speculated, could it be one of the individuals from box 333? After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiong stored the spatial ring away and, with a wave of his right hand, also collected the 2 wooden boxes before him, leaving only the box containing the blood of the demon beast. He retrieved a vial of demon blood from the wooden box and, with deliberate grace, approached the central pool of clear water. As he uncorked the vial, he poured its contents into the pool. The moment the demon blood met the surface of the water, it created ripples of crimson, swiftly spreading through the liquid, which soon shimmered with a faint dark red glow, flickering intermittently. Chen Xiong shed his garments, and with a flick of his right hand, his close-fitting spiritual armor transformed into strands of black silk, forming a dark ring around his wrist. At that moment, he stood completely naked, save for a pair of undergarments. With a resounding splash, Chen Xiong leaped into the demon blood pool. As he submerged, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, and he could not help but curse, "Damn it, this hurts like hell." At this moment, the demon blood seemed to possess a life of its own, fervently infiltrating his pores and searing every vein and sinew. Chen Xiong radiated a red glow, as if his inner meridians were ignited by an inferno, purging impurities from his body, which were gradually expelled. 10 days later, as the demon blood was entirely absorbed, Chen Xiong slowly opened his eyes and emerged from the pool, his body now awash in crimson, his skin covered with a thin layer of blood scabs, a mixture of expelled impurities and remnants of the demon blood. Glancing at the scabs on his skin, he uttered a soft incantation, channeling his meridian energy. A surge of force erupted, causing the scabs clinging to his body to crack and shatter, revealing beneath them the healthy, radiant skin of new growth. Feeling immensely relieved, Chen Xiong swiftly unleashed several punches forward, producing a sharp sound of slicing air. After refining his meridians with the demon blood, he sensed a marked enhancement in his physical strength and resilience. Having loosened his muscles, he then turned to the side, where the robotic cat lay, its mouth slightly ajar, occasionally emitting soft snoring sounds, its nose resembling a tiny fountain, continuously bubbling with mucus. The robotic cat had been in slumber for nearly 10 days, and concern clouded Chen Xiong's expression. "Still asleep? Is Ding Dang ill?" After a moment, he slapped his forehead in self-reproach, berating himself for neglecting to attend to the robotic cat's health while preoccupied with his own healing, forgetting that he possessed a doctor's medical kit. He retrieved the kit from his spatial ring and pulled out the diagnostic line, placing it against the cat's nose. Instantly, the screen on the kit illuminated, displaying a line of text. "Host's mental state has suffered severe damage, cognitive function weakened, mental energy nearing depletion, unstable thoughts, severely impacting coherence and reaction speed, mental illness. No available medication, self-restoration required. Severe mental damage, with no available remedies." Chen Xiong's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had always believed that the robotic cat's abilities belonged to a conceptual divine level, yet here was a condition deemed untreatable. Bowing his head in contemplation, he pondered. The robotic cat has suffered mental trauma? Who could have inflicted such harm? Reflecting on his experiences, he realized that after hatching the robotic cat, he had encountered no harm. If not during the time spent together, could it have occurred prior to its hatching? The package enveloping the little bell is not an eggshell, but rather the burden of time itself. This remarkable object possesses the ability to reverse time, restoring everything to its original state. The old can become new. The broken can revert to functioning, yet it cannot alter the spiritual memories of individuals. In the animated series, Nobita Nobi once wrapped himself in the burden of time, reverting to his childhood, though his memories and spirit remained unchanged. Thus, the burden of time cannot transform one's memories or will. This notion sparked a series of speculations in Chen Xiong's mind. Could it be that Doraemon has always existed in this world of cultivation, rather than traversing here alongside him? If we delve deeper into this line of reasoning, one must ponder who created the little bell in this realm and who encased it in an egg using the burden of time to place it in his embrace. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong subtly raised his gaze, as if all questions converged upon two individuals. One, the fraudulent old man on the other end of the line, and the other, the middle-aged Chen Daxiong from a decade ago. Might these two be one and the same? If Doraemon existed previously, there must be a time machine in this world. The middle-aged Chen Daxiong could very well be the elderly version of himself, having utilized the time machine to travel back a decade to save Shaolin Qian. What could be his intent? Why would he facilitate his own passage into this world of cultivation, and why wrap Doraemon in the burden of time, delivering him to his own arms? Furrowing his brows, Chen Xiong realized that his journey into the realm of cultivation was not merely a fantastical adventure. It might have been meticulously orchestrated by someone else. Chapter 70. A Maid? Yinling Sect, Cave. Chen Xiong was immersed in the spiritual liquid within a stone bowl, veins protruding from his face, his body radiating fluctuating waves of spiritual energy. Two powerful currents of spiritual force surged wildly within his meridians, colliding with one another. As time gradually passed, 3 days later, Chen Xiong opened his eyes. The chaotic spiritual energy within his meridians had gradually stabilized, fully absorbed by him. His Dantian's spiritual whirl had expanded considerably since 3 days prior, and his cultivation level had progressed significantly, yet he remained at the third transformation of the qi condensation stage. The pace was still too sluggish. Chen Xiong retrieved a blue elixir bottle, a flicker of resentment in his gaze. One cannot achieve greatness without madness. I shall go all out. He tilted his head back and swallowed all the qi condensation pills within the bottle in one go. In an instant, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted within his meridians, a torrent of power clashing violently. Were any other disciples to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly curse Chen Xiong as a madman. Typically, a disciple requires a month to fully absorb a single qi condensation pill, digesting its internal spiritual energy. This is precisely why the sect distributes 1 pill per month. To consume a dozen pills at once is the act of a lunatic. A moment's carelessness could lead to the severance of his meridians, rendering him utterly incapacitated. At this moment, Chen Xiong's expression twisted in agony as the qi condensation pills transformed into a wild surge of spiritual energy, wreaking havoc within his meridians. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his body to tremble slightly, as if millions of blades were mercilessly slicing through him. His meridians, overwhelmed, were on the verge of breaking. Chen Xiong could not help but throw back his head and roar in anguish. At this moment, a faint flush enveloped his physique, a stream of crimson energy coursing through his body, diligently mending the fractured meridians. Moments later, the meridians were once again ravaged by dozens of strands of spiritual power. Chen Xiong's condition was exceedingly peculiar. His meridians fractured and then reformed, only to break apart again in a relentless cycle. As time flowed slowly, 20 days passed. Suddenly, Chen Xiong opened his eyes wide, his body quivering slightly, and a rich luminosity of spiritual energy manifested. He then took a deep breath, subsequently exhaling slowly. And within the rhythm of his breath, the spiritual energy circulated through his meridians for 6 cycles. He had reached the 6th transformation of the qi condensation realm. Chen Xiong's voice resonated with profound joy. He had refined his meridians using demonic blood and forcefully surged through with spiritual power, achieving a direct breakthrough from the 3rd to the 6th transformation of the qi condensation realm in a month's time. After the initial exhilaration, a wave of trepidation washed over him as he realized the recklessness of his actions. Ingesting dozens of qi condensation pills in one go had nearly caused his meridians to rupture, had it not been for the emergence of a bizarre energy within him. He might have been rendered incapacitated. What was that force? Chen Xiong pondered deeply, recalling the initial confrontation with Li Jun and the subsequent crises he faced. during which his body would also manifest a rosy hue, accompanied by a surge of extraordinary strength that significantly enhanced his physical defenses and power. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion surged over him. After prolonged, high-intensity cultivation, he had been enduring the relentless agony of his meridians tearing, pushing his mental state to its limits. Gradually, he closed his eyes and lay down on the ground, succumbing to slumber. It felt so hot. His heart raced rapidly. Chen Xiong's consciousness gradually coalesced, as if he had plunged into a hazy world, where beneath him lay soft, warm clouds, and countless ethereal bubbles floated around him. This scene felt strangely familiar. In the next moment, the bubbles began to dance, and the misty world morphed, revealing a bedroom complete with a television, dining table, and sofa adorned with a coffee table, clutter strewn about, takeout boxes, instant noodle cups, and empty beverage bottles scattered indiscriminately. In a daze, Chen Xiong felt as though he had returned to Earth, back to his residence in Longyue community, to the familiar room he once occupied. Had he returned home? Everything in the room was still so familiar. The cluttered mess, dim and chaotic, mirrored the state of his departure. Even the half-drunk cola remained on the coffee table. Approaching the sofa, Chen Xiong picked up the partially consumed cola and murmured softly. Could it be that the world of cultivation was merely a dream? No deceitful old man, no little bell, everything just a figment of my ultimate fantasy? Suddenly, the sounds of cooking and chopping wafted from the kitchen. Chen Xiong's expression shifted to one of confusion. Who is it? Who's in my house? He rushed to the kitchen, flinging open the door to find wisps of steam rising and the aroma of food wafting through the air. A graceful figure was busy preparing a meal. Clad in an exquisite maid outfit, her slender waist accentuated, golden waves cascading down to her waist, with a few playful strands of hair adorning her fair neck. She focused intently on the ingredients in her hands, occasionally glancing toward the dish simmering in the pot. A maid? Chen Xiong's throat tightened as he swallowed hard, a familiar heat radiating throughout his body. Master, you have arrived. A cool voice resonated, and the maid seemed to sense Chen Xiong's presence, slowly turning to face him. Zhou Yueyao. Upon seeing the maid's appearance, Chen Xiong was taken aback. The maid before him was none other than Zhou Yueyao, whom he had not seen for a long time. A tumult of emotions surged within him. What on earth was happening? Chen Xiong felt bewildered. If the world of cultivation was merely a figment of his imagination, why was Zhou Yueyao appearing in his kitchen? If he had truly traversed to a realm of cultivation, why had he returned to Longyue community? Are you hungry, master? The maid Zhou Yueyao stepped closer to Chen Xiong, her gray-blue eyes gazing at him with a tenderness akin to flowing water. I am hungry, Chen Xiong stammered, his body ablaze with an unusual heat. A wave of forbidden desire stirring within him. Allow me to help you relieve some of that pressure, Zhou Yueyao murmured, licking her rosy lips as she gradually crouched down before him. How could this be? Was it the result of a month of intense cultivation under pressure, leading him to this dreamscape, conjuring the image of a kitchen made to alleviate his long-standing stress? After several passionate encounters, the maid Zhou Yueyao lay quietly in Chen Xiong's embrace, her eyes gently closed, her brow furrowed in apparent struggle. Chen Xiong gazed at the woman before him and couldn't help but ponder. What was wrong with her? Gradually, Zhou Yueyao's struggles intensified. In an instant, she lifted her hand, gripping Chen Xiong's arm tightly, her eyes snapping open to reveal a cold, yet pained gaze directed at him. Unlike her earlier look filled with affection, her eyes now brimmed with conflict, slightly reddened as her hands clutched his arm. In a soft whisper, she implored, I cannot forget you. These 5 simple words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, igniting an inexplicable ache within Chen Xiong's heart. He reached out, intending to caress Zhou Yueyao's face, but suddenly, everything around him faded into silence, ethereal bubbles floating into the air. Zhou Yueyao, Zhou Yueyao. Chen Xiong's voice echoed in the dim space, met with no response. Chapter 71. Spiritual realm. It seems I have dreamt a dream, one in which I returned home. Chen Xiong shook his head, slowly sitting up and surveying his surroundings. He was still in the cave, the robotic cat beside him slumbering soundly, its nose occasionally leaking mucus as it snored. Indeed, it was merely a dream. But which one was the true dream? Chen Xiong whispered softly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Yet, as he lowered his head, he fell into a contemplative silence. I cannot forget you. Zhou Yueyao's voice echoed in his mind. These 5 words weighed heavily on him, as if Zhou Yueyao were in pain and struggling. Where was she now? What was she doing? The image of Zhou Yueyao's icy demeanor floated through his mind, having dreamt of her twice. Chen Xiong couldn't help but murmur softly, do I have feelings for her? Within the cave, silence reigned, punctuated only by the gentle purring of the robotic cat. At that moment, a graceful crane glided into the cavern. Chen Xiong extended his hand, and the crane delicately settled in his palm. That girl, Xiao Qian, has vanished again for nearly a month. Over 20 days prior, Chen Xiong had infused his own meridians with demon blood, intending to catch a glimpse of Lin Qian, thus releasing the messenger crane to convey his message. Today, the crane returned. After retracting the crane, Chen Xiong rose and noticed the robotic cat slumbering soundly. Weary from its vigil, after a moment's hesitation, he chose not to disturb it. The cave was relatively secluded and secure, allowing it to continue its deep slumber. Chen Xiong departed the cave alone. By the crescent lake, Chen Xiong arrived and beheld a figure in blue crouched at the water's edge, her body curled tightly. Arms wrapped around her knees, chin resting upon them. "Xiao Qian," he called, quickening his pace. "Brother," Lin Qian exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed towards Chen Xiong, akin to a bird returning to its nest. She leaped into his embrace, her delicate arms encircling his waist, her lovely face pressed against his chest as she whispered, "I haven't seen you in so long." Chen Xiong embraced Lin Qian tightly. "I missed you too. It's been a whole month since I last saw you." "A month?" Lin Qian seemed momentarily bewildered, murmuring to herself, "It feels like ages." Chen Xiong playfully tapped her cute nose. "Huh, you're experiencing the illusion of time. A day apart feels like 3 autumns to you. I wish to be with you every day, never to part," Lin Qian replied with a playful smile, then noticed the surge of energy emanating from Chen Xiong, her expression shifting to mild astonishment. "You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation?" "Indeed," Chen Xiong responded, allowing a hint of his aura to radiate. "I am now at the 6th stage of the Qi consolidation realm." "The 6th stage of Qi consolidation," Lin Qian exclaimed in surprise. "To ascend from the 3rd stage to the 6th in merely a month is an extraordinary pace, surpassing most gifted disciples of the sect. What method did you employ?" Chen Xiong nodded. Lin Qian's expression grew slightly concerned. "Brother, you must not rush. While this method can rapidly elevate your cultivation in the short term, the path of cultivation requires patience. One must take time to condense and solidify the spiritual vortex in the Dantian. Otherwise, a superficial vortex may jeopardize the success of foundation establishment." "Success rate of foundation establishment?" Chen Xiong inquired, astonished. "Is there a chance of failure?" "Yes. There exists a probability of failure. Some disciples, in their eagerness for rapid progress, hastily absorb spiritual energy, leading to a loose spiritual vortex and a fragile foundation. Even if they reach the 9th stage of Qi consolidation, they may fail to solidify their spirit platform. Therefore, you must dedicate time to compress the vortex and solidify your foundation." Chen Xiong nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly recalled something. "By the way, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lin Qian's eyes widened in surprise, glimmering with anticipation. With a gentle flourish of his right hand, a resplendent necklace known as the Heart of the Ocean appeared in his palm. "This is called the Heart of the Ocean. Come, let me put it on you." Lin Qian shyly nodded in agreement. Chen Xiong gently brushed aside the strands of hair near Lin Qian's neck and adorned her with the Heart of the Ocean. "What a beautiful gem. Why does my brother choose to gift Lin Qian? Do I need a reason to give you a gift? I simply believe this gemstone is fitting for you and wish to acquire it for you." Chen Xiong playfully tapped Lin Qian's delicate nose. "In my hometown, the Heart of the Ocean symbolizes a beautiful love story." "A love story?" Lin Qian murmured softly, her expression filled with longing. "I would love to hear this tale." To recount the Heart of the Ocean, one must begin with the film Titanic, renowned as an unsinkable marvel. Chen Xiong slowly narrated the love story of Titanic, starting with Jack winning a ticket through chance. As she listened to the tale of Jack and Rose, Lin Qian felt her eyes moisten, a wave of melancholy washing over her. "It is merely a beautiful love story. There is no need for sorrow." Chen Xiong gazed out over the lake. "However, my favorite line from Jack is when he says, 'Winning that ticket was the luckiest moment of my life because it led me to you.'" He paused, looking intently at Lin Qian. "The luckiest moment of my life is meeting you. Indeed, for me, the most fortunate event was encountering my brother 10 years ago." Lin Qian's eyes sparkled as she softly replied. Hearing this, Chen Xiong fell into a brief silence. Lin Qian's affection stemmed solely from the self he had been a decade ago, yet that was not who he truly was. "Brother, do you enjoy watching movies?" Lin Qian inquired again. "Movies? I often go alone, particularly enjoy watching films in bed." "Hee. Small films?" Lin Qian asked, curiosity piqued. "What are small films?" "Well, small films refer to educational videos, where many protagonists are referred to as teachers. Yes, many of them are my enlightening mentors." "Many enlightening mentors?" Lin Qian asked earnestly. "What are their names, and where are they?" Chen Xiong chuckled awkwardly. "There are quite a few, such as Akio Sawayuri, Yua Mikami, Maria Ozawa, and some recent instructors like Feng Gu and Xiao Tao. Most of these teachers reside in Tokyo, which is quite vibrant." Chen Xiong spoke with feigned seriousness. Lin Qian gazed at him with admiration, her heart filled with curiosity and yearning for her brother's hometown. As time flowed gently into the night, Lin Qian suddenly recalled something. "Brother, I forgot to mention something." "What is it?" The spiritual realm of our sect will open in 6 months. You need to prepare in advance and strive to break through to the 9th stage of the Qi condensation realm. Chen Xiong inquired with confusion. The spiritual realm? What is that? Lin Xian explained. The spiritual realm is a secret domain of our sect, filled with abundant spiritual energy. Disciples who practice within it reap rewards with half the effort. The sect opens this realm every 4 years, divided into 3 layers. The first layer, for the Qi condensation realm, will commence in 6 months. The second layer, for the foundation establishment realm, will open a year later. And the third layer? The third layer of the spiritual realm requires the collaboration of all peak masters to unlock. It has not been opened for nearly a decade. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment before inquiring, how shall I reach the spirit mirror? The first layer of the spirit realm permits entry for 70 disciples, and the sect will distribute 70 spirit realm badges. Each spiritual peak will possess 10 such badges. Brother, you must not delay this time. You must report to Deju Peak to obtain its spirit realm badge. Chen Xiong nodded slightly. With his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi condensation, he had yet to pledge himself to any spiritual peak, making him one of the foremost disciples of the sect. Perhaps he should head to Deju Peak now, as Xiao Qian could guide him there. Just as Chen Xiong contemplated this, a figure approached rapidly from a distance, a voice filled with urgency and delight echoing, Daxiong. Help me. Chapter 72, The Tale of Chu Feng. In the distance, a figure dashed toward Chen Xiong. It was a young man clad in a simple azure robe, his disheveled hair clinging to his forehead and cheeks, panting heavily and appearing somewhat disheveled, his expression a mixture of joy and anxiety. Chen Xiong was taken aback. Yang Yun? Yang Yun reached Chen Xiong's side, first offering a slight bow to Lin Qian before addressing Chen Xiong. Daxiong, where have you been? He, I have been searching for you. Chen Xiong, puzzled, asked, looking for me? Is there something amiss? Indeed, it is a matter of great urgency. Only you can save my master. Can you accompany me to Damling Peak? The more Chen Xiong listened, the more confused he became. Save your master? Yang Yun, I don't quite comprehend. Why am I the one who can rescue your master? And how can I do so? Wait, first tell me, who is your master? My master is Chu Feng of Damling Peak. Have you forgotten? Yang Yun replied. Chu Feng, Chu Feng. Chen Xiong repeated the name twice, initially bewildered. But gradually a figure emerged in his mind, a refined man adorned with a medicinal bracelet and wearing flowery attire. His expression shifted to one of surprise. Your master is Chu Feng? Yang Yun nodded. Indeed, I successfully condensed my qi and passed the Dan Peak assessment to become a medicinal herb gatherer. Chu Feng is my mentor. I must thank you, Daxiong. Initially, I was not favored by my master, merely tasked with maintaining the Dantian and performing menial herb gathering duties. However, upon learning that I had been a named disciple alongside you, my master took me under his wing. I transitioned from a mere herb gatherer to a refining apprentice by his side. As Yang Yun recounted his experiences at Danling Peak, Chen Xiong began to grasp the situation. Softly reflecting, it's truly remarkable that Chu Feng has become your master. Daxiong, you must assist my master. He suffers daily, and he instructed me to find you and bring you back to save him. If you do not help, I will have no choice but to seek another master. And then my sister, Chen Xiong, interrupted. What has happened to Chu Feng that necessitates my intervention? This tale commences on that fateful day when my esteemed master returned. His countenance unusually exuberant. He commanded me to gather numerous medicinal herbs, embarking on the creation of an elixir. At that time, I had already been appointed as a young alchemist, assisting my master alongside 3 other apprentices in the art of alchemy. By chance, I caught a glimpse of the prescription for a potion named Chaos Elixir. My master, brimming with vitality, ventured forth to rendezvous with a female alchemist, both entering a secluded grove. Upon his return, however, his visage was ashen, his limbs trembling. Yang Yun recounted the events surrounding Chu Feng, and several times. Chen Xiong could not suppress his laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Qian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After listening to Yang Yun's narrative, Chen Xiong, though not entirely clear on the entire affair, could surmise its essence. Previously, at Danling Peak, his whimsical encouragement had instilled courage in Chu Feng, who had heeded his words and embraced the core principle, to act decisively. Upon returning, Chu Feng immersed himself in research, concocting a potion dubbed Chaos Elixir. Armed with this elixir, he sought out the female alchemist of his affections, and together they entered the grove. The specifics of what transpired within those woods remained shrouded in mystery, known only to Yang Yun. What is certain, however, is that the two engaged in a fierce struggle for 7 days and nights. When Chu Feng finally emerged, he appeared frail and haggard, his legs trembling uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Since that day, a peculiar laughter and sinister wind have haunted the nights, drawing Chu Feng back to the grove. Chen Xiong shook his head slightly, expressing his inability to assist. Given Chu Feng's predicament, I am powerless to help. As a second-tier alchemist with foundational cultivation, If he cannot withstand that malevolent wind, what can I possibly do? Yang Yun interjected, but Master explicitly told me that only you, Senior Chen, could save him, which is why I descended the mountain in search of you. Chu Feng is merely grasping at straws. I truly have no means to confront that sinister wind. What if, hypothetically, I also become ensnared in the grove? What then? Chen Xiong paused momentarily, suggesting, I believe you should seek the elders of Danling Peak. Perhaps they hold the key to rescuing Chu Feng. I am genuinely at a loss. Suddenly, Yang Yun knelt before him. Senior, you must assist me. Though I have been fortunate to become an apprentice at Danling Peak, I remain overlooked. It is only due to you that Master regards me with favor. Should Master perish, I would have to seek another teacher, returning once more to the role of a mere herb-gathering apprentice. My time is running short. Rise, you foolish boy. Why kneel? Chen Xiong, furrowing his brow, attempted to lift Yang Yun. Yet, Yang Yun remained resolute. My time is fleeting. If I must seek another master, I understand your sentiment. Rise. I shall accompany you on this errand. Chen Xiong cast a glance at Lin Qian, his expression tinged with regret. Little Qian, I may need to attend to some pressing matters. Once this is resolved, I shall swiftly seek you at Daju Peak. Lin Qian managed a faint smile. It is of no concern. I shall await your return, dear brother, but do hurry. With that, Lin Qian took to the skies on her sword, departing with the wind. Gazing at the receding sword light, Chen Xiong felt a profound sense of contemplation. It seemed that Lin Qian had been selflessly giving, never demanding anything in return. As Chen Xiong turned, he noticed Yang Yun still kneeling on the ground. Yang Yun, please rise. I promise to accompany you to Danling Peak to meet your Chu Feng. Whether he can be saved, I cannot guarantee. I can only do my utmost. Yang Yun slowly stood up, then suddenly added, Daxiong, I have one more request. What is it? Could you kindly speak to Master Chu Feng on my behalf and ask him to allow me a visit to Qingling Valley? I wish to study the pharmacology there. I believe Master would heed your words. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment. Recalling Yang Yun's earlier words about her endeavors being for the sake of the Tianqing grass, which seemed to reside in the affiliated sect of Qingling Valley. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, Yang Yun, do you truly have a sister? Indeed, we have lived together since childhood, Yang Yun replied, looking at Chen Xiong. Is there something amiss? Where is your sister now? She resides in Wujikan, east of Luoxia City. Once I find the Tianqing grass, I will return to her. As Yang Yun spoke, her expression grew somewhat peculiar, and she chuckled, Daxiong, do you know something? I believe I may have seen your sister in Luoxia City. However, aside from appearing somewhat frail, she exhibited no other abnormalities, Chen Xiong remarked, gazing intently at Yang Yun. Do you suspect me? Yang Yun's smile faltered. You doubt my honesty. Suspect that I do not have a sister, that the Tianqing grass is merely a ruse? Chen Xiong fell into a brief silence, indeed harboring such doubts. Yang Yun's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. Daxiong, I may be concealing certain matters from you. The quest to save my sister is a deep-seated obsession of mine. I would never deceive you. Chen Xiong nodded slightly. You mentioned a desire to go to Qingling Valley. I will mention it, but I cannot assure success. Thank you. Yang Yun bowed in gratitude. Let us go see Chu Feng and uncover the truth. The two set forth towards Danling Peak, each lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 73. 100 times, 100 times upon arriving at Danling Peak. In the secluded courtyard of the alchemy chamber, Chen Xiong found it devoid of any presence, his expression filled with confusion. Where is Chu Feng? Perhaps Master is hiding. Yang Yun chuckled awkwardly. Allow me to call out. She raised her voice. Master, we have found Senior Chen Daxiong. You may come out now. After a moment, a hoarse voice tinged with surprise responded. Has Senior Chen arrived? Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the side door of the chamber, seemingly hastened by the sound. It was a frail man, stooped in posture, his steps unsteady, his appearance gaunt and haggard, with a waxy complexion and deeply sunken eyes, exuding an air of exhaustion and desolation, as if he were a mere husk drained of vitality. You are Chu Feng? Chen Xiong exclaimed in astonishment. For the emaciated figure before him bore no resemblance to the warm, refined, and spirited Chu Feng of his memories. What trials had Chu Feng endured in the mere span of 2 months? Senior Chen, save me. Before he could finish his plea, a beguiling female laughter echoed from outside. Hee. Chu Feng's expression changed abruptly as he shouted, She's here, Senior Chen. Quickly, save me. A fierce gust of wind swept through the room, hurtling directly toward Chu Feng. Chen Xiong caught a glimpse of a yellow shadow, and in the next moment, an invisible force ensnared Chu Feng, slowly dragging him out of the house and into a small grove beside Danling Peak. Senior Chen, you must save me. Chu Feng's terrified voice reverberated within the room, lingering in the air. Chen Xiong was inwardly shocked. The Dao domain. He recognized the binding power all too well. Both Long Tianhao and Zhou Yueyao had employed it, emanating the Dao domain force from their own bodies, enveloping nearby beings in a power that rendered them utterly immobile. Yang Yun inquired softly. Daxiong, can you rescue my master? Gazing at the dark grove, Chen Xiong forced a smile, but that's an elder at the Golden Core stage. I'm powerless to help. Sigh. With a deep sigh, Chen Xiong decided to leave Danling Peak. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of someone at the Golden Core level. Even with two extraordinary artifacts, he doubted he could prevail against them. Daxiong, don't leave just yet, Yang Yun called out immediately, since you're here. Why not wait for my master to return and discuss a plan together? Chen Xiong stared at the grove, hesitating for a moment before asking. How long do we have to wait? Typically, my master would be gone for about 10 hours. 10 hours? Chen Xiong chuckled and turned to Yang Yun. Do you think Chu Feng can last that long? He snickered. You've used quite an astute word there. Do you know something I don't? Yang Yun looked embarrassed. Hee, I'm merely speculating. Every time my master returns from the grove, he appears haggard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. When I asked him about it, he could only manage a bitter smile while repeatedly muttering, 100 times, 100 times, 100 times, 100 times. Chen Xiong repeated, finding the phrase particularly catchy, reminiscent of a popular internet meme on Earth. The thought of Chu Feng and his master possibly engaging in some kind of strenuous activity in that grove made him unable to suppress his skepticism. 10 hours. 100 times. Could Chu Feng really be a perpetual motion machine? Is he really putting in that much effort? He couldn't help but admire Chu Feng, pondering how often he must be subjected to this ordeal. Is Chu Feng taken by that strange wind every day? Chen Xiong asked. Every day, without fail, Yang Yun affirmed. Chen Xiong was both curious and impressed. 10 hours daily? Truly, what a formidable man. Time passed slowly. Yang Yun and Chen Xiong remained in the house, waiting. Approximately 10 hours later, they heard some commotion outside. Chen Xiong looked out, spotting a figure slowly approaching them. Chu Feng appeared disheveled, looking gaunt, his legs trembling violently, wearing an expression of utter despair. Chen Xiong could not help but exclaim, Brother, what on earth happened to you? Upon seeing Chen Xiong still present, Chu Feng's face regained a hint of color. He immediately rushed forward, pleading, Senior Chen, you must save me. If this continues, I shall surely meet a fate of complete exhaustion. Complete exhaustion? Chen Xiong's lips twitched. His intuition had proven correct, indeed. The two had engaged in a tumultuous encounter in the grove. In your current predicament, I am powerless to assist. The woman who dragged you into the grove possesses the cultivation of the Golden Core realm. I am utterly incapable of intervening. This sense of helplessness, my brother, I have once experienced myself. Accept your fate. No, Senior, you must have a solution. There must be a way. Chu Feng's face was a mask of despair, his emotions surging as his voice quivered. Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback. How could a second-tier alchemist and a foundation establishment cultivator end up in such a state? What had transpired in that grove to shatter Chu Feng's composure? Coughing twice, Chen Xiong said, Tell me the details of your situation, and let us devise a strategy together. Chu Feng nodded vigorously, recounting, Senior Chen, after our last parting, I returned to my alchemy chamber and devoted myself to developing a pill named the Passion Pill, drawing upon my accumulated knowledge of pharmacology and relentless experimentation. I succeeded in crafting it 7 days later. With this pill, I felt confident in confessing my feelings. I adhered strictly to your teachings. Confess first, if that failed. A forceful kiss. If that failed, then drag her into the grove. Listening to the original version of Chu Feng's story, Chen Xiong found it increasingly absurd. The narrative was broadly similar to what Yang Yun had described, the only distinction being that Chu Feng's passion pill not only induced infatuation but also had hallucinogenic effects. Additionally, the grove was a time-secret realm where the passage of time diverged from the outside world. 3 days and nights spent within translated to merely 10 hours elapsed externally. Chen Xiong realized he had misunderstood Chu Feng. He was not merely a fast man. 3 days and nights of combat. 100 encounters. One could only say that Chu Feng was formidable, not swift. Gently shaking his head, Chen Xiong remarked, My brother, there is an old saying in my hometown. Only the overworked ox tires the field. You are suffering more than the donkeys of a production team. Can your body endure this? My body has long been unable to withstand it, Chu Feng replied, but for the sake of my dignity as a man, I cannot falter. Thus, I developed another pill that grants me invincibility and unwavering stamina. However, this has become my nightmare. Xiaofan took the formula from me and has managed to concoct this pill as well. Henceforth, whenever she desires, she drags me into the grove, forcing me to take the pill, subjecting me to endless torment day after day. Invincible and unwavering, Chen Xiong chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. He mused inwardly, surely Chu Feng has not invented something of that nature. Chapter 74. 2 Secrets. Chu Feng, have you developed a Viagra? You truly are a remarkable talent, Chen Xiong remarked. Chu Feng, perplexed, inquired, What is Viagra? Chen Xiong could no longer contain his amusement. In my hometown, Viagra is indeed a treasure, a savior for countless men. capable of restoring their vigor and ensuring lasting potency. Its effects are somewhat akin to your golden pill. I must say, I admire your prowess. Both the lust pill and Viagra have been concocted by you. I shall henceforth regard you as the most formidable alchemist of Damling Peak. After a brief pause, Chen Xiong continued, your enduring potency pill shall be named Viagra henceforth, to signify the greatness of such a remedy. Chu Feng, with a woeful expression, implored, Senior, please refrain from jesting. Quickly devise a means to rescue me from this torment. At this rate, within half a year, no, perhaps in just a few months, my vitality will be utterly drained. Chen Xiong's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness. The female alchemist who had dragged Chu Feng into the grove was of Golden Dan realm cultivation, rendering Chu Feng incapable of resistance. How could he possibly save him? You possess the talent for developing the lust pill and Viagra, Chen Xiong queried. Is it not possible to create a pill that can induce chastity? Chu Feng shook his head slightly. During this period, I have sequestered myself within the alchemical chamber, tirelessly researching a calming pill to control desires, yet I have failed to produce any results. Despair looms large. Brother Chu Feng, Chen Xiong noted. You took 7 days to concoct the lust pill and 3 days for Viagra. Yet, over a month has passed, and you remain unable to create a chastity pill. Your alchemical aptitude seems somewhat misaligned with that of a conventional alchemist. Chu Feng, somewhat distressed, responded, Senior Chen, please do not jest. What are we to do now? What can I do? Chen Xiong shrugged. The individual who dragged you into the grove is a Golden Dan practitioner. One must resign to fate. You must have a way to save me. Chu Feng pleaded once more. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong suggested, have you ever considered escaping? I have thought about it, and even attempted it, but it proved futile. There is simply no way to flee. Xiaofan torments me for 10 hours each day, leaving me with only 14 hours of freedom. If I stray too far, she will inevitably retrieve me, subjecting me to relentless friction on the ground. Rubbing his chin in thought, Chen Xiong pondered the situation. With Chu Feng unable to escape and unable to fight back, what means could assist him? After a brief interval, Chen Xiong conceived some peculiar methods, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Chu Feng. Since brute force is futile, I possess 2 secrets. Would you care to try them? Chu Feng's expression transformed, his eyes sparkling with hope as he immediately knelt in gratitude. Please, Senior, enlighten me. Chen Xiong helped him to his feet and cast a glance at Yang Yun. Both master and disciple shared a penchant for excessive reverence. As Chu Feng rose, he eagerly inquired, Senior Chen, what are these 2 secrets? Clearing his throat, Chen Xiong began. The first secret I have named the insertion technique. After analyzing the current predicament, it is clear she is strong while you are weak, making escape and evasion impossible. To alter this dynamic, perhaps we could involve a third party to intervene. Seeking a sliver of opportunity, Chu Feng appeared somewhat perplexed and bowed in inquiry. Your explanation seems rather complex. Could you simplify it? What exactly must Chu Feng do with this insertion technique? Allow me to simplify this. You need to seek a third party to intervene in the matters between the 2 of you. This third party need not be a romantic rival. It could be a mentor or a powerful faction capable of stepping in. Third party? Chu Feng murmured softly, his expression perplexed, appearing somewhat bewildered. Chu Feng, do you have any formidable mentors or figures in your life? Find a way to compel them to intervene. For instance, does Damling Peak have any special tasks that require either you or her to complete individually? This could effectively separate you 2. The essence of the insertion technique lies in utilizing external forces to disrupt your current relationship and break the deadlock. Do you comprehend this? Senior, you truly are a senior, Chu Feng remarked, as a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. His eyes widened in surprise, admiration swelling within him. The insertion technique necessitates the aid of a third party to shatter the existing stalemate. Chen Xiong nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the essence. What I impart to you are the core principles. The specific steps must be tailored to your circumstances to find an appropriate solution. Do you have such a third party at your disposal? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng responded, I believe I have someone in mind who could potentially assist. Very well. Focusing on the insertion technique to resolve your issues may indeed yield a solution. Understood. Chu Feng bowed in gratitude, rising with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Senior, apart from the insertion technique, what is the second secret? Finding a third party to resolve your issues should take precedence over pondering the second secret. Chu Feng, filled with intense curiosity, pressed on. Senior Chen, although I have advanced in cultivation before you, in matters of indulgence and navigating complexities, you remain my senior. I am truly eager to learn the second secret. Please, impart your wisdom. Chu Feng bowed once more. Very well. The second secret shall remain as a backup. Chen Xiong spoke slowly. I have named it madness. Chapter 75. The sound of wind madness signifies a belief in embracing destruction to achieve rebirth. It is a matter of either her demise or your own. Madness. Chu Feng whispered softly, contemplating the meaning of the word within. Let me clarify. Your relationship with that alchemist is rooted in the fact that you unlocked her physiological gates. And due to her conquest over you in the grove, a dual pleasure, both psychological and physiological, has ensued, leading her to relish this sensation, relentlessly tormenting you. The essence of the madness technique teaches that her strength demands your greater strength. If you do not perish, then you must go mad. Since she has indulged in you for 3 days and nights, deriving psychological pleasure, you must outdo her, pursuing her relentlessly for 6 days and nights, never ceasing, until she kneels and sings of her subjugation. Employing this strategy, there are only 2 outcomes. Either she begs for mercy, or you exhaust yourself to the point of demise. If you do not perish, you must go mad, Chu Feng muttered to himself, his heart stirred. This was unequivocally a madman's philosophy, either to vanquish her or face annihilation, pressing forward without hesitation. As long as one does not perish, one should pursue her with fervor until her psychological defenses crumble and she is utterly conquered. All problems shall then unravel effortlessly, or so it seemed to Chu Feng. Chen Xiong stroked his chin and said, I comprehend your meaning, though there are some discrepancies. It is akin to a path of no return to becoming a demon. If you can find a third party to intervene, do not resort to the mindset taught by the madness method to resolve this issue. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng felt a spark of understanding and inquired, Senior Chun, the 2 methods you have imparted to me represent 2 different attitudes toward resolution. Do they not also signify 2 distinct states of mind? Indeed, they reflect 2 attitudes. Initially, when I asked if you had considered escape, it was also a form of resolution, the escape method, which embodies evasion and avoidance. This, however, is not a wise choice. It merely leads to further complications. Chen Xiong's voice paused for a moment. It appears you have grasped some of my teachings. Now, address your challenges in light of your own circumstances. As Chu Feng contemplated, a young alchemist abruptly burst in, kneeling on the ground with a flustered expression. Master, I have returned. Chu Feng frowned and exclaimed, What has you so agitated? The young alchemist lowered his head and quickly explained, I was commanded to gather medicinal materials from the Qingling Valley. Upon exiting the valley, I was accosted by a group of unruly rogue cultivators who, without hesitation, attempted to seize my spirit herbs. I resisted, but they resorted to violence, and I could only flee, leaving the herbs behind. As he neared the end of his account, the young alchemist seemed fearful of punishment from his master, tears welling in his eyes, his voice tinged with grievance and choking. Chu Feng's expression soured slightly as he waved his hand, as long as you are unharmed. Do not concern yourself with the materials from Qingling Valley. Return for now. Thank you, Master. The young alchemist bowed deeply in gratitude, leaving the alchemical chamber with trepidation. Outside the medicinal valley, those rogue cultivators, Chu Feng snorted coldly, his mind already unraveling the situation. A number of rogue cultivators were entrenched outside the valley, brazenly plundering spirit materials, and it appeared that Qingling Valley had turned a blind eye. Moreover, the rogues did not harm the young alchemist, allowing him to return to report, which did not align with the actions typical of desperate criminals. These circumstances suggested that the rogue cultivators outside the valley were, in fact, affiliated with Qingling Valley. It seemed Qingling Valley had begun to show signs of dissent. Chen Xiong glanced at Yang Yun beside him and inquired, What is the situation with Qingling Valley? Chu Feng elaborated, Senior Chun, Qingling Valley was originally a small sect with merely 100 disciples. The sect leader, Yang Jingda, possesses mid-stage golden core cultivation and occupies several peaks in the Bema mountain range to the west of the Luoxia Peak. The valley between these peaks is an area rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivating certain special herbs. Decades ago, an elder of the sect subdued them by force, leading Qingling Valley to submit to the Yunling sect, becoming a subordinate sect. The valley's resources have since been integrated into the medicinal fields of the Danling Peak of the Yunling sect, which I currently oversee. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong nodded slightly. The Yunling sect stands as a prominent power in the Nanshan region, with numerous subordinate sects under each spiritual peak, and Qingling Valley is merely one among them. Alas, it is not only Qingling Valley. The major merchant associations in Luoxia City are also beginning to conspire against us, resisting trade. It seems that various subordinate sects across the spiritual peaks may soon exhibit similar unrest. What actions are being taken by the merchants of Luoxia City? Chen Xiong asked further. Months prior, the various merchant associations of Luoxia City initiated a united boycott against the trade of elixirs and spiritual artifacts associated with the sect, severing all dealings with the sect's spiritual stones. Despite several elders from the sect venturing out to negotiate, no resolution has been reached. With the imminent opening of the spirit realm, the sect requires a substantial quantity of spiritual stones to arrange spatial formations. Recently, Rumors have circulated within the sect that several peak masters have decided to divert a portion of the spiritual stones from the protective formation of the sect to ensure the successful opening of the spirit realm. Chu Feng paused momentarily, his expression growing increasingly grave. The blockade imposed by the merchant associations of Luoxia City and the unusual actions of Qingling Valley have led him to believe that someone is covertly orchestrating these events. With a sigh, he continued, I have sent alchemists twice to Qingling Valley to gather spiritual materials, only to have them intercepted by rogue cultivators at the valley's entrance. The other herbs are of little consequence, but the Tianxin grass will mature in a few months. Given the current circumstances, we must reluctantly abandon it. Suddenly, Yang Yun knelt down, exclaiming, Master, I am willing to venture once more to Qingling Valley. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, do not go. Recent events have been exceedingly unusual. Qingling Valley likely seeks to sever ties with Yunling's sect. A third attempt could be perilous. Yang Yun, gritting his teeth, insisted, Master. If we remain inactive, Qingling Valley and other factions will perceive us as timid and weak. I believe we must go again, both to assert our stance and to discern the true intentions of the Luoxia City merchants. Chu Feng's expression darkened. Yang Yun, this is not a matter for you to contemplate. Yang Yun cast a pleading glance towards Chen Xiong, who pondered for a moment before speaking. Let Yang Yun proceed. Even if he cannot retrieve the Tianxin grass, his life should not be in jeopardy. The previous two alchemists returned unharmed. Although Qingling Valley is making moves, they have not fully resolved to break away. Otherwise, those two would not have returned. Allow Yang Yun a chance to try. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng nodded. Since you have spoken so, Yang Yun, prepare yourself. You shall depart for Qingling Valley immediately and remain until the Tianxin grass matures. Should any unusual occurrences arise, return swiftly to the sect. Remember, your life is paramount. Thank you, Master. Yang Yun bowed his head in gratitude. You may withdraw now. Chen Xiong and I have matters to discuss. Yang Yun respectfully took his leave. Once Yang Yun departed, Chu Feng's countenance fell, and he appeared despondent. Chen Xiong, I wish to confront that woman to the bitter end, yet alas, my current body cannot withstand it. Chen Xiong contemplated briefly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps I can assist you. Senior, do you have a way to help me? Is that true? I am willing to try. Chen Xiong retrieved an item, extracting a thread. As he left the Alchemy Peak's residence, he glanced back, internally mused. I have prepared some medicine for you, in conjunction with Wei Ge. As for whether you can win her over, that shall depend on you. Chu Feng. Let us hope she is willing to kneel before you and sing your praises. Chapter 76. Dazhu Peak. Within the caverns of the Yunling sect, the mechanical cat had awakened, rubbing its eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued. Chen Xiong gently patted the large head of his companion, lifting it onto his shoulder as he and the cat ventured towards the direction of Dazhu Peak. Among the 7 spirit peaks of the Yunling sect, Chen Xiong was the first to receive the identity token for this particular peak. A series of events had transpired, preventing him from reporting to the spirit peak. Upon reaching the summit of a mountain, Chen Xiong gazed into the distance. Observing the uniquely strategic positioning of the 7 spirit peaks, with Nianling Peak at the forefront, followed in succession by Jianling Peak, Qiling Peak, Beast Spirit Peak, Damling Peak, and Dazhu Peak, culminating in Wuling Peak. After a prolonged observation, Chen Xiong murmured softly, it resembles the arrangement of the Big Dipper constellation. Beast Spirit Peak lies to the southwest, occupying the 4th position. Damling Peak is positioned to the south, in 5th place, and Dazhu Peak is located in the southeast. Ranked 6th. This must signify some form of celestial formation. The locations of the 7 spirit peaks exert mutual constraints and attractions upon one another, suggesting that this remarkably coincidental distribution is either a manifestation of the heavens design or the result of celestial arts that have reshaped mountains and filled seas to establish a grand cosmic formation. At that moment, in the courtyard of Dazhu Peak, Chen Daxiong arrived, exuding a commanding presence and striking features that undoubtedly garnered the admiration of women. "Humph, pretty boy," remarked a youthful voice, laced with a hint of hostility. Should he successfully pass Wang Kai's test, Dazhu Peak would gain another junior brother, adding to the liveliness of the peak. However, whether he could clear the test remained uncertain, as the trials of our spirit peaks are notoriously enigmatic. In over a decade, only a handful of us have succeeded. It was rare for everyone to be present today. I propose a wager on whether Chen Daxiong will earn recognition. Who is interested? Master brother, I abstain. It lacks excitement, came the reply. What of the others? Life without a gamble offers little fortune, Huang Yiba expressed with a hint of disappointment. I shall bet, declared a rugged voice. Junior brother Chen Xiong, it is a rarity for you to show interest. Will you wager that Chen Daxiong can or cannot pass the test? I bet he will not pass. If others choose not to wager, I will engage in a private bet with junior brother Chen Xiong. Let the stakes be your multiplier technique's spiritual formula. If I lose, I shall offer you this Sichuan cuisine cookbook as forfeit. It is settled then. At the entrance of Deju Peak, Chen Xiong arrived and surveyed his surroundings. The main peak and its neighboring subordinate peaks were enveloped in a lush bamboo forest, each bamboo stalk robust and upright. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden mosaic of dappled light upon the ground. At the entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Deju Peak. Oh, there are no disciples guarding the gate, Chen Xiong remarked, puzzled. The mountain gates of Beast Spirit Peak and Danling Peak were manned by 2 disciples each. Yet Deju Peak's gates stood wide open, unguarded, with only a large black dog leisurely half-squatting at the entrance, its eyes half-closed as it basked in the sun. Daxiong, called the robotic cat, hesitating and appearing somewhat fearful. Chen Xiong stroked its head, Zayading Dang. I remember you fear only mice, not dogs. The mechanical cat recoiled slightly, casting a furtive glance toward the large black dog. Chen Xiong murmured to himself, contemplating that the large black dog before him might be a spiritual beast. He then retrieved a fish spirit pill from his knitted bag and tossed it toward the creature. The black dog slowly opened its eyes. Casting a brief glance at Chen Xiong, its gaze imbued with a hint of disdain. It promptly closed its eyes once more, basking in the sun. What a contemptuous look. Chen Xiong grumbled, feeling slighted by a mere dog. He decided to disregard the large yellow dog at the entrance and intended to ascend the mountain alone with his robotic cat. However, as he passed through the mountain gate, the black dog suddenly sprang up, akin to a flash of yellow lightning, revealing its menacing yellowed teeth as it lunged at him. Chen Xiong's expression shifted in surprise. Feeling as though time had slowed around him, he realized it was too late to evade the attack, and in an instant, the black dog had clamped its jaws around his right arm. Damn it, I've been bitten by a dog. Chen Xiong swiftly retracted his arm and lowered his gaze to assess the injury, noticing 2 distinct rows of bite marks on his arm, with the skin reddened and faint blood seeping through. Turning to the black dog, Chen Xiong's countenance grew serious, given his current level of cultivation. It was inconceivable that an ordinary wild dog could harm him. The black dog sat leisurely on the ground, slightly baring its yellow teeth, seemingly mocking him. Chen Xiong was at a loss for words. What a ridiculous situation, being looked down upon by a dog. Brother, a familiar voice echoed from afar, growing closer. Lin Qian soared in on her sword, landing beside Chen Xiong. He immediately shielded her behind him, saying, Qian, I've been bitten by a dog, so be cautious. Lin Qian wore a cheerful expression. It's all right, Wang Kai won't bite you again. Its name is Wang Kai? Who named it? Chen Xiong wondered. I heard it was the sect leader, she replied, prompting a flicker of surprise in Chen Xiong's mind as he realized the sect leader had named the large yellow dog upon visiting Deju Peak. At that moment, a sharp pain surged in his arm, and upon inspection, he noticed blood oozing from the wound, forming a faint crescent-shaped mark. Chen Xiong felt an unusual heat enveloping his body, startling him. I feel so hot. Could it be rabies? Rabies vaccine? Lin Qian asked, puzzled. As she noticed Chen Xiong examining his arm, a smile graced her face. Brother, are you worried that being bitten by Wang Kai might lead to other complications? Chen Xiong nodded slightly. Lin Qian reassured him. Do not fret, brother. Being bitten by Wang Kai at Deju Peak is a fortuitous event, signifying that even dogs acknowledge you. Even dogs acknowledge me? What do I need a dog's approval for? Chen Xiong pondered. Perplexed and incredulous. How can being bitten by a dog be considered a good thing? Do you not feel an intense heat in your body? She inquired. Yes. Ever since the bite, I've felt unusually warm. That is merely the manifestation of your internal energy circulating, aiding in the tempering of your physique. This is indeed a blessing from Deju Peak. Wang Kai seldom acknowledges others and typically dispatches them with a single swipe. Only those deemed worthy receive the mark of vitality. This scarcity of people on Deju Peak is a consequence of that. Wait, Chen Xiong interjected. Are you suggesting that the initiation test for entering Deju Peak involves gaining Wang Kai's approval and subsequently receiving a bite from it? Lin Qian nodded, indeed. Brother is now a genuine member of Deju Peak. Chen Xiong chuckled awkwardly. The trials of Deju Peak are truly peculiar, requiring the acknowledgement of a canine named Wang Kai. He cast another glance at the large black dog and gaped in astonishment. What is Wang Kai doing? Is it smoking? Chapter 77. Entering the peak at that moment. The black dog sat comfortably on the ground, its eyes narrowed, clutching a small green pipe with its yellowed teeth, wisps of smoke curling gently from the bowl. Chen Xiong had never witnessed such a scene. It was smoking with the grace of a seasoned smoker, reminiscent of a veteran with decades of experience. Lin Qian laughed. Brother, the cigarette is Wang Kai's lifeblood. When it is smoking, one must never disturb it. Otherwise what? It could be rather dire, she continued. Our master once said that every time Wang Kai smokes, it embarks on a spiritual journey. Disturbing it could lead to unforeseen consequences, beyond even the intervention of deities. Chen Xiong gazed at the composed, smoking dog, pondering what otherworldly realms it might be traversing. Lin Qian leaned closer and whispered, "Once, our senior brother inadvertently interrupted Wang Kai, and his consciousness traveled alongside it. Ever since, he has exhibited signs of a fractured mind, claiming to have seen many individuals wielding magical artifacts capable of transmitting sound over vast distances, as well as numerous iron boxes soaring through the air." Chen Xiong was at a loss for words. What realms had this old dog traversed? What had their senior brother witnessed? "Come, let me guide you up the mountain. Our senior brothers await you at the summit," Lin Qian said, taking Chen Xiong's right hand and leading him upwards. "Very well," Chen Xiong replied, placing the robotic cat upon his shoulder as they ascended toward the peak of Dezhu. Surrounding Dezhu Peak were dense bamboo groves, with a solitary staircase leading to its summit. Lin Qian, all 6 spiritual peaks of Yunling sect have names that end with spiritual peak. Why is Dezhu Peak's name so unique? Is it due to the abundance of bamboo? Chen Xiong inquired, expressing a question that had long puzzled him. Lin Qian responded, "Dezhu Peak was renamed by our master later on. Its original name was rather unpleasant." Intrigued, Chen Xiong asked, "How unpleasant could it be?" The 7 spiritual peaks each possessed distinct cultivation methods. If brother can deduce which path Dezhu Peak belongs to, you will uncover just how unappealing the original name was. Dezhu Peak should pertain to the body refining path. Why would its name be unappealing? Chen Xiong stroked his chin, musing, body spirit peak, blood spirit peak, martial spirit peak? None of these names are unpleasant. Lin Qian shook her head slightly. When I reveal the original name of Dezhu Peak, brother must not laugh or disdain it. I won't disdain it. Go ahead. Meet Spirit Peak. Chen Xiong was momentarily stunned, his lips twitching involuntarily. Meet Spirit Peak. The name sounds like a meat market. Who named it? Did they lack judgment, or simply not think it through? He rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his critique. Body refining is a method of strengthening the physical form. There are many elegant terms to choose from. Why begin with Meet Spirit Peak? It feels as though it is peddling meat. Look, my brother is indeed disdainful. Lin Qian chuckled, her expression one of anticipated confirmation. Chen Xiong curled his lips in discontent. It's not that I find it distasteful. The name is simply atrocious. Whoever named this place Meet Spirit Peak must have suffered from a severe lack of taste. Truly foolish. This name was also given by the sect leader. Again, the sect leader? Chen Xiong pondered thoughtfully, murmuring softly, the cultural level of this sect leader must be rather low. I suspect he didn't even graduate high school. And his Chinese was likely taught by the gym teacher. Lin Qian, with a playful smile, inquired, "What are you murmuring about, brother?" "Nothing. I was merely saying that the sect leader is quite a character." The two continued their casual banter, laughter echoing between them. After approximately half an hour's walk, they reached the summit of Dezhu Peak, where the scenery unfolded magnificently before them. A waterfall cascaded down the sheer cliff, its torrents crashing against the rocks below, sending forth a myriad of sparkling droplets. Sunlight filtered through the water curtain, refracting to form a rainbow that arched gracefully over the landscape. In the distance, besides the lush green bamboo groves, lay a vast plateau adorned with quaint bamboo cottages, each uniquely crafted. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. With a slight inhale, Chen Xiong discerned, it's roasted meat. The robotic cat also caught a whiff of the delightful scent, its mouth slightly agape, a trickle of saliva escaping as its large, round eyes darted about. That must be senior brother Xinjiang's lamb skewers. With such fine weather, they must be camping on the grass today. Lin Qian led Chen Xiong to a sprawling meadow, at the center of which stood a spacious pavilion, housing 5 figures. In front of the pavilion, senior brother Huang Yibo greeted them with a warm smile, as if he had been waiting for some time. Inside the pavilion, 2 young men sat opposite each other, each holding black and white chess pieces, engrossed in their game. In one corner, a small boy of about 7 or 8 squatted quietly. Outside the pavilion, a plump man donned a small, floral high hat, tending to a barbecue grill where an array of fresh, succulent meat skewers were neatly arranged, their enticing colors of red and white intermingling. The man deftly turned the skewers with one hand while applying a rich sauce to the lamb with the other, the mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air. "Daxiong, long time no see," senior brother Huang Yibo exclaimed, extending his hands with a smile. "I hadn't introduced myself last time. I am Huang Yibo, with Wave as my surname." Chen Xiong bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." Huang Yibo chuckled. "Please hand me your identity token." Chen Xiong flipped his right hand, producing the identity token of Dezhu Peak, and presented it with both hands. Upon receiving the token, Huang Yibo swept his hand across it, releasing a stream of spiritual light. In an instant, a crimson glow emerged on the surface of the token, intricate patterns appearing along the edges, and 3 traditional characters gradually revealed themselves in the bottom left corner. "Since the master is not present, I shall assist you in activating this disciple token," Huang Yibo explained as he returned the token to Chen Xiong. The identity token is a special jade tablet, and upon activation, it possesses two functions. Firstly, within it lies a collection of foundational techniques and spiritual formulas pertaining to the Lingfeng. You may cultivate these at your own pace. But each time you achieve a significant breakthrough, you must seek the Elder to elevate your rank in order to access the subsequent level of techniques. Secondly, the token serves as a key, granting you entry into certain secret realms and locations of Daju Peak. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong bowed in gratitude. Speaking of the jade slip, I almost forgot something. Come, continue. Huang Yiba then produced another jade slip and tossed it to Chen Xiong. This is a gift for your arrival. Chen Xiong, puzzled, asked, Senior brother, what is this? This is an ordinary jade slip, containing a spiritual formula known as the technique of amplification. Once mastered, it will enable parts of your body to swell, significantly enhancing both your physical strength and vitality. You shall understand its intricacies upon examination. Humph. A cold snort echoed from the pavilion. A silver flash swiftly darted towards Huang Yiba. Chapter 78. Brothers Huang Yiba extended his hand, catching the silver flash. As the light dissipated, it revealed a skewered lamb kebab, the succulent meat still emanating wisps of steam. Xiong wore a displeased expression, seemingly irked. Huang Yiba took a bite from the kebab in his hand and waved towards Xiong. Thank you, third junior brother. He then turned back to Chen Xiong. You need not thank me. It is third senior brother Xiong you should be grateful to, as I won this from him, merely borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong slightly bowed to Xiong. Xiong cast a cursory glance at Chen Xiong, offering no further words. Come, Daxiong, allow me to introduce you to the other brothers and sisters of Daju Peak. Huang Yiba enthusiastically guided Chen Xiong, introducing him to several others. This is Li Ji, the second senior brother of Daju Peak. Li Ji, a scholarly youth dressed in white, sat to the right of the pavilion, his brows elegantly painted like ink, possessing a handsome demeanor and sharp, calm eyes focused intently on the chessboard. Chen Xiong performed a slight bow. Greetings, second senior brother. Li Ji responded with a polite nod. You have already met third senior brother Xiong, but I must caution you, never offend him, or you may find yourself deprived of culinary delights, for he is the master chef of Daju Peak. Chen Xiong bowed. Greetings, third senior brother. This time, Xiong offered a slight nod in return. This is your fourth senior brother, Wu Liang. Huang Yiba introduced the slender youth on the right, who was also engaged in chess, and jested. He is quite the investment mogul, with a wide range of ventures. And your previous rumors within the sect were also stirred by fourth senior brother Wu Liang. Chen Xiong's expression shifted in surprise. He subtly turned his gaze towards Lin Qian and then back to Wu Liang, realizing that the origin of those rumors lay with the two of them. Greetings, fourth senior brother. Wu Liang waved his hand, chuckling. Haha, Daxiong, do not be so formal. A few months ago, when junior sister Lin Qian approached me to spread rumors, I was quite curious about you and wished to meet you. Today, I am fortunate enough to finally make your acquaintance. Chen Xiong could not help but exclaim, fourth senior brother, could we put an end to the spread of rumors about me? The tales circulating outside have become increasingly absurd, encompassing every conceivable notion. You hold your elder brother in too high regard while underestimating yourself. I merely served to ignite the initial spark of these rumors. As for the significant events that followed, I had no part in them. Rumors thrive on attention, often referred to as the celebrity effect. Once you are in the spotlight, a plethora of negative rumors will inevitably arise. You must grow accustomed to it, and not dwell too much on such matters. Chen Xiong secretly smiled wryly. The rumors circulating within the sect had grown increasingly ludicrous. The labels of pretty boy and kept man were tolerable, but now they had even conjured up tales of a male concubine. He wondered who had spread such nonsense. Junior brother, is this little raccoon your pet, or your spirit beast? Wu Liang's gaze was fixed upon the robotic cat, which had been under his observation. The crowd's attention shifted to the mechanical creature. The robotic cat, feeling fearful, shrank behind Chen Xiong and softly called out, Daxiong. The expressions of the onlookers changed slightly. Chen Xiong quickly clarified, his name is Dang. He is neither a spirit beast nor a pet, but rather a product of human technology. He can speak, but only this one phrase. The robotic cat appeared frightened, timidly hiding behind Chen Xiong as it observed the crowd. Not a spirit beast, yet capable of human speech. What an extraordinary raccoon. Senior brother, with your vast experience, have you ever encountered such a so-called technological marvel? Wu Liang inquired, directing his question at Huang Yiba. Huang Yiba shook his head slightly. I have not encountered one, but I have seen various technological creations, each an extraordinary artifact. If technology advances to a certain extent, it could indeed give rise to such intelligent beings. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Xiong's mind. Had the senior brother actually encountered some technological products? Where could he have seen them? Junior brother Daxiong. Allow me to introduce the remaining two members, Huang Yiba said, turning his gaze towards Lin Qian with a playful tone. This is 5th junior sister Lin Qian. You two are already acquainted, so no need for further introduction, I presume. Chen Xiong's lips curled upward slightly. I have met 5th senior sister. Oh, and also the master. Brother. Lin Qian exclaimed with a teasing tone, her cheeks turning crimson. Xiao Qian is your little concubine. Oh, so you have met my wife? Chen Xiong continued to jest. Brother, you cough cough. The complexity of their relationship prompted Huang Yibo to clear his throat, interrupting their light-hearted banter. I will now introduce the final member of Daju Peak. This child is named Gu Mumu. You can refer to him as Xiaomu. Gu Mumu wore a displeased expression. Don't call me Xiaomu. I am your 6th senior brother. His tone was serious, yet his voice retained a youthful innocence. The crowd chuckled, perceiving Gu Mumu's outburst as a mere tantrum. Huang Yibo continued. Xiaomu joined Daju Peak 2 years before you, so in a sense, you are connected through your joining of Daju Peak. Chen Xiong, puzzled, glanced at Gu Mumu, uncertain of the nature of their connection. Huang Yibo turned to Lin Qian, 5th junior sister. Perhaps you could elucidate the circumstances. As Xiaomu is someone you brought from Bus City. Brother, Xiao Mu is an orphan. 2 years ago, Xiao Qian returned to Bayou City in search of traces of her brother. In Lin Qian's narrative, Chen Xiong comprehended the essence of their connection. Gu Mumu was an orphan brought back by Lin Qian from Bayou City. At that time, he was frail and plagued by illness, on the verge of freezing to death outside the city. By chance, Lin Qian encountered him, noticing he clutched several pieces of jade paper, which she recognized as belonging to the late Chen Daxiong. Consequently, she took Zhao Xiaoshun back to Daju Feng. To everyone's astonishment, Gu Mumu gained recognition from Wang Kai and was bestowed with a bloodline imprint, becoming an official disciple of Daju Feng. Chen Xiong pondered slightly. The bond between him and Gu Mumu stemmed from that piece of paper he held outside the city, prompting him to inquire, where is that paper? May I see it? Gu Mumu pouted, replying, no, absolutely not. Lin Qian interjected, after Xiao Mu's recovery, he lost his previous memories and remembers nothing, having acquainted themselves. Lin Qian declared, from now on, Chen Daxiong will be our 8th junior brother at Daju Feng. Huang Yibo scanned the crowd, finally resting his gaze upon Chen Xiong. Welcome to Daju Feng, 8th junior brother. Chen Xiong slightly bowed to everyone, casually asking, why is it 8th junior brother and not 7th? This question caused subtle changes in the expressions of those present, sorrow flickering in their eyes. Particularly in the 2nd senior brother, Li Ji, who forced a wry smile, his gaze harboring a chilling intensity. The atmosphere grew heavy. Brother. The 7th junior brother has passed away. Lin Qian tugged at Chen Xiong's sleeve, whispering, he died at the hands of a fellow disciple. Chapter 79. Lin Qian's son Chen Xiong's expression turned to one of astonishment. The 7th junior brother perished at the hands of a fellow disciple. Could it be an assassination within the sect? Silence enveloped the group, the air thick with tension, evidently. This was a past none wished to revisit. Chen Xiong regretted his hasty words, realizing he had inadvertently unearthed a painful scar within their hearts, and offered his apologies. I am sorry. Huang Yibo waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. You are not to blame. Li Ji slowly rose, his demeanor cold as he departed. Huang Yibo furrowed his brow, but chose not to speak further. Gu Mumu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, it's all that bunch from Wuling Peak. Adhering to their rules is what led to Xiao Qi's demise. Huang Yibo interrupted Gu Mumu. Enough. That matter is in the past. Today, the 8th junior brother joins Daju Feng. Let us not dwell on it. 5th junior sister. Why don't you show the 8th junior brother around? There are many intriguing places in Daju Feng. Lin Qian nodded slightly. Senior brother, is the 1-star spirit realm badge still available? Huang Yibo turned to Gu Mumu. Oh, I've given the 1-star badge to Xiao Shun. He is the only one in the Qi condensation realm at Daju Feng, so he possesses 10 slots and thus 10 opportunities. Lin Qian asked Gu Mumu, Xiao Shun, where's the spirit realm badge? Xiao Shun lowered his head. It's gone. Lin Qian frowned. Don't joke around. Quickly bring it out. I truly don't have it, Mom. Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback. This 7 or 8-year-old child referred to Lin Qian as Mom? Lin Qian's expression was awkward as she turned to Chen Xiong and said, Xiao Mu is just being silly. Don't take him seriously. After bringing Xiao Mu back to Daju Peak, the 8th junior brother and 5th junior sister have persistently referred to Lin Qian as mother. No matter how we advised him, it was futile. Xiao Mu is convinced that 5th junior sister is his mother, Huang Yibo explained beside them. Chen Xiong nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Xiao Mu, quickly take out the spirit realm badge, Lin Qian urged, her voice tinged with impatience. Mom, I really don't have it anymore. I only have 1 badge left. I exchanged the other 9 with Elder Zhang Qing from Danling Peak. Gu Mumu retrieved a red alchemical vial from his pocket and added, this is a soul-calming elixir. I traded for this. Lin Qian's expression darkened with anger. Who told you to make that exchange? What right do you have to trade the spirit realm badge? Fifth sister. Let it go. Xiaomu meant well in his exchange for medicine. Huang Yiba interjected gently. Chen Xiong quietly listened, piecing together the situation. Gu Mumu likely sacrificed the spirit realm badge for Lin Xian's sake. He then encouraged, Xiao Qian, pursuing cultivation in the spirit realm is merely one of my options. It is not a necessity. Do not blame Xiaomu. You are not allowed to call me Xiaomu. I am your sixth senior brother. Gu Mumu shot back at Chen Xiong, his gaze laced with hostility. There is still one badge left. If you can defeat me, I will give you this badge. Do you dare to face me in a duel? Chen Xiong felt awkward, unsure of the source of Gu Mumu's animosity and his constant provocations. After pondering for a moment, he replied with a smile, I am willing to fight, but I have a condition. If you lose, you must bow to me and call me father whenever you see me. Lin Xian tugged at Chen Xiong's sleeve, whispering, Brother, Xiaomu, it's fine. I know what I am doing, Chen Xiong reassured her. He will be calling me father soon enough. Gu Mumu glared fiercely. All right, if I lose, I'll call you father when I see you. But if you lose, what can you offer me? Chen Xiong paused, inquiring. What do you want? Gu Mumu pointed to a nearby robotic cat. If you lose, I want that raccoon cat. Chen Xiong immediately shook his head. No way. Ding Dang is not a tool and cannot be wagered. You may request something else. If you insist on that, then consider my words null and void. Gu Mumu's expression twisted with indecision. If you lose, you must return the ring on your hand to me. Chen Xiong extended his finger, showcasing the spatial ring on his right hand. You want this ring? Yes, I want that ring. Gu Mumu nodded, exuding arrogance. Do you dare? If not, you must bow and admit your mistake, calling me father. Very well, if I lose, I shall give you this ring. The crowd at Deju Peak did not intervene in their exchange. Each individual wearing a subtle smile, seemingly amused to see how Chen Xiong would navigate his relationship with Xiaomu. Gu Mumu, brimming with bravado, strode to the center of the square and declared loudly, Come forth. Let us settle this once and for all. Chen Xiong chuckled softly, preparing to teach this audacious young boy a lesson about humility. At this moment, Lin Qian once again grasped Chen Xiong's arm, whispering a reminder, Brother, although Xiaomu is young, he possesses the cultivation of the ninth transformation in the Qi condensation realm, and he is merely a step away from the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, he is adept in both physical refinement and spiritual energy. This little brat is in the ninth transformation of the Qi condensation realm, and he excels in both physical and spiritual cultivation. Chen Xiong felt overwhelmed, having initially believed that at Xiaomu's age, he would only have reached the fifth or sixth transformation of Qi condensation. To his astonishment, the boy had already attained the ninth transformation. This little rascal is even more formidable than Jianggu. Chen Xiong instinctively touched his chest, recalling that Jianggu, with his eighth transformation, had nearly sent him to his demise with a single punch. Had it not been for Zhou Yuyao's spiritual armor absorbing the force, he might not have had the chance to wield his magnifying lantern. While his own cultivation had improved, it still paled in comparison to the ninth transformation of Qi condensation. To retract his earlier bravado now would only invite ridicule from everyone. With a wry smile, Chen Xiong remarked, Xiao Qian, why didn't you mention this sooner? Lin Qian looked slightly innocent, her voice tinged with grievance. I wanted to warn you all along, but you insisted that you had it under control. So I refrained from further reminders. Chen Xiong sighed inwardly, realizing his overconfidence. Would he truly resort to using a magnifying lantern during a duel with Gu Mumu? If he did, the device would be revealed before everyone, and he would be unable to explain its origin in the context of the Qi condensation realm. Seeing Chen Xiong hesitate, Gu Mumu assumed he was afraid and shouted triumphantly, Turtle Spawn, what are you stalling for? Are you afraid of your father? Chen Xiong curled his lip, baffled by the child's choice of words. Observing Chen Xiong's discomfort, Lin Qian suggested, Brother, should I take Xiaomu away? After all, he is just a child. We need not pay him any mind. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiong ultimately shook his head. If Lin Qian were to do so, the people of Deju Peak would not voice their opinions openly, but would privately regard him as timid and cowardly, which would leave a poor first impression. He did not wish to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Turtle Spawn, if you are too scared to come forward, all you need to do is bow and greet me as father when you see me in the future, and I shall not hold today's events against you. Quickly call me father and hand over your ring. Will you come up or not, Turtle Spawn? I'm anxiously waiting for you. Kneel and plead for your father. I want to hold it against you. Chapter 80. Listening to the spring pavilion, Gu Mumu wore a smug expression, continuously shouting loudly. The people of Deju Peak were amused by the spectacle and were eager to witness how Chen Xiong would respond. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong devised a more suitable plan and replied, Little brat, I cannot duel with you today as I have sustained injuries from a dog attack when I went out. However, tomorrow at this time, we shall settle our differences here. Humph. Coward, Gu Mumu retorted dismissively, continuing to mock. Why not now? I have my injuries too. You are just afraid of your father, such a timid turtle spawn. Chen Xiong smiled awkwardly. Nowadays, children are not so easily deceived as they once were. He could only shout again. Today marks my first day at Daju Peak, and starting off with a fight is not a good influence. Let's save the battle for tomorrow, which is a propitious day for conflict. If you hesitate, it only shows your fear. I am not afraid of you. Gu Mumu patted his chest, brimming with enthusiasm. Tomorrow it is then. If you fail to show up, you are nothing but a coward. I shall certainly be ready for the challenge tomorrow, Chen Xiong replied. Gu Mumu strutted over, an expression of triumph on his face, and as he passed Chen Xiong, he deliberately let out a few disdainful chuckles. Huang Yibo beamed with amusement. How delightful. The path of cultivation is often tedious, but with our 8th junior brother around, it becomes lively. Previously, we had our fun at Beast Spirit Peak. And now Daju Peak is buzzing with excitement as well. Indeed, it has been a long time since Daju Peak has been this lively, Wu Liang added with a laugh. Chen Xiong distributed the roasted lamb to everyone. Though silent, his eyes sparkled with interest regarding the duel between Gu Mumu and Chen Xiong. Brother, let me take you to rest, Lin Qian suggested. Wait a moment, I need to ask senior brother Chen Xiong a few questions. Chen Xiong replied as he picked up the robotic cat and placed it in Lin Qian's arms. He approached Chen Xiong and bowed respectfully. Senior brother Chen Xiong, is it possible for me to successfully cultivate the doubling technique recorded in the Jade Slip in just one day? Chen Xiong paused in his roasting, responding with a hint of disbelief. One day? Yes, just one day, Chen Xiong affirmed. Chen Xiong scrutinized him, surprised that he would pose such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the doubling technique is a medium-grade spiritual skill. Even those with talent require several tens of days to grasp it initially. To achieve success in just one day is quite implausible. Implausible? Chen Xiong mused, stroking his chin. Yet, it is not entirely impossible to master the doubling technique within a day. Chen Xiong's eyes flickered with interest. So, you aim to master the doubling technique in a single day? Chen Xiong nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Chen Xiong burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. When I cultivated the doubling technique, it took me 12 days. And here you are, claiming you can do it in one. Chen Xiong ignored Chen Xiong's laughter, bowing in gratitude before turning to leave. Wait, Chen Xiong called out, and then tossed a steaming skewer of lamb towards him. Chen Xiong caught it with his right hand, bringing the skewer close, and inhaled deeply. The rich aroma of meat filled his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes as a surge of vitality coursed through him. You haven't tasted my lamb skewers yet, have you? This one is for you, Chen Xiong said. Chen Xiong licked his lips and took a bite of the lamb. Instantly, his face flushed crimson as the blood within him boiled with intensity, a powerful energy surging through his meridians to every corner of his body. Chen Xiong chuckled. How does it taste? Chen Xiong slowly uttered 2 words, so spicy. Haha, the spiciness is just right. Your lamb skewer. My senior brother has added some potent ingredients to aid your cultivation of the spiritual techniques. Chen Xiong smiled broadly as he continued grilling the lamb skewers. Thank you, senior brother Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong bowed in gratitude and returned to Lin Qian's side. Curiously, Lin Qian inquired, Brother, what did you ask that made senior brother Chen Xiong so happy? It's nothing. I merely inquired whether it is possible for me to master the doubling technique within a day. Chen Xiong's face flushed, his internal energy surging. He needed to find a tranquil place to meditate promptly. Thus, he said, Qian, please take me to a resting place. Come with me, brother. As Chen Xiong and Lin Qian departed, they were met with the raucous voice of Gu Mumu from behind. You little turtle, your father will be waiting for you here tomorrow. Do not even think about fleeing at the last moment. Brother, let me take you to a resting place. Chen Xiong nodded and followed Lin Qian. Daju Peak was sparsely populated, devoid of other disciples. The two made their way westward and soon arrived at a bamboo hut near a waterfall. Brother, there are few disciples at Daju Peak, and these vacant bamboo huts are all available for residents. Each hut is protected by a barrier set by our master, and even golden core cultivators cannot enter freely. Lin Qian shook the identity token in her hand. To freely enter these bamboo huts, one must possess the identity token of a brave disciple of Daju Peak. The door of the hut is red, indicating that some brothers have chosen to reside here. You can only select from those huts with green doors. This one, close to the waterfall, is secluded. Let us choose this one. Chen Xiong glanced around. This hut was indeed quiet, nestled beside the flowing waterfall, making it a tranquil retreat. This one is quite nice, and the name listening to Springs Pavilion is delightful. He then took out his Daju Peak identity token, waved his right hand, and a stream of spiritual light emanated from it. Instantly, the door of listening to Springs Pavilion transformed from green to red, indicating his selection of this hut. As Chen Xiong prepared to enter, Lin Qian called out, Brother, what is it? With a worried expression, Lin Qian asked, Are you really confident about tomorrow? Chen Xiong shook his head slightly, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. I do not possess absolute certainty. If I lose tomorrow, you will have to call me daddy, which would make you my grandson. In the future, you would have to address me as Grandma Lin. Brother, Lin Qian pouted, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Xiong. You are teasing me again. I absolutely refuse to be called Grandma Lin. Should I truly lose, calling you Grandma Lin would not be so bad. We could have our own titles. You would call me brother, and I would call you Grandma Lin. Haha, brother, you are always joking around. Lin Qian's eyes shimmered with a hint of sorrow, but soon a look of concern returned. Brother, why not cancel the duel tomorrow? No one would mind. Chen Xiong firmly rejected the idea. You must have faith in me. I have a secret technique to teach that little brat a lesson. Lin Qian's curiosity piqued. A secret technique? Indeed, just wait and see tomorrow. Brother, do not be too harsh. Little Moo Moo is just acting like a child. And it is possible that you and she... What could it possibly be? Chen Xiong wore a smile. You can't possibly be suggesting that Xiao Mu might be my illegitimate child, can you? Lin Qian lowered her head, choosing not to respond. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment. Lin Qian's demeanor and reaction indicated she must know something about Gu Mu Mu. He inquired further. What items does Xiao Mu possess that lead you to believe there is a connection between us? It's the few sheets of jade paper in the spatial ring. Lin Qian hesitated for a moment before revealing. These sheets are actually with Xiao Qian. With a flick of her right hand, 4 sheets of jade paper appeared in Lin Qian's grasp. Chen Xiong's pupils constricted as fragmented images flooded his mind. Within a wooden cabin, a middle-aged man was inscribing something. Chapter 81. My own handwriting it hurt. Chen Xiong felt as if his head were splitting open as memories surged forth. He envisioned a simple wooden cabin where a middle-aged man sat, his hands carving a wooden sculpture. The images flickered through his mind like slides. Brother, are you all right? Lin Qian asked with concern, noticing Chen Xiong clutching his head in a daze. He suppressed his headache and reached out. Xiao Qian, could you give me those 4 sheets of paper? These were originally brother's belongings. Lin Qian replied without hesitation, directly handing the sheets to Chen Xiong. Upon receiving them, he added, Xiao Qian, I need to rest for a while. Brother, you seem troubled, Lin Qian observed anxiously. I am fine. I merely require some quiet time to contemplate certain matters. Very well, brother. If you need anything, just call for Xiao Qian. I will always be nearby. Lin Qian, still worried, glanced back 3 times before finally stepping into an adjacent bamboo hut. Without delay, Chen Xiong turned back to the room, his mind brimming with questions to clarify. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, he slowly withdrew another sheet of jade paper, inscribed with the words in the vast wilderness, a middle finger raised. After examining it for a moment, he muttered, of the same material. This celestial jade paper and Lin Qian's paper shared an unknown origin. A thought struck him. Could this sheet, seemingly belonging to Chen Daxiong, also originate from the celestial traces? With lingering doubt, Chen Xiong scrutinized the jade paper. Reading the hastily scrawled words, when the bell tolls, everything begins anew. I will return to Yunling's sect. The boast I made will one day come to fruition. I have a plan. The text was crooked and incomplete, as if deliberately obscured by some force, leaving only vague remnants. It dawned upon Chen Xiong that years ago, Lin Qian had joined the Lingyun sect, awaiting his return, motivated by the content on this paper. When the bell tolls, I return to Yunling's sect. I have a plan. He murmured the words, uncertain of their meaning. After a moment of contemplation, he produced the item time parcel skin and placed it over the jade paper. Moments later, he slowly withdrew the time parcel skin. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow. The jade paper had not changed significantly. Some characters had become clearer, while more remained obscured by an unknown force, still indistinct. How can this be? The time parcel skin is ineffective. Is it possible that the time rewind was too brief? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong once again covered the jade paper with the time package skin. After a brief interval, he discovered that the jade paper had not changed significantly. Certain characters remained obscured by a mysterious force. Doubting the supernatural, he employed the time package skin several more times. Yet the jade paper remained in its current state. With a sigh of resignation, he lifted the jade paper to scrutinize the inscriptions. It has been far too long. So long that I am on the verge of forgetting who I am. I record these occurrences to combat the passage of memory. To recall all that I have once experienced. I have chosen Uchiha Sasuke. As the bell tolls, everything begins anew. I shall return to the Cloud Spirit Sect. This place is not simple. It harbors numerous Tao artifacts. The Birdman struck me across the face, and I vowed to trample him underfoot, sever his arm, and consume the elixir from Xiaogufei of Danling Peak. I dreamt of a peculiar dream. The spirit realm awakened, and I lost her. Upon arriving at Tontian Peak, I realized how foolish I had been. All truths had long been revealed, and I discovered the existence of him. The boasts I have made will ultimately come to fruition. I have devised a plan. If successful, he shall perish, and everything will come to an end. Reading the contents of the jade paper, Chen Xiong was profoundly shaken. Indeed, a traveler from another realm had arrived in this cultivation world before him, someone who had chosen the anime character Uchiha Sasuke. This individual seemed to have existed in this world for a considerable time, thus documenting these thoughts. What struck Chen Xiong most was that these records seemed interconnected with his own experiences. Uchiha Sasuke, the Birdman, Xiao Gufei, the Strange Dream, the Spirit Realm. Chen Xiong's heart trembled, and he whispered softly, "Could it be that I have truly traversed back from the future? But why would I choose the anime character Uchiha Sasuke?" After observing the inscriptions on the jade paper for some time, his expression shifted slightly. It bears a resemblance. He promptly took out paper and pen, inscribing some characters on a fresh sheet. He then held the white paper and the jade paper in each hand, comparing the two, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. "This appears to be my handwriting. Could it be that 10 years ago, Chen Daxiong was indeed himself? Had he arrived in this cultivation world a decade prior, leaving behind this paper? No, he had no memories from 10 years ago. Could it be possible that it was his future self?" Speculating within, Chen Xiong pondered that if the content on the jade paper was penned by him, then perhaps the previous traveler was none other than his future self. Following this line of thought, he continued to reflect. Did his future self, utilizing the time machine from Doraemon, traverse back to save the young Lin Xian in Bus City? And for some reason, did he leave behind this information to remember past events? After a brief contemplation, Chen Xiong shook his head slightly, murmuring, "No, my anime character is Doraemon. While the individual who left this paper chose Uchiha Sasuke, could this not be my future self, but rather another traveler, whose experiences merely echo my own?" After a brief moment, Chen Xiong shook his head once more. If another traveler had indeed crossed over, why would they leave behind their own handwriting? Certain hypotheses were established, only to be dismantled by various occurrences. Chen Xiong pondered deeply for some time before arriving at a somewhat plausible explanation. In a prior instance, he had chosen the anime character Uchiha Sasuke and traversed into the realm of cultivation, where he experienced numerous events, ultimately discovering his existence. He then devised a certain plan, wherein his future self utilized a time machine to journey back to the past, rescuing Xiao Lin Xian from Baiyu City, and left behind this piece of paper. Did this imply that he was, for some reason, destined to reincarnate and relive this cycle? Chen Xiong nodded slightly, considering the events that had transpired, finding this explanation to be somewhat reasonable. Thus, did this mean there were two versions of himself in this world? And what of those fragmented images that lingered in his memory? Lowering his head in contemplation, he endeavored to recall those scattered fragments: a wooden cabin, jade paper, and seemingly a wooden carving of a woman. The more he thought, the more chaotic it became. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Chen Xiong's head, as if it were about to split apart. Unable to contain himself, Chen Xiong let out a low roar, clutching his head in anguish. Each time he attempted to clarify those fragmented images, his mind felt as if it were fracturing, as though something was hindering him from unlocking certain memories. His future self had returned, and everything had begun anew. Chen Xiong lifted his head slightly. This indicated that previously, he must have failed. After much contemplation, this conjecture seemed to align with the current circumstances. After a brief respite, he temporarily stored the jade paper back into his ring. If it was indeed his future self who had returned utilizing a time machine, there must be a compelling reason for such an action. Was it to rectify a regret, or to amend a mistake? After deep reflection, Chen Xiong ceased to dwell on this matter. With a flick of his right hand, he retrieved the identity token of Daju Peak once more. A thread of spiritual energy emanated from it, and immediately, a surge of information flooded his mind. A few minutes later, having digested the information contained within the identity token, Chen Xiong murmured softly, "Dragon Elephant Scripture." Chapter 82, A Secret Technique? The identity token was a unique jade tablet. Within it was recorded a body refinement technique known as the Dragon Elephant Scripture, along with two martial arts techniques. The Dragon Elephant Scripture serves as a fundamental method for refining one's vitality and blood, akin to the process of channeling spiritual energy into the body. One involves the refinement of spiritual energy, while the other concerns the cultivation of vitality and blood, with the first stage encompassing 9 minor realms, categorized from the first to the 9th transformation of vitality and blood. The martial arts techniques are based on one's own vitality and blood, executed through specific moves. The Jade Tablet documented 2 techniques, named Mountain Collapse Fist and Earth Shattering Kick. The Mountain Collapse Fist gathers one's vitality and blood into the fist, causing the surrounding air to ripple with force. At the moment of striking, the wind from the punch howls, as if evoking the collapse of mountains. The Earth Shattering Kick concentrates vitality and blood in both feet, unleashing a sudden force that propels the legs like a cannon primed to fire, capable of splitting the ground and altering the terrain upon impact. Once activated, the token also grants access to various training areas of Daju Peak, including the Gravity Spirit Tower, Wooden Man Hall, Ice and Fire Cave, among other cultivation sanctuaries. A sense of heat began to rise within him. After enjoying the lamb skewers from the third brother, Chen Xiong felt a surge of heat within his body, as his vital energy surged restlessly. After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to guide the turbulent energy within him using the breathing techniques from the Dragon Elephant Sutra. This ancient method of bodily refinement emphasizes the synchronization of breath, allowing the vital energy to flow in an orderly manner. With each cycle of energy circulation, he could feel the potency of his blood and energy gradually consolidating and settling within. As time slipped away quietly, a sudden, intense tremor surged through Chen Xiong's body. The energy coursing through his meridians found an escape, rushing forth into his limbs and channels. With a muffled sound, it felt as though an invisible shackle had been instantaneously shattered. Chen Xiong slowly opened his eyes, his entire being radiating with vibrant life and strength. As the energy transformed into a blood dragon, moving autonomously, just as the Dragon Elephant Sutra had described. Upon entering the realm of vital energy, it felt as though it was an inevitable outcome. Chen Xiong was somewhat astonished. His attempt at cultivating the Dragon Elephant Sutra had led him to this state almost effortlessly, as if it were a natural ability. Observing the slight flush of his skin, he speculated that the formidable power he had experienced during previous life and death crises, when his body had flushed red, was indeed the force of his vital energy. Could it be that this body had already undergone the refinement of vital energy? After a moment of deep thought, Chen Xiong refrained from further cultivation. Instead, he retrieved the jade slip gifted by Huang Yiba, releasing a trace of spiritual power. A series of vivid images and information flashed through his mind. After several minutes, he grasped the essence of the martial technique recorded within the slip, known as doubling technique. This technique allows the practitioner to amplify their entire body or specific parts thereof, thereby attaining several times the usual strength of vital energy. Having stored the jade slip away, Chen Xiong chose not to practice the doubling technique immediately. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture and entered into a state of cultivation. As time gradually passed, when Chen Xiong opened his eyes again, the sun was high in the sky, indicating it was noon. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed the absence of the robotic cat, a flicker of concern rising within him. Where had Doraemon gone? It was the first time he had experienced the robotic cat leaving his side. At that moment, a series of melodious, cheerful laughter drifted in from outside. Chen Xiong hurriedly stepped out of the dwelling, and there, beneath the verdant waterfall, he beheld Lin Qian slightly bent over, one hand gently lifting her skirt to reveal her slender, fair legs, while the other hand splashed water from the shallow pool into the air. The robotic cat scampered around, joyfully laughing with abandon. Witnessing this warm and joyous scene brought an involuntary smile to Chen Xiong's lips. It was the first time he had seen such a smile on the robotic cat's face. "Brother," Lin Qian exclaimed, her face beaming with delight as she rushed towards him. The robotic cat, feeling a mix of guilt and fear, worried that Nobita would scold him for running around. Its eyes darted nervously, displaying a helpless demeanor. Chen Xiong gently patted its blue head, offering words of comfort, and in an instant, the robotic cat beamed with joy like a child, frolicking around him with a cheerful jingle of its bell. "Did Dingtang run out by himself?" Chen Xiong inquired of Lin Qian. "Yes, when Xiaoqian arrived this morning. She saw Dingtang at the door performing that peculiar action, seemingly striving to extract something. After a prolonged effort, Dingtang produced nothing. I noticed he looked quite dejected and disheartened squatting at the entrance, so Xiaoqian decided to take him to play in the water," Chen Xiong said with a smile. Lin Qian nodded slightly. Gradually, Chen Xiong came to the realization that he had always regarded the robotic cat merely as a tool, demanding it produce items to assist him, without ever considering what it was engaged in. He had not pondered what the robotic cat might enjoy. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiong picked up the robotic cat and placed it on his shoulder. "Xiaoqian, it seems Dingtang is quite fond of you. Next time, the three of us should play together. But for now, we need to teach that little brat a lesson." With that, Chen Xiong headed towards the central grassy area. Lin Qian took a few steps forward, naturally linking her arm with Chen Xiong's and inquiring with a smile, "Brother, what was the secret technique you mentioned yesterday?" "In dealing with unruly children, my hometown has a special method," Chen Xiong replied with a slight tilt of his head, a grin on his face. "It involves taking off the child's pants and spanking them." "Spanking?" Lin Qian was taken aback and asked again, "Are you serious, brother?" "Serious, very serious. Spanking is the most appropriate educational method for reprimanding naughty children. If you have a child in the future who misbehaves, you should also spank them," he stated firmly. "But brother, what if it's a little girl?" "A little girl? Well, you can't spank her. If a girl makes a mistake, you must reason with her. There's a saying, raise boys to be poor and girls to be rich. Girls must be carefully nurtured," he added. "Xiaoqian, why are you laughing?" Xiaoqian was not laughing, merely finding the situation amusing. If you have a daughter, brother, you would undoubtedly become a doting father. A few minutes later, Chen Xiong arrived at the grassy area from the previous day. Upon surveying the scene, he noted that many people had gathered. Aside from heir Shixiang Li Ji, several senior brothers from Daxiong had also arrived. They were seated together, with a pile of charcoal in the center and a tender and plump whole lamb roasting above. Flames flickering fiercely below. The lamb was being roasted to a golden sheen, with fat continuously seeping from the succulent meat, sending an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Roasting a whole lamb. Chen Xiong blinked, instinctively licking his lips, feeling a twinge of hunger. He had anticipated that the crowd would gather for entertainment, but to his surprise, they were feasting on the roasted lamb while watching the duel between two individuals. The lamb was likely some sort of edible spirit beast. Just catching a whiff of the savory aroma intensified the spiritual energy within Chen Xiong. The robotic cat, drooling, suddenly leapt from Chen Xiong's shoulder and dashed towards the crowd, its mouth salivating. Chen Xiong shook his head in resignation and quickly followed, wishing to greet his fellow brothers. At that moment, a boisterous voice called out, "Turtle Spawn, we've been waiting for you. Come up and meet your doom." Chapter 83, War Begins. Chen Mo cast his gaze forward. In the center of the square stood Gu Mumu, astride a golden lion, looking down with a smug expression at Chen Xiong. A spirit beast? Chen Xiong was taken aback, astonished to discover that Gu Mumu possessed a golden lion spirit beast. Could it be that he was also a disciple of the beast spirit peak? Little Mu did this on purpose. I heard from the fourth senior brother that he witnessed his brother's companion, Ding Dang, and hastily went to Spirit Beast Island to capture a spirit beast as his mount, Lin Qian remarked with a smile. Chen Xiong chuckled, recognizing this as the whimsical nature of youth, yet he remained curious. Was Little Mu also a disciple of the beast spirit peak? Not only was Little Mu a disciple of the Deju peak, but he also possessed identity tokens from the beast spirit peak and the 5 spirit peak, marking him as a prodigy within the sect, much admired by numerous female disciples. Chen Xiong felt a slight astonishment. Gu Mumu actually held tokens from 4 spirit peaks, signifying his talents in body refinement, spiritual roots, and beast path cultivation. Truly, one should not judge by appearances, nor measure the ocean by a mere dip. Turtle Spawn, come up and face your doom, Zhao Xiaoshan declared with an air of arrogance, arms crossed over his chest. Stop dawdling. I've waited for you all day. Hurry up and meet your end. Xiao Qian, keep an eye on Ding Dang for me. Don't worry, brother, I'll watch over Ding Dang. Chen Xiong responded with a slight bow to his fellow disciples before turning towards the center of the grassy field, standing opposite Gu Mumu. At that moment, the two confronted each other. Suddenly, Huang Yibo flickered into the space between them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Haha, I shouldn't involve myself in your matters. But since you are both disciples of Deju Peak, as the elder brother, I shall witness this contest and establish some simple rules to prevent any discord afterwards. With a graceful wave of his right hand, a subtle glow emanated from his palm, and a peculiar energy surged forth like a spiritual serpent, dispersing in all directions. In an instant, a luminous barrier began to rise around them. During the duel, spirit beasts cannot be summoned. You must rely solely on your own strength. Should either party fall outside this barrier or concede defeat, the contest must cease immediately, and no harm to life shall be permitted. Huang Yibo's gaze swept over the two, and his voice lowered. Remember, strike to the point, without any intent to kill. Once this battle concludes, there shall be no retaliation in private. Do both of you understand? Chen Xiong slightly bowed, affirming, junior brother understands. Gu Mumu, visibly impatient, retorted, elder brother, I will be careful, I want to kill him. Huang Yibo's expression turned icy. Little Mu, I shall ask you once more, do you understand? Chen Xiong sensed an ominous aura permeating the air, observing Huang Yibo's seemingly benign inquiry. Yet his eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Gu Mumu felt a shiver rise from within, swallowing hard as the golden lion beneath him dissipated into wisps of white smoke. Lowering his head slightly, he muttered, understood. Let the contest begin. Huang Yibo wasted no time, elegantly retreating from the center of the grassy field, leaving only Chen Xiong and Gu Mumu. Gu Mumu tilted his head, a challenging glint in his eyes. Turtle Spawn, it's not too late to beg for mercy. I can go easy on you. Chen Xiong shook his head inwardly, refraining from further argument. Engaging in pointless banter with a mere child was evidently a foolish endeavor. The other party paid no heed, wearing an expression of indifference to the dispute, which only intensified Gu Mumu's vexation. With a sharp exhale, her body erupted with the brilliance of spiritual energy, charging forth with fervor. Chen Xiong inhaled deeply, channeling his energy within, as his feet radiated a portion of spiritual light, propelling him like lightning to meet Yang Mumu's formidable onslaught. In an instant, the arena erupted into a fierce clash. Outside the fray, the members of Deju Peak sat in a circle, watching the two combatants with keen interest. Would anyone care to place a wager with Huang? It would certainly add some excitement to the outcome. Huang Yiba proposed with a grin as he surveyed the crowd. No bets here, replied a senior brother. I too shall abstain, another added. Huang Yiba sighed in disappointment, turning to Chen Xiong, third junior brother. Do you wish to engage in a wager? Chen Xiong merely scoffed, offering no reply. Huang Yiba's expression reflected regret. Ah, what a pity. A match without any gamblers is rather dull. With such an opportunity, one might miss the chance for fortune, as life seldom presents such moments for risk. Brother, have you ever witnessed the application of spiritual energy by our 8th junior brother? Wu Yang observed the duel intently, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Though his cultivation is merely at the qi condensation stage, he manages to channel his energy to envelop only specific areas of his body. This focused eruption enhances his power while minimizing energy expenditure. A hint of nostalgia crossed Huang Yiba's face. Our 8th junior brother is extraordinary. To wield spirit through thought, allowing the spirit to move with intention, requires formidable mental prowess. This mastery of thought-driven energy is a feat only achievable by those from the Thought Spirit Peak. Thought Spirit Peak. Both Chen Xiong and Wu Yang's expressions subtly shifted. Wu Yang inquired, Brother, having visited Thought Spirit Peak, can you confirm if its wonders truly align with the tales, where a single thought traverses the seas, and the soul communes with all creation, soaring freely through the unknown realms? A thought traverses the seas, and the soul communes with all. Huang Yiba echoed, his expression one of contemplation. Indeed, Wu Liang, your eloquence is commendable. Within Thought Spirit Peak lies a myriad of overlapping worlds, a tapestry of illusions where reality and fantasy intertwine, rendering distinction nearly impossible. What I can assert is that those lacking strong mental fortitude are easily ensnared within these illusions. Forget traversing the seas with a thought or communing with all. One might become eternally lost within. The allure of the unknown is ever captivating, given the chance. I would dearly wish to explore those realms of illusion, Wu Liang mused, his heart filled with yearning. Though he had never set foot in Thought Spirit Peak, he gleaned some understanding from sect literature. It was said that the 6 spiritual peaks of the sect were established by its founding masters. Yet Thought Spirit Peak had existed long before, serving as the secluded retreat of the sect leader, granting effortless access to any corner of the world from there. Mirages in the mirror, the moon in the water, illusions are ultimately the fabrications of the heart, unable to manifest into reality. Brother, have you also adopted the florid speech of that scoundrel Jin Fan? It sounds profound yet somewhat incomprehensible, almost mystical, came the light-hearted jest amidst their discussion. Huang Yiba wore a faint smile, his gaze gradually sharpening. Wu Yang's laughter abruptly ceased, and he quickly shifted the topic, urging the chef Chen Xiong beside him. My dear Chen Xiong, has the red-scaled lamb not yet been roasted to perfection? The timing must be just right now. Quickly, bring me a substantial lamb leg. Look at my frail physique. I am in dire need of such a nourishing delicacy to replenish my strength. Silence, just wait. Chen Xiong. My brother, let us not forget, I am your employer. Could you not display a touch of respect toward your superior? Chapter 84, The Slap at Deju Peak. In the central grassland, a resounding clash echoed as the two exchanged powerful strikes, swiftly retreating to a safe distance. At that moment, Chen Xiong's complexion was slightly pale, his breath coming in rapid gasps, as his internal energy surged tumultuously. In contrast, Gu Mumu appeared pleased, exuding an air of composure. Gue-san, why have you stopped? If you're tired, just rest over there for a while. I shall wait for you. Ha. Is this all you can do, Gue-san? I am still exerting my full strength, and you seem to be faltering already. Do not concede. I have yet to truly engage with you. Little Gue-san, do you possess any other skills? Gu Mumu continued to boast, indulging in idle banter and mocking his opponent. Throughout, Chen Xiong remained silent, his Dantian's spiritual rotation erupting, releasing the suppressed spiritual energy that surged forth, amplifying his aura several-fold. The third phase of the 9 killing techniques awakened within him. Chen Xiong's skin flushed with a faint crimson hue, black runes materializing over his heart, as a wave of intense pain coursed through him, his meridians feeling as if pierced by countless fine needles. Having refined his meridians with demon blood, he was now able to unleash the third phase of the cursed seal, experiencing a spiritual force increase of approximately 4 to 6 times, accompanied by an exponential rise in agony. With a low growl, Chen Xiong dashed toward Gu Mumu with the swiftness of a leopard. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided multiple times, and Chen Xiong once again found himself retreating rapidly. The black runes over his heart began to recede slowly. At that moment, his garments were drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently, and the spiritual energy within his rotation was nearly depleted. Gue-san, is this all you have? Gu Mumu's demeanor was arrogant as he made a face, derisively mocking his opponent's ineptitude. Chen Xiong pondered quietly, Gu Mumu possessed the formidable spiritual energy of the ninth transformation in the Qi condensation realm, each strike exuding tremendous power. Moreover, he observed the faint red glow emanating from Gu Mumu's skin, indicative of his vigorous life force. By employing the third phase of the 9 killing techniques with his own 6th transformation power in the Qi condensation realm, he had forced Gu Mumu to tap into a portion of his life force, suggesting that his strength had indeed reached the threshold of the 9th transformation in the Qi condensation realm. The quadrupled spiritual energy of the 6th transformation could rival that of the 9th transformation, a conclusion Chen Xiong had drawn. Initially refraining from displaying his full capabilities, Chen Xiong had sought to gauge the disparity between his utmost strength and that of the 9th transformation. Having now attained clarity, he recognized that this farce was nearing its conclusion. Gue-san, why have you halted once again? Are you contemplating surrender? Gu Mumu tilted her head back, a mocking expression adorning her face. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Don't concede defeat just like that. It would be far too dull. If you're at your wit's end, how about I use only my feet while you use your hands? Chen Xiong merely shook his head. At such a tender age, from whom had Gu Mumu learned this hubris? At this moment, he had no desire to squander time. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his spiritual energy in his hands, his fists hammering down upon the earth like mighty sledgehammers. Instantly, a thick cloud of dust erupted, engulfing Chen Xiong's figure in an instant. Now, I shall get serious. Prepare to be awed by my super ultimate technique. Don't be so frightened that you soil yourself. Chen Xiong's voice emerged slowly from the haze. Gu Mumu, skeptical, scoffed and shouted, "Pa, what nonsense. What could you possibly do? Even if you had something up your sleeve, I wouldn't be afraid of you." Within the dust, Chen Xiong's hands gradually rose from his sides, his aura surging, emanating wisps of azure mist that converged at the center, slowly forming a colossal azure shadowy hand that defiantly gestured a middle finger. Spirit art, great wilderness middle finger. As this technique was unleashed, Zhao Xiaoshuan's gaze instantly dulled, as if ensnared by a spell, immobilized in place. Even those seated below momentarily lost their focus. The piece of lamb that Wu Liang had been bringing to his mouth slipped uncontrollably, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Only the robotic cat remained composed, continued devouring the lamb, its mouth glistening with grease. After 3 bewildered seconds, Yang Mumu regained her senses, her expression furious as she growled, "You dare to belittle me? I shall end you." Seemingly consumed by rage, her blood surged, her eyes ablaze with fury as her form darted like lightning into the dust, her spiritual light and blood energy erupting forth. Doubling technique. A furious roar erupted from within the haze as a colossal arm suddenly extended, crashing down upon Gu Mumu, the immense force propelling her backward. Is that my third senior brother's doubling technique? Gu Mumu was taken aback, astonished that her opponent had unleashed the same spiritual art as her senior. The gigantic hand that blotted out the sky came crashing down once more. As Gu Mumu attempted to retreat, she glanced back only to find herself at the edge of the barrier. With steely resolve, she summoned her entire spiritual energy and blood flow, roaring, primordial hand. Her form radiated intense spiritual light, transforming into a colossal spectral hand in an attempt to repel the gigantic hand. However, the giant hand shimmered with a faint spiritual glow, effortlessly shattering Gu Mumu's spectral hand, sending her crashing to the ground once again. As the enormous hand threatened once more, Gu Mumu's heart sank to despair. She hadn't anticipated the giant hand transforming its grasp, lifting her as one would a mere chick, suspended in midair. Soon after, another titanic hand emerged from the dust, roaring towards her. Smack! The other giant hand struck Gu Mumu soundly on her rear. Ah! Gu Mumu cried out in pain, and moments later, her face flushed crimson with overwhelming shame. Desperately channeling her spiritual energy, she attempted to break free from the grip of the giant hand, but to no avail. She could only continue to shout, "You scoundrel! Release me at once! Let me down!" As the dust and mist gradually settled, Chen Xiong transformed into a towering figure, 5 meters tall, with one hand grasping Zhao Xiaoshan and the other poised to strike her backside once more. "Let me go, you despicable rogue, employing such vile tactics. I shall never forgive you. Release me!" Gu Mumu shouted, her face filled with fury. Chen Xiong showed no signs of stopping. This young brat had been acting like a big shot, daring to call him a scoundrel. Today, he would teach her a lesson. The crisp sound of slaps echoed through the air, mingling with Gu Mumu's furious invectives. After delivering dozens of strikes, Chen Xiong finally paused. "Do you concede defeat, little brat?" "I will not concede. You are vile," Gu Mumu retorted, her face flushed as she gritted her teeth and continued to hurl insults. "You despicable villain. May you meet a bitter end. Let me down, and we shall fight fair. Refusing to concede, are we? Then I shall beat you until you do." A wicked grin spread across Chen Xiong's face as he swiftly yanked down Zhao Xiaoshuan's trousers, exposing her bare backside, and raised his right hand high. Chapter 85. Do you concede? Since he refused to admit defeat, then it shall be a spanking. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Onlookers outside were astonished. The duel had devolved into a scenario where Chen Xiong was chastising Gu Mumu like a parent disciplining a disobedient child. After delivering several more strikes, Gu Mumu could no longer hold back and began to weep. Stop. I hate you. You despicable villain. Let me go. Suspended in midair, Gu Mumu kicked and flailed. But despite her struggles, she could not escape the grip of those colossal hands. Even when she concentrated all her spiritual energy for a powerful strike, the giant hand merely shimmered with a faint glow, easily absorbing the impact without a scratch. Do you concede? Chen Xiong continued to strike her bare backside. Gu Mumu's rear was now a vivid shade of red as she looked up, crying out, I concede. Please, let me go. I concede. Chen Xiong held his right hand poised in the air. Then what should you call me? You scoundrel, you despicable villain. Chen Xiong paused, and with a renewed vigor, his massive hand came crashing down once more against her bare backside, delivering one slap after another. Stop. Please, stop. What shall you call me? Daddy. Please, stop. Do you concede? I concede, Daddy. I concede. Please, let me down. Good, my dear child. Seeing that he had sufficiently taught her a lesson, Chen Xiong finally released the hand that had been holding her aloft. Gu Mumu fell to the ground, promptly adjusting his trousers and retreating to maintain a certain distance. His eyes fixed on Chen Xiong, revealing a barely perceptible malice. The opponent conceded, and Chen Xiong saw no need to maintain his enlarged form. He struck the ground with great force, sending a cloud of dust swirling outward, instantly obscuring his massive figure. As the dust cleared, a beam of light illuminated the scene. And moments later, Chen Xiong emerged from the haze. His physique returned to its normal size. Huang Yibo stepped forward to stand between the two, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Xiong before cheerfully declaring, Little Mu concedes. The victor of this round is our 8th junior brother. Chen Xiong exhaled with relief, recognizing that this farce had concluded in a rather favorable manner. A flicker of malice crossed Gu Mumu's eyes. Seizing the moment while Chen Xiong relaxed, he lunged forward with remarkable speed, his right fist clenched, muscles taut, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Chen Xiong's chest. Chen Xiong's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated such a sudden, lethal assault. His prior victory was merely due to the amplification device. Facing Gu Mumu, who was in the 9th transformation of the Qi condensation stage, with full force would certainly lead to severe injury or worse. In a critical moment, Huang Yibo swiftly reached out, expertly seizing Gu Mumu's wrist, his voice icy. I warned you against harboring murderous intent and seeking personal revenge, little Mu. Did you think your senior brother was jesting? With that, Huang Yibo exerted tremendous force, instantly breaking Gu Mumu's arm. A piercing scream echoed as Gu Mumu writhed on the ground in agony. Chen Xiong felt no pity. Such underhanded tactics at a young age were unacceptable. Had Huang Yibo not intervened, he would have been gravely harmed. Brother, are you all right? Lin Qian rushed to Chen Xiong's side. Upon confirming his safety, her gaze turned toward Gu Mumu, her eyes flashing with a crimson glow as she conjured a blue longsword into her left hand. Fifth sister, what do you intend to do? Huang Yibo suddenly admonished. Chen Xiong, noticing Lin Qian's unusual demeanor, stepped forward and grasped her left hand, urging, Little Qian, calm down. Lin Qian trembled slightly, the crimson glow in her eyes gradually dissipating as she lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Xiong's gaze. At that moment, Xian Jiang and Wu Liang approached, their eyes landing on Lin Qian, exchanging a significant look with Chen Xiong, yet remaining silent. Mother, do you wish to kill me? Gu Mumu's lips quivered as he uttered those words. I am not your mother, Lin Qian replied coldly, her voice imbued with a dark allure. No one shall harm my brother. Even you, I would not hesitate to eliminate. Fifth sister, you go too far. Little Mu is still a child. You are not in the right state today. Take some time to rest while I handle matters here, Huang Yibo said, slowly crouching down to meet Gu Mumu's gaze with sternness. Little Mu, as a man, while enmity and conflict may arise, they must be resolved honorably. Be merciless to your foes, but never strike down your own. This is your first warning. Should there be a next time, do not remain at Deju Peak. Do you understand? Gu Mu. Gu Mumu gritted his teeth and replied, I understand. Now, hand me the 1-star Spirit Realm badge, Huang Yibo said. Gu Mumu hesitated. Remaining motionless, Huang Yibo lowered his voice. A man who dares to gamble must possess the courage to accept the consequences. Gambling itself is not disgraceful. What is shameful is attempting to evade responsibility after a loss. Gu Mumu bowed his head for a moment, then retrieved a silver circular badge from his pocket, turning to extend it to Huang Yibo with one hand. As Huang Yibo reached for the badge, Gu Mumu's expression revealed a profound reluctance. He shifted from one hand to two, clutching the badge tightly, and suddenly said, Senior brother, I was wrong. Ah, you truly wish to keep this Spirit Realm badge. Do you not? Huang Yibo regarded Gu Mumu. Little Mu, you proposed it as a wager, yet you lack the resolve to accept its loss. You must learn from the 8th junior brother. Regardless of certainty, he would never wager his spirit beast. Remember, there are no guaranteed wins in gambling. If you fear losing, do not gamble. Today, you are merely wagering a spirit realm badge. If you fail to learn from this lesson, your reckless behavior may lead you to gamble away your entire life. Upon hearing this, Gu Mumu reluctantly released his grip. The others understood that Huang Yibo was imparting wisdom to Gu Mumu, watching silently without interjecting. 8th junior brother, this is your spoils, Huang Yibo said, handing the badge to Chen Xiong, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Had I possessed this item back in the day, I could have avoided the perilous trials at the heavenly peak. You must take good care of it. Chen Xiong accepted it with both hands. The badge, ancient and circular, bore intricately carved runes along its edge, emanating a soft silver glow as if infused with a lively energy. Senior brother, since this badge is now mine, may I dispose of it as I please? Of course. Chen Xiong crouched down, waving the badge before Gu Mumu. You desire it quite fervently, do you not? Gu Mumu's gaze flickered, and he nodded gently before quickly turning away. If you are willing to tell me why you wish to duel, if I have offended you in any way, or if you seek to reclaim something through combat, share your reasons, and I shall return this badge to you. Will you truly return it to me? A man's word is his bond, Chen Xiong replied. What is your reason? You took my possession. Gu Mumu glanced at the storage ring on Chen Xiong's finger and lowered his head slightly. That is my red ring. It belongs to me. Chen Xiong extended his right hand, adorned with the storage ring. Is this the ring you mean? Gu Mumu nodded slightly. This item is not yours, Lin Qian remarked coldly. Xiao Qian, what is the story behind this ring? Chen Xiong turned to Lin Qian, inquiring. Brother, this ring is indeed yours. It has been on your finger for 10 years. 2 years ago, it was through this red ring and a few pieces of paper in Little Mu's possession that I recognized it as belonging to you when I found him unconscious outside the city. Lin Qian explained. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment. This crimson ring originally belonged to him, specifically to the middle-aged Chen Daxiong from a decade ago. Yet, how had it found its way into Gu Mumu's possession? Gu Mumu turned to Chen Xiong and said, I have already explained the reason. Can you return the spirit realm badge to me? Chen Xiong sighed inwardly, realizing that if he took back the spatial ring along with the spirit realm badge, this young child would undoubtedly feel even more aggrieved, believing he was once again being deprived of his belongings. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xiong resolved to return the spirit realm badge to Gu Mumu. Although the spirit realm was somewhat richer in spiritual energy, he had refined his meridians with the blood of a demon beast and had the aid of a magnifying flashlight, rendering the spirit realm training somewhat redundant. He then retrieved the spirit realm badge, stating, This badge shall be given to you. Lin Qian immediately interjected, The spirit realm badge cannot be returned to Xiaomo. My brother must partake in the sect's spirit realm training. Chen Xiong chuckled. It's quite all right. The spirit realm merely offers a more abundant supply of spiritual energy, and it is not imperative to attend. Brother, Xiaoqian may not have articulated it clearly last time. The spirit realm opens once every 4 years. It is not solely about the abundance of spiritual energy. Most importantly, cultivators can achieve foundational cultivation above the 9th turn. Foundational cultivation above the 9th turn? Chen Xiong inquired. Perplexed. 8th junior brother, allow me to elucidate briefly, came the response. When a cultivator reaches the 9th turn in the qi condensation stage, they may attempt to solidify their spirit into a platform. If they fail, their spirit will dissipate, necessitating another attempt at foundational cultivation. Should they succeed, they will enter the foundational realm, but this is merely the most common form of foundational establishment known as mortal vein foundation. Beyond mortal veins, there exist 2 additional types, earth vein foundation and heaven vein foundation. These 2 methods of foundational establishment require disciples to cultivate to the 9th turn or higher in the qi condensation stage before entering the foundational realm. For instance, if you, 8th junior brother, establish your foundation at the 10th turn of qi condensation, that would be classified as earth vein first stage foundation. Conversely, if you were to achieve the 18th turn, that would equate to earth vein 9th stage foundation. Of course, should you possess exceptional talent and reach the 19th turn, you would then enter the ranks of heaven vein foundation, standing above all other prodigies. A flicker of astonishment stirred within Chen Xiong. The notion that one could break through beyond the 9th turn of qi condensation to achieve earth and heaven vein foundation was remarkable. Lin Qian's previous admonition to him not to rush into foundational cultivation might very well stem from this understanding. Huang Yibo continued his explanation. Within the laws of this world, once a cultivator reaches the 9th turn in the qi condensation stage, their Dantian spiritual whirlpool becomes saturated, and further advancement is impossible. To achieve earth and heaven vein foundation, one must do so within certain spatial worlds that possess incomplete laws, such as the spirit realm. In truth, The spirit realm does not reside within the sect's territory, but exists in the void. The disciples of the Yunling sect are able to access the spirit realm for Earth Vein Foundation due to the sect leader's extraordinary powers, having forcibly constructed 70 wormholes from the immortal trace space decades ago. It is also because of the existence of the spirit realm that the Yunling sect has consistently produced remarkable talents, firmly securing its position as the foremost sect in the Nanshan region. Huang Yibo paused, a smile gracing his eyes. 8th junior brother, to defeat Long Tianhao, you will need at least Earth-level foundation. Merely having Mortal Vein Foundation will result in a dismal defeat 3 years from now, even if you and Long Tianhao find yourselves at the same level. Chen Xiong then inquired, is Long Tianhao at Earth Vein Foundation? Indeed. The little mouse is not only a foundational essence of the Earth, but also embodies the profound energy of the Earth's veins, achieving the 8th tier of foundation establishment. Chen Xiong pondered briefly. Long Tianhao, that troublesome individual, has also reached this 8th tier. If that is the case, it is imperative for me to venture into the spiritual realm. Junior brother 8, do you now comprehend the significance of the spiritual realm badge? Huang Yibo remarked with a subtle smile. Now, must we return the sole spiritual realm badge of Daju Peak to Xiaomu? Brother, should we fail to enter the spiritual realm this time, we would have to wait 4 long years for the next opportunity, Lin Xian added. Xian Jiang and Wu Liang exchanged glances, their eyes resting on Chen Xiong, seemingly eager to discern his decision. Would he return it to Gu Mumu? Or would he renege on his word? You deceitful one, you promised it to me. Yang Mumu exclaimed, her expression tinged with urgency. You cannot be unfaithful. You clearly agreed to return it. Chen Xiong gazed at the spiritual realm badge in his hand, recognizing it as more than a mere badge. It symbolized the opportunity to establish a foundation in the Earth's veins. To return it to Gu Mumu would mean relinquishing his chance. Conversely, should he choose not to return it, he would be perceived as a liar in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong tightened his grip on the badge, his resolve crystallizing. He waved the badge before Gu Mumu. You desire this, do you not? You are a fraud. I no longer want it, she retorted defiantly. Chen Xiong shook the badge again. This is what you claim to reject. Do not blame me for your own words. With that, he turned to leave. Gu Mumu's expression was conflicted. After several moments of internal struggle, she finally called out, I want it. Chen Xiong paused, turning back with a smile. What did you say? I think I want the spiritual realm badge, Gu Mumu replied, gritting her teeth. Oh, then what should you call me? Chen Xiong teased. You, the untrustworthy one, seem to have forgotten what to call me once you lose. Hence, this spiritual realm badge will be mine. I accept the wager. Will you truly give it to me? Of course, I am a man of my word. I shall do as I say. Gu Mumu lowered her head, remaining silent for a considerable time. Chen Xiong merely smiled, choosing not to engage further, and turned to depart. Daddy, Gu Mumu whispered softly. What did you say? Chen Xiong replied, a grin on his face. I did not hear you. Call out louder so I can hear. Daddy. Yang Mumu clenched her fists and shouted again, Daddy. Haha. Chen Xiong beamed, little tyke. Come and take it. This spiritual realm badge is yours. Gu Mumu's expression turned to one of surprise. Are you truly giving it to me? Absolutely. Come and take it. Skeptical, yet hopeful, Gu Mumu approached, her gaze fixed on Chen Xiong. Brother, Lin Qian interjected, seemingly wishing to persuade further. For the spiritual realm badge of Daju Peak was indeed singular. Chen Xiong waved his hand dismissively, appearing unfazed, and placed the badge into Gu Mumu's hand. Xiao Qian. Since I promised him earlier, I must honor my word. A true man never covets what belongs to another. Chapter 87. The finale. The few individuals present cast approving glances towards Chen Xiong. Gu Mumu, having retrieved the lost spiritual realm badge, wore a complex expression as she glanced up at Chen Xiong and whispered her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for whom, little brat? Chen Xiong smirked playfully. What are you supposed to call me now? Thank. Gu Mumu's face flushed as she caught sight of Chen Xiong's teasing grin, rendering her unable to utter the words. She lowered her head, biting her lip in frustration. You ought to thank your father, Chen Xiong remarked, pulling Lin Qian close. A man must accept his bets, dare to play, dare to bear the consequences. Your mother is watching, so come on, call me dad again. Gu Mumu, her cheeks crimson, turned and ran away. Chen Xiong shook his head slightly. This little brat, so bold when winning, but when it comes to losing, her courage falters. Now, when asked to call me dad, she runs off like a shy girl. Whereas Zidingdang. Chen Xiong sought to locate the robotic cat. Turning around, he involuntarily twitched his mouth. There lay the robotic cat beside the barbecue grill, its short arms sprawled lazily across its belly, eyes squinted into narrow slits, remnants of grease adorning its lips. Occasionally emitting a burp. Junior brother Ba, has your little raccoon devoured an entire spiritual sheep? Wu Liang inquired, astonished, scrutinizing the blue raccoon. Xian Jiang remained silent, his eyes shimmering with fervent interest. Among those present, barring him and the senior brother, few could fully assimilate the spiritual energy contained in an entire red-scaled sheep. Yet this blue raccoon had accomplished the feat. Cough. Chen Xiong cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. Xiaodingdang has a rather insatiable appetite. I sincerely apologize. Xianjiang. How many spirit stones does this sheep equate to? I shall purchase it. Xianjiang's eyes sparkled as he wiped his hands. No need. Your raccoon is quite intriguing. Bring him to me more often, and I will prepare some food for him. All right, senior brother Xianjiang. The others present sensed the extraordinary nature of this spirit beast. And Chen Xiong secretly speculated whether the robotic cat could digest the spiritual energy and blood essence of the immortal realm. Huang Yiba approached Chen Xiong, asking, Junior brother Ba, where did you acquire this spirit beast? It possesses a degree of intelligence, yet lacks any spiritual energy or blood essence, yet can consume an entire spiritual sheep. Truly remarkable. Xianjiang concurred, adding, in my quest to create exquisite delicacies, I have traversed the 4 seas and roamed the continent, encountering countless spirit beasts. Yet I have never encountered such a remarkable blend of spirit and technology. I once read in an ancient text that within our world, aside from spirit beasts, demon beasts, and ancient exotic beasts, there exists a formidable entity known as a desolate beast. All eyes turned towards the robotic cat, each expression revealing a myriad of emotions. Chen Xiong, gazing at the crowd, found himself at a loss for words. Standing Peak, Flower Valley Cottage. One morning, Zhou Yueyao and Chu Feng stood waiting at the entrance. Noticing Chu Feng occasionally glancing at her, Zhou Yueyao coldly addressed him. What are you looking at? Elder Zhou, please do not take offense. Chu Feng is currently a disciple of the esteemed Chen Daxiong, grateful for the elder's teachings. He is merely curious today and wishes to inquire whether Chen has ever taught you to sing Conquer. Elder Zhou Yueyao furrowed her brow, asking, what is that? It is a song that Senior Chen taught me, Chu Feng replied, inwardly sighing. If Elder Zhou Yueyao is unfamiliar with Conquer, then it seems Senior Chen has yet to win her over. Did he teach you to sing? Zhou Yueyao inquired, a hint of surprise crossing her face, her mind conjuring an image of Chen Xiong. After a moment's silence, she asked, what kind of song is Conquer? Well, it goes like this. Chu Feng cleared his throat and softly sang. Thus, I am conquered by you. Drinking down the poison you've concealed, my story has reached its conclusion. My love and hatred buried deep. Though his singing left much to be desired, it stirred a tempest within Zhou Yueyao. Her gray-blue eyes reflecting a flicker of sorrow as she murmured, has my story truly come to an end? Suddenly, the door of the wooden cabin creaked open, and a tall figure stepped out. Who are you? Both Chu Feng and Zhou Yueyao asked, their expressions filled with confusion. Emerging from within was not the Professor Gu Fei, but rather a stranger cloaked in black, an ancient mask obscuring his features, revealing only his deep, weathered eyes. I am a friend of Little Green Hair. She is feeling unwell and requires solitude to recuperate, so she cannot meet with you. The masked man spoke in a low, raspy voice. He turned his gaze toward Zhou Yueyao. As for the elixir you seek, Little Green Hair is unable to concoct it. In other words, your predicament cannot be resolved by a mere pill, but rather demands a choice. Zhou Yueyao's eyes shifted, sensing a change. You know what I seek. I am aware of your purpose in coming here today, and I understand your thoughts. I even know everything about you. The masked man nodded slightly. I should not interfere excessively, nor should I have appeared before you both today. Yet, my inner turmoil compelled me to meet you, Zhou Yueyao. Zhou Yueyao took a cautious step back, her expression tinged with wariness. You know me? Do not be alarmed. I bear you no ill will. My intention in meeting you is to explore an alternative outcome. The masked man paused, his voice steadying. Zhou Yueyao, I wish to convey that sometimes what you perceive as selflessness may inadvertently inflict harm upon others. There are certain matters and missions from which one cannot escape. Thus, one must confront them with courage. Aside from death, there is no greater concern in life. Do not bear it alone in silence. Zhou Yueyao's expression shifted slightly, her vigilance unwavering. She found it difficult to trust the masked man before her, yet his words resonated with an unsettling familiarity. Enough. You two should return now, the masked man declared, gesturing with a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze enveloping Zhou Yueyao. She felt a cool force brush against her face, soothing and pleasant. Chu Feng clenched his teeth, summoning his courage, and could not help but ask, are you the alchemist Momotaro? Recalling certain rumors about the sect and witnessing the masked figure emerging from Professor Gu Fei's wooden cabin, Chu Feng speculated that this individual was likely the enigmatic alchemist, Momotaro. The masked man's footsteps faltered. Momotaro. Oh, I believe I have heard that name before. At that moment, the cabin door slowly closed. He truly is Momotaro. He remains within the sect. A tempest of emotions surged within Chu Feng. Unexpectedly, instead of encountering Professor Gu Fei today, he found himself in the presence of the legendary Momotaro. Zhou Yueyao bowed her head in silence and quietly departed. Inside the cabin, the masked man watched Zhou Yueyao leave, then lifted his gaze to the distance. Hope allows one to be reborn from the flames. You chose a path entirely contrary to mine. Time shall reveal whether it was you or I who was mistaken. Chapter 88. The Enlightenment Tea at Dazhu Peak, in the Kaishan Pavilion. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Xiong gently tapped on the wooden door, patiently awaiting entry. The Kaishan Pavilion served as the sanctuary for the eldest disciple, Huang Yiba. Chen Xiong arrived with a multitude of questions that required a private discussion. Within, Huang Yiba slowly opened his eyes. Come in. Chen Xiong gently pushed the door open and, seeing Huang Yiba's back, slightly bowed and offered a respectful greeting. You have arrived. Huang Yiba did not appear surprised by Chen Xiong's unexpected visit. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a soft breeze stirred, revealing a simple tea table before him. With another wave, radiant light flickered and 2 steaming cups of fragrant tea materialized. Chen Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment. Huang Yiba's ability was extraordinary, far from mundane. While he could retrieve items from his storage ring, he could not conjure 2 steaming cups of fragrant tea. 8th junior brother, are you curious? Huang Yiba smiled. Were you pondering how these 2 cups of hot tea came to be? Chen Xiong was taken aback, his thoughts laid bare in an instant. Indeed, I have been contemplating. Please, enlighten me, elder brother. It's quite simple. I anticipated you would come to inquire within the next couple of days, either today or tomorrow. So, I brewed 2 cups of tea in advance, awaiting your arrival. Huang Yiba explained. I placed a wager on myself, betting that you would come today. I won. You are here. Strangely, every time you are present, my luck seems remarkably favorable. Chen Xiong nodded in agreement. Perhaps our fates align. Our fates align. That makes sense. Huang Yiba regarded Chen Xiong with increasing fondness and gestured toward the fragrant tea. Come, savor this tea. It is a treasure from Yinling Peak. A spark of curiosity ignited within Chen Xiong as he delicately grasped the rim of the teacup and inhaled. A refreshing and elegant aroma wafted into his nostrils, causing his expression to shift in surprise. He then took a small sip of the fragrant tea. A gentle warmth spread through his mouth. The initial taste bore a hint of sweetness, followed by a unique, indescribable freshness that lingered on his palate. Westlake Longjing, Chen Xiong exclaimed. Finally understanding why the aroma was so familiar, this was unmistakably the Westlake Longjing from Earth. You recognize it? Huang Yiba's expression revealed surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the other party, after merely savoring a sip of fragrant tea, would discern its origin and scrutinize Chen Xiong intently, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. 8th junior brother, have you ever tasted this tea before? Chen Xiong took another sip, the familiar flavor flooding his senses, and nodded, responding, not only have I tasted it, but I also have several canisters of this tea at home. You have quite a stock? Huang Yiba's face registered astonishment as he rubbed his hands together. 8th junior brother, would you be so kind as to share a little with your senior brother? I only ask for a small amount. Chen Xiong awkwardly scratched his head. In his previous life, he had an abundance of Westlake Longjing tea, but now, having traversed into a world of cultivation, he possessed nothing but his own spirit and consciousness. None of the earthly belongings had accompanied him, making the presence of Westlake Longjing tea impossible. It was in the past, Chen Xiong admitted somewhat sheepishly. Currently, I don't have any. What makes this tea so special? Huang Yiba lifted the fragrant tea and took a delicate sip, a look of rapture crossing his features as he remarked, special? 8th junior brother. Westlake Longjing is a tea of enlightenment. Chen Xiong felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This tea seemed identical to the Westlake Longjing from Earth. Why had it transformed into enlightenment tea here? In novels, enlightenment tea was always depicted as an exceedingly rare treasure. How could it be equated with Westlake Longjing? Senior brother, is Westlake Longjing truly enlightenment tea? Chen Xiong queried once more. Not quite, Huang Yiba replied, easing Chen Xiong's tension. If Westlake Longjing was indeed enlightenment tea, then during his earthly existence, he had been savoring enlightenment tea daily. What wisdom had he gleaned? Huang Yiba continued. Westlake Longjing is merely one of the finer varieties of enlightenment tea. I have heard tales of others, such as Biluakun, Junshan Injin, Wui Rock Tea, Chiman Black Tea, and Anchi Tiguanyan. There are supposedly 10 varieties, but I cannot recall the rest. Biluakun, Tiguanyan, these are all renowned teas from Earth. Chen Xiong's heart raced with astonishment and curiosity. Why did his senior brother possess knowledge of these illustrious teas from Earth? Furthermore, why were these earthly treasures regarded as enlightenment tea in this realm? Raising his teacup, he scrutinized the tea within, pondering deeply before taking another gentle sip of Westlake Longjing. He felt no discernible difference, nor any sense of enlightenment. Is this truly enlightenment tea? This tea hails from a tea garden situated on the mountainside of Yinling Peak, Huang Yiba explained. Years ago, I underwent trials at Tongtian Peak and ultimately stepped into that fantastical realm, returning from Yinling Peak with a few treasures. This this tea being one of them. Chen Xiong lowered his gaze, contemplating the fact that West Lake Longjing was cultivated on the mountainside of Nianling Peak. He inquired, "What exactly is Nianling Peak like?" Huang Yiba responded, "Haven't you been there?" "I have not been there," Chen Xiong replied with a puzzled expression. The other party's tone suggested an assumption that he had visited Nianling Peak. He pointed at himself, "Should I have gone?" West Lake Longjing. Bilyuakun, these enlightenment teas are treasures from another ethereal world. I have had the fortune to taste them on a few occasions. When you mentioned having them at home, I presumed you had visited Nianling Peak. Otherwise, you wouldn't recognize these teas. That ethereal world resides at Nianling Peak? Indeed. Chen Xiong was beset by numerous thoughts. His senior brother was familiar with various types of tea, such as West Lake Longjing and Bilyuakun, which seemed to pertain to an entirely different, illusory world. These items, after all, existed on Earth. It was implausible for such names to be associated with tea in this realm of cultivation. At that moment, he couldn't help but entertain a bold hypothesis. Perhaps Nianling Peak housed a tunnel that led to Earth. Or, it could be that a time machine was concealed within Nianling Peak. After a brief pause, Chen Xiong inquired, "Senior brother, do you think there is a possibility that the realm of Nianling Peak is not an illusion, but a genuinely existing world?" Huang Yiba's expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Eighth junior brother, I too have pondered the idea that the phenomena surrounding Nianling Peak might be real, but they are simply too extraordinary. I once saw a square box in which people donned peculiar attire. Each individual held a device that could transmit sound and images across great distances, and they operated an iron box that could exceed the speed of a golden core cultivator. There were many other strange devices, such as those that could ignite with a mere touch or emit light at the push of a button. If these items truly exist, then that world is nothing short of miraculous." Chen Xiong smiled silently, discerning from his senior brother's fragmented remarks that he was describing modern technological marvels such as televisions, mobile phones, and automobiles. It was astonishing to think that technological products had become akin to magical artifacts in the world of cultivation. In the modern realm, countless men and women yearn for the world of cultivation, aspiring for immortality and the power to move mountains and fill seas. Conversely, in the realm of cultivation, powerful practitioners marveled at the might of modern technology. Seeing Chen Xiong lost in thought, Huang Yiba leaned slightly forward and asked, "Have you encountered the items I mentioned?" Chen Xiong lifted his gaze, hesitating to respond immediately. He had indeed seen televisions, cars, and mobile phones, which had accompanied him throughout decades of his life as a reclusive enthusiast. But could he confide in his senior brother about such matters? Could he trust him? Everyone harbors their own secrets. Huang Yiba took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, "It's quite all right if you choose not to share. Let us continue our conversation. You must have questions for me today, correct?" Chapter 89. Dialogue. Chen Xiong's eyes flickered. Evading the question would only breed discomfort. After weighing his thoughts for a moment, he finally said, "Senior brother, I have indeed encountered those so-called magical artifacts, and even know their names. The square box that displays images is called a television. The card that transmits sound and images over great distances is known as a mobile phone, and the iron box that moves at high speeds is referred to as a car. The strange artifacts you witnessed are, in truth, products of technology." "Products of technology?" Huang Yiba nodded slightly, his gaze contemplative. "Are they akin to your little blue raccoon? Could it be that technology has reached the point of creating life?" "Ah, the little ding-tang was an exception." Chen Xiong found himself troubled. He could elucidate the existence of modern technological marvels, but struggled to explain the presence of the robotic cat, a creation of comic book imagination. In the 21st century on Earth, humanity may have begun to venture into the realm of artificial intelligence. However, the creation of sentient beings akin to mechanical companions remains an elusive endeavor, the timeline of which is still uncertain. You have never visited Nianling Peak, nor have you encountered technology such as televisions or mobile phones. So, where did you glean this knowledge? Chen Xiong had already formulated his response and spoke slowly. "I have seen such a world in my dreams. As a child, I suffered a grave illness and dreamt of that realm. Thus I am familiar with those objects, their names, and their purposes." "You too have glimpsed them in dreams." Huang Yiba nodded slightly. "That explains much." Chen Xiong, intrigued, inquired, "Has anyone else also dreamt of that world and recognized those technological marvels?" "Indeed, but it was not a human." Chen Xiong was taken aback. "If not a human, then what could it be?" "Eighth junior brother, you are indeed a remarkable individual. I was previously skeptical of certain things mentioned by fifth sister, but conversing with you today has perhaps opened my mind to the possibility of their existence." "What existence?" Chen Xiong pressed. Huang Yiba did not respond directly, instead saying, "I have some conjectures in my heart, but let us not dwell on that. You have come to me today with two inquiries, have you not?" Chen Xiong, slightly surprised, acknowledged that he indeed had two questions. Huang Yiba chuckled. "What would you like to ask first?" "Master brother, what is the nature of the malevolent energy surrounding Xiaoqian?" Chen Xiong posed his most pressing concern. Huang Yiba seemed to anticipate this question and replied slowly, I cannot say much about Fifth Sister's situation. I can only tell you that the malevolent energy within her stems from you. It was previously suppressed by our Master's power, but since your encounter, the energy has escalated to an uncontrollable degree. During our last visit to Beast Spirit Peak, her blood malice erupted due to emotional turbulence, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Fortunately, at that moment, one of my avatars was also present at Beast Spirit Peak, allowing me to forcefully contain the malevolent energy within her. Chen Xiong nodded slightly, grateful that his master brother's avatar had been there to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Huang Yiba continued, Fifth Sister has always been somewhat willful, enduring the torment of her spirit while still choosing to accompany you to Danling Peak. Upon returning to Deju Peak, her blood malice fully erupted. With our master absent, I took it upon myself to employ the blood sealing technique to confine that malevolent power deep within her. I remain uncertain whether this decision was right or wrong. Chen Xiong immediately inquired, will this have any effect on her? Currently, no. However, in the long run, it is difficult to say, since it is a forceful sealing. While it preserves Fifth Sister's intellect, it may gradually allow that power to form its own will. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment. Fifth Sister has not shared any of this with you, has she? Huang Yiba sighed softly. Her character is such, especially towards you. She has always dedicated herself quietly. After the malevolent energy was sealed, she still rushed to major trading houses across 3 cities, seeking high-quality elixirs and auxiliary spiritual objects necessary for consolidating her qi. Those items must have been procured for you. Chen Xiong nodded slightly, a warm current flowing through his heart. The spiritual items and elixirs within his spatial ring were all procured by Lin Qian, who tirelessly traversed various merchant associations on his behalf. Love is indeed a daring gamble, an unwavering leap forward that may yield a genuine affection that rightfully belongs to oneself, or it may lead one to the brink of ruin. Huang Yiba, with a hint of sentimentality, remarked, I, Huang Yiba, wager on everything except love. Master brother, how is Lin Qian faring now? Do not fret too much. Currently, the evil energy is restrained by the sealing technique, and there should not be any significant issues. However, this remains a persistent hidden danger. Huang Yiba's tone turned grave. 8th junior brother, I must caution you. No matter what transpires in the future, ensure that she does not experience any distress. Otherwise, you may truly lose her. Indeed. How can we entirely resolve this hidden peril? To untie the knot, one must first understand its origins. To completely eradicate the malevolent energy within Fifth Sister, we must first ascertain the source of the bloodthirsty aura within her. As far as I know, it originated a decade ago. Chen Xiong stroked his chin, recalling the events from years past. Could it be that the bloodthirsty aura within Lin Qian was left by that group of red-clad figures? Master brother, what exactly transpired 10 years ago? I am not certain, Huang Yiba replied, shaking his head. Fifth Sister has never spoken of those events to us brothers. I have only inferred some vague details, knowing that a catastrophic incident befell Bus City. Chen Xiong was astonished. Lin Qian had never shared her past with the elder brothers. Yet when she first met him, she had opened up completely, divulging everything. She truly said nothing? Chen Xiong inquired once more. Huang Yiba shook his head gently, sighing. Do not be surprised or skeptical. The Lin Qian you know is not the same as the one we are acquainted with. The Lin Qian we know is taciturn, reticent, and acts with decisive resolve. Once she has set her mind on something, no amount of explanation or persuasion will alter her convictions. The Lin Qian you know, however, seems to be a little girl who considers you in every thought, centering her world around you. Chen Xiong was taken aback. The Lin Qian he remembered always embodied the image of the girl next door, while in the eyes of his fellow disciples at Deju Peak, she was indeed a person of few words. Why was she so different with him? Was it merely because she harbored affection for him? Yet, the reasons for her feelings seemed tenuous at best, simply because he had saved her 10 years ago. It led him to ponder that there must be deeper reasons unknown to him. As long as Fifth Sister does not experience significant emotional turmoil, the malevolent energy within her remains stable. To eradicate it entirely, one must seek answers from a decade prior. Huang Yiba continued. Now, you may pose your second question. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiong asked, what is the trial at Tongtian Peak? Huang Yiba countered. Do you know where Tongtian Peak is located? I do not. Then how much do you know about the 7 spiritual peaks of our sect? The 7 spiritual peaks of the sect are independent, small sects that possess their own territories and cultivation methods. Chen Xiong briefly recounted his understanding of the 7 spiritual peaks, mentioning that they correspond to 7 distinct cultivation systems. Junior brother, your understanding of the sect is rather superficial. Allow me to rectify some misconceptions, Huang Yiba interjected after listening to Chen Xiong's narrative. A century ago, the leader of Yunling sect established the Yun Alliance in the southern mountain region for a specific purpose. This alliance, composed of numerous rogue cultivators, has evolved over time into the 7 spiritual peaks of the sect. However, this does not imply the existence of 7 distinct cultivation systems. Tracing back to the origins, there are only 4 fundamental cultivation factions in the entire world. Only 4? Chen Xiong inquired. Indeed, merely 4, Huang Yibo affirmed. They are the spiritual cultivators, whose foundation lies in spirit, the sword cultivators, who follow the path of the sword, the body cultivators, who regard their bodies as the furnace, and finally, the mental cultivators, who derive their power from thought. The alchemy and artifact paths you misconstrue are, at their core, branches of the spiritual cultivation lineage, differing only slightly in methodology. As for the beast path, it is but a branch of the mental cultivation. Huang Yibo paused momentarily, then continued. The reason I correct your misunderstandings is to remind you that once you establish your spiritual foundation, it is imperative to contemplate your cultivation direction diligently. I sense that within you lies more than just spiritual energy. There are also vital essence and mental energy. You must choose one to specialize in. Chen Xiong had cultivated the spiritual method of drawing spirit into the body and had also recently practiced the Dragon Elephant Sutra for body cultivation. However, he was puzzled about the nature of mental energy. Master brother, do I truly possess this mental energy within me? He inquired. To call it merely mental energy is somewhat simplistic, Huang Yibo replied, narrowing his eyes as if trying to peer into Chen Xiong's essence. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You likely harbor a form of spiritual power within you, albeit faint, yet I can sense its presence. But I have never practiced mental cultivation, Chen Xiong protested. Perhaps it is my misperception. It could be that you naturally possess a strong mental aptitude. You must have sensed this yourself, as you are able to reach the state of spirit moving with intention at the qi condensation stage and can effortlessly wield spiritual artifacts. Such feats necessitate immense mental strength. Moreover, your victory over Xiao Mu was also reliant on that artifact, not solely on your inherent power. Chen Xiong was taken aback. Did Master Brother know he had used an enlarging device? Huang Yibo chuckled, though the smoke and mirrors you conjured may have deceived Xiao Mu. Do not forget that upon reaching the golden core stage, one gains spiritual awareness. Such trivial tricks are not concealed from me or the other brothers. Utilizing spiritual artifacts is indeed a part of one's strength, and no one will speak ill of it. However, your artifact is quite remarkable. It can enhance your vital essence and forcibly execute the amplification technique. Chen Xiong pondered this revelation, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He had forgotten that with the golden core stage came spiritual awareness. His antics of using an artifact to enlarge himself were laid bare before Master Brother and the others. Fortunately, the brothers of Deju Peak were all comrades, harboring no ill intentions. They simply regarded that artifact as a means to augment one's vital essence. Within the realm of the qi condensation stage, one is capable of utilizing spiritual artifacts and possesses the innate talent for mental cultivation. You harbor 3 distinct powers, and it is imperative to deliberate on which path of cultivation you shall embark. Huang Yibo's expression turned grave, his tone laced with a hint of caution. Once a path is taken incorrectly, retracing one's steps becomes a formidable challenge. I will choose, Chen Xiong began. But Huang Yibo promptly gestured for silence. There is no need for your response. The path you choose should be clear to you alone. Allow me to inform you that Tongtian Peak is the principal summit of Nianling Peak, and the trials at Tongtian Peak serve as the entrance examination for Nianling Peak. Chen Xiong was taken aback by this revelation, having initially assumed that the Tongtian Peak trials were reserved for the prodigies, only to discover they merely constituted an entry assessment for Nianling Peak. You inquire about the Tongtian Peak trials because you heard me mention them. Seeking a means to gain entry into the spirit realm, correct? Chen Xiong nodded in acknowledgement. Alas, my 8th junior, you shall be disappointed. Tongtian Peak has been closed for 3 years and remains so to this day. Thus, your final avenue to the spirit realm has been extinguished. Ah! Chen Xiong gasped in shock, returning the spirit realm badge to Gumam, not wishing to claim what belonged to another, yet convinced that alternative methods to access the spirit realm must exist, which is why he sought out his senior brother. That badge was your last opportunity to enter the spirit realm, Huang Yibo remarked with a smile. Do you now harbor regrets, 8th junior? Perhaps a modicum of regret. Chen Xiong confessed candidly. Would you like me to intervene on your behalf to retrieve it? Huang Yibo inquired, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. That won't be necessary. What is given is given. It is unreasonable to reclaim what has been bestowed. Chen Xiong sighed inwardly, then posed another question. Senior brother, are there other places akin to the spirit realm? Indeed, but can you access them? Chen Xiong's brow furrowed in confusion. Why not? Huang Yibo elucidated. The spirit realm exists within a void, essentially a remnant of the celestial realm. Should your cultivation reach the nascent soul stage, you might be able to traverse into it. Chen Xiong chuckled awkwardly, pondering the purpose of entering the spirit realm upon breaking into the nascent soul stage. He further inquired, "The spirit realm is a remnant of the celestial realm. What precisely is this realm like?" "The celestial remnants are fragments of stars left behind from the ancient world," Huang Yibo recounted, referencing ancient texts. "It is said that during the great celestial war of antiquity, the heavens and earth fractured, and countless stars fell, colliding with this realm, giving rise to various voids, which are also known as celestial remnants." Pausing briefly, Huang Yibo fixed his gaze upon Chen Xiong. "I possess an unsettling notion regarding these celestial remnants. They seem akin to celestial prisons, confining entities that cannot be controlled." Chen Xiong contemplated this revelation, recalling vague whispers from the Zijin auction house regarding celestial remnants as fallen stars of antiquity. Now, with his senior brother's explicit clarification, he understood them to be fragments of the ancient world. Yet, why did Huang Yibo perceive the remnants as prisons? And what, indeed, were the entities ensnared within? Upon observing the perplexed expression on Chen Xiong's face, Huang Yibo chuckled, "This is merely my conjecture, devoid of any concrete evidence. You may dismiss it as mere folly on my part, haha." Chen Xiong lowered his head in contemplation. The spiritual realm is a site of celestial origin, and one must possess the cultivation of the nascent soul stage to forcibly enter it. This thought troubled him, for without entering the spiritual realm, he could only cultivate at the foundation level, and in 3 years, how could he possibly triumph over Long Tianhao? Such a predicament, indeed. Huang Yibo lifted his teacup and took a sip. There exists another method to access the spiritual realm. What method? Chen Xiong inquired immediately. "To seize it," Huang Yibo replied with a hint of mischief. Chen Xiong, puzzled, asked, "Where shall I seize it? From whom?" A smile danced at the corners of Huang Yibo's lips. "From the Beast Spirit Peak, haha." "The Beast Spirit Peak?" Chen Xiong echoed, incredulous. "Indeed, seize from them." Eighth junior brother. The first layer of the spiritual realm badge is not exclusive to Daju Peak. Each spiritual peak possesses 10. If I recall correctly, you are still a disciple of the Beast Spirit Peak, am I not mistaken? Huang Yibo's face radiated mirth. "Perhaps you can consider taking theirs." Chen Xiong's eyes gleamed with realization. He had nearly forgotten he was indeed a disciple of the Beast Spirit Peak. Perhaps there was a genuine possibility to acquire a badge for the spiritual realm from them. The first layer spiritual realm badge of the Beast Spirit Peak requires participation in the beast fights, and one must rank within the top 10. This indeed appears to be the final avenue to enter the spiritual realm. Take your time to ponder this matter carefully. Huang Yibo drained his cup of tea and did not refill it for Chen Xiong. "Thank you, senior brother Xia, for your guidance." Chen Xiong understood Huang Yibo's implications, bowed in gratitude, and departed from his senior brother's abode.